Upon awakening, the world had transformed. A lifelong singleton traverses a parallel universe, marrying a rising star only to discover he is a domestic abuser. Gu Xingyi found himself on the brink of despair, questioning what sins had led him to inhabit the life of such a ludicrous individual. However, life must continue. Thus, Gu Xingyi embarked on a mission to rescue the delicate wife and their adorable child. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. On the Blue Planet, in the sweltering summer of July, within a residential unit in Jiangxing Garden Community, the air was permeated with a nauseating stench of alcohol. Gu Xingyi rubbed his throbbing temples, struggling to sit up. Before him lay a dilapidated room. The space was a chaotic mess, with food stains splattered across a yellowing dining table and dozens of empty bottles strewn beneath it. Where was this place? Gu Xingyi wore a bewildered expression, utterly confused. Hadn't he just returned home after attending a company celebration? How had he awoken in such a bizarre location? "Mommy, Nai is hungry." Suddenly, a tender child's voice echoed in the dimly lit room, followed by the sound of rustling behind him. His bewilderment deepened as he mechanically turned around. There, on a nearby sofa, sat a little girl with two horned braids, her round eyes wide with fear, staring at him intently. Her small hands clutched the clothing of a woman beside her, and her petite form trembled, seemingly in response to his turn. The woman, too, quivered as she held onto her child's clothing, both of them huddled together on the sofa. In the murky room, Gu Xingyi squinted, attempting to discern their features. The moment he recognized them, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind, compelling him to shut his eyes once more to absorb this alien recollection. The room fell silent again. When Gu Xingyi finally reopened his eyes, disbelief filled his gaze. He had transmigrated, transcended into this parallel world, which also belonged to the Blue Planet. Moreover, the owner of this body shared his name, Gu Xingyi, being an alternate version of himself. Gu Xingyi number 02. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar, yet their paths diverged entirely after university graduation. In his original world, he had become a lyricist and composer, not particularly famous but having crafted numerous niche songs, leading a life rich with experience. In contrast, the Gu Xingyi of this world participated in a boy band survival show post-graduation and, thanks to the company's marketing, successfully debuted. However, he soon entered a romantic relationship with the then-popular actress Xia Xiao. Such an idol, lacking true talent and merely relying on superficial allure, faced inevitable downfall once their romance was exposed. Both retreated from the limelight, their story ending abruptly. Despite this, they initially enjoyed a sweet period together, during which they bore a daughter, combining elements of their names to name her Gu Xingyao, affectionately called Gu Nai. After their child arrived, they naturally married due to circumstance. Yet, as the honeymoon phase waned, the mundane hardships of marriage soon followed. Leading Gu Xingyi to self-destruct, he began drinking excessively, becoming increasingly irrational, and even resorted to domestic abuse. He started blaming Xia Xiao, convinced that she was the reason for his career's demise, channeling his impotent fury onto the mother and daughter. Just before his transmigration, he had barely finished a bout of violence and was intoxicated beyond comprehension. "Beast!" Gu Xingyi cursed silently after absorbing the memories, taking deep breaths to quell the anger building within his chest. The Gu Xingyi of this world could only be described as a beast, a scoundrel who shifted blame entirely onto others. Xia Xiao, once a capable singer, had been tethered to a fledgling idol whose success hinged solely on appearances. If anyone were to be deemed a burden, it was he who had dragged her down. She bore no grievances regarding his inadequacies, yet he was the first to point fingers. Gu Xingyi, with a complex expression, lifted his gaze to the mother and daughter huddled on the opposite sofa. His previous self had never even experienced romance, and now he had inexplicably become a father. How was he to navigate this? A complete novice in love thrust suddenly into parenthood. Furrowing his brow, Gu Xingyi contemplated how to proceed. Upon noticing his unwavering gaze, Xia Xiao, clutching her child, tensed further, her body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she pulled Gu Nai closer, tears brimming in her eyes. She had considered fleeing with her daughter, but was herself an orphan, utterly alone. Devoid of resources, all the family finances were tightly controlled by this monster. Thoughts of ending it all had crossed her mind, yet she could not bear the thought of leaving her child behind what would become a 3-year-old Nai if she were gone. Thus, Each time she endured a beating, she suppressed her cries, terrified of frightening her child. Alas, after a prolonged silence, Gu Xingyi let out a deep sigh. Since he had arrived, he might as well make peace with his situation. He decided to view his transmigration as a chance to rescue this mother and daughter from the clutches of that beast. Rubbing his nose, he felt as though he had been berating himself all along, inexplicably shouldering the blame. Bracing himself against the dining table, Gu Xingyi gradually stood up, a wave of weakness washing over him. Rendering him speechless, this body had been thoroughly wrecked by its original owner. What a daunting beginning! If he could, Gu Xingyi would have liked nothing more than to let out a howl of despair. Such misfortune! He flicked on the light, the warm orange glow illuminating the entire room. The dilapidated furniture, the worn-out sofa, and the overpowering stench of alcohol in the air were utterly disheartening. Surveying the chaotic scene before him, Gu Xingyi scratched his head in confusion. He first opened the window for ventilation, then, following his memories, located a large woven bag, silently gathering the empty bottles scattered throughout the room. Xia Xiao remained curled up on the sofa, still cradling Nai Nai, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. It was well known that this monster never cleaned. He would drink to excess and then sleep, making this scenario a first. After considerable effort, Gu Xingyi finally gathered all the empty bottles and set them aside. He refrained from disturbing the mother and daughter, instead retrieving a towel from the kitchen to wipe down the table. By the time he had tidied the room to a spotless state, he was drenched in sweat. Noticing the lingering scent of alcohol, he opened the window wider, diligently transporting the collected trash down to the refuse station. Upon discarding the garbage, Gu Xingyi felt aches radiating throughout his body. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 8 in the evening, then looked at the disheveled kitchen, letting out a resigned sigh. All right, one step at a time. Having made up his mind, Gu Xingyi wiped his brow, retrieved clean clothes from the bedroom, and stepped into the bathroom. Xia Xiao observed the closed bathroom door, listening to the sound of running water, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, her previously tense body gradually relaxing. She gazed at the now spotless room, disbelief evident in her eyes. Had he truly disposed of the remaining alcohol? What could be the reason for this? Had he lost his mind? She found it impossible to believe he had changed after all. A monster was still a monster. How could one suddenly turn benevolent? Mommy, I'm hungry. 3-year-old Nai Nai, unlike other children, was not noisy, her stature slightly shorter than that of her peers. Even with her little tummy grumbling, she simply gazed up at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. Nai Nai, be good, mommy will make you dinner shortly. Xia Xiao gently patted Nai Nai's head, speaking softly. She had to wait until this monster fell asleep before she could cook for herself and her child. Understanding, little Nai Nai nodded, then turned her head to watch the bathroom door with her mother. Even at her tender age, she understood that only when Daddy was asleep would there be food to eat. Chapter 2. Has the demon changed? After indulging in a soothing hot bath, Gu Xingyi felt even more fatigue. He changed into clean clothes, retrieved his phone from the pile of alcohol-scented garments, tossed the soiled clothes into the washing machine, and then approached the mirror to gaze at his reflection. His long hair obscured his eyes, his complexion was pallid, and a thick stubble indicated he had not shaved for an indeterminate number of days, presenting a quintessential image of a slothful recluse. Gu Xingyi had to push his hair back with his hand to see his full visage. It was evident that, with a bit of grooming, this Gu Xingyi could still be quite handsome. After all, he was once a young heartthrob who could rely on his looks for a living. As the bathroom door swung open, Gu Xingyi stepped outside. He clearly noticed the mother and daughter duo seated on the tattered sofa, instinctively shrinking away from him. He shook his head, disregarding them, and pushed open the front door to leave. Xia Xiao was left in a state of shock, her eyes reflecting a hint of despair. Had he gone out once more to buy alcohol? Was he not yet satiated from his previous indulgence? She and little Nai Nai would have to endure yet another night of hunger. Biting her lip, her face drained of color, she looked down at her frail daughter, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Mommy, don't cry. Nai Nai isn't hungry anymore. Little Nai Nai, believing her mother's tears stemmed from her own hunger, hurriedly extended her tiny, delicate hand, clumsily wiping Xia Xiao's face. Xia Xiao bit her lip, her tears flowing more fiercely. After a moment, she finally spoke in a trembling voice. Nai Nai, be good. Let mommy lull you to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry. Tomorrow morning, Mommy will get up early to prepare something delicious for you. All right, Okay. Mommy, don't cry. Xia Xiao gently lifted Nai, and as she did so, a dull pain throbbed in her back due to her movements. Long-term malnutrition had caused her vision to blur momentarily. Nevertheless, she struggled to stand, cradling her daughter as she stepped into the bedroom. Once lying on the bed, Xia Xiao felt a slight relief in her body. She softly hummed a lullaby, soothing little Nai to sleep. Watching as her daughter gradually closed her eyes, Xia Xiao reflected on the myriad tribulations she had faced in the past 2 years since their marriage. Her heart heavy with sorrow, she finally resolved to leave this hellish existence tomorrow. Even if she were to perish outside, it would be preferable to being tormented to death by this demon. Suddenly, the sound of a door locking echoed from outside, causing Xia Xiao, lost in her thoughts, to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, she covered Nai's ears, quietly listening to the commotion outside. Could it be that the demon had returned with more alcohol? Gu Xingyi pushed open the front door, instinctively glancing towards the sofa, his expression momentarily stunned. Had they retreated to the bedroom? Yet it seemed they had not eaten. Gu Xingyi stared blankly at the food in his hands, contemplating for a moment before placing it on the dining table and making his way towards the bedroom. Xia Xiao remained tense, hearing his footsteps approach the bedroom slowly. She quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep, praying he would not enter, hoping he would go drink until he passed out on the sofa instead. But the next moment, a knock resounded sharply. Knock, knock, knock. Ahem. I brought you both some food, if you're hungry. Come out to eat, I'm going to sleep on my side tonight. Hearing that familiar voice, Xia Xiao's eyes flew open, only to hear his footsteps gradually fade away. The sound of the side room door opening and then closing followed, plunging the room back into silence, save for Xia Xiao's anxious breaths echoing in the bedroom. Little Nai had awakened at some point, her big eyes curiously fixed on the closed door, having clearly heard Gu Xingyi's voice. To her surprise, that unpleasant father hadn't returned to the room to sleep and had even mentioned bringing them food. As thoughts of the meal returned, her stomach growled, and she swallowed hard. Looking expectantly at her mother, the situation was so absurd that Xia Xiao felt at a loss. She couldn't believe him, yet it seemed the reality matched his words. Lowering her head, she caught sight of her daughter's hopeful gaze and mustered the courage to quietly tiptoe to the door and open it. The warm orange light from the living room spilled through the crack of the door, and the enticing aroma of the food wafted into her nostrils. Xia Xiao peeked towards the dining table, where 2 bowls of steaming, fragrant white rice awaited, accompanied by 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides neatly arranged on plates. Tears welled in her eyes as the sight of the food became blurred. He had truly bought dinner for the 2 of them. Faced with the demon's sudden kindness, Xia Xiao felt not joy but a profound fear gnawing at her insides. Why was he doing this? What did he want to gain from her? As if drawn by the tantalizing aroma, little Nai, barefoot and with her short legs, scampered over, peering through the door crack. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and saliva pooled in her mouth. However, she refrained from taking any action, instead glancing up at her mother with wide, unblinking eyes. Seeing the delectable spread on the table and her daughter's eager expression, Xia Xiao helplessly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then forced a smile as she picked up little Nai. Sure, Nai, be good. Let us eat quietly. Little Nai's eyes sparkled brighter, and she nodded eagerly. Xia Xiao gently ruffled her hair, carrying her carefully to the dining table, the aroma of the food causing her stomach to grumble audibly. Little Nai swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of rice, while her other hand clutched a chicken leg. Taking a hearty bite, clearly famished, Xia Xiao's heart ached at the sight. She gently stroked little Nai's back, softly advising her to eat slowly, yet she herself did not touch her chopsticks. Nai looked up, her big eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Mommy, yum. Mommy should eat too. There's still some in the bowl. Gazing at her obedient and thoughtful daughter, Xia Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She nodded vigorously, taking a bite of the delicious chicken leg Nai offered. How long had it been since she had experienced such a scene? Suddenly, Xia Xiao turned her head to look at the tightly shut side room door. Inside, Gu Xingyi had certainly heard the commotion outside, and he sighed deeply. Since his arrival in this world, he had sighed more times than he had in his previous 30 years. The original persona had been so infuriating that it left him with a belly full of anger, which he could only alleviate by sighing. After finishing his sigh, Gu Xingyi began to ponder. Having just returned from a haircut and purchasing dinner, he realized that their household was now down to less than 1,800 in savings. Had he delayed his arrival even further, they would likely have faced starvation. He needed to earn money. Interlacing his fingers behind his head, he leaned back against the bed, gazing thoughtfully at the pristine white ceiling. Moments later, he suddenly sat upright, his eyes sparkling with realization. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? This was a parallel world. Chapter 3. Daddy's first meal for Nainai. Excited, Gu Xingyi reached for his phone, scrolling through it incessantly. After a while, a smile spread across his face. This world was indeed as he remembered. The cultural heritage and entertainment industry were entirely different from his original world. Particularly, the entertainment level in this world was remarkably impoverished, with even the most cringe-worthy songs occupying the charts. Any song that had achieved fame in his original world would be a massive hit here. Gripping his phone tightly, classic songs from his past began to flood his mind. As he pondered, fatigue overcame him, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning at 6 o'clock sharp, Gu Xingyi's biological clock roused him at the designated hour. He opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, taking a while to recall that he had traversed into another realm. The summer daylight shone brightly, the morning sun's rays filtering through the curtains and warming him. He turned over, got out of bed, and opened the window to observe the strange city outside, inhaling deeply of the fresh morning air. Since he had crossed over, he resolved to live well. Stretching, he gently opened the bedroom door and stepped out. The tattered sofa remained in the living room, but the dining table and kitchen had been tidied to a pristine state, likely by Xia Shiyao after dinner the previous night. Typically, Xia Shiyao took charge of cleaning the home, and she continued to maintain its cleanliness. After a night of ventilation, the lingering scent of alcohol had diminished significantly. Gu Xingyi paused briefly, then tiptoed quietly to the bathroom to wash up. He knew Xia Shiyao generally rose at 8 o'clock to prepare meals. As the previous Gu Xingyi would sleep past 10, only allowing the mother and daughter to eat his leftover food after he had drunk his fill. Sighing unconsciously, Gu Xingyi hurried through his morning routine. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyao had already awakened, faintly hearing the sounds emanating from the bathroom. She dared not venture out, uncertain of why this demon had risen so early today. Ever since he had awakened from his drunken stupor the previous day, he had been acting unusually, leaving her puzzled about his intentions. As the sounds of washing ceased, the front door opened and closed again. Xia Shiyao bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the bedroom door, curiosity piqued by his sudden departure. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she glanced at little Nainai, still peacefully asleep beside her. Summoning her courage, she quietly slipped out of bed, opened the bedroom door, and stepped outside. The faint scent of alcohol had dissipated, replaced by the refreshing breeze flowing through the window, mingling with the inviting aroma of hand soap wafting from the bathroom. A delightful scent. This atmosphere felt surreal to Xia Shiyao. It had been ages since she had encountered such refreshing air in her home. Arriving by the window, she gazed out at the world, lost in thought. It struck her suddenly that she was only 24 years old. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of the door jolted her back to reality, causing her to tense up instinctively and turn mechanically towards the sound. Gu Xingyi stood frozen, equally surprised to find Xia Shiyao awake. After washing up, he had realized there was no food left in the house, so he had gone to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both were momentarily stunned, and Gu Xingyi finally took a moment to truly observe his wife. She was exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing the internet celebrities of his original world, especially those expressive almond-shaped eyes that seemed to convey so much. Yet now they were filled with fear and unease. Moreover, she appeared exceedingly thin, her complexion alarmingly pale, likely a result of prolonged exposure to darkness and malnutrition. Witnessing this, Gu Xingyi felt a blend of pain, anger, and embarrassment. How could he have treated such a beautiful wife so poorly? The original persona truly deserved condemnation. Ahem, good morning, I'll start cooking now. Gu Xingyi broke the awkward silence, lowering his gaze as he hurried into the kitchen, clutching the groceries. Xia Shiyao remained in a daze, her attention shifting to the kitchen as she observed him skillfully washing vegetables and rinsing rice. She could hardly believe her ears and eyes. He had actually greeted her. Furthermore, when had he learned to cook? And he had even gotten a haircut and shaved, appearing completely rejuvenated. Especially the newfound clarity and remorse in his eyes which seemed to convey a sense of care that had never been there before. As she quietly watched his busy figure in the kitchen, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. Biting her lip, tears began to well in her eyes. What did this mean? Was he feeling pity? Had he experienced a change of heart? How laughable. Could this demon truly possess a conscience? Mommy. At that moment, little Nai woke up, her face displaying signs of urgency as she searched for her mother. Running barefoot into the living room, she spotted Xia Shiyao and rushed over, clutching her mother's leg, her nose catching the tantalizing aroma of the food. She turned her wide eyes toward the kitchen. Gu Xingyi noticed the little girl and smiled at her, but to his dismay, Nai shrank behind Xia Shiyao in fear. Feeling a wave of suffocating discomfort, it was as if he were struggling to breathe. As a novice in relationships, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to win over the child's affection. Before long, the food was ready. Gu Xingyi removed his apron, washed his hands, and turned to the two women still standing at a distance. Muttering, "Wash up and come eat." Nai, clearly salivating, remained still, her big eyes fixated on the aromatic dishes on the table. Xia Shiyao was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Was he really not drinking anymore? And was he inviting them to join him for a meal? What should she do? Gu Xingyi initially felt hopeful, but observing their wary demeanor, his expectations sank like a stone. He fell silent, letting out a sigh. "You two eat first." With that, he stood and retreated to the side room. Xia Shiyao did not move, watching the door close behind him before glancing down at her daughter's hopeful expression. With a resigned sigh, she said, Nai, let us wash our hands and have dinner." On the dining table lay Gu Xingyi's freshly made millet porridge, glistening invitingly, accompanied by 2 side dishes and a small bowl of steamed egg custard. Upon seeing the custard, Nai's eyes lit up, and a childlike smile spread across her face. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Nai? Xia Shiyao momentarily lost her words, unable to respond. Gazing into her daughter's expectant eyes, she eventually nodded. With her mother's affirmation, Nai's eyes sparkled even brighter, and she eagerly scooped a spoonful of custard into her mouth, her smile radiating joy. This was the first time Daddy had cooked for her, and it was delicious. Xia Shiyao quietly consumed her meal. The food was indeed delightful, but her heart was torn and bewildered. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the tightly shut door of the side room. Chapter 4. A Lifetime with You. Gu Xingyi sat at the desk in the side room. He was indeed starving, but he understood that the mother and daughter duo were not yet ready to dine with him at the same table. Sighing, Gu Xingyi shook his head to dispel such thoughts. He took out his phone and opened the Douyin platform of this world, deactivating the original account that still had a few thousand followers. After browsing yesterday, he noted that Douyin had become increasingly sophisticated, with a growing user base comparable to the state of his original world around 2016. He registered a new account, contemplating briefly before deciding to name it Xingyao, in honor of his daughter, symbolizing a new beginning for the two women in his life. Gu Xingyi had no grand ambitions. Having turned 30 in his previous world, he had experienced much of life already. Now, having returned to the age of 24, he felt liberated in this lifetime. He wished to provide for the mother and daughter, ensuring they lived comfortably and thereafter. Whether they parted ways or divorced, he longed to travel and live for himself. Chopping wood, feeding horses, exploring the world, facing the sea, and enjoying the blossoming spring. With these thoughts, a smile finally graced Gu Xingyi's face. Habitually, he clicked on the trending topics on Douyin, only for his brow to furrow in dismay. What sort of rubbish was this? When had even the most inane songs like Temporary Embrace the Piggy made it to the trending list? The incessant loop of that tune felt like an auditory assault, leaving Gu Xingyi speechless. Yet, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The songs he introduced would surely stand out amidst such mediocrity. Gu Xingyi began to formulate a plan, rummaging through his desk for a few sheets of long-forgotten music manuscript paper, remnants of Xia Shiyao's past works. The original persona had no talent for songwriting, but he possessed a lovely voice and had previously covered a few popular songs during his debut. Gu Xingyi laid the manuscript paper flat upon the table, softly humming a familiar tune. His pen danced swiftly across the staves, crafting 6 lines of musical notation. In his original world, Gu Xingyi was a renowned songwriter. Now, he merely navigated through the currents of time and space. A trivial task that posed no challenge for him in mere moments, a complete score manifested before him. He picked up the sheet music, nodding in satisfaction, before unfurling another piece of paper where the lyrics sprang to life. Task accomplished. Unable to contain his excitement, Gu Xingyi retrieved a guitar from the nearby wardrobe, tuned it meticulously, and settled at his desk to gather his emotions. The next moment, he closed his eyes, gently strumming the strings. The melodious sound of the guitar filled the quiet room, accompanied by his tender voice. Because I dreamt of your departure, I awoke from my tears, as the night breeze sweeps past the windowsill. Can you feel my love? The song drifted softly, and Gu Xingyi became absorbed in it. This was a melody he cherished from his school days, resonating with his beliefs about love. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter such a romance by the age of 30. As the guitar's notes wafted through the air, Xia Shiyao, who was quietly eating, suddenly froze, turning to glance at the closed door, her eyes wide with astonishment. He can play the guitar? How is that possible? That guitar belonged to her, and she was acutely aware that he could not play. At least, he hadn't been able to before. But what was happening now? As the guitar continued to play, Gu Xingyi's voice emerged, and Xia Shiyao was left dumbfounded, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Even the little girl, Nana, who had been happily eating, paused her spoon, staring at the closed door with wide, blinking eyes. Nana tilted her head, knowing this was the voice of her father, who had prepared a meal for her for the first time. How gentle! This was the first time she had heard such a tender side of her father. When the day comes that we grow old, will you still be by my side? Watching those vows and lies slowly dissipate with the past. Though Xia Shiyao had never heard this song, she could sense its profound beauty, the exquisite melody, the poignant lyrics. It was hard to fathom that such a song could emanate from the lips of a monster. The gentle strumming of the guitar persisted, Gu Xingyi's voice lingered in the air. Yet both the mother and daughter at the dining table were left in a state of shock, until the next line broke the silence. How many have admired your youthful visage? Do you know who is willing to endure the relentless passage of time? How many have come and gone through your life? Do you know that in this lifetime, I will always be by your side? Upon hearing these words, Xia Shiyao could no longer hold back. Her shoulders began to tremble, and tears streamed down her face. 2 years, 2 long years. For 2 years, she had been engulfed in fear, devoid of music, confined within these walls. Each day was a struggle with the mundane, coupled with the presence of a man who was gradually becoming a monster. Now, having finally mustered the courage to escape, what did his song mean? What did his sudden change signify? Xia Shiyao felt on the verge of collapse, lost in confusion and fear of both the unknown ahead and this man's transformation. She feared it was all but a fleeting dream, and should it shatter, everything would revert to the beginning. At that moment, the music ceased, and little Nana noticed her mother's tears. Panicking, she climbed onto Xia Shiyao's lap, reaching out her tiny hands in an attempt to wipe away her mother's sorrow. "Mama, don't cry. Don't cry, Nana will blow for you." Little Nana thought her mother was in pain again. As she wiped Xia Shiyao's tears, she raised her small face, blowing gently at her mother's collar. Beneath the collar, Xia Shiyao's back was marred with scars. Unbeknownst to Gu Xingyi, the events unfolding outside, between the mother and daughter, were sparked by his song. At that moment, he opened Douyin and clicked to record a video. In the video, he did not show his face, only the area below his nose. Holding the guitar, he cleared his throat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. This time, Gu Xingyi was notably more formal. He performed the song in its entirety, and upon finishing, he saved the recording, trimming the unnecessary bits at the beginning and end. Finally, he extracted the audio, paired it with the lyrics, and submitted it online for copyright registration. Once everything was settled, he composed a title, A Lifetime with You, stating that he had written and composed the original song, hoping that everyone would enjoy it and support it with likes. Click Upload. Ding, the video was successfully uploaded. Gu Xingyi exhaled softly, relieved to have completed the task. Now, he could quietly await the public's response. This song would surely be a sensation in this era. He held no doubts about its potential success, confident that a song which once won a Golden Song Award would surely garner attention. The original artist, Shui Mu Nianhua, had received the Best Newcomer Award for this very piece, and as a newcomer himself, he believed he could at least make a name for himself. After placing the guitar back in the wardrobe, he rubbed his empty stomach and scratched his head. I wonder if those two have finished eating? Ah, I'm so hungry. What a sin. Chapter 5. Gu Xingyi's transformation. Rubbing his belly, Gu Xingyi could no longer wait. After all, A man is made of iron, and a meal is essential. He gently pushed open the door, peering outside like a thief, just in time to see Xia Xiao leaving the dining table with little Nana in her arms. Her eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. She clearly noticed him but froze for a moment before hastily retreating to the master bedroom. Jiu Xingyi let out a sigh of relief, pushing the door wider and making his way to the dining table. Finally, he could eat. Looking at the leftovers thoughtfully prepared for him, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He eagerly scooped up the millet porridge, relishing each mouthful. Perfect. Truly, his culinary skills were commendable. The feeling of being full was simply delightful. After finishing every last bit on the table, Gu Xingyi patted his satisfied belly and let out a contented belch. Having cleaned up the dishes, Gu Xingyi aimlessly wandered around the room, observing the layout of this home. It was a modest two-bedroom apartment, merely 70 square meters, purchased together during their marriage, with furnishings that dated back to that time. Over the past 2 years, no new items had been added, and the decor now appeared somewhat worn. The space, already small, felt stiflingly quiet, punctuated only by the sound of Gu Xingyi's footsteps. He shook his head. Plopping down onto the sofa, it was hard to fathom how Xia Xiao and her child had endured living in such an atmosphere for 2 years without venturing outside. It felt akin to imprisonment. Even Gu Xingyi, having just crossed over, found it unbearable. The ambience was devoid of any semblance of home. He understood that he couldn't change everything overnight. Instead, he settled into the small sofa, fiddling with his phone. He searched for ways to maintain a household, how to amuse a child, and how to be a good father. The myriad of answers online left him scratching his head, yet he persisted, for it was his first time as a father, and he feared failing at it. Just then, the door to the master bedroom swung open, and Gu Xingyi turned to see a small head peeking out, adorned with 2 playful pigtails. It was little Nana, tilting her head and gazing curiously at him with her mother's almond-shaped eyes. The innocence and clarity in those sparkling eyes nearly melted Gu Xingyi's heart. Yet, he noticed that Nana's face was too thin. Much like her mother's, a bit more roundness would surely enhance her beauty. After all, the mother and daughter had only been surviving on leftovers and dishes mixed with alcohol that the little one couldn't consume, while the original owner had not provided them with any money, leaving them to endure a cycle of hunger and feasting. Seeing little Nana, Gu Xingyi instinctively wanted to smile, but before he could manage, she was startled and quickly retreated, shutting the door behind her. The sound of Xia Xiao's voice, soothing her child, filled the room. His smile faltered, and he innocently rubbed his nose. It seemed he would have much to worry about in the days to come. Time slipped by quietly, and 4 hours passed as he scrolled through his phone. Throughout this period, he could occasionally hear Xia Xiao comforting the child. By noon, Gu Xingyi's mind felt foggy and overwhelmed, filled with chaotic parenting knowledge. He set down his phone, rubbed his temples, and rose to prepare lunch. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, and a stoic Xia Xiao emerged, carrying a pile of laundry. She seemed not to notice Gu Xingyi standing by the sofa. Striding straight toward the bathroom, Gu Xingyi clearly observed her body tense up as she exited. Was she going to wash clothes? Suddenly, he remembered that the clothes he had changed out of yesterday were still in the washing machine. With that thought, Gu Xingyi quickly made his way to the bathroom. Xia Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. She hadn't expected Gu Xingyi to still be home. Usually, by this time, he would be out drinking with his friends. Hearing his footsteps approach made her heart race, and her body trembled slightly. Why clothes are still in the washing machine? Can I take them out to dry first? Gu Xingyi's familiar voice startled Xia Xiao as she bent down to open the washing machine door, causing her to stumble back into the bathroom. Be careful, he said instinctively. Only then did Xia Xiao realize he was seeking her permission. Avoiding his gaze, she stammered, Okay, you go ahead. Thank you, Gu Xingyi replied, his fists clenched, hands trembling slightly, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and sorrow. He had clearly seen the purple-red marks on Xia Xiao's neck. Although he possessed the memories of the original owner, witnessing such brutality firsthand was unimaginable. It filled him with profound rage and sadness, as he had never harmed a woman in his life. As he gathered the clothes from the washing machine, he averted his gaze from her, his mind racing with thoughts. I'll be making lunch soon. Remember to call Nana out to eat? Little Nana is asleep. I'll wake her up later, Xia Xiao stuttered, shrinking back slightly, clearly flustered, her words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. Gu Xingyi recognized that his presence only added to her pressure. He helplessly rubbed his nose, quickly taking the laundry to the balcony to hang it up before stepping into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyao, still holding the clothes, remained frozen in place. It wasn't until she heard the sounds of cooking from the kitchen that she snapped back to reality. Trembling, she placed the clothes in the washing machine, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the kitchen. What on earth is happening? Why is he suddenly cooking for himself and the child? Xia Xiao instinctively touched her nose, then froze again. When had he developed this habit? She stood at the washing machine, listening to the whirring sound, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. By the time the laundry was done, she stepped out to hang the clothes, and there was Gu Xingyi, bustling away in the kitchen. Little Nana, who had not waited for Xia Xiao to wake her, had woken up on her own, her tiny bare feet padding softly as she pushed open the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The moment she spotted Gu Xingyi busy in the kitchen, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she curiously leaned against the doorframe, watching his back. Xia Xiao, having finished hanging the clothes, turned to see this scene. Little Nana, full of anticipation, and Gu Xingyi, industriously at work in the kitchen. The sight sent Xia Xiao into a spiral of despair. She quickly turned away, leaning against the wall, covering her face with her hands, slowly sinking to the ground as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. This was a scene she had only dared to dream of long ago. Chapter 6. The first interaction. Gu Xingyi still did not join the mother and daughter at the dining table. After serving the dishes, he hastily exited the house. Upon hearing the door close, Xia Xiao hastily wiped the tears from her face, biting her lip as she stood up to embrace little Nana and approached the dining table. The table was still set with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, along with 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of steamed egg. Xia Xiao stared at the beautifully presented meal for a long while before slowly taking her seat. No one knew the complexity of her emotions in that moment, not even she herself. The food was as delicious as it had been at breakfast. The little one had already dug into the egg custard happily. However, their tranquil lunch was soon interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, they looked up to see Gu Xingyi entering with a large bag of items. Little Nana edged closer to Xia Xiao, her small spoon still in her mouth, frozen in place as her wide eyes followed Gu Xingyi's every move. Gu Xingyi kept his gaze lowered, not daring to look at the startled mother and daughter. He simply walked to the sofa, set the bag down, and spoke in a muffled voice, "I bought some ointment for you. Remember to use it. And I got a toy for the child. I'm not sure if she'll like it, but I saw other little girls with one, so she should have one too." Xia Xiao remained silent. After a brief pause, Gu Xingyi intertwined his fingers, pressing down on his own palm. "I know you won't believe me, but I still need to say this. I won't drink anymore, nor will I hurt you or little Nana. You two don't need to be so afraid at home. The atmosphere here isn't good for her." Having said all this in one breath, Gu Xingyi felt a weight lift from his heart. He didn't wait for Xia Xiao's response and quietly retreated to the side room. She watched his figure disappear, the door closing tightly behind him, leaving her at a loss for words. In just a day, faced with this man's sudden transformation, she found it difficult to lower her guard. Inside the bedroom, Gu Xingyi was grappling with his own emotions, his eyes red and puffy, clearly having cried outside. If he could choose, he would prefer never to have crossed over, remaining blissfully ignorant of the events unfolding here. Yet, it had happened. He had no control over the act of crossing over, and the burden of inhabiting the body of a scoundrel weighed heavily on him, even leading to thoughts of self-harm. Especially when he had seen the scars on Xia Xiao's body, his heart grew even heavier. Who said that men do not easily shed tears? They simply do not weep until they reach a breaking point. Having spent merely a day in this home, his heart felt as though it were on the verge of breaking. He struggled to comprehend how one could harbor such malice toward their own family. After finishing her meal, Xia Xiao left a portion for Gu Xingyi. She washed the dishes used by herself and little Nana, glancing at the bag on the table, contemplating whether to take it to the master bedroom. For such unexpected kindness, she found it hard to accept. Who knew if it was merely a trap set to lull her into complacency? She had long since grown accustomed to the pain inflicted upon her. What was it that he so desperately wanted from her? She feared that accepting his goodwill would reveal his true, terrifying nature. After experiencing a brief moment of tenderness, she was filled with dread at the thought of returning to her previous life. Yet, deep down, there lingered a flicker of hope. What if his kindness persisted as long as she refused to accept it? She wished for this peace to last just one more day. One more day. Diyu Xingyi heard the sound of a door closing from the adjacent bedroom. He knew it was the mother and daughter finishing their meal. Only then did he rise to leave his room. Upon noticing that the bag on the coffee table remained untouched, he realized it was still sitting there quietly. Diyu Xingyi pressed his lips together and sighed, feeling utterly lost on what to do, and could only sit down and eat in silence. That moment, the door to the master bedroom unexpectedly swung open once more, and Xiao Nainai peeked out her little head, curiously fixated on him as he dined. Diyu Xingyi once again attempted to smile at her, and this time, to his delight, the little one did not retreat in fright, but continued to observe him with curiosity. He felt a slight easing in his heart, as this adorable little angel seemed to alleviate some of his burdens. He set down his chopsticks and, in the gentlest voice he could muster, called out to her, "Xiao Nainai?" The sudden sound of his voice startled her, causing her tiny body to tremble slightly, yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she turned to glance back into the master bedroom and then, as if encouraged, looked back at Gu Xingyi. A soft, tender voice emerged from her lips, "Daddy?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xingyi's heart jolted, his eyes instantly brimming with tears, and a radiant smile blossomed across his face. This was the most beautiful melody he had heard since his arrival in this world. Xiao Nainai tilted her little head, gazing at her father, who was both laughing and crying, seemingly puzzled as to why someone could smile while shedding tears. Gu Xingyi softly responded with a gentle acknowledging the little one. He then stood up, approached the sofa, and retrieved the newly purchased doll from the bag, gently shaking it in front of Xiao Nainai. Her big, bright eyes blinked with interest as she glanced between Gu Xingyi and the doll, before turning her head back toward the master bedroom. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly shuffled toward him. At that moment, Gu Xingyi's heart raced like a drum. He watched the little girl, resembling an angel, take tiny steps closer to him. He even held his breath, fearing he might startle this precious child who had finally taken a step in his direction. Xiao Nainai only understood that her father would prepare delicious food for her, and now that he held her favorite toy, it seemed he would no longer be fierce with her and her mother. She reached his side, lifted her small face, took a deep breath, and then broke into a joyful smile. "Daddy, doesn't tea smell bad anymore? I'm so happy. Xiao Nainai, do you think the doll in Daddy's hand is pretty? Look at her little braids. They're just like yours. And her dress, do you like it?" Watching this little darling, Gu Xingyi's mind raced through the parenting knowledge he had gleaned from his phone. He spoke to Xiao Nainai with utmost tenderness and seriousness. Xiao Nainai's little hands moved, seemingly eager to take the doll from Gu Xingyi, yet she still lacked the courage to extend her hand. Merely gazing at him with her shiny, dark eyes, Diyu Xingyi, noticing her gesture, slowly crouched down until they were eye to eye. He gently placed the toy in her little hand, and as his fingers brushed against hers, he felt an overwhelming warmth engulf him. The power of this adorable child was indisputable. As a first-time father, Gu Xingyi felt quite pleased with his performance. Chapter 7. The spread of the video. Xiao Nainai finally took hold of her cherished toy. Her gaze shifting from Gu Xingyi to the doll, her little fingers brushing over the soft fabric of the doll's dress, her eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. Following the first meal prepared by her father, she received her very first gift. Diyu Xingyi observed the joy radiating from the little one as she clutched the toy, his heart a tumult of emotions, especially when he caught a close glimpse of her dry, yellowing hair, her gaunt little face, and the worn clothing that had clearly shrunk after numerous washes. In that instant, it felt as if a needle pierced his heart. She was only 3 years old, an age meant to be cradled in loving hands, yet here she was, utterly delighted by a mere toy. Diyu Xingyi bit his lip, hastily wiping his eyes, forcing a smile as he quietly watched Xiao Nainai play beside him. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating her face, her delicate bangs glistening with droplets of water, her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkling, and her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans, while her little nose wrinkled occasionally as her lips curled into a smile. In that moment, Gu Xingyi saw nothing else. In the master bedroom, Xia Xiao was feeling increasingly anxious. She was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. However, she agreed with Gu Xingyi's earlier words that their child was still young and should not grow up in such an atmosphere. Allowing her child to approach Gu Xingyi was the best she could do for now. Outside, Xiao Nainai's laughter rang out like silver bells, causing Xia Xiao to shed silent tears as she sat quietly on the bed. Wiping her eyes, before long, Xiao Nainai seemed to tire of playing, clutching her doll tightly. She glanced at her father, who was still smiling at her, her expression revealing a hint of conflict, before she turned and hurried back to the bedroom. Gu Xingyi watched the little figure disappear, rubbing his nose and smiling silently. It seemed he would need to buy a suitable pair of slippers for her. Running around barefoot was not a good habit. As time passed, dinner was once again prepared by Gu Xingyi, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, allowing the mother and daughter to finish their meal first before he began the cleanup. That night, Gu Xingyi retired to bed early, having resolved to start morning runs from the next day onward. Otherwise, this body would truly wear out, as he had felt exhausted after merely going out for supplies that afternoon. Therefore, by 8 o'clock, he was already deep in slumber. 8 o'clock, when most people enjoyed their leisure time. In a certain technology university in Jiangxing, Xiaoming lay in bed, idly scrolling through Douyin. After a short while, he yawned, finding the videos pushed to him utterly unremarkable. Sigh. So boring, no novelty whatsoever. He continued to swipe on his phone, deciding to watch 2 more videos before switching to a game. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, a gentle guitar melody filled the air from his phone, causing Xiaoming to unconsciously halt his scrolling and look at the screen. He saw a thin boy cradling a guitar, strumming its strings. This melody is quite nice. Xiaoming nodded, continuing to listen. Because I dreamed of your departure, I awoke from my tears. As the night breeze blows past the windowsill, can you feel my love? This is unexpectedly beautiful. Xiaoming sat up, increasing the volume. Gu Xingyi's clear and gentle voice resonated in his ears, causing his eyes to light up. How many have admired your youthful beauty, yet who is willing to bear the unrelenting passage of time? How many have come and gone in your life, yet who is willing to remain by your side for a lifetime? Wow, what a hidden gem of a song. What is this called? Xiaoming swallowed hard. Certain he had never heard this song before, he promptly clicked on the author's profile. It was a newcomer named Xingyao. This song was an original, A Lifetime with You. What a beautiful title. Xiaoming quickly returned to the video, replaying the entire song, becoming immersed in the melody, imagining the girl by his side, growing old together, loving her regardless of how she changed, from youth to old age, unwaveringly devoted. Xiaoming was thoroughly captivated by the song. He hastily liked it and pinned a flurry of comments before sharing it with the girl he liked. In the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, he shared it again in their class group chat. Such a wonderful song. It cannot be buried. Unbeknownst to Xiaoming, many others were doing the same. Wang Gang, a corporate white-collar worker, was currently nestled in his car, scrolling through Douyin, with his home just above him. He had no desire to return home. Ever since marrying and having children, his wife had become particularly nagging. After a long day of hard work, he would return home only to hear her criticisms while she cooked. That man earns so much money, or that child is so obedient. He had long grown weary of his wife's complaints. Every glance at her face filled him with annoyance. It really is true what they say. Once a woman turns into a yellow-faced woman, she becomes increasingly unappealing. Thus, he lingered in his car for a while each day, savoring a moment of peace, as he scrolled through various beautiful women on Douyin. Wang Gang often thought how wonderful it would be if his wife could transform into someone like that. Just then, a gentle guitar sound invaded his ears. He glanced at the video. It was a boy strumming a guitar. He initially intended to scroll past, but the moment the boy began to sing, "Because I dreamed of your departure, I awoke from my tears," Wang Gang was momentarily stunned, his fingers halting as the song played to completion. He fell silent. The guitar resumed, and the song began anew. But his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled the time he first met his wife, her image becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. She had once been the object of many admirers, yet she ultimately chose him. He remembered her every smile, her radiant beauty, and the vows he had made during their wedding. In wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, in beauty or decay, in good times or bad. From this day forward, I will love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her. For a lifetime. Unwavering, he pondered when he had begun to feel such disdain. Was it when he became consumed by work, neglecting her? Or was it when he returned home drunk, only to hear her reprimand him? Lost in thought, tears streamed down Wang Gang's face. When had he begun to overlook the person he once loved most? The song continued, and Wang Gang quickly tapped the like button, then closed his phone and started the car, leaving the parking lot. Upon his return, he hurried upstairs. He opened the door and saw that familiar figure in the kitchen. "Why are you so late coming back?" Didn't you think to call me? The food is getting cold. Hearing that familiar nagging voice, Wang Gang smiled, striding into the kitchen, wrapping an arm around his wife's waist and resting his face on her shoulder. Stop that. What are you doing? The child is still at home. Wang Gang gazed at the wrinkles around his wife's eyes and her hands, roughened from long hours of housework, and suddenly smiled. He then pulled out a bouquet of fiery red roses from behind him, reminiscent of her youthful beauty. Darling, I love you. It's truly wonderful to have you. Chapter 8. Gradually changing life in just one night. A lifetime with you exploded on Douyin. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice, paired with the soft melodies of the guitar, captivated one fan after another, with the number of likes and comments skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. An increasing number of people, whether through friend shares or recommendations from those around them, clicked on the video out of curiosity and were instantly drawn in, joining the ranks of the recommending army. The momentum continued to build. By the end of the night, not only was Douyin buzzing, but even Weibo began to see discussions about it. By 10 o'clock that evening, the video had successfully climbed to 5th place on Douyin's trending list. At that moment, at Douyin's headquarters, the office door of operations director Yang Chulin was knocked upon. Having just concluded a day of work, she frowned at the visitor, her expression serious. The technician, Xiao Li, entered, holding a tablet, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked at the usually decisive director. Director Yang, I have an urgent report. A video just reached the trending list within 2 hours and is currently at 5th place. Yang Chulin remained unfazed, still frowning as she waved her hand to take the tablet from Xiao Li. What is the fuss? It's not the first time this has happened. Which major influencer released a new video now? It's not a major influencer. It's a newly registered account from today. And this video didn't go through our promotion at all. The content is just a song. Xiao Li spoke cautiously, observing Yang Chulin's expression, well aware that she disliked being disturbed during her downtime. He was betting on the value of this video, having just listened to the song himself and found himself enchanted by it. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Yang Chulin's expression shifted to one of surprise. A new account, a song, and it has reached 5th place on the trending list without any promotion. As she spoke, she settled back into her office chair, opened Douyin's trending list, and her astonishment deepened. 4th place? Now she was curious about what kind of song this was. After listening to the piece, Yang Chulin fell silent. It was the first time she had heard such a beautiful song during her time at Douyin. She clicked on the creator's profile and noted the name, Xingyao. What a lovely name. Xiao Li, you've done well. Push this video for more exposure. Ensure it reaches the top of the trending list tomorrow. Also, keep an eye on this account. If there are any similar songs in the future, send them out directly without reporting to me. Xiao Li nodded vigorously, happily taking the tablet as he left the office. He knew he had made the right bet. Once Xiao Li departed, Yang Chulin listened to the song once more, still finding it beautiful. She absently tapped her fingers on the desk, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she picked up her phone and drafted a private message to send. The following morning at 6 o'clock, the video's likes had soared to an astounding 500,000, with comments surpassing 200,000. It's worth noting that even major influencer accounts often received only tens of thousands of likes and comments. The conversion rate for this video was exceptionally high. Moreover, Gu Xingyi's follower count skyrocketed to over 1 million overnight. With just one song and one video, he had become a 1 million follower influencer, an overnight sensation. Of course, most of these followers were attracted by this video. If Gu Xingyi failed to produce similarly high-quality songs in the future, he would likely be forgotten by the majority. Gu Xingyi woke up at 5 o'clock, still unaware that his song had taken the world by storm. After hastily washing up, he stepped outside to begin his morning exercise. This body was in worse shape than he had imagined. After only a short run, he was panting heavily, needing to stop for a break every 20 minutes. Thus, he ran intermittently, and after an hour, he had finally covered 5 kilometers, which was the goal he had set for himself that day. After resting momentarily, he completed a few sets of push-ups before slowly making his way home. By the time he returned, it was already 7:40 in the morning. As he pushed open the door, he bumped into Xia Xiao, who was just emerging from the bathroom. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, and as she wiped it with a towel, she was momentarily startled by his appearance, her expression flustered. She looked at Gu Xingyi, who was drenched in sweat, feeling a bit flustered, but still managed to say, I didn't realize you were out. I'll start cooking now. Gu Xingyi paused for a moment, feeling awkward in the face of the situation, but quickly replied, Is Xiao Nai still sleeping? Xia Xiao bit her lip, nodding slightly, her heart racing. Jiu Xingyi's sun-kissed aura post-exercise left her feeling unsettled. Accustomed to his disheveled appearance, this suddenly vibrant Gu Xingyi made her feel flustered. She instinctively averted her eyes, hastily making her way to the kitchen. You watch over Xiao Nai. I'll cook once I've showered. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? The slightly ingratiating voice of Gu Xingyi echoed from behind, causing Xia Xiao to halt in her tracks. After a brief pause, a gentle tremor accompanied her response. No. You can do as you please. I shall go tend to the child. With that, Xia Xiao quickened her pace, retreating into the bedroom as if in flight. Gu Xingyi looked at the closed door of the bedroom, shrugging helplessly as he hummed a tune, indulging in a warm bath. This morning had drained him considerably, and after his bath, a ravenous hunger gnawed at him, compounded by a resurgence of his alcoholism. Jiu Xingyi felt quite uncomfortable, saliva incessantly pooling in his mouth. He could only alleviate his discomfort by fervently sipping hot water while preparing a meal. At that moment, little Nai also woke up. After Xia Xiao helped her wash up, she perched on the kitchen doorframe, observing Gu Xingyi as he cooked, clutching the doll he had gifted her the previous day. Upon turning around, Gu Xingyi was greeted by the sight of the little one. He broke into an affectionate smile reminiscent of an aunt's, softly inquiring, "What would you like to eat this morning?" "Nai? Daddy will make it for you." Nai's braided pigtails bobbed slightly as she tilted her head, pondering earnestly for a moment, before her large eyes sparkled with delight. "Steamed egg? Nai loves steamed egg. All right, steamed egg it is," Gu Xingyi replied indulgently, reaching out to ruffle Nai's head but retracting his hand shyly, fearing he might startle the little angel. "Take your time, no rush," he thought to himself. It was evident that Nai was gradually warming up to him, which filled Gu Xingyi with hope, uplifting his spirits to such an extent that even his cravings for alcohol and hunger seemed to dissipate. Breakfast was still sumptuous, featuring congee, rolled pancakes, a meat dish, 2 vegetable sides, and of course, the steamed egg that Nai had specifically requested. Jiu Xingyi returned to his small bedroom, allowing the mother and daughter to eat first. However, there was a noticeable increase in laughter and chatter emanating from the dining area compared to previous mornings. Chapter 9. Shopping. Lying on his side in bed, Gu Xingyi picked up his phone, which he had silenced, eager to assess the impact of his video. Upon unlocking the screen, he was taken aback. Goodness! How many notifications is this? The notification bar displayed an astonishing count of over 99 for likes, shares, and comments. Trembling slightly, he dismissed the notifications, sensing that his song was destined for fame, though he never anticipated such a magnitude. It was simply terrifying. Thankfully, he had silenced his phone the previous night. Otherwise, the incessant notification sounds would have robbed him of sleep. Jiu Xingyi swallowed hard and opened Douyin, navigating to his profile. The sight of over 1 million followers nearly blinded him with disbelief. Even he, seasoned by life's storms, could not suppress his astonishment. It is worth noting that the Douyin platform in this world was not akin to the mature one from his previous existence, where only a handful of creators had amassed over 1 million followers overnight. With excitement coursing through him, Gu Xingyi continued to explore the video, which had garnered over 2 million likes and nearly 1 million comments, eliciting an uncontrollable smile, a meteoric rise to fame. Aside from himself, it appeared no one in this world had achieved such a feat. Moreover, the comments section was brimming with praise, with many urging him to produce more such wonderful songs. Indeed, good music transcends time and space. The masterpieces from his original world had not been obscured in this realm. They had blossomed into their own brilliance, successfully climbing to the top of the Douyin trending charts. Gu Xingyi also noticed that several prominent influencers were already covering his song, with a few covers even making it to the trending list. However, they had all credited him as the original artist, so he paid them no further mind. Returning to his personal profile, Gu Xingyi glanced at the private message interface, which was filled with advertisers seeking collaboration and various guild recruitment offers. He paid them no heed. He had no intention of peddling goods. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable for a man who harbored an entire world in his mind. Next came the moment to witness his earnings. Gu Xingyi accessed the Douyin backend wallet, and the profits that greeted him made him beam with delight. Without accepting any advertisements or engaging in promotional video streams, his video had generated a staggering 32,000 in revenue within just 1 day. Even after taxes, how splendid! Exhaling in relief, Gu Xingyi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With money in hand, life no longer had to be so frugal. When he had barely over 1,000 in total assets, he had been cautious even about buying groceries. He could hardly fathom living on such scant funds, worrying about what would happen if an emergency arose. Now, with his first bucket of gold, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. After transferring the earnings to his bank account, Gu Xingyi waited for the two outside to finish their meal. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he quickly stepped out to join them for breakfast. Following his morning exercises, his appetite had noticeably increased. He polished off all the food on the table yet still felt unsated. Fortunately, it was breakfast, and one shouldn't overindulge. After washing the dishes, Gu Xingyi grabbed his phone and hurried out the door. The small community he resided in was situated in the old district of Jiangqing. Although the neighborhood had begun to show its age, he had chosen to purchase here for its affordability. Both he and Xia Shiyao had been newly married and had not worked long, thus their finances were limited. They had once dreamed of upgrading to a nicer home, but regrettably, 2 years into their marriage, Gu Xingyi had not only failed to find work but had also squandered their savings. He had even sold Xia Shiyao's phone for alcohol, controlling all the family's finances. Emerging from the dilapidated community and merging into the flow of pedestrians, Gu Xingyi made his way towards the shopping mall etched in his memory. The mall was only a couple of streets away, named Blue Sky Mall, an unremarkable title, yet it boasted a plethora of goods. This was Gu Xingyi's first visit, and as he stepped inside, he immediately spotted a store specializing in a domestic smartphone brand called Mowei. Perhaps due to the majority of people being at work, the shop was relatively empty, with a young female attendant idly painting her nails at the counter. Her eyes visibly lit up when Gu Xingyi entered, and she hurried over to greet him. "Are you here to buy a phone, handsome?" "Yes," Gu Xingyi nodded in affirmation, surveying the counter before selecting a sky blue phone. The attendant swiftly retrieved the chosen device, her smile widening. "You have great taste. This is our latest model. Not only does it look stunning, but it also features 100 times zoom and is the world's first smartphone supporting satellite calls." Gu Xingyi nodded, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Do you sell SIM cards here?" "Of course. Is it for personal use?" "If so, you can apply for a card here. Right now, if you recharge 100, you'll receive 100 in call credit, plus 600 minutes of free talk time, 100 free text messages, and 50 gigabytes of exclusive data." The attendant enthusiastically continued her pitch, her excitement palpable as she realized this handsome customer was not only purchasing a phone worth over 6,000, but also planning to get a SIM card, which would boost her commission. Gu Xingyi refrained from interrupting her until she finished, then clarified, "I'm not here for myself. It's for my wife." The attendant paused, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Gu Xingyi with a tinge of disappointment. "Oh, such a young man. How did he end up in the graveyard of marriage so soon?" Truly, good men are always someone else's. He buys a phone worth several thousand without batting an eye for his wife. Yet, she maintained her professionalism, continuing, "Your wife is indeed fortunate. I'm sure she'll love this phone. However, for the SIM card, your wife will need to come in person with her ID." "All right, then please package this phone for me," Gu Xingyi replied, scratching his head, surprised that even in this world, purchasing a SIM card required real name verification. He allowed the attendant to wrap the phone. Before long, the phone was packed, and after scanning the payment, Gu Xingyi hurriedly left the store amidst the attendant's enthusiastic send-off. He still had many items to procure, and he had already wasted a considerable amount of time. By 10:30, after a morning of bustling activity, Gu Xingyi returned home, beaming with satisfaction as he followed the delivery truck laden with his purchases. Indeed, the life of the affluent is characterized by shopping galore. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Chapter 10. It transformed home after Gu Xingyi departed. Xia Shiyao emerged from the bedroom with little Nai in tow. Following a thorough tidying of their home, she settled onto the sofa, gazing out at the azure sky. After 2 days of airing out, the lingering scent of alcohol had dissipated, replaced by the refreshing breeze that wafted through the open window, bringing her immense comfort. Nai, nestled beside Xia Shiyao, busied herself with her new doll, her large eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Over the past 2 days, her smiles had visibly multiplied, and her demeanor had brightened considerably. This was something Xia Shiyao had never dared to imagine before. Watching the delighted Nai play, a small smile involuntarily curved Xia Shiyao's lips. Such days are truly wonderful. Suddenly, Xia Shiyao froze, her fingers brushing her lips in disbelief as she noticed the ointment still resting quietly on the coffee table. "Am I smiling? I still can smile?" Lost in thought, the living room fell silent, save for the sound of Nai playing. The sudden sound of the door lock turning jolted Xia Shiyao from her reverie, causing Nai to scramble into her mother's embrace. A commotion outside heralded Gu Xingye's familiar voice. "Hey, be careful, don't scrape it, lift it, move it inside." Xia Shiyao felt a surge of panic. She quickly scooped up Nai, intending to retreat to the bedroom, but her curiosity drove her eyes to peek outside. The sight of Gu Xingyi alongside an unfamiliar man caught her attention as they maneuvered a cream-colored cloud-shaped sofa into the house. Upon seeing Xia Shiyao, Gu Xingyi's face lit up with joy. "Could you please help me with a few cups of hot water? Once we're done, I'll let the workers take a break, da." "Oh, sure. I'll get that right away." Xia Shiyao, having not interacted with outsiders for a long while, felt a bit flustered but quickly regained her composure and hurried into the kitchen with Nai. Gu Xingyi's smile grew broader. Despite being drenched in sweat, he was brimming with energy. He and the workers brought in the new sofa they had purchased, replacing the old, worn-out furniture, followed by the television, refrigerator, and plants. With each trip, he seemed tireless, actively participating in the labor alongside the workers. As the new furnishings filled the home, the once dilapidated space underwent a remarkable transformation, radiating vitality anew. Xia Shiyao stood in the kitchen, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to confusion as she tightened her grip around Nai. Nai, initially mesmerized by the new furniture, glanced up at her mother as she felt the tightening embrace, her big eyes reflecting a sense of grievance, her little mouth forming a pout. "Mommy, you're hurting me." Fortunately, Xia Shiyao quickly realized and adjusted her hold, offering an apologetic kiss to Nai's cheek. She reassured her daughter. Her gaze wandered to Gu Xingyi, who was haggling with the workers over the price of the old furniture he was selling for 800 yuan. Xia Shiyao winced at the thought. While the furniture was indeed old, it was still in decent condition, and 800 felt like a loss. Yet, what intrigued her more was the source of Gu Xingyi's newfound wealth. According to her calculations, their finances should be quite strained. Once the workers departed, Gu Xingyi returned to the living room, a large bag in hand, surveying the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. The cream-colored sofa, pure white coffee table, 75-inch Ultra HD television, 1.8-meter standing air conditioner, and a 550L side-by-side refrigerator adorned the balcony with a pair of plants. The once modest living room now brimmed with life, a stark contrast to the previous bare setup of only a sofa and coffee table. It could only be described in one way: night and day. "This is what a home should feel like," Gu Xingyi exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow and placing the bag on the new coffee table before collapsing onto the soft sofa. Meanwhile, the duo in the kitchen remained frozen in place. Nai, now released by Xia Shiyao, clung to her mother's leg, her curiosity piqued as she explored the unfamiliar items around her. Witnessing her excitement, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but smile, his eyes narrowing in delight as he felt a surge of accomplishment. He retrieved a large pink toy from the bag and placed it on the coffee table. His gaze fixed on Nai as anticipated. Her attention was instantly captured, her eyes widening as she focused intently on the toy, her small hand still clutching the doll tightly while the other gripped Xia Shiyao's hem. Leaning forward slightly, she sought to discern the nature of the toy Gu Xingyi held. The sight of her hesitance tugged at Gu Xingyi's heartstrings. Shouldn't a 3-year-old be gleefully running into her father's arms at this moment? The initial pride he felt swiftly evaporated, and he clenched his fists tightly before relaxing them again. He extended his hand toward Nai, affectionately beckoning. "Nai, come here. Look at what Daddy bought for you." Nai hesitated, first raising her little face to glance at her mother. Noticing Xia Shiyao's silent nod, she cautiously approached, taking small steps. By the time Gu Xingyi had unwrapped the toy, revealing its true form, he noticed Nai standing before the coffee table, frozen in place. "Wow, it's a princess house. Oh no, it's so messy inside. Shall we help the little princess decorate her home together, Nai?" At Gu Xingyi's words, Nai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she edged closer to the sofa, inching toward Gu Xingyi's legs, eager to see the pink princess house on the coffee table. Gu Xingyi beamed with kindness, lifting the little princess figurine from the house and waving it in front of Nai. "Daddy doesn't know how to dress her up yet. Can you help Daddy make the little princess look beautiful?" He coaxed gently, extending the figurine towards her. Nai blinked her large eyes, glancing at Gu Xingyi before tentatively reaching out her little hand, finally making contact with the princess figurine. Not far away, Xia Shiyao held her breath, her eyes fixed on Nainai's outstretched hand. Ji Yuxingyi maintained his warm smile, placing the princess in Nainai's palm while gently enveloping her tiny hand with his own. The moment he felt her soft hand nestled in his lips curled upwards once more. He then picked up the princess's pink dress, holding Nainai's hand with one hand while extending the dress with the other. Let's get her dressed up, shall we? Daddy is a bit clumsy. Nainai, would you teach Daddy how to do it? Feeling the warmth of her father's hand, which was even warmer than her mother's, Nainai glanced at the little princess and then at Gu Xingyi, her expression suddenly transforming into a bright smile. Cackling with laughter, the little one exclaimed, Daddy is so silly. Let Nainai teach him. Her infectious giggles revealed a set of tiny white teeth, and her almond-shaped eyes transformed into crescent moons as she leaned against Gu Xingyi's thigh. Accepting the small dress he handed her, clumsily, she attempted to dress the little princess. Ji Yuxingyi joined in the laughter, humbly embracing the little one's guidance as he learned how to dress the princess. In that moment, the modest room radiated warmth and brightness. Chapter 11. A home filled with warmth. The joyous sounds of father and daughter echoed in the living room. This was Nainai's first time. Since turning 3, nestled in her father's embrace, feeling the unique warmth he exuded, it was also Gu Xingyi's inaugural experience of parenting, relishing the joys of having an adorable child at home. For someone who had been perpetually single, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. Meanwhile, Xia Xiao leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing this beautiful scene before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She dared not breathe too loudly, fearing she might shatter this dreamlike tableau. For the first time, her previously resolute heart wavered slightly. If only this moment could last forever, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Before long, the playtime came to an end. Under Gu Xingyi's guidance, Nainai was still in the midst of adorning the princess's room when he glanced up and spotted Xia Xiao, lost in thought against the kitchen doorway. Sunlight streamed through the curtain slits, casting a warm glow on her slender figure. The pale blue shirt she wore, faded from many washes, seemed unusually striking, causing Gu Xingyi to squint involuntarily. Mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance, not only in their eyes but also in their clearly mismatched clothing, reminiscent of coordinating outfits. Suddenly, Gu Xingyi recalled that they indeed were matching outfits, purchased secretly by Xia Xiao for Nainai's second birthday. When the original owner discovered the act, Xia Xiao endured a beating, and her phone was subsequently sold off. The original owner had a matching piece too, but it had long been discarded, repurposed as a rag. Lost in this memory, Gu Xingyi fell silent. In the next moment, he stumbled to his feet, covering his mouth as he rushed to the bathroom, violently retching. It was only now that he comprehended the nauseating anger one feels when reflecting on such actions from the perspective of a person with a conscience. How can one know another's pain without experiencing their suffering? This sudden turn of events startled the mother and daughter outside. Xia Xiao trembled in fear, hastily scooping Nainai into her arms. The little one burrowed into her mother's embrace, terrified that their father would emerge from the bathroom, as he once did, to scold and punish them. Each time he made such a commotion, he resembled a ferocious tiger, instilling dread in them. After a while, Gu Xingyi emerged from the bathroom, disheveled, his eyes bloodshot and red. Seeing the frightened Xia Xiao and Nainai only deepened his anguish, and his stomach churned uncontrollably. Yet, he mustered the strength to weakly address them. I'm sorry for scaring you. I just feel a bit unwell. He was indeed unwell, exceedingly so. The memories of the original owner's actions filled him with revulsion, and the thought of occupying this body made him feel as though countless ants were crawling over him. Noticing Xia Xiao and Nainai still regarding him with caution, Gu Xingyi sighed heavily and quietly walked past them into the kitchen, where he began washing vegetables. Nainai may not have finished playing yet. You can stay with her a little longer. I'll prepare lunch, he offered. The sound of running water was faint as Gu Xingyi focused intently on his task. Xia Xiao stole a glance at Gu Xingyi's profile, which was both familiar and strange to her. Finally, she nodded, settling down with Nainai in the spot where he had been seated. Nainai peered out from her mother's embrace, and upon realizing her father remained the same gentle man, a smile broke out on her tiny face once more. The father-daughter playtime unexpectedly concluded, transforming into a leisurely moment for mother and daughter. The kitchen was filled with the sense of cooking, while soft murmurs drifted from the living room. Once lunch was ready, the aroma wafted through the air. After Gu Xingyi set the dishes on the table, Xia Xiao quietly returned to her side, her lips twitching slightly, yet no words escaped her as they ate. Nai, with her little spoon in hand, suddenly turned towards her mother, her brow furrowed in confusion. Mommy, why isn't Daddy eating with us? Xia Xiao, savoring a piece of her favorite stir-fried meat, had rarely indulged in it since marrying Gu Xingyi, who could not tolerate spicy food. Her daughter's question. She unconsciously glanced towards the direction of the bedroom before returning her gaze to Nai's puzzled face, a smile breaking on her lips, a smile as radiant as spring flowers. Perhaps it's because Daddy and Mommy aren't quite ready yet. The little one, unable to comprehend, furrowed her brows even more, her small head struggling to grasp her mother's words. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Gu Xingyi was lost in thought. He knew that his sudden bout of vomiting stemmed from emotional turmoil, yet he felt powerless to change anything. Despite subconsciously comforting himself that it wasn't Tia's fault, he could not escape the reality of his identity. Resigned, Gu Xingyi retrieved his phone, scrolling through Douyin videos to distract himself. His videos remained atop the trending charts, with numerous comments urging him to release new songs. However, he had no intention of doing so. Earning money was merely a means to an end, not the end itself. His videos continued to generate revenue, albeit diminishing. In a few days, they would likely yield nothing. However, the current funds were sufficient for their daily needs, so he saw no necessity to release new content. At that moment, he heard the sound of dishes being washed outside. Ji Yuxingyi set down his phone and stepped out of the bedroom. The dining table was still laden with food left for him. While Xia Xiao washed the dishes in the kitchen, Nai had returned to the sofa, playing with her new toy. The doll Gu Xingyi had gifted her earlier was nestled beside the little princess on the miniature sofa. Upon seeing her father, Nai was no longer frightened as before. Instead, her big, bright eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Gu Xingyi, clearly hoping for him to join her and play. Gu Xingyi smiled gently, reaching out to pat her little head, but he did not join her. Instead, he sat on the sofa, turning his attention towards the kitchen. Realizing that her father had no intention of playing, Nai pouted, sliding to sit beside him and immersing herself in her own play. Just as Xia Xiao emerged from the kitchen, she caught Gu Xingyi's gaze fixed on her. The wave of nervousness washed over her, and her hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest, as she helplessly clutched her clothing. Noticing Xia Xiao's timid demeanor, Gu Xingyi frowned and sighed inwardly. It was precisely her gentle and reserved nature that had allowed the previous tyrant to bully her with such impunity. With this thought, his furrowed brow relaxed. He retrieved the new phone he had bought from the coffee table and placed it before her, still watching Xia Xiao, his tone soft. I bought you a phone. See if you like it. There are also some matters I wish to discuss with you. Could you come sit with me? Xia Xiao, who had been staring down, lifted her head at Gu Xingyi's words. She first met his clear, bright eyes before noticing the pristine phone box on the table. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, and slowly walked over to sit on the sofa. There's something you want to discuss? Chapter 12. Stepping out, her voice was barely above a whisper, requiring Gu Xingyi to strain to hear. He did not respond but began to unwrap the phone box, revealing the sky blue smartphone. After removing the protective case and powering it on, the pleasant startup sound filled the air. He quickly set it up and held it out to Xia Xiao. This phone is for you. You'll need to get a SIM card yourself. I've saved my number in here, so if I'm not home, you can call me if anything comes up. As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it before her. I just withdrew some cash. Take Nai out for a stroll this afternoon. Staying at home all the time isn't good. If you see anything you'd like to buy, especially clothes, I noticed yours and Nai's outfits are quite tight. Also, consider getting a bank card. Carrying cash isn't safe or convenient. Ji Yuxingyi rambled on, pouring out his thoughts in a single breath. Xia Xiao lifted her gaze, staring intently at the man before her, her eyes gradually glistening with moisture. Noticing that she hadn't yet reached for the phone, Gu Xingyi scratched his nose in confusion. Do you not like this phone? I thought the color was nice and it's the latest model I just bought. If you don't like it, I can get you another. Xia Xiao shook her head, giving Gu Xingyi a deep look. No, I like it very much, thank you. Her voice remained soft, slightly choked with emotion. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before Gu Xingyi awkwardly looked away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As long as you like it, no need to thank me now. I'll go eat. He rose swiftly, making his way to the dining table to indulge in his meal. Meanwhile, Xia Xiao felt a twinge of curiosity about where Gu Xingyi had acquired sufficient funds for these gifts. Yet she refrained from asking, knowing he would not reveal such details. She picked up the new phone on the table, admiring its quality. The sky blue exterior felt luxurious, and the box contained a dedicated charger. Gu Xingyi had even purchased a pair of pure white earbuds, neatly set aside. That moment, Nai set down her toy, her little head leaning in to curiously observe the new phone in her mother's hands. Xia Xiao instinctively reached out to pat Nai's head, and the two began to examine the phone together. Having broken a sweat throughout the morning, Gu Xingyi finished his meal and washed the dishes, then felt the urge to take a hot shower. However, the two women remained in the living room, making him hesitant to do so, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated as he returned to the bedroom. By 5 in the afternoon, the heat outside had finally subsided. Xia Xiao sat on the sofa, contemplating for a moment before seizing the cash from the table and leading Nai out the door. It had been an eternity since Nai had ventured outside, and she relished the opportunity to play in the open air. Previously, her mother had never taken her out, and her father had forbidden them from going out, making this outing exceptionally joyous for her. The little one clutched her doll in one hand and held her mother's hand with the other, skipping along gleefully, her round eyes darting everywhere. Everything outside was a marvel to her, on the other hand. Xia Xiao felt somewhat hesitant, her pace instinctively quickening as she noticed the bustling passers-by, a wave of insecurity washing over her, particularly in their ill-fitting clothes. She felt acutely aware of the gazes that might linger on them. The mall was not far, as she vaguely recalled that it was just 2 streets away. The place had changed significantly in just 2 years, appearing much more refined than she remembered. Upon entering, she immediately spotted a phone store with a counter for SIM card services. After a moment's hesitation, she led Nai inside. The store was bustling, with staff members busily attending to customers. Having not interacted with anyone for so long, Xia Xiao felt a bit lost as she stood there. Fortunately, a female employee noticed her and Nai, approaching them with a smile and gently stroking Nai's head. "What a sweet little one. Are you looking to buy a phone, beautiful?" At the compliment directed at Nai, a smile crept onto Xia Xiao's face as she shook her head. "No, I already have a phone. I'd like to apply for a SIM card. Is that possible now?" The employee maintained her cheerful demeanor, guiding Xia Xiao to the counter. "Of course. Follow me. We have several packages for you to choose from. May I ask what brand your phone is? There are discounts for SIM cards if you choose our store S brand." Upon hearing discount, Xia Xiao's eyes brightened. She quickly retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to the employee, softly inquiring, "Is this one okay? It seems to be your brand, and I just bought it this morning." The employee paused for a moment, then scrutinized Xia Xiao closely. It was rare for them to sell the latest model, and with someone coming in to apply for a SIM card, she immediately thought of Gu Xingyi from earlier. So this mother and daughter were indeed the wife and child of that handsome man? Yet, they both appeared so thin, and their clothing was clearly ill-fitting. It didn't seem like that handsome man would treat his wife and daughter poorly, especially considering how beautiful they both were. The employee found herself puzzled but refrained from asking further. Instead, she smiled widely and exclaimed, "Wow! So the handsome gentleman from this morning is your husband? You must be so lucky. This is the latest model. With this phone, you can choose this package, recharge 100 and receive another 100 for free, plus 600 minutes of free call time." The service remained enthusiastic, but this time, the attention shifted from Gu Xingyi to Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao felt dazed as she paid and successfully applied for the card. Even after leaving the phone store, the employee's enthusiastic voice echoed in her mind. It was quite overwhelming. Yet, she couldn't help but think about how she wished to tell Gu Xingyi that such a good man should be taken home. After acquiring the SIM card, Xia Xiao also opened a bank account, depositing all the cash she had on hand. After deducting the SIM card expenses, she was left with 4,900 yuan. As Gu Xingyi had given her a full 5,000, emerging from the bank with her phone and bank card, Xia Xiao gazed at the towering buildings around her, feeling a sudden sense of vitality. Now, she could take her child and leave, could find work to support herself and her child with the money she held, and even pursue her dreams anew. The sudden rush of freedom left her momentarily stunned, until a youthful voice broke her reverie. "Mommy, Mommy, can Nai have an ice cream?" She snapped back to reality, noticing Nai tugging at her hand, her round eyes fixed eagerly on the ice cream shop nearby, drool nearly spilling from her lips. Xia Xiao smiled, her expression bright and radiant. "Yes, but just one, okay? Otherwise, your little tummy might ache." "Okay. Nai loves Mommy the most." Chapter 13. lullaby for the little one. The mother and daughter duo finally ventured out. Gu Xingyi enjoyed a refreshing shower, blissfully unaware that Xia Shiyao might not return. After his shower, he began preparing dinner for the evening, a typical two-meat, two-vegetable meal, with plans to make noodle soup. However, unsure of when they would return, Gu Xingyi hesitated to begin cooking the noodles, fearing they would become mushy and unappetizing. Once the dishes were set on the table and the noodles cut and ready, he returned to the living room, flopping onto the sofa and scrolling through parenting tips on his phone. What to do if a child refuses to eat? Just give them a smack? No way. Strike that. He crossed it out mentally. Nai was such a good girl. How could she possibly refuse to eat? Moreover, he could never bring himself to harm such an adorable child. Gu Xingyi continued scrolling. Fatigue began to creep in. He yawned and glanced at the clock in the upper right corner. It was already 7 in the evening. Where were the mother and daughter? His heart raced with concern. Could something have happened to them? Feeling anxious, he quickly stood, slipping on his shoes, and prepared to head out in search of them. Just as he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered them returning home. A delightful fragrance wafted in from the entryway, leaving Gu Xingyi utterly stunned. At this moment, Xia Shiyao was humming an unknown melody, her steps light and her smile indicating a delightful mood. In her hands, she held several shopping bags, while little Nai clutched the hem of her dress with one hand, the other still grasping the doll he had gifted her. What left Gu Xingyi momentarily dazed was the sight of them both dressed in perfectly tailored new outfits. The white shirts adorned with small floral patterns paired with pleated skirts danced gently in the breeze. Indeed, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. The duo, one large and one small, appeared transformed from their outing, causing Gu Xingyi to avert his gaze, despite his usual reluctance to look directly at her. The two pairs of lively, adorable almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise upon spotting Gu Xingyi, but in the next moment, little Nai sweetly approached and called out "Daddy," her cheerful demeanor clearly reflecting the joy of a day spent out and in new clothes. The utterance of "Daddy" nearly sent Gu Xingyi's soul soaring. He responded with a voice tinged with tremor and knelt down to ruffle Nai's hair. The cuteness of the little one was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Nai exuded a charm that was both endearing and mischievous, instantly melting Gu Xingyi's previously tense disposition. He scooped up the adorable little creature and led the way into the house. "How about I make you some noodles with 2 eggs? Yes, Nai loves eggs. Nai loves Daddy the most." Outside, Xia Shiyao was left in a state of disarray. Just moments ago, the little one had declared her love for her mother, and now this apparent betrayal? Nai did not have to wait long. As the noodles with eggs were quickly prepared, Gu Xingyi placed the bowl in front of her, playfully pinching her little nose before instinctively turning to head towards the bedroom. However, just as he did, the little one tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Daddy, can you eat with Nai?" The soft, sticky voice rang out again, and Gu Xingyi turned to meet Nai's eager gaze. Hesitation flickered within him as he discreetly glanced at Xia Shiyao, who remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Nai's request, engrossed in her own bowl of noodles. Gu Xingyi felt somewhat exasperated. The situation before him was indeed perplexing. "Could you please just give me a clear answer?" he thought. The perpetual singleton, Gu Xingyi, struggled to decipher the intentions of the woman before him. He tentatively proposed, "Then I will stay and eat with little Nai." "Yay, Daddy, sit next to Nai." Nai joyfully exclaimed, patting the empty chair beside her. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose, his expression awkward as he fetched another bowl of noodles from the kitchen and sat beside Nai. With mother on the left and father on the right, little Nai found herself enveloped by her parents for the first time, her smile unwavering as she energetically devoured every last noodle in her bowl. Eventually, it was Xia Shiyao who, fearing Nai would overeat, gently forbade her from consuming any more. Reluctantly, Nai acquiesced. However, her wish for both parents to play with her in the princess house post-meal went unfulfilled, leaving only Gu Xingyi to indulge her whims. After dinner, Xia Shiyao retreated to the master bedroom alone. Gu Xingyi understood. It must have taken considerable mental fortitude for Xia Shiyao to even sit at the table with him. He placed himself in Xia Xiao's shoes, pondering how he would feel if he were in her position. If he had endured past grievances, reconciling with an adversary would be unthinkable to know. "If it were me, the old Gu Xingyi would have left no trace behind. I'd have shattered any remnants and fed them to the dogs." He remained with Nai, playing until 9 in the evening. Although the little one was growing sleepy, she stubbornly resisted the call of slumber. During this time, Guxingyi realized a significant issue. Little Nainai, now 3 years old, had yet to learn how to remove her own shoes. It was well known that children her age should be preparing for preschool. Guxingyi recognized that this was a consequence of her previous, unstable home environment, and while he knew not to rush things, his heart ached for her. Just then, Xia Xiyao emerged from the bedroom, silently observing Guxingyi and Nainai on the sofa, her gaze conveying a clear message. Ji Yuxingyi understood instantly. He lifted Nainai from the sofa and planted a kiss on her cheek, smiling gently. "Little Nainai, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow. Okay?" Nainai's eyelids, which were nearly closed, fluttered open slightly as she looked at Guxingyi's face, then turned to glance at Xia Xiyao before burying her head into her father's neck. "Nainai wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The unexpected declaration left Guxingyi momentarily speechless and caused Xia Xiao's expression to darken slightly. The tension in the air was palpable. Ji Yuxingyi looked at Xia Xiyao with an innocent expression. This was entirely Nainai's own idea, and he had not encouraged it. Xia Xiyao clenched her fists in silence, feeling betrayed by the little one she had cared for so diligently. In the end, Nainai got her way. Xia Xiyao swiftly helped her wash up, and the little one gleefully crawled into her father's bed. Nainai clung to Guxingyi like a koala, refusing to let go, and Guxingyi allowed her to remain nestled against him. This was Guxingyi's first experience of soothing a child to sleep, and he recalled parenting tips he had read online, gently narrating a bedtime story to little Nainai. Tonight, he chose the tale of the Snow Queen. Once upon a time, in a beautiful kingdom, there lived a king with 2 adorable daughters, one of whom was named Elsa. This was also the first time Nainai fell asleep in her father's warm embrace. As he shared a bedtime story with her, with each first, cooking for her, buying her gifts, and now this, Nainai felt an overwhelming sense of contentment as she drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Nainai remained blissfully asleep while Guxingyi rose early. He quietly opened the bedroom door and headed to the living room, preparing for a morning jogian. The next moment, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The ointment on the coffee table was mysteriously missing. Guxingyi's eyes brightened, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Today, he stepped out with a heart full of joy. After spending over 2 hours jogging, showering, and cooking, Guxingyi had one more task for the day. Waking his daughter, he gently called out to little Nainai, who rubbed her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Guxingyi, a charming smile blossomed on her face. The little one stretched out her soft, chubby arms, signaling she wanted to be held. Ji Yuxingyi immediately scooped her up, dressed her in the new clothes they had bought yesterday, and carried her to the bathroom. Having learned about childcare from videos, he quickly realized that theory was vastly different from practice. The little one's delicate frame made him cautious. The entire process felt clumsy, especially when attempting to tie her hair, resulting in a lopsided ponytail. "Daddy is such a silly goose." Nainai giggled at her reflection in the mirror, her little lips pouting in amusement. Ji Yuxingyi playfully pinched her nose, eliciting a fit of giggles as Nainai reciprocated by pinching his nose in return. As Xia Xiyao emerged from the bedroom, she was met with the heartwarming sight of father and daughter. She remained silent, moving into the kitchen to serve breakfast. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, a faint smile had crept onto her lips. After the family of 3 shared a simple breakfast, Guxingyi did not return Nainai to Xia Xiyao, but instead continued to engage her in play on the sofa. This time, while playing, Guxingyi subtly introduced Nainai to simple numbers, counting from 1 to 10. Upon realizing Nainai's struggles, he devised a plan to encourage her independent learning through their playful interactions. Gradually, he would teach her basic numeracy and life skills. Success would not come overnight, but Nainai was remarkably clever. She simply needed guidance, and under Guxingyi's gentle instruction, she quickly grasped some of the concepts. Moreover, Guxingyi noticed a remarkable change in Xia Xiyao since her return. Though she remained reserved, a newfound spark shone in her eyes, something absent before. Instead of retreating to the bedroom, she sat on the opposite side of the sofa, fiddling with her phone while occasionally glancing at Guxingyi and Nainai. This was a positive development, bringing a sense of comfort to Guxingyi's heart. While Xia Xiyao downloaded various apps, she observed the interaction between father and daughter, her heart swelling with sweetness. She had longed to teach her child, but their previous circumstances had made it challenging for her to fulfill her role as a mother. Xia Xiyao refocused her attention on her phone, pleased with its swift downloading capabilities. As she logged into WeChat, a flurry of unread messages popped up. It was from her former assistant, Tao Lele. Her contacts were limited, consisting of only a few people, including several former colleagues. Tao Lele had been messaging her persistently since her marriage, inquiring about her well-being, yet Xia Shiyao had been unable to respond. Reading through the series of messages warmed her heart, prompting her to reply, "Sorry, Lele, I haven't been able to respond until now. I'm doing well, so there's no need to worry." Within seconds, a reply came back. "Xiao Jia, you're finally alive. I thought you'd stop talking to me after getting married. Boo-hoo. Xiao Jia, you have no idea, ever since you disappeared, the company has been rife with gossip, especially that annoying Lu Qian, who's been insufferably arrogant for the past 2 years, bad-mouthing you at every turn. It's infuriating." Upon reading Lele's messages, Xia Xiao's lips pressed together. Lu Qian was not entirely wrong. She indeed deserved the criticism. During her tenure, she had overshadowed Lu Qian. Thus, the latter's behavior post-retirement was to be expected. Yet her little assistant remained as lively as ever. "Lele, how have you been? Is life treating you well?" Instead of addressing Lele's remarks, Xia Xiao shifted the conversation to inquire about her assistant's current state. "I'm doing great. Rest assured, Xiao Jia. I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed. But I miss you, Xiao Jia. Boo-hoo, are you going to make a comeback?" Xia Xiao paused, a hint of longing flickering in her gaze. Would she indeed return? She glanced at Gu Xingyi, then at little Nai Nai. And after a moment, the yearning in her eyes gradually faded. "I probably won't. However, if Lele misses me, we can find time to meet up at the Tianmei Entertainment Building in the center of Jiang City." A petite girl, around 1.6 meters tall, set down her burdens. Her slightly chubby face was flushed, and her cheeks bore small dimples. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to jump for joy, her hands excitedly tapping away on her phone. But soon enough, a sharp voice jolted her back to reality. "Tao Lele, are you slacking off? Get to work. Do you think you're still the assistant of the former hotshot? If you don't want to work, just quit." Lele looked up to see the source of the voice, a woman with a captivating face, her upturned eyes radiating disdain. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and carry the equipment to the recording studio. If you delay my recording, can you afford the consequences?" Lele shot her a glance, inwardly rolling her eyes, but she nonetheless hoisted the equipment and made her way to the recording studio. "All right, Xiao Jia. I have Saturday off. Let us catch up." Reading that message brought a smile to Xia Xiao's face. She scrolled through WeChat once more, finding no other unread messages, and transitioned to Weibo. Her last post had been 2 years ago, announcing her retirement. Once boasting hundreds of thousands of followers, her count had dwindled to just a few thousand, yet among the so-called zombie followers, there were still some loyal fans who frequently checked in on her. Casually browsing the trending topics, she stumbled upon news about a recently popular song, "A Lifetime with You." A divine song. The mysterious singer gained over 1 million fans overnight from a single video. Xingyao? Who is he? A deep dive into the recent treasure of a song. Overnight rise to the top of the Douyin charts. Listen now. Curiosity piqued by the buzz around the new song, Xia Shiyao clicked on the title. The post contained a lengthy, praise-laden review of the track, accompanied by a link. Intrigued, she opened the link, and her phone screen transitioned to a Douyin video. A familiar figure appeared on screen, accompanied by a recognizable guitar melody. Then, the voice she knew echoed through the living room. As the lyrics unfolded, the atmosphere in the living room fell silent, the only sound being the haunting melody. Jiu Xingyi turned his head awkwardly, while little Nai Nai, wide-eyed, nestled into Xia Xiao's embrace, gazing at the screen. Xia Xiao sat frozen, stunned by the familiar voice that had emanated from the room days prior. So, Gu Xingyi had been recording a video that day? It was Nai Nai who broke the silence first, pointing at the screen and looking up at Xia Xiao with wide eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy. Daddy is in the phone." "Yes, it is Daddy," Xia Xiao replied, affectionately stroking the little one's head. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Now she understood why Gu Xingyi had the means to replace furniture at home. His videos had garnered millions of likes. Turning to observe Gu Xingyi's profile, she felt a complex mix of emotions. With her motherly response, Nai Nai's joy intensified as she returned to her father's arms, her little hands cupping his face, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. "Daddy is so gentle. Nai Nai wants to sing too, and go into the phone." With the little one's soft hands on his face, Gu Xingyi felt his heart melt. He gently cupped her small face with his hands and asked softly, "Does Nai Nai like to sing?" "Yes," Nai Nai enthusiastically nodded, her big eyes gleaming. Jiu Xingyi's smile broadened. "All right, Then Daddy will teach Nai to sing. Once you learn, you can sing into the phone, okay? Nai eagerly bobbed her head in agreement, then leaned over to plant a kiss on Gu Xingyi's cheek. His heart swelled with joy at the affectionate gesture, and with Nai looking up at him in awe, he dashed back to the side room to retrieve his guitar. Returning to the sofa, Gu Xingyi tuned the instrument, turning to find both Xia Shiyao and Nai watching him intently. A rare blush crept into his cheeks as he caressed the guitar strings. Today, Daddy will create a special children's song just for Nai. I'll sing it once for you. Then the next time, I'll sing a line and you can repeat it. All right. Okay. Nai nodded enthusiastically, her face beaming with anticipation. This song is called Courage Unleashed. Listen carefully, little Nai. With that, Gu Xingyi gently strummed the guitar, and a lively melody filled the living room. The rhythmic prowess of Xiaonai was surprisingly remarkable. She gently swayed her head in harmony with the melody. Gu Xingyi found himself subconsciously mimicking the little one's movements. Observing this father-daughter duo, whose actions were perfectly synchronized, Xia Shiyao's gaze softened gradually, and a smile delicately graced her lips as she too joined in their rhythm. Let's begin. As the prelude concluded, Gu Xingyi eagerly informed Xiaonai, and soon, joyful melodies flowed from his lips. A seed is planted in my heart. Da-la-dee-da-la, it holds the power to fulfill tiny wishes with magical charms. It's said that every child desires to possess it. Are you ready? Oh, let us explore together. The cheerful strumming of the guitar, accompanied by Gu Xingyi's jubilant singing, resonated throughout the living room. The little one indeed possessed a flair for musical performance, synchronizing her actions with Gu Xingyi's song. Her large, bright eyes sparkled, perfectly complementing her adorable gestures, nearly melting Gu Xingyi's heart as the song played. Xia Shiyao's almond-shaped eyes were entirely fixated on Gu Xingyi, her gaze seemingly attempting to pierce through him, shimmering with a peculiar light. Unaware, Gu Xingyi simply smiled at the little one, swaying his body in tandem with her movements. The song continued. This seed in my heart is about to sprout each day. I strive harder for it. Mom and Dad say every dream is grand. Siblings, let us charge ahead together. For the first time, the entire family was immersed in a sea of joy, and at that moment, even the living room seemed to radiate brightness. Gu Xingyi's voice was light and agile, reminiscent of a playful child frolicking in the room. The song appeared to whisk away all their worries, leaving only joy behind. Okay, go. Come on. Come on. Okay, go. Let us hold on to our thoughts in this moment. Okay, go. Come on. Come on. Okay, go. Let us unleash our courage. As the song progressed, Xiaonai clenched her tiny fists, striking a superhero pose. Gu Xingyi then set aside his guitar, joining the little one in the gesture, lightly tapping her cute nose with his finger, his eyes brimming with affection as he spoke gently. Xiaonai, do you know what okay go means? It signifies the courage to move forward. Xiaonai leaped into Gu Xingyi's embrace, her little arms tightly wrapping around his neck. Daddy, I love this song, and I love this kind of daddy. Daddy, can you please not go back to how you were before? Her soft, tender voice echoed in his ears, causing Gu Xingyi to part his lips slightly, a mist of emotion suddenly clouding his eyes. He held Xiaonai tightly, burying his face in her clothing, inhaling the sweet scent of milk. Daddy will never be like that again. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Xia Shiyao, unable to see Gu Xingyi's expression at that moment, was already in tears, yet a smile adorned her face. She understood that the past would never return. Never again. It was Gu Xingyi who first regained his composure, placing the guitar beside him and lifting Xiaonai onto his lap. Nai, shall we learn the song now? I'll sing a line, and you follow me? Okay. Xiaonai promptly agreed. The subsequent moments transformed into a delightful teaching session between father and daughter, with Gu Xingyi singing a line slowly while Xiaonai eagerly echoed him. Indeed, children are meant to sing nursery rhymes, and the lyrics flowing from Xiaonai's mouth were far more enchanting than Gu Xingyi's. Her tender, soft voice captivated all who heard it. Perhaps inheriting her parents' exceptional musical genes, Xiaonai imitated perfectly, her pitch entirely accurate, though her delivery of the lyrics was somewhat unsteady. Clearly, Xiaonai adored singing, and Gu Xingyi patiently instructed her, while she attentively learned. For an entire morning, the living room resonated with their harmonious voices. Observing their immersion in the song, Xia Shiyao quietly began preparing lunch. However, her cooking was evidently not as skilled as Gu Xingyi's, prompting Xiaonai to insist during mealtime that they should only eat food prepared by Daddy from now on. This made Xia Shiyao cast a jealous glance at the little one, her heart simmering with discontent. Ungrateful child. Just 2 days, and you've been bought off. The atmosphere within the family brought Gu Xingyi immense comfort. Although ambience is intangible, he could distinctly feel it. The current atmosphere in their home resembled what a true family should embody, a stark contrast to the previous stifling environment that even dogs would avoid lingering in. Chapter 16. I will not allow any yellow-haired people within 100 miles. Xiaonai learned swiftly, mastering the song Courage Explosion in just 3 days. The rendition she performed was the most delightful version Gu Xingyi had ever heard. Perhaps it was the bias of a doting father, but he believed Xiaonai's performance surpassed even the original. Under Xiaonai's enthusiastic request, Gu Xingyi recorded a video of her and posted it on Douyin. In the video, Xiaonai donned a pink princess dress, adorned with a bow, her petite form swaying to the music, utterly adorable. Ji Yuxingyi couldn't help but beam with pride as he filmed, his expression radiating the sentiments of a proud father. Xia Shiyao, observing from the sidelines, nearly laughed herself breathless at Gu Xingyi's expression. It was the first time she had seen him display such a demeanor. Over these 3 days, due to Gu Xingyi's commendable conduct, the relationship between Xia Shiyao and him had improved significantly. She was now willing to engage in conversation with him. No1 anticipated that the second video on the Xingyao account would feature a nursery rhyme, an original song that remained just as enchanting. At Douyin headquarters, Shaoli quickly noticed the video, and after watching it in its entirety, he immediately pushed it for maximum exposure. Such an adorable little darling. And such a lovely song. Shaoli beamed, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. This video is destined to go viral. As the account manager, he foresaw a considerable increase in his commission for the month, filling him with joy. Soon, Douyin's trending topics exploded once more. The storm of Courage Explosion arose even before the dust of A Lifetime with You had settled. This video garnered unprecedented attention. In just one afternoon, the likes soared to 5 million, with comments flooding in at an astonishing rate. As evening fell, Gu Xingyi had no choice but to silence his phone again, happily scrolling through the comments while cradling Xiaonai on the sofa. The comments were filled with creativity and charm, captivating him entirely. I want a daughter like that. I won't allow any yellow-haired people within 100 miles. This was the most liked comment. Like father, like daughter. Father opens with A Lifetime with You, and daughter follows with Courage Explosion. Is the next video going to feature the mother? This was the most replied to comment. I want a daughter like that. I'd be willing to eat shit for her. This was the third most popular comment, one Gu Xingyi himself liked. Naturally, the song spread like wildfire on Douyin, with countless parents showcasing their precious daughters, mimicking Xiaonai's head bobbing and singing Courage Explosion. In an instant, Douyin was overrun with adorable children. That night became a festive occasion for the little darlings. Meanwhile, the instigator, Xiaonai, had long since fallen asleep in Gu Xingyi's embrace. The world of children is always so pure. A little kindness can erase all past grievances, allowing them to embrace you anew. The following day, Saturday. Having just finished his morning run, Gu Xingyi pushed open the door, wiping the sweat from his brow, and was greeted by the sight of Xia Shiyao exiting the bathroom in a newly purchased spaghetti strap nightgown. She had evidently just finished showering, her face slightly flushed from the steam, droplets of water still clinging to the ends of her hair. The straps of her nightgown hung loosely on her fair shoulders. This was the second time Gu Xingyi had encountered her in such a state, and it felt somewhat awkward. Their eyes met, and a line of poetry suddenly surfaced in Gu Xingyi's mind. Naturally pure and unadorned, clear water brings forth the lotus, which seemed fitting for Xia Shiyao at that moment. Noticing Gu Xingyi staring at her like a fool, Xia Shiyao instinctively covered her chest, her face gradually flushing red. Even her earlobes began to tinge pink. Though they had been married for over 2 years, the atmosphere felt akin to that of newlyweds. Good morning. Xia Shiyao attempted to steady herself, greeting Gu Xingyi, though her pace towards the bedroom quickened involuntarily. Morning, Gu Xingyi simply replied. Xia Shiyao didn't speak further, fleeing back to her room. Gu Xingyi chuckled to himself, feeling quite bewildered. After all, he was a single man who had just encountered such a scene early in the day, and it was undeniably a considerable shock. However, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards Xia Shiyao. Despite having a child, Gu Xingyi was keenly aware of the dynamics between them. On one hand, he approached love with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained single for so long. On the other hand, Xia Xiao likely resented him too much to harbor any affection. Matters of love require mutual feelings to flourish. Gu Xingyi shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and hummed a tune as he entered the bathroom, showering, cooking, and waking Xiaonai. His daily trifecta. As Gu Xingyi opened the bedroom door, he found Xiaonai still fast asleep, her little mouth slightly ajar, sprawled on Gu Xingyi's large bed. After a few days of regular meals and sleep, Xiaonai appeared much healthier, her complexion significantly improved, though she remained slender. Gu Xingyi sat at the edge of the bed for a moment, gently pinching the little one's nose. Nai, it's time to wake up for breakfast. The little one, still in bed, pouted her lips, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi, her mouth curved into an infectious smile, and she lazily reached out her tiny arms to hug his neck. Daddy, her voice was sweet and endearing, laced with affection. Gu Xingyi chuckled, lifting her up and carrying her to the stool by the sink. The little darling had been washing her face and brushing her teeth independently for the past 2 days, with Gu Xingyi supporting her by squeezing toothpaste and handing her towels. Xiaonai was quite clever. After just 2 days of guidance, she had mastered this skill. At that moment, Xia Xiyao emerged from the bedroom, dressed in a recently purchased white shirt adorned with small flowers and a pleated skirt. Her long hair was styled into a high bun, giving her a youthful, vibrant appearance that belied her status as a mother to a 3-year-old. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but be taken aback by Xia Xiao's appearance, silently nodding in approval. This is the vitality one should possess in their 20s. However, she was still a bit too thin. A little more roundness would surely enhance her beauty. Xia Xiao felt a tinge of nervousness, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was her first time dressing up at home in such a manner, and she was uncertain if it looked good. She glanced at Gu Xingyi, who was still tending to Xiaonai, and discreetly took a seat at the dining table. Did he just brighten at the sight of her? That must mean she looked all right, right? Wait, why should she care about his opinion? Xia Xiao puffed her cheeks in frustration, absent-mindedly stirring her chopsticks in the bowl, irritated with herself for being so concerned. At tea that moment, Gu Xingyi joined them at the table, holding the freshly washed Xiaonai. The little one sweetly called out Mama, before picking up her tiny spoon to scoop some golden millet porridge in front of her. Today, can we go out together? Huh? Me? Gu Xingyi, engrossed in his meal, was startled by Xia Xiao's question, looking up at her in confusion. Pointing at himself, Xia Xiao nodded, avoiding eye contact, her earlobes bright red. Sure, Gu Xingyi readily agreed. Chapter 17. Meeting Lei Xiaonai donned a matching shirt and skirt like Xia Xiao, while Gu Xingyi dressed in a smart casual outfit. The family of 3 strolled from their neighborhood to the street, attracting attention wherever they went, their striking appearances captivating onlookers. Everyone wondered why they had never seen such enchanting neighbors around the community before. Xiaonai held her father's hand in one and her mother's in the other, hopping joyfully, her little face beaming with happiness. She had never imagined that one day she could walk hand in hand with both her parents like other children. In that moment, Xiaonai felt as though her joy could not be contained even in a grand princess castle. Although the weather outside was a bit warm, the trio seemed oblivious to the heat, their smiling faces betraying their delightful spirits. On the road, Gu Xingyi hailed a taxi, first placing the little one in the back seat before courteously assisting Xia Xiao into the vehicle and closing the door for her. He then took a seat in the front passenger seat. Their destination was Yida Plaza in the city center, where Xia Xiao was meeting her former assistant, Tao Lei, at a nearby milk tea shop. The reason for bringing Gu Xingyi and Xiaonai along was purely that Lei wished to meet the little one, and since Xiaonai had become Gu Xingyi's little shadow these past few days, he was merely riding on her coattails. The journey to the city center took over 40 minutes. Xiaonai wrapped her arms around Xia Xiao's neck, gazing out at the scenery whizzing by. It was her first time venturing far, and everything felt fresh and exciting. The driver initially marveled at the family's good looks, but soon recognized the little one in the back seat, though he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. He struck up a conversation with Gu Xingyi, and the atmosphere in the car became lively rather than dull. Before long, they arrived at their destination, and as the family of 3 disappeared from view, the driver, waiting for his next fare, idly opened Douyin, only to realize that the adorable little darling he had just seen was the same one who had recently gone viral. This revelation left the driver lamenting his missed opportunity. His daughter was a devoted fan of the little one, watching the video multiple times a day and singing along. If she found out he hadn't asked for a photo, he'd surely lose a few strands of hair. Yida Plaza was the most bustling area in Jiang City, conveniently located near Tao Lei's workplace. After 2 years, she was thrilled to reunite with Xia Shiyao. Lei Lei anxiously awaited her arrival, having bought several cups of milk tea and perched at a table, her eyes glued to the entrance. Having worked alongside Xia Shiyao for a year and a half, they had developed a sisterly bond, with Xia Shiyao treating her exceptionally well. Unfortunately, Lei Lei could never comprehend why Xia Shiyao chose to be with a man she deemed utterly unremarkable. Despite her attempts to persuade her otherwise, Xia Shiyao seemed resolute in her decision. While Lei Lei was lost in thought, she suddenly spotted the familiar figure of Xia Shiyao walking in, holding a bouncy little Xiaonai's hand. Her eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet, waving frantically. Xiaoyao Jie, over here. Upon hearing her name, Xia Shiyao looked up to see Lei Lei's enthusiastic wave, and a smile blossomed on her face. Just as she had suspected, Lei Lei was still her vibrant self as they approached each other. Their eyes sparkled with joy, and both felt a surge of emotion, unable to contain their feelings at this long-awaited reunion. Lei Lei examined Xia Shiyao closely, her eyes growing misty. She grasped Xia Shiyao's hand tightly, her lips pouting. Xiaoyao Jie, you've lost so much weight. Is that man treating you poorly? Where is he? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Xia Shiyao pressed her lips together, shook her head, and sat down with Tao Lei Lei, gently cradling Xiao Nai in her arms. Only then did she speak. Lei Lei, there's no need to worry. I'm doing quite well now. And Gu Xingyi, he treats me fairly well these days. What about you? Has your work been going smoothly since I left? I'm doing well too, Xiao Jie. You have no idea how much I've missed you. The two exchanged inquiries about their recent lives, while Xiao Nai, with her big, sparkling eyes, gazed curiously at the little aunt across from her. The sisters, having not seen each other for a long time, naturally had much to discuss. After chatting for a while, Tao Lei Lei's attention shifted to the little one beside her, who had been quietly sitting nearby so engrossed in her conversation with Xia Shiyao. She hadn't taken a close look at her until now, and upon doing so, her eyes lit up. Wow, she looks so much like you, Xiao Jie. It's as if she was carved from the same mold. Especially those lively big eyes. They make it impossible not to fall in love with this little one. Just then, Xiao Nai sweetly smiled at Tao Lei Lei, instantly capturing her heart. Wow, Xiao Jie, is this little Nai? She resembles you so much. She's so adorable. As Tao Lei Lei spoke, she left her seat, crouched down in front of the little one, her eyes sparkling with delight as she reached out to gently touch Nai's small face. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she realized that both the little one and Xiao Jie were so thin. A wave of anger surged within Tao Lei Lei. She was certain that that worthless man was treating both Xia Shiyao and the child poorly. After all, back in the day, Xiao Jie had been so plump and healthy, unlike now. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could confront that man face to face. She lifted her gaze to Xia Shiyao and said, Xiao Jie, weren't we told he would come too? Where is he? Xia Shiyao could sense Tao Lei Lei's hostility towards Gu Xingyi but was at a loss for words. Should she mention that he had changed? Wouldn't that imply revealing that Gu Xingyi had treated her poorly in the past? She didn't want anyone, especially someone as close as Tao Lei Lei, to know such things. Instead, she could only manage an awkward smile. Nai wants ice cream. He went to queue for her. Tao Lei Lei noticed the expression on Xia Shiyao's face and felt even angrier. Her gentle and composed Xiao Jie now seemed to harbor a hint of timidity, which she could perceive. Not wanting to frighten the child, she could only huff in irritation and return to her seat, secretly seething with thoughts of putting Gu Xingyi in his place. Xiao Jie. Just as Tao Lei Lei was about to speak, she suddenly stopped, her expression sharpening as she looked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Xia Shiyao was taken aback, her expression growing even more awkward. She assumed that Gu Xingyi's arrival had triggered Lei Lei's animosity, and as she turned to look, a somewhat sharp voice rang out from behind her. Tao Lei Lei, are you still indulging in milk tea? Have you finished the work I assigned to you? Chapter 18. Conflict Lu Qian. Are you ever going to quit? Tao Lei Lei's face darkened, glaring at the speaker like an agitated kitten. Xia Shiyao turned around and finally recognized the newcomer, a slender woman wearing a cap and a mask. Her long, willow leaf eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she raised an eyebrow upon seeing Xiao's that Lu Qian. Xia Shiyao was momentarily stunned. She was a rising star from the same company, known for her powerful singing skills. However, during their time together, Lu Qian had always been overshadowed by Xia Shiyao, who, while at the company, was the one she had constantly referred to as Xiao Jie. Time had passed, and Xia Xiao understood the saying, people come and go, so she chose not to dwell on it. Oh, isn't this Xiao Jie? Why aren't you at home, playing the dutiful wife and mother? Out here meeting Lei, huh? Lu Qian's smile was laced with sarcasm. She had merely come out for a stroll and hadn't expected to encounter Tao Lei and Xia Xiao together. Before Xia Xiao could respond, Tao Lei's anger flared first. Lu Qian, mind your own business. It's not a workday, so stop with the sarcasm. Xiao Jie, let's go. There's a crazy dog barking here, and it's ruining our mood. After saying this, Tao Lei picked up Xiao Nai and took Xia Xiao's hand, ready to leave. However, Lu Qian stepped in front of them, her eyes darkening as she looked at Xia Xiao, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh dear, Xiao Jie, you look so thin. Is life treating you poorly? If it's tough, just let your little sister know, and I might be generous enough to help you out. Just look at Lei. She's doing just fine working for me. Isn't that right, Lei? Tao Lei's face turned an even deeper shade of anger, and she remained silent, glaring at Lu Qian. Xia Xiao abruptly turned her head to look at Tao Lei, disbelief written all over her face. Lei is working under Lu Qian? Didn't she say she was still assisting someone else and that work was going well? It was clear that working as a mere errand runner was not what she had intended for Lei. However, this was not the time to question it. Xia Xiao turned her gaze back to Lu Qian, fury simmering within her. While she could endure bullying herself, she couldn't accept anyone mistreating Lei. Just as she was about to speak, Tao Lei interjected, my contract with the company expires at the end of the month, and I will naturally resign then. I just hope that certain individuals do not climb too high only to fall harder. If Xiao Jie were to make a comeback, certain people might wake up from their dreams. Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback. She indeed harbored some fear of Xia Xiao, having been overshadowed by her for a year and a half. During that time, who even knew who she was? Yet, Lu Qian quickly regained her composure, looking at Xia Xiao with a dismissive gaze. A comeback? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've heard. Which company would dare sign a washed-up artist with a child? Speaking of children, Xia Xiao, your child is quite good-looking. Consider nurturing her to become the next rising star. Lu Qian spoke with disdain, even daring to reach out to pinch Nai's little face. Stop, stop, get your filthy hands away from her. I promise, if you dare touch her, I will ensure you have no place to cry. Two voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to Xia Xiao, fierce as a mother bear protecting her cub, refusing to allow anyone to harm Xiao Nai in her presence. The other was a deep male voice from the entrance of the milk tea shop. It was Gu Xingyi, his gaze fierce as he held 3 ice creams he had bought for the 3 of them. Gu Xingyi swiftly approached Xia Xiao, handing the ice creams to the 3 of them, then turning to face Lu Qian, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Xiao and Xiao Nai. Who are you? Lu Qian was startled, involuntarily taking a couple of steps back. The angry Gu Xingyi exuded a strong sense of intimidation. However, as she regained her composure and scrutinized Gu Xingyi, she suddenly laughed, realizing it was just this pretty boy. A useless waste, it's just you. What do you want? Planning to hit someone in public? Gu Xingyi frowned, glancing back at Xia Xiao with a questioning look, clearly inquiring about where this shrew had come from. She used to be a singer from my former company. I didn't expect to meet her here. While others might not fear the angry Gu Xingyi, Xia Xiao felt a twinge of fear as she noticed him looking at her, her head lowering slightly. Seeing Xia Xiao like this made Gu Xingyi's frown deepen, and he sighed internally. He chose not to ask her again, turning his gaze back to Lu Qian with a dominating presence. A singer? Sorry, I haven't heard of you and I don't know you. All I know is that you're blocking our way, so please step aside. Gu Xingyi spoke earnestly, his words leaving no room for argument. Yet, to Lu Qian, they sounded incredibly abrasive, prompting her to respond even more sharply. Know your place. You think I don't know? You're always fawning over the likes of Gao Cheng and Su Bin from that boy band, treating them to drinks every day, and now you want to play tough with me? Gao Cheng, Su Bin? Gu Xingyi pondered those names, finally recalling who they were, former members of the boy band Xia Xiao had been a part of. After Gu Xingyi had wanted to make a comeback, he had indeed tried to ingratiate himself with them, but they had barely acknowledged him. However, that was all in the past, and Gu Xingyi had nothing to do with it now. I'm not familiar with either of them. Thank you. Good dogs don't block the road. If you persist, don't blame me for calling security. As the largest commercial plaza in Jiang City, Yida Plaza certainly wouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble there. Lu Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, shooting Gu Xingyi an exasperated glance while secretly cursing him in her heart. Nonetheless, she complied and stepped aside. Gu Xingyi took Xia Xiao's hand and gestured for Tao Lei to follow as they made their way outside. However, as they brushed past Lu Qian, she suddenly called out to Xia Xiao. What a pity! Someone can no longer sing. Xia Xiao, my new song will be released at Huayin at the end of this month. Haha. Lu Qian's mocking laughter echoed in their ears. Tao Lei was itching to slap her right then, fully aware that Xiao Jia loved to sing, and now that she could no longer do so, Lu Qian's words felt like a dagger to the heart. Gu Xingyi's steps faltered for a moment as he shot a deep glance at Lu Qian before resuming his indifferent stride. Xia Xiao remained silent, merely pressing her lips together. Just then, a childish voice rang out, clear and unwavering. Mommy sings better than you. You're a bad aunt. Chapter 19. Amusement park. It was Xiao Nainai, waving her little hand with a pout, her face a picture of indignation. Mommy's singing is beautiful. Nainai has heard it. When Mommy sings lullabies, it's even better than when Daddy sings. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the little one to defend her mother at that moment. Gu Xingyi paused for a second, then smiled as he ruffled the little one's hair. Impressive. Truly my daughter. Much more capable than her mother. That pushover. Despite his lingering anger, Gu Xingyi found his frustration dissipating the moment Xiao Nainai spoke, his heart now solely focused on her. Ignoring Lu Qian's reaction, the group exited the contentious scene. By noon, the trio, accompanied by the adorable little one, arrived at a restaurant. Gu Xingyi carried the child in, greeted warmly by the staff, with Xia Xiao and Tao Lei chatting behind him. Tao Lei clearly harbored a dislike for Gu Xingyi, her demeanor cold as she shot him glares and even rolled her eyes at times. If it weren't for Gu Xingyi's decent behavior earlier, she would have completely ignored him. Once seated, Gu Xingyi handed the menu to Xia Xiao and Tao Lei, who quickly selected a few dishes. He then ordered some of Xiao Nainai's favorites before returning the menu to the waiter. Xiao Nainai was still a bit shy. Although she had grown more open and affectionate towards Gu Xingyi over the past few days, she remained reserved around strangers. This demeanor mirrored Xia Xiao's, yet there was a distinct difference. The little one was evidently more lively, her childlike curiosity and desire to play shining through her inquisitive eyes. However, her past experiences had made her more mature than the average child, which was heart-wrenching to witness. Gu Xingyi understood this situation but felt powerless. The little one still lacked confidence and required more time to rediscover her true self. It was a long road ahead. Xia Xiao continued her conversation with Tao Lei. Having walked together for a while, she finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been on her mind. Lei, how did you end up working for Lu Qian? Also, what about Sister Yun? What is she doing now? Sister Yun had been Xia Xiao's manager, treating her like a daughter. For a long time, Sister Yun had managed Xia Xiao's affairs, shielding her from numerous troubles. Whenever Xia Xiao was invited to parties, Sister Yun had firmly declined on her behalf. Particularly when Xia Xiao was dating Gu Xingyi, Sister Yun had repeatedly warned her against it. But regrettably, Xia Xiao had ignored her advice that one time, and later, Sister Yun had tried to dissuade her from marrying him, ultimately giving in after much frustration. Upon hearing Xia Xiao's question, Tao Lei's expression turned somber. After you left, Sister Yun was dismissed not long after. She searched for work for a long time but couldn't find anything. Eventually, her mother fell ill and was hospitalized, so she had to care for her and took a job as a nanny. Xia Xiao was taken aback. She never expected Sister Yun to have fallen to such depths. A wave of memories washed over her, bringing to mind Sister Yun's efficient and capable demeanor. Both fell silent, and Xia Xiao bit her lip, realizing that everything was her fault. Had she not been so headstrong, Sister Yun wouldn't have faced such hardships. She had weathered so many storms for her, defied the company's orders countless times. And while Xia Xiao had been on the rise, the company had turned a blind eye. But after Xia Xiao's sudden departure, it was clear how Sister Yun would be treated. The atmosphere grew heavy. Discussing Sister Yun had dampened both their appetites, and they hastily finished their meal. After a brief conversation, Tao Lei hurriedly left. Xia Xiao's mood remained low. Originally, the three of them had planned to take Xiao Nainai to the amusement park in the afternoon, but now she felt no desire to partake in any fun. Gu Xingyi sensed her melancholy. He wanted to say something but ultimately refrained. In truth, he couldn't fathom why Xia Xiao had seemed so bewitched into marrying him back then. The original owner had no idea, and neither did he. Xia Xiao wished to return home for some solitude, Yet when she caught sight of Xiao Nainai's hopeful eyes, her heart softened. To avoid disappointing the little one, they ultimately decided to go to the amusement park. Perhaps it was because it was Saturday, but the amusement park was bustling with visitors. The little one was ecstatic. It was her first time at an amusement park, eagerly pulling Gu Xingyi's hand as she dashed inside. Impossible to hold back. Xia Shiyao, too, mustered her spirits. She didn't want Nainai to remember her first visit to the amusement park as a sad occasion. The entrance fee for the amusement park was 200 for adults and half price for children, making it quite economical since some attractions allowed free access with tickets. After verifying their tickets, the family smoothly entered the amusement park. Xiao Nainai held her father's hand in one and waved her ticket with the other, gazing at the attractions ahead with pure delight. As they were led by Xiao Nainai. The family first experienced the carousel. With enchanting music playing, the vividly crafted white horses rose and fell, and Xiao Nainai, nestled in Gu Xingyi's embrace, let out joyous peals of laughter. For a moment, Xia Shiyao set aside her worries. Sitting on a nearby wooden horse, holding Xiao Nainai's hand and playfully cheering her on, Ji Yuxingyi shielded Xiao Nainai, and for once, a genuine smile graced his face. This was a moment for pure enjoyment, and they should leave their troubles behind in this sea of joy. The three of them complemented each other perfectly, becoming the envy of many onlookers, especially the young couples who, upon witnessing this family, gazed at them with longing, hoping that one day they too would marry and have children, sharing the same happiness. After the carousel ride, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao took little Nainai to play the snail special agents game. Together, they settled onto the snail battleship, wielding snail guns that shot jets of water at the insect army. Each time an insect was hit, it would emit its distinct cheerful sounds and quirky sound effects, much to little Nainai's delight as she mimicked the animals' calls, urging her parents to target her chosen creatures. The family then enjoyed several more attractions, and as twilight descended unnoticed, the amusement park illuminated with vibrant, colorful lights that transformed the night into a dazzling spectacle, enveloping them in a fairy tale ambience. At that moment, Gu Xingyi took little Nainai onto the flying chairs, ascending slowly into the air, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of lights. While a majestic castle emerged before their eyes, the sight of the castle captivated Nainai, her wide eyes sparkling with excitement. Perhaps she was dreaming of one day living in a castle like a princess. The final attraction was the Ferris wheel, which could accommodate either 2 or 3 people in a cabin. When Gu Xingyi, holding Nainai, and Xia Shiyao entered their cabin, little Nainai had already dozed off in her father's embrace. After an entire afternoon of fun and seeing the castle, the little one's energy had finally waned. Her face adorned with a light smile as she drifted into dreams. If it weren't for the upcoming fireworks show, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao would have already taken their little one home. As the Ferris wheel ascended steadily, the buildings below, dazzling with colorful lights, gradually shrank in size. Unbeknownst to Gu Xingyi, it was Xia Shiyao's first visit to an amusement park, and even more so, her first ride on a Ferris wheel. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed out of the cabin. She looked outside while Gu Xingyi watched her, perhaps feeling his gaze. Her earlobes turned a faint shade of pink, and she playfully shot him a glance. This was the first time Gu Xingyi had witnessed such a look, and he found it somewhat overwhelming. The lights from the Ferris wheel illuminated her delicate face, and Gu Xingyi suddenly felt a bit dazzled. As the Ferris wheel continued its ascent, Gu Xingyi tightened his hold on little Nainai and turned his gaze outside, his expression imbued with a mysterious significance. Below, numerous people waved glow sticks and vibrant fireworks, all looking skyward. In the next moment, fireworks erupted from the castle, filling the sky with a riot of colors. At that instant, Gu Xingyi clearly saw a charming smile grace Xia Shiyao's face, a genuine smile radiating from her heart. Ji Yuxingyi was momentarily entranced. The Ferris wheel reached its pinnacle, the fireworks becoming ever more vivid, and Xia Shiyao's lovely visage more enchanting. "You need not fear as you did before," Gu Xingyi murmured softly amidst the cacophony of fireworks. Xia Shiyao did not catch his words clearly, turning to him with a puzzled expression. "Huh?" Gu Xingyi kept his gaze on the brilliant fireworks. "You are too gentle. It is not good. You might be taken advantage of. You need not be afraid as you once were. I understand. You wish to sing? And I know you have many things you want to do. Fear not, little Nainai is in my care." Xia Shiyao remained silent, and when Gu Xingyi turned to her, he noticed tears streaming down her cheeks. She bit her lip, her eyes fixed on him, filled with a profound sense of grievance and complexity that threatened to engulf him. Ji Yuxingyi felt a surge of anxiety. He was bewildered as to why she was suddenly crying. "Who are you?" Xia Xiao's gaze remained locked on Gu Xingyi, her almond eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice, though soft, resonated deeply within him. Ji Yuxingyi fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if even the sound of the fireworks had faded away. After a long pause, he finally managed a gentle smile, though his voice was hoarse as he said, "I am Gu Xingyi." Xia Xiao continued to gaze at him, and Gu Xingyi's smile made her heart race like a startled fawn. His response was unexpected. She sniffled, looking into his bright, clear eyes as tears began to fall more rapidly. She hugged her knees to her chest, burying her head and softly sobbing before speaking, "Yes, you are Gu Xingyi. Who else could you be? Let me tell you a story, a rather kitsch one. Once, in an orphanage, there was a timid little girl, protected by an older brother who was just a year her senior. One day, she was bullied by a group of older boys, and her brother stood behind her, ensuring she suffered no harm. That brother was her entire world. But after that day, he vanished, only to reappear years later when she had grown up. And she eventually married him. It is a very kitsch story," Xia Xiao concluded, but Gu Xingyi found himself momentarily speechless, finally understanding some things. Xia Xiao lifted her head, her tear-streaked face appearing so lonely and pitiful. She had finally confessed her deepest secret. No one understood her stubbornness, and everyone felt sorry for her, except for herself, as she believed she was worthy. Yet the outcome had been so dismal, and she had regretted countless times until Gu Xingyi's presence changed everything. She had asked who he was, and his answer was sufficient. Gu Xingyi gently ruffled little Nai's hair, who snuggled closer, and when he looked up at Xia Xiao again, his gaze overflowed with tenderness. Understanding her emotions, Xia Xiao could no longer hold back and threw herself into Gu Xingyi's embrace, vying with little Nai for space, softly sobbing. Little Nai stirred awake, her bleary eyes confused as she gazed at her mother occupying her spot. The little one paused for a moment, then joyfully wrapped her arms around her father with one hand and her mother with the other, planting sweet kisses on their cheeks. Today was undoubtedly little Nai's most wonderful day. Gu Xingyi looked at the two beautiful girls in his arms and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling like a winner in life, his face adorned with a goofy grin. He gently patted Xia Xiao's back and kissed Nai's cheek, all the while admiring the brilliant fireworks outside, feeling an unusual sense of ease. Life's trajectory was heading in a positive direction, and that was enough. However, some plans would need to be altered, as the fireworks gradually waned. The Ferris wheel descended slowly to the ground. Xia Xiao, cradling little Nai, walked ahead, while the little one fell asleep again. A child's energy is indeed limited, and she had exhausted it all in one day. Gu Xingyi followed behind, observing the briskly striding Xia Xiao, scratching his nose. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, Xia Xiao distanced herself from him, her demeanor suddenly reverting to the indifference she had previously shown. Was the girl who had just cried in his arms but a figment of his imagination? Xia Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, her grip on little Nai tightening, her earlobes and cheeks warming. She had just spent so long in Gu Xingyi's embrace. How embarrassing! Gu Xingyi must be silently laughing at her. When they exited the Ferris wheel, she had seen his concealed smile. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao quickened her pace, almost as if in a race. Gu Xingyi, bewildered by her sudden burst of energy, found himself almost jogging to keep up. When they reached the amusement park's exit and saw that Xia Xiao had no intention of slowing down, he had no choice but to call out to her. "Hey, are you planning to walk home? Let's just grab a cab." Only then did Xia Xiao halt, standing at the roadside while avoiding his gaze. She felt even more convinced that the man behind her was laughing at her. How infuriating! This was utterly mortifying. As evening fell, the crowd returning from the amusement park was overwhelming. After a long wait, Gu Xingyi finally managed to hail a taxi, which sparked within him the first inkling of a desire to own a car. He worried that Xia Xiao would tire from holding the child. So he carefully took Nai into his arms, settling into the back seat. Nai was still fast asleep, while Xia Xiao sat beside them, their proximity due to Gu Xingyi holding little Nai. Stealing a glance at him, Xia Xiao's cheeks flushed as she recalled the events of the evening. Just then, Gu Xingyi yawned, startling her. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to admire the scenery outside. The landscape outside changed rapidly, and before they knew it, The car had exited the city center, arriving in the old district. Yu Xingyi glanced at the time. It was 9:30. Dinner had yet to be eaten, and judging by little Nai Nai's deep slumber, it seemed unlikely they would be having any. Yu Xingyi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Had they been at home, they would have already been asleep at this hour. The thought made him chuckle. He and Xia Xiao were nothing like the typical 20-somethings. Young people nowadays rarely went to bed early. They resembled middle-aged individuals, adhering to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. The taxi came to a smooth stop at the community gate. Gu Xingyi paid the fare and, being careful not to wake Nai Nai, stepped out of the car, moving quietly alongside Xia Xiao as they returned home under the night sky. Bathed in the warm orange glow of the lights, their home was serene, yet this tranquility felt markedly different from before. After settling Nai Nai in her room, Gu Xingyi emerged to find Xia Xiao already in the bathroom. Washing up, he didn't linger and headed straight for the kitchen. Remembering that she hadn't eaten much at lunch, she must be hungry now. As he rummaged through the refrigerator, he decided to keep it simple and prepare some noodles. Xia Xiao, indeed famished after not eating at lunch, having played for so long in the afternoon and having cried that evening, was now ravenous. After a quick wash, she thought to head out and prepare something to eat. Upon opening the bathroom door, she found Gu Xingyi already busy in the kitchen. A warm feeling spread through her, and trying to act nonchalant, she sat on the couch while her eyes remained glued to the tall figure in the kitchen. He looked rather handsome. Suddenly, she covered her face with her hands, too shy to look. What was wrong with her today? She was a mother now, yet she felt like a lovesick girl. Xia Xiao, how embarrassing. Dinner's ready, Yu Xingyi announced as he brought the noodles to the table, only to find her almost curled up on the sofa. He didn't think much of it and simply called out to her. Hearing his voice, Xia Xiao stiffened momentarily, then discreetly removed her hands from her face, nodding as she walked over to the dining table. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed, but she acted as if nothing was amiss as she focused on her food. Xia Xiao ate quickly, surprised at how delicious the simple noodles tasted. In no time, she polished off half a bowl of noodles accompanied by 2 fried eggs. Yu Xingyi, noticing this, smiled and added his fried egg to her bowl. Xia Xiao paused, not daring to look up at him, her cheeks reddening further. Although she had impulsively thrown herself into his embrace earlier, now, reflecting on it, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to their newfound intimacy. I ate a lot at lunch. You should have more. Yu Xingyi's voice broke through her thoughts, and she nodded almost imperceptibly, her reply barely audible. Soon, Xia Xiao had devoured all the noodles, even leaving no broth behind. She set her chopsticks down but remained seated quietly until Gu Xingyi finished eating and stood up to clear the table. Feeling a bit flustered, she hurriedly got up to take the dishes. I'll clean up. Her voice remained soft but melodious, indicating she had been waiting for this moment. Yu Xingyi didn't argue. They were family, after all, and he felt there was no need for such formality. After Gu Xingyi had enjoyed a relaxing hot shower, he found Xia Xiao already back in the bedroom. He turned off the living room light and quickly made his way to the bedroom. It was the latest he had ever stayed up since arriving in this world, and all he wanted was sleep, especially since he had a morning run planned for the next day. Health was paramount. He slipped quietly into bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. In contrast to Gu Xingyi's sound sleep, Xia Xiao tossed and turned, lying in bed. The moment she closed her eyes, the scenes from the amusement park flooded her mind. Feeling vexed, she pulled the blanket over her face, attempting to force herself to sleep, but her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her restless heart. It wasn't until dawn began to break that she finally succumbed to sleep. Drifting into a deep slumber, 6 a.m., the early risers embarked on their new day. Yu Xingyi woke up on time, completing his morning run, washing up, cooking breakfast, and calling little Nai Nai to wake up, all in one go, yet he noticed Xia Xiao had not emerged from her room. Looking at the closed door of the master bedroom, Gu Xingyi scratched his head. It seemed they had indeed returned quite late. As she was still asleep, he had no intention of waking her up, deciding to leave her breakfast instead. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi washed the used dishes and stepped out of the kitchen to find little Nai Nai, happily singing along to a nursery rhyme while playing with a puzzle game. Spotting her father, Nai Nai grinned widely, revealing her tiny white teeth, and beamed a sweet smile at Gu Xingyi. He quickly approached her, ruffling her hair. Nai Nai, sing for Daddy. Daddy, by the way, I want to tell you a secret. Mommy sings beautifully. She sings lullabies to me every night. Little Nai Nai, under her father's affectionate touch, suddenly leaned her face up with a playful whisper. "Is mommy's singing better than daddy's?" Gu Xingyi teased, producing a soul-searching question. Little Nai fell into deep contemplation, her brows furrowing as she pondered whether to hurt her father's feelings. Ji Xingyi noticed her dilemma and chuckled, easing her furrowed brow. "Ha, daddy knows mommy sings better than me." At this, Nai's face brightened again, and she shook her little hands at him, encouraging, "Daddy sings well too." Gu Xingyi nodded, suddenly asking, "Do you know if mommy still wants to sing?" The little one tilted her head, pondering seriously before responding earnestly. "Mommy mentioned something about singing when she was asleep, saying she liked it." Ji Xingyi nodded, ruffling her hair again, letting her continue playing. With Xia Xiao's gentle nature, she would likely never take the initiative to express her desire to sing. As little Nai played obediently with her game, Xia Xiao finally emerged from her room, her cheeks flushed as she made her way to the bathroom to wash up. "Do you still want to sing?" Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's voice, Xia Xiao paused, momentarily stunned, and took some time to respond. Ji Xingyi leaned against the bathroom doorframe, patiently awaiting her answer. After a moment, her soft voice reached his ears. "I do." Just one word, devoid of elaboration. In Xia Xiao's heart, her current life was already beyond what she had dared to dream of in the past 2 years. Singing remained a distant dream, tucked away within her heart. Gu Xingyi chose not to press further, merely nodding in understanding as he returned to the side bed, opening the Douyin app to sift through private messages. His inbox had been inundated since the release of his first video. He had only glanced at it briefly and hadn't checked since, making it challenging to sift through now. Nevertheless, Gu Xingyi patiently scrolled, filtering through each message until his eyes suddenly brightened, and he clicked on a particular message. Reading its contents, his fingers began to tap the screen unconsciously, contemplating certain decisions. Initially, his intention in posting videos was solely to earn money. He planned to secure a stable life for Nana and Xia Xiao with the wealth he accumulated, and then gracefully withdraw from the scene. However, after spending the past few days together, especially after the events of yesterday, his perspective shifted. The content of the private message was straightforward. "Inhai Entertainment cordially invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will swiftly elevate you to the status of a top-tier superstar." The end of the message was Inhai Entertainment's contact number. It was not unreasonable for Inhai Entertainment to extend an invitation to him, considering he had released 2 original videos on the Douyin platform. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Xingyi decided not to hesitate any longer. He entered Inhai Entertainment's contact number and dialed it. The phone rang only a few times before being answered by a sultry voice. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" "Hello, my Douyin account name is Xingyao. I received an invitation from your company. Would it be convenient to discuss this now?" At that moment, far away in the bustling metropolis, Yang Chenlin was taken aback upon receiving the call. She had not expected that the creator named Xingyao would actually call her. After all, it had been several days since she sent the invitation, and she had assumed the individual would not venture into the entertainment industry. "Hello? Are you still there?" The melodious male voice on the other end brought Yang Chenlin back to reality, and a smile of delight surfaced on her face. It was worth noting that she was not only the director of the Douyin Operations Department, but also the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources and Administration Department at Inhai Entertainment. As the Douyin director, she could more swiftly connect with and unearth new talents, and now, Xingyao had called her. It was undeniable that this mysterious figure had been the talk of the internet in recent days. "Hello, Mr. Xingyao. I am Yang Chenlin, the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources and Administration Department at Inhai Entertainment. Do you have time to discuss your potential joining us?" Yang Chenlin felt a surge of joy, yet she quickly responded. However, Gu Xingyi's reply left her somewhat stunned. "Hello, Minister Yang. I apologize, but I currently have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Instead, I would like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested." It turned out he was merely recommending someone. Yang Chenlin couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, shaking her head with a wry smile. What she desired was Xingyao, the individual who had garnered fame and whose 2 songs had gone viral across the internet. "Mr. Xingyao, here's the thing. I am merely a deputy minister. If it were you wanting to join, I could make the decision myself based on your reputation. However, for someone else, I fear I lack the authority to give you a direct answer." Even though she felt somewhat reluctant, Yang Chenlin earnestly explained to Gu Xingyi, "I can assure you, she is a highly talented singer, and I would be willing to write songs for her. Furthermore, if your company ever needs songs in the future, I can serve as a musician for Inhai Entertainment. However, there would certainly be conditions. I won't accept requests from just anyone, as I only write for those I find worthy. If you agree, we can discuss the specifics further. What do you think? On the other end of the line, Gu Xingyi spoke in a calm tone, while Yang Chenlin gradually fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts about the potential benefits involved. After a moment, she acknowledged that she was indeed intrigued. However, the decision was not solely hers. She needed to report to her superiors, Mr. Xingyao, this is not something I can decide alone. Would it be all right for me to discuss it with the company and get back to you? Regardless of the outcome, I will respond to you as soon as possible. All right, I look forward to your reply. After hanging up, Yang Chenlin did not hesitate any longer. She picked up her phone and hurriedly left the room. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi set down his phone, contemplating for a moment before deciding to wait for the other's response. After all, Yinhai Entertainment was one of the three giants in the entertainment industry in Huaguo, and starting there would undoubtedly be advantageous compared to other companies. If this did not work out, he would seek other opportunities. Having accomplished a personal goal, Gu Xingyi sighed in relief, opened the door, and stepped out from the side room. Little Nana was still playing quietly with her toys, occasionally mumbling to herself. Xia Xiao had already finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating. Upon hearing the door open, she glanced up at Gu Xingyi before pretending to be indifferent and returning to her meal. Yet, the shyness on her face was unmistakably apparent to Gu Xingyi, along with her panda eyes. Who knew what she had been thinking last night that had led to her insomnia? Gu Xingyi was even more perplexed, unsure of why she was blushing. He had not mentioned anything about the entertainment company to Xia Xiao, as it was still uncertain. There was no point in bringing it up now. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Gu Xingyi returned to the sofa to keep little Nana company. To his surprise, the little one could now count from 1 to 10 flawlessly, having previously forgotten 1 or 2 numbers in between. After spending the entire day outside yesterday, little Nana had only played by herself for a short while today and had managed to achieve this feat. This discovery filled Gu Xingyi with joy and pride. In just about a week, he had helped little Nana catch up with other 3-year-olds. Could it be that he was naturally suited to be a father? Gu Xingyi thought to himself with a sense of pride. Just as he was lost in self-satisfaction, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Hearing the sound, Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Xiao in confusion, only to find her looking back at him with a similarly puzzled expression. This only deepened Gu Xingyi's confusion. Both he and Xia Xiao were orphans, and no one had visited them in ages. Who could it be? The knocking grew increasingly urgent, and it was clear that the person outside was knocking harder due to the lack of immediate response. Gu Xingyi frowned. How rude. Just because no one answered right away, they had to be so forceful? Not wanting to wait any longer, Gu Xingyi's expression turned cold as he quickly made his way to the door. Just then, the person outside shouted, Little Gu, open the door. I know you're home. It's your bro Gao. Aren't you always messaging us to come drink? Look, we're here, and me, it's Sue. Upon hearing these two annoying voices, Gu Xingyi's face darkened completely. Xia Xiao's expression also shifted, her brow furrowing as she looked at the door with disgust. Little Nana had already dropped her toy and rushed into Xia Xiao's arms, frightened by the loud knocking. Gu Xingyi turned around just in time to see this scene, and his expression grew even darker, tinged with a hint of menace. Damn it. After coaxing his little treasure for so many days, these two had the audacity to scare her. Unforgivable. Chapter 23. The clown Gu Xingyi opened the door, and standing before him were Gao Cheng and Su Bin from the boy band he had previously belonged to. Their faces twisted into mocking grins as they attempted to peer past Gu Xingyi into the room. However, Gu Xingyi blocked their view completely. Hey, little Gu, why did it take you so long to open the door? Are we not welcome? Seeing their smug expressions made Gu Xingyi want to punch them in the face. Both of them were older than Gu Xingyi, yet when they were in the same group, they would always refer to him as Brother Gu.it was because the original body had been the visual center of the boy band and had gained the most popularity, which had propelled the group to debut. While Gu Xingyi was dating Xia Xiao, they had been envious of him, but after both had left the industry and faded into obscurity, their attitude had changed, and they now mocked him by calling him Little Gu. It was truly laughable that the original body still sought to curry favor with them. Gu Xingyi was not the foolish person the original body had been and refused to show them any kindness. Do you not understand? You're not welcome here. Go back from where you came. Gu Xingyi's anger flared at the sight of them. His eyes narrowed as he wore a cold expression, exuding an air of rejection. However, Gao Cheng stepped forward with a smirk. Is little Gu in a bad mood today? Weren't you always eager to see us? Now that we're here, why this sudden cold shoulder? Oh, I know. You haven't been drinking, have you? Come on, Brother Gao will have a couple of drinks with you. If this had been the previous Gu Xingyi, he would have happily welcomed them in for drinks, but he was not that person anymore. Gu Xingyi shut the door behind him, sidestepping Gao Cheng's outstretched hand, his expression still cold. I've quit drinking and won't be drinking anymore. Also, I don't want to see either of you again. Don't come looking for me. Gao Cheng's advance halted as he stared intently at Gu Xingyi, then turned to Su Bin, exchanging glances with him as they both chuckled. Did I hear that right? He said he doesn't want to see us? Gao Cheng pretended to clean out his ears in disbelief. Su Bin laughed as well. Brother Gao, you didn't hear wrong. He is issuing an eviction notice. Impressive, isn't it? Sister Qian was right. Someone has gone a bit mad. Thinking they still have the same glory as before, Gao Cheng's expression shifted in an instant, turning cold. What? You think you can just turn your back on us? Have you forgotten how you begged us before? Gu Xingyi looked at the two clowns before him, utterly speechless. Were they putting on a show? Their banter was reminiscent of a comedic skit. Ji Yuxingyi instinctively glanced at the closed door, concerned that the ruckus might scare Nana and Xia Xiyao. He raised his hand and patted Gao Cheng on the shoulder, gesturing for them to leave. Let us take this outside. Without waiting for Gao Cheng and Su Bin to react, he grabbed one of each and pulled them outside. By the time Gao Cheng and Su Bin realized what was happening and tried to break free from Gu Xingyi's grip, they found his strength surprisingly formidable. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't escape his hold. Once they reached the corridor outside the building, Gu Xingyi finally released them. Go back from where you came, and I want to repeat myself. Gao Cheng and Su Bin's faces turned crimson. They had promised Sister Qian they could persuade Gu Xingyi, yet they were now being humiliated. However, Gu Xingyi's strength had intimidated them, and they hesitated to act rashly. Don't you want to know why we came to find you? Gao Cheng asked Su Bin, seemingly fearing that Gu Xingyi might reject them again, quickly added, we're here to invite you back to the boy band. Haven't you always wanted to return? Oh? Gu Xingyi shot them a sidelong glance, curious to hear what they had to say. Seeing that Gu Xingyi seemed slightly interested, Gao Cheng and Su Bin exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with smugness. Their expression seemed to say, look, he is intrigued now. Gao Cheng resumed his previous haughty demeanor, casting a disdainful look at Gu Xingyi. You've always wanted to come back, haven't you? You even claimed that Xia Xiyao ruined your career. Now we can help you return, but you must divorce Xia Xiyao. What do you say? Simple, right? Gu Xingyi continued to regard them with disdain. Is that all? If you're done, then leave. I don't want to see either of you again. Just seeing them made him feel ill. He almost wanted to vomit his breakfast. Ji Yuxingyi, don't push your luck. They were the ones overstepping. Ji Yuxingyi remained unfazed, retorting, the one who is pushing their luck is you. With his body feeling significantly better after a week of training, he was unsure if it was due to the transmigration, but he felt stronger than in his previous life. Observing their flushed faces, caught between wanting to act and hesitating, Gu Xingyi patted Gao Cheng's shoulder, startling him. I know why you're here. Go back and tell your mistress to stop trying to provoke Xia Xiyao. Otherwise, heh. With that, Gu Xingyi ignored the two fools and turned to walk back inside. Watching Gu Xingyi's retreating figure, Gao Cheng and Su Bin's faces were a mix of blue and red, their eyes fixed on him. They had initially thought it would be an easy task but ended up being humiliated. Su Bin, still unwilling to accept defeat, complained, Brother Gao, are we just letting him go like that? Gao Cheng grimaced, rubbing his shoulder where Gu Xingyi had patted him, irritated. What else can we do? It's strange. He seems like a completely different person, so strong now. Let us go back, since the matter didn't go as planned. We'll have to think of another way later. Su Bin sighed in defeat, and the two turned to leave. Yu Xingyi, meanwhile, returned home with a light-hearted step. Upon seeing him, his two little treasures visibly relaxed. Their expressions softened. Little Nana, still in Xia Xiao's embrace, had stopped playing and was staring at Gu Xingyi with her big, dark eyes. Only when she saw his familiar smile did she leap from her mother's arms and rush to hug her father's leg. Xia Xiao, too, sat at the dining table, her meal half finished, gazing at Gu Xingyi with a puzzled expression. Did they not leave? Yes, I sent them away. They want to be coming back. Ji Yuxingyi replied nonchalantly as he picked up little Nana and sat down on the sofa. As Gu Xingyi played with little Nana, who was occupied with her toys, Xia Xiyao turned back to continue her meal. The home regained its previous warmth, and the little interruption was soon forgotten by the three of them. Unlike Gu Xingyi, Gao Cheng and Su Bin were left feeling miserable. After being humiliated by Gu Xingyi, they were then thoroughly scolded by Lu Qian. They had assured Lu Qian they could persuade Gu Xing, but instead, they were unceremoniously dismissed, which only deepened their animosity towards him. Chapter 24. Preparing to depart for the metropolis in the evening, as the sun set, the air outside gradually cooled. Xia Xiao changed her clothes and took little Nana out to buy groceries, leaving Gu Xingyi alone at home. Just as he picked up his phone to browse Douyin, he received a call from Yang Chenlin. As soon as the call connected, a melodious voice greeted him. "Mr. Xingyao, is that you?" "It's me," Gu Xingyi replied, and immediately, the voice on the other end continued, "Mr. Xingyao, we have discussed this matter and can allow the person you recommend to join the company. However, the higher-ups feel that since you currently only have 2 songs, one of which is a children's song, they don't want you to misunderstand. Both songs are excellent, but they would like to see more of your composition abilities. Would that be convenient for you?" As expected, the company was hesitant to trust his capabilities based solely on 2 songs. Ji Yuxingyi understood this. After all, in capitalism, interests always come first. They certainly wouldn't allow him to bring someone into the company based on just 2 songs. "Composing, is it?" "Sure." Gu Xingyi's response was clear and straightforward. His mind was filled with a world of culture, so he had no fear of being challenged. Yang Chenlin, initially feeling somewhat anxious, found solace in Xingyao's prompt agreement. She had spent much of the day working on this matter, and she genuinely enjoyed the 2 songs he created. She believed in his talent, yet the higher-ups remained skeptical. After all, no one could know how long he had taken to craft those 2 songs. Perhaps he had prepared them over a long period before releasing them together. Deep down, Yang Chenlin felt a twinge of unease, but ultimately, she chose to trust her judgment. Anyone capable of composing a life with you and courage explosion surely had merit. In the end, the company agreed to give Xingyao a chance. Recently, Huayin had posed a challenging problem to several entertainment companies, inviting many lyricists and composers, yet none had impressed them, leading to rejections. If Xingyao could solve this issue, the company would no longer doubt his abilities. "Mr. Xingyao, can we discuss the specifics in person? We need you to come here for a live songwriting session," Yang Chenlin stated sincerely, eager to meet this mysterious figure who never showed his face in videos. Gu Xingyi pondered for a moment. Aside from taking care of the children, he had little else to occupy his time at home, so he readily agreed. "Sure, when and where?" "In the bustling metropolis, if possible. It would be most advantageous for you to come tomorrow, as the sooner you arrive, the more beneficial it will be for you, showcasing your true worth." Hearing Yang Chelin's words, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but feel a heightened admiration for this formidable woman. For it is rare to find someone who considers others so selflessly. Most tend to prioritize the interests of their company. "All right then, tomorrow it is." Upon hearing Xingyao's enthusiastic agreement, Yang Chulin exhaled deeply, her tone noticeably more relaxed. "Please confirm the specific time and send me a text at this number. I will be there to pick you up punctually tomorrow." "Okay, I will text you. Goodbye," Gu Xingyi concurred. And once the call ended, he began to explore flights to the metropolis, ultimately securing a ticket for the following morning at 10 a.m. After sending Yang Chulin a text with the details, he closed his eyes for a brief respite, seemingly unfazed by the challenges that lay ahead. Before long, Gu Xingyi had fallen into a deep slumber. When Xia Xiao returned with little Nai, she found Gu Xingyi peacefully asleep. She quickly placed a finger to her lips and gently shushed Nai. With wide eyes, Nai mirrored her mother's gesture, and the two shared a knowing smile. Xia Xiao quietly entered the kitchen with the groceries. While Nai nestled softly against Gu Xingyi's side in his dreams, Gu Xingyi felt as if a small kitten was nuzzling against his face, its soft paws gently kneading his skin. An utterly delightful sensation. Suddenly, the kitten playfully covered his nose with its tiny paws, causing him to gasp for breath. He struggled momentarily and then jolted awake. The sound of Nai's cheerful laughter echoed in his ears. Glancing down, Gu Xingyi realized it was his beloved daughter, her tender little hands playfully pinching his nose. "Daddy, it's time to eat." "All right." Gu Xingyi smiled knowingly, realizing how wonderful these moments were compared to the solitude he often experienced in his past life. The aroma of the meal wafted from the dining room, stirring his hunger. He raised his gaze to see a plate of crispy meat, a dish of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, all looking incredibly appetizing. Xia Xiao soon emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 bowls of rice. Catching sight of Gu Xingyi, she softly remarked, "I noticed you were still asleep, so I went ahead and made dinner. Although it may not be as delicious as what you prepare, I tasted it, and it's quite good." Yu Xingyi scooped up Nai and stood. "I think it looks wonderful." It's visually appealing and making me quite hungry. Let me take Nai to wash her hands, and I'll be right back." Hearing Gu Xingyi's praise, Xia Shiyao felt a blush of shyness, nodding as she returned to the kitchen to bring a bowl of rice to the table. As the family enjoyed their meal, Gu Xingyi placed a piece of crispy meat into Nai's bowl and turned to Xia Shiyao, saying, "By the way, I have to go out tomorrow, but I'm not sure how many days I'll be away." Startled by his words, Xia Shiyao nearly choked on her soup, coughing uncontrollably. Gu Xingyi hurriedly offered her a tissue. Concern etched on his face. As she turned away to wipe her mouth, she felt a twinge of panic at the thought of his sudden departure. Instinctively, she feared it was related to the two individuals who had visited that day. However, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion. If that were the case, he would have invited them into their home today. After gathering herself, Xia Shiyao turned back to face him, uncertain whether to inquire about his destination, a sense of inexplicable anxiety stirring within her. Just a week ago, she had contemplated escaping, yet now, hearing of Gu Xingyi's impending absence, she felt an unwelcome reluctance. It was Nai who voiced her concern, puzzled by her mother's sudden coughing fit. "Where is Daddy going?" she pouted, unwilling to touch her favorite egg custard. "Daddy's going to find a job for Mommy. Then you can hear Mommy sing more often. Aren't you happy?" Nai, still too young to comprehend the concept of work, had always known her parents to be at home. However, the prospect of hearing her mother sing more frequently brought her joy, prompting her to clap her tiny hands in delight. Little did she know, in the future, she would often find herself unable to see her mother, and whether she would still feel the same happiness then remained uncertain. "Mommy will sing for Nai often, right?" "Yay." Gu Xingyi affectionately ruffled her hair and turned his gaze to Xia Shiyao. "I apologize for making this decision without consulting you. Nai mentioned your love for singing, and I assumed you would appreciate it. I hadn't informed you earlier since matters were not yet settled, but now another company has invited me to discuss a collaboration. If this goes well, you can make a legitimate return to the stage and continue singing. Inhai Entertainment should offer promising prospects. He's asking me to sing." Xia Shiyao instinctively looked at him. Gu Xingyi's expression was earnest, and as their eyes met, tears welled in Xia Shiyao's almond-shaped eyes, her gaze turning misty. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with tenderness, leaving Gu Xingyi momentarily at a loss. He focused intently on his food. Xia Shiyao had never anticipated that she would have the chance to sing again, especially through the initiative of this man. "Thank you, Gu Xingyi. I love singing. I truly do," she expressed softly, her voice growing more resolute. She longed for Lele and Yunjie to thrive, free from bullying. Since meeting Tao Lele, she had been deeply concerned for them, and no need to thank me. "Your happiness is all that matters," Gu Xingyi replied with a warm smile. The following morning, after breakfast, Gu Xingyi urged, "You both should head back now. I estimate I'll return in just a day or two. So don't worry." He flagged down a taxi to the airport and turned to Xia Shiyao. Nodding, she displayed an unexpected reluctance. Just days prior, she had yearned to escape him, yet now the thought of his departure filled her with a sense of loss. Little Nai nestled against Xia Shiyao's side, equally reluctant to see Gu Xingyi leave, her little lips pouting adorably, her eyes brimming with affection, prompting Gu Xingyi to wish he could take her with him. "Why does it feel like a farewell for eternity? I'll be away for just 2 days." Gu Xingyi steeled himself, averting his gaze and stepping into the taxi. As the vehicle pulled away, the figures of Xia Shiyao and Nai grew smaller in the rearview mirror, and Gu Xingyi shut his eyes, grappling with an indescribable emotion. This was the first time he had been seen off on a journey. 9:30 a.m., the taxi arrived at the airport. After waiting an additional 20 minutes, Gu Xingyi boarded the flight to the metropolis. This city, known for its skyrocketing real estate, is home to the headquarters of numerous entertainment companies, where celebrities are a common sight. Often encountered while shopping. It is often said that in this city, stars walk the streets and internet sensations are as numerous as stray dogs. At 12:20 p.m., the plane landed on schedule, and as Gu Xingyi disembarked, he was immediately enveloped by the warmth of the metropolis. Compared to Jiangsheng, the crowds here were overwhelming. Navigating through the throng, he finally reached exit 5 and let out a sigh of relief. Standing at the exit, he scanned the sea of faces holding various signs, searching for his name. Prior to his arrival, he had arranged with Yang Chulin to meet him here. Among the multitude, he searched for a familiar sign, only to finally spot a tall woman in professional attire holding a sign that read Xingyao. Truly, she was the epitome of sophistication. This woman exuded a compelling beauty, contrasting sharply with Xia Xiao's gentle demeanor. Where Xia Xiao was soft and nurturing, this woman radiated a sharp, intellectual elegance. Ji Yuxingyi approached her quickly and waved. "Hello, are you Director Yang? I am Xing Yao, also known as Gu Xingyi. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Yang Chulin observed him with a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, though she quickly masked it. Aware of Gu Xingyi's youth, she had not anticipated just how young he appeared. He looked as if he had just graduated from university, with a face that epitomized the image of a star. Yang Chulin felt a pang of regret, wishing she could sign him on. "Hello, I am Yang Chulin. I just arrived not long ago, Mr. Xing Yao. You truly are quite young." With a professional smile, Yang Chulin shook his hand briefly before releasing it. "Let's head out. It's too crowded here, and my car is parked in the underground garage. It's lunchtime now, so let us find a place to eat before we discuss matters in detail." "Sounds good," Gu Xingyi nodded, walking alongside Yang Chulin. Proving herself to be an experienced professional, Yang Chulin effortlessly engaged Gu Xingyi in conversation as they walked. Expecting him to be somewhat reticent, she was pleasantly surprised to find him engaging and articulate. Not at all like the shy youth she was accustomed to. This revelation caused her to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, exceptional individuals flourish in any environment. Unbeknownst to Gu Xingyi, Yang Chulin's admiration for him was growing. Had he known, he would have been bemused. After all, he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes, amounting to over 50 years of experience. If he lacked emotional intelligence, he might as well seek a rope to hang himself. Once they reached the car, Gu Xingyi gazed out at the vibrant metropolis while Yang Chulin shared tidbits about the local specialties. Before long, they arrived at a quaint restaurant, reputed for its authentic cuisine. After placing their orders, Yang Chulin broached the subject of their meeting. "I'll refer to you as Mr. Gu. May I inquire who you are recommending for us? A novice or a professional singer? Have you heard of Xia Xiao, Director Yang? She was a singer, but she withdrew from the industry for a time, and now it seems she is making a comeback." As the conversation turned serious, Gu Xingyi's demeanor shifted as well. Yang Chulin furrowed her brow. She was familiar with Xia Xiao's songs. She had been a rising star 2 years prior, known for her exceptional vocal talent. However, the reason for her withdrawal from the industry concerned her, as it was public knowledge that she had left due to a high-profile relationship with an inconsequential partner. This made matters difficult. Yang Chulin pondered for a moment, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear before fixing her gaze on Gu Xingyi. "I know of her. May I ask what your relationship with her is? Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding her departure from the industry?" Gu Xingyi met Yang Chulin's gaze steadily. "We are married. She is my wife." Even for the seasoned Yang Chulin, Gu Xingyi's revelation was shocking. "Married? He is the infamous boyfriend everyone speaks of? Surely you jest. Has Xia Xiao divorced that man and found another?" Observing Yang Chulin's expression, Gu Xingyi surmised the thoughts racing through her mind and offered a wry smile. "You are correct. I am the one who was publicly linked with her, leading to her exit from the industry." Yang Chulin found herself at a loss for words. While she had heard of Xia Xiao, she had no knowledge of her current relationship status, and being a former idol, Gu Xingyi was not someone she had followed closely. Doubts began to creep in about whether he had indeed penned those 2 songs. Sensing her internal struggle, Gu Xingyi continued, "Is it difficult for her to join your company? If it poses a challenge, I can explore other options. Moreover, my requests extend beyond her joining your ranks. I desire for her to have access to top-tier resources and creative freedom within your company, with no restrictive contract. Ultimately, it boiled down to matters of interest. I believe with my assistance, Enhai Entertainment could reach new heights. I sincerely hope you will deliberate on this." Ji Yuxingyi took a sip of water calmly. Having delivered his proposition, Yang Chulin appeared contemplative, evidently grappling with the situation. "To be frank, we haven't collaborated before. Based solely on the 2 songs you released on Douyin, it doesn't hold substantial value. While I acknowledge Xia Xiao's talent, the entertainment industry values more than just vocal ability. I am confident you understand that while facilitating her return is feasible, the elite resources and freedom you seek are not standard practice for us. This matter requires thorough discussion. It is not trivial." Though Yang Chulin did not outright reject his proposal, her words hinted at its improbability. After all, should they cultivate Xia Xiao into a marquee star? Granting her both top-notch resources and a flexible contract would leave the company vulnerable should she choose to leave. "You may deliberate, and I'll express my stance as well. Not only regarding the challenges you are currently facing, but in the future, should you require songs or scripts of any genre, I can provide them. I still hope we can establish a successful partnership." You invited me here to assess my capabilities, did you not? Now that I am here, why not evaluate my worth before making a decision? Gu Xingyi said, radiating confidence. Yang Chulin regarded him intently. It was her first encounter with someone so self-assured. Is he truly the so-called boyfriend? How foolish the world can be. Ultimately, following their meal, Yang Chulin departed hastily to confer with the company, leaving Gu Xingyi with a hotel keycard she had booked in advance. Conveniently located next to the restaurant. "Await my news," were her final words. Her belief in Gu Xingyi's confidence had swayed her. A person so self-assured could not possibly lack substance. After arriving at his hotel room, Gu Xingyi quickly freshened up before lying on the bed, contemplating his options. If Yinhai Entertainment did not work out, he would seek opportunities elsewhere. Surely, there would be suitable options available. If all else failed, he could earn more money, work harder, and start a company to support Xia Shiyao in her endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had gradually shifted. Initially, he had merely wished to lead a laid-back existence. Yet now he found himself striving for Xia Xiao's future. In the short time they had spent together, he had increasingly prioritized her and her family, unwittingly becoming part of their world. Yang Chulin's call came in at 3 in the afternoon, announcing her arrival downstairs and requesting Gu Xingyi to accompany her to Yinhai Tower. Without hesitation, he descended to meet her. Yinhai Entertainment's headquarters stood in the heart of the metropolis. An entire building dedicated to its operations. At that moment, on the 18th floor of Yinhai Tower, in the reception room, the company's chairman, Yang Xian, along with Human Resources Minister Zhang Chao and several other managers, were gathered. Zhang Chao's expression was grim as he addressed Yang Xian. "Chairman, I have no qualms about Yang Chulin's capabilities, but I believe she is placing too much emphasis on this Gu Xingyi. He was an unknown artist, and now he has the audacity to make outrageous demands. Those 2 songs on Douyin were decent, but who knows where he sourced them? I feel we are wasting our time." In response to Zhang Chao's grievances, Yang Xian waved his hand with a benevolent smile. "We must afford young talent some opportunities. Let us first assess his abilities. If it doesn't pan out, I trust Xiaolin 1T advocate for him further." Observing the chairman's amiable demeanor, Zhang Chao could only suppress his frustrations, mentally berating him for his bias. "It's easy to be lenient when it's your daughter." Yang Xian noted Zhang Chao's disgruntled expression and chuckled, aware that as the chairman, he wouldn't simply acquiesce to his daughter's wishes. In truth, he had listened to those 2 songs and found them exemplary. However, he felt no obligation to clarify his position to Zhang Chao. As for whether those songs were genuinely composed by Gu Xingyi, time would reveal the truth. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by Gu Xingyi, a previously obscure artist now exhibiting such confidence and making bold demands. There had to be some merit behind it. This notion is shared by both Yang Xian and Yang Chulin. After all, they are indeed father and daughter, not merely individuals who happen to enter the same door. At this moment, Yang Chulin arrived at the reception room accompanied by Gu Xingyi, who, upon entering, was greeted by a plethora of celebrities renowned in this world, each a luminary in their respective fields. Truly, as one of the triumvirate, the opulence and star-studded presence evoke an overwhelming sense of grandeur. What a spectacle it is! Upon entering the reception area, Gu Xingyi felt the gaze of every individual upon him, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions: doubt, astonishment, disdain, and curiosity. With an air of calm, he naturally took his seat among the guests, appearing unperturbed and at ease. A flicker of admiration welled up in Yang Xian's heart. It was impressive for such a young man to maintain composure in the face of such a daunting array. A favorable first impression indeed. "Now that the principal party has arrived, let us commence. Mr. Gu, correct? We have deliberated on your requests in our meeting. As for Xia Shiyao, a contract can be arranged. We can also offer resources at the highest caliber. However, the contract cannot be flexible. We truly cannot accommodate that. You must understand my meaning, yes?" Gu Xingyi nodded, well aware of the implications. Nonetheless, collaboration necessitates negotiation. How else can one ascertain the limits of their counterparts? Understood. Then for how long shall the contract be? Yang Xian chuckled, fixing his gaze on Gu Xingyi. 5 years. We shall nurture her with the most elite resources, and she will have the freedom to release any songs or partake in any events she desires. But the contract must span 5 years. This is the standard agreement for all our top-tier artists. Gu Xingyi furrowed his brow slightly, unflinching under Yang Xian's scrutiny, returning his gaze with equal resolve. 5 years is excessive. I have faith in my abilities. With your resources and my talent, she will undoubtedly ascend to stardom within a year, perhaps even sooner. Therefore, the maximum I can concede is 2 years, with the remaining year yielding ample profit for your company. This 2-year period will require no effort on your part regarding Xia Xiao's music, and I can even assist you in writing songs for Inhai at no cost. Albeit with a limited quantity, who cannot boast? Achieving peak popularity within a year. Are you dreaming? As soon as Gu Xingyi finished speaking, a bald man seated beside Yang Chulin scoffed, his eyes regarding Gu Xingyi with disdain. Gu Xingyi merely cast a glance at him, disregarding the remark, and continued to focus on Yang Xian. As for the bald man, it suffices to let his capabilities speak for themselves. Further discussion would be futile. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, gently tapping his fingers on the table, a smile becoming increasingly evident on his face. It is commendable for a young individual to possess such confidence. 2 years may not be out of the question, yet all hinges upon your capabilities. The reason for inviting you here is twofold. Firstly, to discuss collaboration. Secondly, recently, Huayin has launched a nationwide initiative requiring every company to participate, with only one song to be selected. I wish to secure that opportunity, and I wonder if you possess the requisite prowess. Gu Xingyi nodded slightly. I came here specifically for that initiative, did I not? How audacious! What character! I am quite fond of it. Yang, the deputy minister, will provide you with the details of the initiative. I eagerly await your favorable news. As long as your song is approved, we can proceed to sign the contract immediately. Yang Xian chuckled softly, arriving at a final decision. Once everything was settled, Gu Xingyi relaxed, rising to shake hands with Yang Xian before departing the reception room with Yang Chulin. After descending 2 floors in the elevator, they arrived at Yang Chulin's office on the 16th floor. Yang Chulin felt somewhat wistful. She had not anticipated her father agreeing to such an outrageous condition. However, this initiative was indeed of great importance, as the company securing the chosen song would undoubtedly gain favor from the authorities. The benefits were all too evident. As a businessman, her father was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. As Yang Chulin regarded Gu Xingyi again, her gaze was complex. She genuinely hoped he would astonish everyone, for that would validate her judgment. With this in mind, she presented the details of the initiative. Here, take a look. This is the outline for the initiative. You have only 3 days to compose, and I hope you can fulfill the expectations. I also wish for our collaboration to succeed. Yang Chulin retrieved a document folder from her drawer and handed it to Gu Xingyi. Chapter 27. The ordinary hero. Gu Xingyi opened the folder, revealing a prominent title, Ordinary Heroes. Upon seeing those words, his expression immediately turned serious as he continued to read. Heroes are ordinary, yet extraordinary. They lack divine abilities, yet accomplish feats beyond the reach of gods. There are no deities descending from the heavens, only mortals willing to step forward in this chaotic world. It is the nameless heroes who strive to protect this sanctuary, passing their legacy through generations. As a great nation, Huagua is not devoid of such ordinary heroes, though few recognize them. The current initiative by Huayin, in collaboration with various departments, seeks to collect songs centered around the theme of ordinary heroes, aiming to promote Huagua's culture and establish a new societal ethos. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Gu Xingyi flipping through the documents. His demeanor was the most solemn it had been since his arrival in this world. As he turned the pages, he came upon several photographs. The first depicted a group of doctors and nurses clad in protective gear, their weary forms slumped outside an operating room under the dim light of night, having not even had the chance to remove their garments. The second showcased 3 firefighters, their clothes in tatters, with the remnants of a blaze extinguished behind them. The foremost firefighter, despite his soiled visage, wore a radiant smile, cradling a child still swaddled in blankets. The third image featured several soldiers, their faces obscured but their uniforms emblazoned with the words anti-drug. They faced a group of ruthless criminals. The fourth showed a classroom on the verge of collapse, 2 teachers ushering children towards the exit while one held a child, passing them to someone outside, her back to the void. She was the last to leave. There were numerous similar photographs, each one eliciting a tremor within Gu Xingyi as he examined them, his fingers involuntarily brushing over one. This is the essence of Huagua. Gu Xingyi suddenly realized that even if Inhai Entertainment were to reject his conditions, he would still write this song. It would be his honor, devoid of ulterior motives or concerns for personal gain. The individuals in these photographs deserve it. After reviewing all the documents, Gu Xingyi meticulously organized them and took a deep breath. It was at this moment that Yang Chulin broke the silence of the office. Impressive, isn't it? To be honest, if I had the capability, I would compose a magnificent song for them, even at a cost to myself. Alas, I lack such talent. Even a colossal entity like Inhai Entertainment cannot produce a satisfactory piece, so how about you? You have merely 3 days, as the selection will conclude then. Jiu Xingyi nodded. As a citizen of Huagua, how could he not be moved? Rest assured, leave it to me. I will certainly provide you and them with a satisfactory response within 3 days. With that, Gu Xingyi gathered the documents and rose from his seat. Let us proceed then. Please prepare some sheet music for me, as I will return to the hotel to delve into it. Very well, I will accompany you. Yang Chulin wasted no time, understanding the tight schedule and the challenge of creating a remarkable song in such a brief period. They quickly descended the stairs together. That night, in the hotel, Gu Xingyi, after taking a shower, approached his desk, laying out the sheet music and contemplating silently. Following his review of the documents, 2 songs began to form in his mind, each resonating with the theme, Nameless and As Long as Ordinary. After much deliberation, he settled on As Long as Ordinary, the theme song from the original World S film Dying to Survive, which was later adopted as an anthem during the pandemic, perfectly aligned with the current theme. The ordinary heroes, unsung and unadorned by divine accolades, simply embody their ordinariness. Though the melody is remarkably simple, it encapsulates a tinge of sorrow in its initial notes, gradually evolving into a testament of faith. As Gu Xingyi set pen to paper, the notes sprang forth, transporting him back to the time of the pandemic's outbreak in the original world. Though confined within their homes, everyone held steadfast in their belief that they would conquer the virus, unwavering in their conviction of eventual victory. He recalled the great Dr. Zhong and the countless brave souls who defied the odds. Just as the saying goes, this world may be imperfect, yet there are always those who patch it up. No one is born a hero, yet some carry burdens forward. Such are the ordinary heroes. Once the composition was complete, Gu Xingyi rubbed his slightly weary eyes and took out another sheet, carefully inscribing the song title. After finalizing everything, he placed the sheets together and began to hum softly. He would not permit even a single mistake to mar this song. He hummed repeatedly, ensuring there were no errors, before finally lying down in satisfaction. He found himself anticipating their reactions upon hearing the song the next day. The following morning, after a light breakfast, Gu Xingyi, without notifying Yang Chulin, took a taxi to Inhai Entertainment. Yang Chulin was busy in her office when she was taken aback by Gu Xingyi's unexpected visit. What brings you here? Time is of the essence. Should you not be focused on your song? What song? I have completed it, Gu Xingyi replied with a smile, presenting the sheet music to her amidst her astonished expression. Please take a look. I believe this one should suffice, correct? Yang Chulin stared at Gu Xingyi as if he were an enigma, her usually composed demeanor now betraying an uncharacteristic emotional outburst. Are you joking? One night. What could possibly be accomplished in such a short span? Wouldn't he have hastily thrown something together? Would he? Frowning, Yang Chulin accepted the sheet music, her earlier admiration of Gu Xingyi now tinged with skepticism. She was eager to see what he had managed to produce in a single night. As she began to read the lyrics, she initially maintained a facade of calm, but as she progressed, her astonishment grew. What divine lyrics! Each line speaks of the ordinary yet hints at the extraordinary. Not a single mention of heroes, yet every word embodies heroism. This perfectly encapsulates the theme. Yang Chulin then eagerly examined the musical score, and after a moment, she lifted her gaze to Gu Xingyi, her eyes sparkling. Did you truly write this in one night? Gu Xingyi sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, What else could it be? I spent the entire night crafting it, so what do you think? Is this song acceptable? He inquired again, though he already knew that if this one did not meet the mark, nothing would. Yang Chulin's eyes shone even brighter, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Xingyi. You are truly remarkable. My judgment was indeed correct. Can you sing it for me? I wish to hear how it sounds. Chapter 28. As Long as Ordinary One Night. Yang Chulin could hardly fathom the immense talent required to compose such a complete piece in such a brief time frame. She was now eagerly anticipating the effect of the song when sung aloud. Certainly, Gu Xingyi nodded, closing his eyes to cultivate the emotions he felt upon first hearing the song. Yang Chulin sat upright, like a devoted audience member, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The serious demeanor of Gu Xingyi was indeed captivating. As Gu Xingyi opened his eyes, he beheld this scene. He cleared his throat, slightly averted his gaze, took a deep breath, and began to sing softly. Perhaps far away or just yesterday, here or on the other shore. Through the winding roads of joy and sorrow, people gather and part ways. Only by letting go of right and wrong does one find the answer, the courage to live. Without divine accolades, you and I are born ordinary. Gu Xingyi's expression was earnest, his demeanor sincere, his voice gentle. With each note, it felt as if he were recounting some unforgettable, yet commonplace, tale. The summer sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow upon Gu Xingyi's focused face. This scene momentarily transported young Chulin into a reverie, as though she were witnessing a beam of light breaking through the darkness and illuminating the world. In the midst of heartache, one recognizes regret. Life is both long and fleeting. The beating heart entwines with vines, willing to fight against peril. Falling into darkness, a face caked with dirt. Without divine accolades, we grasp our ordinary lives. This heart, this life, is without regret. Life's fire has been ignited. This is the feeling. At this moment, young Chulin's heart began to tremble slightly, for her initial response upon reading the documents had been just this: heartbreak, a reflection on life, admiration for these heroes, and yet a pang of sympathy for them. She now fully comprehended the essence of disparity. It is the ability to feel what others cannot express. Gu Xingyi, however, could encapsulate this sentiment in a song. Indeed, thanks to these admirable heroes who, undaunted by challenges, ignite the flames of life, miracles abound in this world. Young Chulin gazed at the young man before her, captivated by his song. Perhaps one day they would part ways, yet fate might bring them together again. Regardless of the crowd or distance, let me behold your face once more. Let tears fill my eyes. Though wordless, my face is wet with tears. Without divine accolades, I seek only your ordinariness. As Gu Xingyi reached this line, his eyes glistened, for he envisioned the faces of those with angelic visages. Albeit blurred, he felt as though he stood there, watching as those he had saved bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, young Chulin's eyes glistened with tears, her awareness of them lost, merely gazing at Gu Xingyi in a trance. Previously, in her mind, he was merely a talented individual, proud of his abilities. Yet now, his image had crystallized in her heart. He was not only talented but possessed a delicate heart and qualities unique to him. He bore a spirit of perpetual gratitude. How tranquil the world may seem, yet there are those who bear burdens for you. This heart, this life, is without regret. Life's fire has been ignited. As the song concluded, young Chulin remained entranced until Gu Xingyi gently coughed twice, bringing her back to reality. In a flurry, she wiped away the traces of her tears, suddenly rising to her feet, her eyes shining with brilliance, so much so that Gu Xingyi felt a twinge of shyness at her gaze. But I said acceptable. Clap, 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 clap. Absolutely splendid, Gu Xiaoyu. I never anticipated you would surprise us so greatly. Just as young Chulin was about to speak, the office door swung open, revealing Yang Xian, who entered clapping, his face adorned with an expression of evident delight. Following him was Zhang Chao, the head of the Human Resources Department, who appeared utterly incredulous. How could it be that in such a short span, Gu Xingyi had crafted such a flawless song? Father, why did you enter without knocking? Young Chulin exclaimed, her demeanor slightly flustered as she quickly dabbed at her tear-streaked face, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Xian. Yet, Yang Xian showed no sign of remorse, still smiling, albeit with a curious look directed at his beloved daughter. How long has it been since I have seen you in such a vulnerable state? If I had not come, how would I have known that Gu Xiaoyu had composed such a remarkable song? All right then. Gu Xingyi was at a loss for words. He had swiftly transitioned from Mr. Gu to Gu Xiaoyu, truly a businessman. Those who can bring him profit become family. You flatter me, Chairman Yang. As long as you are satisfied, that is sufficient. Satisfied, very satisfied, Gu Xiaoyu. With the song completed, once it is selected by Huayin, we shall immediately sign the contract with Xia Xiyao. For now, let us establish a collaboration agreement, shall we? This will alleviate your concerns, will it not? Yang Xian beamed, swiftly moving to finalize the arrangements. Gu Xingyi finally exhaled in relief. Knowing that this matter was nearly settled, a group of individuals convened to sign a collaboration agreement. Should the song be selected, then the partnership that Gu Xingyi had previously discussed with Inhai Entertainment would commence forthwith. After the signing was concluded, Gu Xingyi bid farewell to Yang Xian. Chairman Yang, now that matters are settled, I shall take my leave. Very well. I also hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future. Gu Xingyi nodded slightly, clutching the agreement as he turned to exit the office. Allow me to see you off. As Gu Xingyi prepared to depart, Yang Chenlin suddenly interjected, feeling somewhat shy for having gazed at Gu Xingyi like an infatuated fan. This was rather embarrassing for someone of her stature. Yet, as Gu Xingyi was about to leave, an inexplicable sense of reluctance welled up within her. Ahem, Chenlin, I recall you have unfinished work, don't you? Gu Xingyi is no longer a child. He does not require your escort. Before Gu Xingyi could respond, Yang Xian spoke up. Observing this, Gu Xingyi smiled gratefully at Yang Chenlin. Thank you for your kindness, Minister Yang. I can manage a taxi on my own. With that, Gu Xingyi turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him before striding away. Within the office, Yang Chenlin resembled an irate kitten, her temper flaring. Dad, what do you mean? He just brought the song. And you send him off immediately? How can you be like this? Zhang Chao, still in the room, witnessed this scene and felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly swallowed and said, I still have some work to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Farewell. Without waiting for Yang Xian's response, Zhang Chao hastily bolted out, firmly shutting the door behind him. Once outside, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurried away, determining that he ought not to linger amidst the father-daughter dynamic. Yang Xian regarded his daughter's demeanor without anger, instead adopting a tone of earnestness. Chenlin, you are not a child anymore. It is time to find a partner. Gu is quite a fine young man, but do not forget, he is already married. And as far as I know, he has a daughter as well? Yang Chenlin fell silent, and after a moment, she coldly replied, I am fully aware. I merely saw him off because he was invited by me. It's as simple as that. The cool demeanor of the goddess returned, even causing her father, Yang Xian, to feel a twinge of apprehension. All right, as long as you understand. I just remembered I have work to do. Off I go. Yang Xian hastily exited, only to poke his head back in. I am serious, my dear daughter. You are 26 now. It is truly time to find someone. Go away. All right then, I won't pressure you. I'm leaving now. Chapter 29. The waiting time upon exiting the Yinhai building, Gu Xingyi stood by the roadside for quite a while before finally hailing a taxi. As he got into the car, the driver jested that those who worked in this area were all wealthy individuals, implying that taxis seldom ventured here, and Gu Xingyi was fortunate to have secured a ride. Gu Xingyi shrugged his shoulders, feeling equally helpless as he had come seeking assistance. However, this only solidified his resolve to purchase a car, as it was exceedingly inconvenient to go out. Waiting for a taxi felt like a waste of half a day. As the vehicle made its way to the hotel, Gu Xingyi searched for flights home, intending to pack up briefly and have lunch before departing. Although he had only left home yesterday morning, he found himself unexpectedly yearning for it. Gu Xingyi was perplexed by this newfound sentiment. In his previous world, he could be away for extended periods without a pang of homesickness, yet here, everything felt different. Just as he was about to finalize his flight, Yang Chenlin's call came through. Hello, Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize. My father's tone was rather brusque. I wish to convey his apologies on his behalf. On the other end of the line, Yang Chenlin expressed her contrition, her voice tinged with coolness, as if she were still somewhat upset with someone. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. He had not given the matter much thought, and Yang Xian had already expressed himself quite tactfully. Being a capital mogul, he had shown considerable courtesy. As for any ulterior motives, that was unfounded. It was merely a fair transaction. Having encountered all manner of individuals in the capital market, Gu Xingyi was accustomed to such dynamics. No worries at all. I didn't find anything amiss. You need not dwell on it. Hearing this, Yang Chenlin's tone softened slightly. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel now? Indeed. I'm already in the car, preparing to tidy up and then head back to Jiangcheng. As Gu Xingyi spoke, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Yang Chenlin's voice. Actually, Mr. Gu, it would be best for you to wait a couple more days. If your lyrics are selected, they will likely require your assistance from Huayin, as you possess the deepest understanding of the song. Having composed both the lyrics and melody, I have extended your hotel reservation for a few more days, so there is no need to worry. Upon hearing Yang Chenlin's words, Gu Xingyi's plans to return home were dashed, leaving him feeling unexpectedly empty. However, her reasoning was sound. If any further matters arose, the logistics of shuttling between two cities would be quite cumbersome. Very well, I understand. I shall remain for a few more days. Thank you for the notification. You're welcome. After hanging up with Yang Chenlin, Gu Xingyi set his phone down with a sense of regret, turning to gaze out at the swiftly passing scenery through the car window. He found himself missing the little one back home. The thought of Xiaonai brought an unbidden smile to his face, as if by some unspoken connection, just as Gu Xingyi returned to the hotel. Feeling quite at loose ends, he received a call from Xia Shiyao. Upon answering, he was immediately greeted by the voice of little Xiaonai. "Hello? Is that Daddy?" "It's the little one." Even without seeing her, Gu Xingyi's face lit up with a motherly smile. "Yes, it's Daddy. Does Nai miss Daddy?" "I do, Daddy. Mama is asking when you will be back." At that moment, in their home, little Xiaonai cradled the phone in her hands, nestled in Xia Shiyao's embrace, sweetly inquiring. Xia Shiyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a helpless glance at the little one, who had insisted on calling Daddy. How did she end up getting implicated in this? She hadn't asked that question. "Tell Mama, Daddy will need a few more days before he can return." Gu Xingyi chuckled to himself, guessing that the little one likely wanted him back and was using Xia Shiyao as leverage. Upon hearing this, little Xiaonai appeared visibly displeased, mumbling into the phone. Gu Xingyi's lips curled into a slight smirk as he shifted into a more comfortable position on the bed. "Has Nai eaten well today?" Little Xiaonai glanced up at her mother. Then, lowering her head as if caught in mischief, she replied softly, "Yes, but Nai wants to eat the meals Daddy makes." Her earnest tone was so sincere that even Xia Shiyao, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but laugh. "So young and already telling tales, are we?" implicitly suggesting that Mama's cooking is lacking. At that moment, Xia Shiyao heard the sound of Gu Xingyi's hearty laughter on the other end of the line, causing her face to redden even further. She snatched the phone away indignantly. "All right, this chat with Daddy ends here." "Hey, that wasn't my question. I know, is everything all right at home?" Hearing Gu Xingyi's inquiry, Xia Shiyao felt even more exasperated. Was he stifling laughter? Excellent. He had only been gone for a day. What could possibly be wrong? "All right, no more. I must hang up. I have to prepare lunch." "Hey, you can't do that. I haven't had enough time to chat with the little one. Goodbye." Xia Shiyao, however, did not grant Gu Xingyi that opportunity, hanging up the phone abruptly. Her face was ablaze with heat. If the conversation continued, she feared she might unleash her frustration. Noticing little Xiaonai's disappointed gaze fixed on the phone, Xia Shiyao resolved to prepare the least favorite dish of the little one. Some green vegetables, indeed. Children should not be picky eaters. As Gu Xingyi heard the dial tone on the line, he felt a mix of regret and amusement. It was the first time he had witnessed Xia Shiyao displaying such a slight mood, and he found it quite delightful. Previously, she had always exuded an indescribable sense of repression, as if devoid of personal emotion, her gentleness bordering on fragility. How to describe it? Gu Xingyi referred to her as lacking a soul of her own. Yet now, this situation was gradually improving. She was rediscovering herself, and that was a wonderful transformation. The waiting time felt interminable. Unbeknownst to him, July was drawing to a close, and soon August would arrive. Gu Xingyi had spent 2 days in Shanghai, during which he and Yang Chenlin had exchanged several phone calls. Their relationship becoming less distant, at least now. Yang Chenlin no longer referred to him as Mr. Dagu, which had previously made him feel quite antiquated. After all, he was still a young man. Gu Xingyi continued his morning runs, and everything seemed calm. He had yet to receive any news from Huayin, leaving him to await developments patiently. On the evening of the 3rd day, however, he received a call from someone both unfamiliar yet familiar. "Hello, is this Lao Gu? It's Chen Feng." "Chen Feng?" Gu Xingyi was taken aback by the call, quickly sifting through the original owner's memories. After a moment, he recalled that this was his best friend from university. After graduation, they had gone their separate ways. Gu Xingyi had pursued a career in a boy band while his friend Chen Feng had been compelled to return home to manage the family's small supermarket. Returning home was never Chen Feng's intention. His aspirations lay elsewhere. He had always dreamed of entering the animation industry, having studied animation production at their media university. "Feng, you rascal. Long time no see." Thinking back to their days of camaraderie in university, Gu Xingyi smiled as he greeted him. Die in this world. He had yet to make any friends, but recalling Chen Feng's character and virtues from the original memories, Gu Xingyi felt a swell of warmth at the prospect of having a true friend again. Chapter 30. A brother's visit. Lao Gu, what has happened since you got married? You haven't been answering calls or replying to messages. Do you look down on your brother? From the other end of the line, Chen Feng's teasing voice came through, laced with an underlying concern that warmed Gu Xingyi's heart. It was simply that the original owner had become preoccupied with currying favor with the likes of Gao and Su, neglecting even his best friend. I take full responsibility for that. Please forgive my shortcomings this time. When we meet, allow me to treat you to a meal as an apology, all right? Gu Xingyi offered contritely, mentally chastising the original owner for being such a fool. How could one not distinguish between people and ghosts? What a disgrace to Gu Xingyi. Haha, you better mean it. No need to wait. Let us do it today. Brother, I've arrived in Jiangcheng. Chen Feng's tone was exuberant, his pride evident even through the phone. Feng, it's not that I don't want to invite you. I'm not in Jiangcheng right now. I've come to Shanghai on business and want to be back for a few days. Ji Yuxingyi felt a bit awkward, realizing that Chen Feng had come to Jiangcheng only to find him absent. You rascal, why did you come to Shanghai? No way. Just wait. I'm flying to Shanghai right now. You think I'm letting you off the hook for dinner? I've gone through great lengths to escape home to accomplish something big. Such good fortune must be shared with you. All right, I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai. I want to go anywhere. I'll send you my location on WeChat. I can still afford a meal. Chen Feng replied cheerfully. Ji Yuxingyi eagerly agreed, looking forward to reconnecting with his long-lost friend. All right, it's a deal. I'm booking my ticket now. I must treat you to a feast. Chen Feng was efficient. Shortly after hanging up, he sent Gu Xingyi the flight information via WeChat. He would arrive at 10 o'clock that evening, which was still a few hours away. Gu Xingyi felt a surge of joy, the worries of the past days dissipating as he hummed a tune and scrolled through his phone, eagerly awaiting his friend's arrival. Before long, Gu Xingyi checked the time and decided to head downstairs to the entrance. A taxi pulled up at the hotel, and two figures emerged. One was a slightly plump young man about 5 feet 7 inches tall, his face brimming with excitement as he scanned the hotel. The other was a young woman, dressed in a way reminiscent of the anime world, petite and delicate. She followed the slightly plump young man with a hint of impatience. When Gu Xingyi's eyes met those of the young man, they both paused momentarily, then smiles broke out on both their faces. Lao Gu Feng. The slightly plump young man was, indeed, Chen Feng. He hurried forward, his excitement palpable, as he enveloped Gu Xingyi in a hearty embrace. You rascal! You haven't changed at all. If anything, you've become even more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Gu Xingyi chuckled, appraising him. Haha, you've put on some weight. I remember you used to be in such great shape. You had muscles for days. How did you end up like this? Haha. It's all because my mother thinks I'm too thin. She has been feeding me so much I can barely squeeze through the door. Chen Feng laughed, recalling how he had once been fit and robust, with a square face that carried an imposing presence. However, since returning home after graduation, he had been pampered to the point of plumpness. His once sharp features now softened, in a wonder. But he looked much more comfortable this way, indeed. Chen Feng draped an arm over Gu Xingyi's shoulder, gesturing towards the girl in the anime-inspired outfit. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Ruanqing. Ji Yuxingyi glanced at Ruanqing, playfully nudging Chen Feng with his elbow. Nice work, Feng. You found yourself a good girlfriend. Afterward, Gu Xingyi nodded in acknowledgement at Ruanqing. Hello, I'm Gu Xingyi, a good friend of Chen Feng's. Hello. I've heard so much about you from a Feng. I didn't expect you to be this handsome in person. Ruanqing's eyes lit up when she saw Gu Xingyi, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, of course. Just look at who my friend is. Chen Feng chimed in, beaming with pride, earning himself an eye roll from Ruanqing. It's not you. Haha, my friend and I are practically inseparable. Let us go, let us go. I've flown all this way just to treat you, so you better not escape today. Chen Feng urged, leading Gu Xingyi forward. Today, you can dine to your heart's content. I accept my punishment. As the three of them walked together, Chen Feng surprisingly chose a roadside barbecue stall, pulling Gu Xingyi down to sit. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Despite claiming he would treat Gu Xingyi, it seemed he couldn't resist the allure of the barbecue. As they settled in, Chen Feng shouted loudly for the owner to take their orders. However, Gu Xingyi noticed that Ruanqing seemed somewhat displeased, yet she took out a napkin to meticulously wipe down her seat before sitting. Oblivious to this, Chen Feng continued to banter. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and suggested, Feng, how about we switch places? You said you were going to treat me, right? How much can we eat here? Unexpectedly, Chen Feng shot Gu Xingyi a sideways glance. What is wrong? Can't look down on roadside stalls now. Didn't we come here often in university? This is it. We're going to drink until we can't anymore. All right, good intentions met with ungratefulness. This guy is still as straightforward as ever. Gu Xingyi replied with a wry smile. Fine, fine. We'll eat here. It's up to you, however. I must inform you that I can't drink anymore. I've quit. Chen Feng frowned, perplexed by Gu Xingyi's sudden shift in behavior, alternating between dismissing roadside stalls and claiming he had quit drinking. Gu Xingyi quickly patted his shoulder to clarify, Brother, I'm serious. I've quit. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking in the past, so I've decided to stop. Seeing the sincerity in Gu Xingyi's tone, Chen Feng reluctantly accepted this revelation. All right then, quitting is for the best. It avoids any mishaps, so today, let us just eat to our heart's content. By the way, where's my celebrity sister-in-law? Didn't she come with you to Shanghai? Since Chen Feng was a year younger than Gu Xingyi, he always referred to Xia Xiao as sister-in-law. Gu Xingyi shook his head. No, she's at home taking care of the baby. I came here for some business. What about you? How could your family allow you to come out like this? When the topic arose, Chen Feng's face radiated with delight as he conspiratorially leaned closer to Gu Xingyi and remarked, Naturally, it is only through my relentless efforts that I could achieve this. Wasn't I supposed to return to inherit the family's small supermarket? Alas, not long after my return, I discovered it was anything but a small establishment. It is a nationwide chain supermarket. Can you believe the audacity? My family kept this from me for so long, and only at the last moment did I learn that I am, in fact, a second-generation wealthy heir. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. During their university days, this fellow had often mooched off his meals, living on a meager allowance that he stretched to the limit. Who would have imagined that he had transformed into a wealthy scion? It could only be said that his family certainly knew how to play their cards. Gu Xingyi gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. Now that you realize you are a rich heir, why not enjoy the comforts of home instead of venturing out? Come on. A man of ambition and vision such as myself cannot simply be a parasite. Chen Feng retorted, his expression a mix of indignation and pride, embodying the spirit of a dreamer rather than a mere slacker. Chapter 31. A traditional, virtuous girl indeed. Such commendable aspirations. Gu Xingyi expressed his admiration for Chen Feng's character. Just then, the skewers arrived at their table, and the three of them began to eat and chat. By the way, old Gu, what are you up to these days? How about joining me? I've opened a studio in Jiangcheng. Gu Xingyi quickly waved his hands in refusal, realizing that once Xia Xiao commenced her career, he would be occupied with childcare. He had no lofty dreams. He merely desired to live a leisurely life. No. I intend to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. How is that for a noble aspiration? Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of shock. Noble. Quite noble indeed. Are you planning to be a kept man? Coughing violently, Gu Xingyi nearly choked. Who said being a stay-at-home dad equates to being a freeloader? Although I must admit, living off Xia Xiao's earnings does sound rather appealing, he pondered, lost in thought. Noticing Gu Xingyi's silence, Chen Feng grew even more astonished, in a way. You can't be serious about being a freeloader. But honestly, you do seem quite suited for it. Get out of here. Who says being a full-time dad means I can't earn money? Gu Xingyi protested, feeling the weight of judgment from others, especially Yuan Qing, who had cast him a peculiar glance when freeloading was mentioned. Chen Feng, however, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and earnestly suggested, I'm being serious. Why not join me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know, my dream is to create animation that reflects our Chinese culture. That's why I partnered with my girlfriend to open a studio. She's doing the voice acting, and when the time is right, I plan to start a company. You graduated from a media university, and your major aligns perfectly. What do you think? Gu Xingyi took a moment to reflect, recognizing Chen Feng's genuine concern for his well-being. He had always been passionate about animation, dedicating himself to his studies, despite his parents' disapproval. It was rather impressive that Chen Feng had managed to gain their approval to pursue this path. Yet, after a moment's consideration, Gu Xingyi shook his head. Crazy? I appreciate your intentions. If you ever need assistance, please let me know, but as for working together, I'll have to pass. I genuinely plan to be a full-time dad. Patting Chen Feng on the shoulder, Gu Xingyi encouraged him, keep pushing forward. I believe you'll succeed. All right then, I won't press you further. Whenever you feel like joining, you're always welcome. Remember, if we meet again, we'll split everything. Haha, if I succeed this time, it'll fulfill my dreams. Don't forget to check out my debut work. With Gu Xingyi's resolve firm, Chen Feng ceased his persuasion, flashing a hearty smile. The conversation shifted as they reminisced about their joyful university days, with most of the dialogue coming from Chen Feng. While Gu Xingyi listened attentively, he occasionally handed skewers to Wan Qing, who would chime in with anecdotes about Chen Feng. Even without alcohol, the atmosphere remained lively. Eventually, as the skewers were nearly devoured, Gu Xingyi glanced at the time and noted it was nearing midnight. The trio had fallen silent, and Gu Xingyi finally suggested, "It's about time we head back. The hotel where I'm staying should still have rooms available, so you both can check in." Chen Feng and Wan Qing nodded in agreement, and the three made their way back. On the way, Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng engaged in conversation, while Wan Qing stepped aside to take a phone call, her voice barely audible to them. After a while, she returned, and Chen Feng curiously inquired, "Who was that?" "Wang Jun. There's a bit of an issue at the studio, so he called to update me," Wan Qing replied. What seems to be the problem?" Chen Feng's expression turned tense, indicating the gravity of the situation. "Just some equipment issues. It's been resolved and no need to worry. Continue your conversation," Wan Qing assured him, prompting Chen Feng to breathe a sigh of relief and return to his chat with Gu Xingyi. "Sigh. This studio has certainly consumed a lot of my energy. In the initial stages, I was pulling all-nighters at home, drafting scripts and editing videos for nearly half a year." Gu Xingyi nodded, realizing that Chen Feng had not embarked on this journey lightly. He had been preparing for quite some time. "Don't worry, crazy. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed this time. But who is this Wang Jun?" "Ah, he is my partner, a fellow animator I met Xia Qing at an animation festival. And we hit it off quite well, ha ha. So one became a girlfriend, and the other a business partner?" "Exactly. I consider myself quite fortunate." Gu Xingyi remained silent, turning to observer Wan Qing, who appeared unresponsive to Chen Feng's words. A sense of curiosity welled within him. Why did Chen Feng's partner call her instead of him in the middle of the night? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as even with their close friendship, it was not his place to interfere. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. Chen Feng was oblivious to many details, but Gu Xingyi, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, sensed something amiss with Wan Qing. Despite her outward closeness to Chen Feng, he felt an underlying distance between them. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Xingyi was taken aback to find that they had booked 2 separate rooms. Noticing the peculiar expression on Gu Xingyi's face, Chen Feng's cheeks flushed as he pulled Gu Xingyi aside and stammered. "Xia Qing is quite traditional, and she is not married, understand?" Gu Xingyi replied, offering Chen Feng an understanding nod. "How long have you two been dating?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment. "Almost a year and a half. Xia Qing is a wonderful girl. Her encouragement was instrumental in my decision to step out and pursue this studio." "Very well. A traditional and virtuous girl indeed." Gu Xingyi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Crazy, make sure to be more observant in the future. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I've gone over this animation countless times to ensure everything is perfect." "All right, let us not get sidetracked. You're happy, and that's what matters." As it grew late, the trio ascended to their rooms, and Chen Feng did not linger to reminisce with Gu Xingyi, each returning to their respective quarters. The following day, after finishing his morning jog, Gu Xingyi intended to wake Chen Feng for breakfast, only to find that they had already packed and emerged from their room. "Old Gu, something has come up at the studio, and I need to head back immediately. In such a hurry? Aren't you having breakfast?" Gu Xingyi was taken aback. Everything had seemed fine the day before. Given Chen Feng's anxious demeanor, it must have been serious. "Skip breakfast. Once I sort this out, I'll visit your place next time. I'll even sample your sister-in-law's cooking," Chen Feng stated, urgency lacing his voice. "No time to waste. I must leave now to catch my flight." "All right, I'll accompany you downstairs." The three hurriedly exited the hotel, and thankfully, a taxi arrived shortly after. Chen Feng hopped in and waved goodbye to Gu Xingyi. "Old Gu, head back. We'll meet again when time permits." "Sure, and remember, crazy. If anything major arises, don't hesitate to contact me." Chen Feng nodded, and the taxi pulled away, gradually disappearing from Gu Xingyi's view. Only after the vehicle was out of sight did Gu Xingyi let out a sigh, hoping for Chen Feng's smooth sailing. Chapter 32. Onward to Huayin. As an orphan in both worlds, Gu Xingyi had found family and friends in this life, making him cherish these hard-won relationships even more than others. Anyone who harmed his loved ones would face his wrath. With Chen Feng gone, Gu Xingyi felt a sudden wave of loneliness wash over him. Despite having arrived alone just days before, the vibrancy of companionship had starkly highlighted his solitude. Yet, This feeling of isolation was short-lived. Shortly after 9 that morning, Gu Xingyi received a phone call from Yang Chenlin. His song had been selected by Huayin. Yang Chenlin excitedly informed him that the officials had chosen his piece from thousands of submissions at first glance. She had arrived at the hotel and was downstairs, as Huayin was preparing to shoot an MV and required Gu Xingyi's guidance on site. Though it was termed guidance, it essentially meant providing input, as the song's essence could be best understood by its creator. This was Huayin, a subsidiary of Huayang. Gu Xingyi took a moment to tidy himself up before heading downstairs. Outside the hotel, Yang Chenlin was still in her gray Mercedes, which, to an unknowing observer, might have seemed like it belonged to an old man. Her tastes were distinctly different from those of other young women. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi, she brushed her bangs aside, her eyes sparkling. Didn't he notice before? You clean up quite nicely. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, choosing to overlook her gaze. Let us go. Time is of the essence. We should wrap this up quickly so we can still catch lunch. Without hesitation, Gu Xingyi climbed into the back seat, prompting Yang Chenlin to roll her eyes at him for not taking the front passenger seat. As they drove, she remarked, the director responsible for the MV at Huayin called to sing your praises. What do you think about the MV and the lead singer? Just don't let us down when you get there. Yang Chenlin was clearly worried about Gu Xingyi's youth and inexperience, fearing he might falter under pressure, so she preemptively advised him. Relax. I've got this, Gu Xingyi assured her, exuding confidence while it was Yang Chenlin who seemed more anxious than the star of the show. At 9:40, they arrived at a towering building, and as Gu Xingyi stepped out, he gazed up at the grand sign. Huayang Television Station, with Huayin headquarters mentioned below. How imposing! He had never set foot in Huayin in his previous life. Yet here he was, invited in. Yang Chenlin led the way, urging Gu Xingyi, who was momentarily captivated by the sight. Once inside, a wave of people rushed to greet them, led by a silver-haired elder. Despite his age, the man appeared robust, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He was unlike any other elder, devoid of any signs of frailty. Behind him were numerous middle-aged individuals, all around 40, which made Gu Xingyi and Yang Chenlin stand out as remarkably youthful. It was rather unusual for a group of older individuals to welcome two youngsters. Other staff members in the building occasionally cast curious glances their way. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down personally? If my dad finds out, he'll surely scold me. Yang Chenlin hurried forward, taking the elder's hand in a playful manner. This action startled Gu Xingyi. An older woman behaving so playfully was quite unexpected. Indeed, the elder beamed with affection, responding, Ah, Lin girl, spare me the theatrics. Does your father dare to scold you? If he does, he'd better count his blessings. Ha ha, Grandpa Lin. The usually composed Yang Chenlin blushed slightly in a rare display of shyness. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss business. This must be Gu Xiaoyu, right? Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. Quite the handsome fellow. Hello, esteemed elder. Thank you for your kind words. I am Gu Xingyi, he said politely, nodding at the elder. Wonderful, talented, and courteous. No wonder you composed such a beautiful song. I am the director for this MV, Lin Guodong, if you don't mind. You can call me Grandpa Lin as well. Seeing Gu Xingyi's polite demeanor and calm composure, Lin Guodong felt pleased. This was the young man he had envisioned, deep-thinking, talented, and appreciative. Such individuals were a rarity nowadays. Grandpa Lin, it seems this young man is quite modest. Gu Xingyi maintained a warm smile, exuding a comforting and sunny aura. Excellent, young Gu, shall we head upstairs? Lin Guodong was clearly delighted, even adjusting his form of address, as he took Gu Xingyi's hand and guided him toward the elevator, seemingly disregarding the others behind him. Reluctantly, Gu Xingyi followed, offering nods to the middle-aged individuals accompanying them. The elevator ascended to the 20th floor, and upon exiting, Lin Guodong ushered Gu Xingyi into the recording studio. Young Gu, I've heard that you sing exceptionally well. Could you perform for us? Certainly, Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. Shall we go with a cappella or piano accompaniment? Just piano. This song only needs that. All right. As they delved into serious matters, Lin Guodong adopted a more focused demeanor, leading Gu Xingyi into the recording studio while the others were ushered out. With the microphone activated, the middle-aged audience eagerly awaited, their collective anticipation palpable as they observed Gu Xingyi settle into the studio and gather his emotions. In work mode, Gu Xingyi appeared earnest, and those outside could visibly see the transformation in his expression. Lin Guodong nodded approvingly, recognizing that this was the essence of a true musician. A musician must infuse the song with emotion before unleashing their vocal prowess, rather than merely wailing aimlessly as Gu Xingyi began to play the piano. A simple yet captivating melody filled the air. The audience outside collectively held their breath, captivated by the sound of the piano, their eyes fixated on the studio. Perhaps far away or just yesterday, here or across the shore. Long roads twist and turn, filled with joy and sorrow, people gather and disperse. Upon hearing the first line, Lin Guodong's eyes widened with astonishment. This was precisely the vision he had hoped to convey. Upon initially encountering this song, he had felt its profound impact, and now, as he listened, it resonated even deeper. The middle-aged individuals exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that the song they had just heard could manifest in such a manner. Meanwhile, Yang Chenlin, despite having heard Gu Xingyi sing this song before, found herself captivated anew, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on him. Unbeknownst to Gu Xingyi, he was entirely immersed in the song, striving to deliver a flawless performance without any regrets. One day, perhaps we shall part ways, yet maybe we will meet again. Regardless of where we stand, allow me to see your face once more. Even if tears fill my eyes, I remain silent, my face wet with sorrow. I seek not the divine as halo, only your ordinariness. As the song gradually approached its conclusion, Lin Guodong felt a slight redness in his eyes. Having once served as a soldier, he could deeply resonate with the profound meaning conveyed in the lyrics. Often, it is those unsung heroes, the most ordinary individuals, who possess the greatest greatness and are most deserving of admiration from contemporary youth. Yet, among the throngs of star chasers, how many would truly seek out these figures? Not just Lin Guodong, but all those present were equally moved. They found themselves in a state akin to that of Gu Xingyi. Indeed, a truly remarkable song has the power to touch everyone. Chapter 33. Co-creation. As the final note lingered in the air, Gu Xingyi took a deep breath to steady his emotions before rising and exiting the recording studio. A group of people outside stared at him in a daze. The next moment, they could not help but erupt into applause for Gu Xingyi, with Lin Guodong, in particular, excitedly stepping forward to grasp Gu Xingyi's hand, his gaze ablaze with enthusiasm. Xiao Gu, this is the feeling. I believe we need not change the lead vocalist. It should be you. I have a premonition that this song will spark a wave of attention for ordinary heroes online. This is precisely the effect we wish to achieve. Those heroes who silently contribute deserve it. Hearing such praise from the elder, even the seasoned Gu Xingyi felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he shook his head earnestly and replied to Lin Guodong. Grandpa Lin, I shall not take on the role of lead vocalist. I have a better idea. Would you care to listen? Lin Guodong furrowed his brow, wondering if there could possibly be a better lead than this talented lyricist and composer. There are many who sing well, but he was certain no one could comprehend the song's essence better than Gu Xingyi. Noticing Lin Guodong's reluctance, Gu Xingyi swiftly articulated his thoughts. It is like this, Grandpa Lin. I believe this song is more suited for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are more crisp and ethereal, and on the other, having the flowers of our nation sing for these unnamed heroes would resonate even more deeply with hearts. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's explanation, Lin Guodong's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. This person is truly a genius. How did I not think of that? Children inherently possess an endearing quality, and having them sing while incorporating the footage we have shot will undoubtedly strike a chord with many. Incredible? Truly, this young man is exceptional. Lin Guodong's gaze grew even more fervent, and even the middle-aged individuals behind him appeared to have experienced a moment of enlightenment, staring at Gu Xingyi in disbelief. They had meticulously selected footage to match the song's length, but had struggled to finalize a lead vocalist. Yet Gu Xingyi's single suggestion had resolved it. Xiao Gu, you are indeed a prodigy. Would you be interested in joining us at Huayin? Rest assured, your talents will not go unnoticed here. Lin Guodong's admiration for talent surged, wishing to bring Gu Xingyi closer, for such a gifted individual would be a waste to leave out in the world. No, Grandpa Lin. I am but a humble fish. I am already very content to assist you this time. Gu Xingyi repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. I am merely offering suggestions while standing on the shoulders of giants. After all, what left the deepest impression on Gu Xingyi in his previous life was the children singing this very song. Lin Guodong was at a loss for words. Is this how humble fish behave nowadays? However, he did not press the issue, knowing that Gu Xingyi was still present and could not escape. They could always seek him out for future opportunities. Very well. Each has their own aspirations. Xiaogu, you must exert more effort this time. We shall discuss collaboration opportunities later. Follow me. Let's take a look at our footage and see if you have any valuable insights. Lin Guodong beckoned Guxing, leading him into another studio where the editing took place. All the footage would undergo meticulous selection and be edited into this MV. Upon entering the room, the intermediaries began to introduce themselves in a flurry. Gu Xingyi gazed at the computer screen before him, where various clips flickered, each showcasing the unsung heroes. He was taken aback, never having anticipated so much footage, and the thought that many of these clips would eventually be discarded saddened him. To him, every individual depicted in this footage deserved respect and recognition from the world. Sensing Gu Xingyi's sentiments, Lin Guodong patted him on the shoulder. Xiaogu, do not be disheartened. This is their responsibility. In the promotional video, no one will remember any one individual. They represent a collective, and as long as people can carry gratitude in their hearts and subtly remember that such wonderful individuals exist in society, that is sufficient. Speaking of which, we should be thanking you. As long as the song Ordinary resonates with the taste of the majority of today's youth and promotes this energy, we old-timers could never craft a song suitable for the younger generation. Yet we fear that everyone might forget them, which is precisely why we sought out a song in the first place. Lin Guodong mused, smiling at Gu Xingyi. Fortunately, you have provided us with what we desired, allowing me to witness the passionate hearts of contemporary youth. That in itself is wonderful. Gu Xingyi looked at the elder Lin and then at the screen filled with flickering images, genuinely moved. Indeed, no matter the world, there exists a group of lovable individuals. Grandpa Lin, I do not have any footage, nor am I an expert in video production. That will require your team to complete. Theo, be honest? He could hardly wait to see the finished video. All right, we will expedite the process. By the end of July at the latest, this wave will sweep through the streets and alleys of Huaguo. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Lin Guodong nodded cheerfully. By the way, I heard from Lin Yatu that you have a Douyin account, right? 1 million followers? You've even released 2 songs? When we release this promotional video, we should collaborate with your Douyin account. After all, you are a key figure in this video. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. Why was his own business becoming part of this? He had thought only his name would appear in the lyricist and composer credits, but he had not expected to collaborate on Douyin as well. This was clearly Lin Guodong showing him favor. He knew that videos released by Huayin would attract immense viewership, and the traffic revenue alone would allow him to indulge himself. Naturally, Gu Xingyi could not refuse, and his gratitude for Lin Guodong deepened. Thank you, Grandpa Lin. Gu Xingyi expressed sincerely. Lin Guodong waved his hand, indicating that it was all well-deserved. Concluding this topic, the individuals in the room resumed discussing the details of subsequent work, which involved much specialized knowledge. Gu Xingyi refrained from speaking further, merely listening quietly. By the time Gu Xingyi exited the Huayin building, it was already 1 in the afternoon. His mind felt overwhelmed. The enthusiasm with which everyone discussed their work was almost akin to that of workaholics. Ultimately, it was Yang Chulin who playfully insisted on going for lunch that allowed them to escape. Lin Guodong had initially intended for Gu Xingyi to join everyone at the Huayin cafeteria for a meal. But Gu Xingyi excused himself, claiming his mind was already empty. He truly could not contribute to the professional discussions, so he decided not to linger any longer. The two walked side by side out of Huayin, and while the weather had been pleasant on their arrival, they were now met with a gentle drizzle. Gu Xingyi, are you not going to treat me to a meal? Collaborating with Huayin, we are on the path to wealth. As they walked through the light rain, Yang Chulin playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing him. This lady is losing her authoritative demeanor. Gu Xingyi raised an eyebrow. You, a person with substantial resources, want to take advantage of a commoner like me? How shameless. Chapter 34. Returning home, stingy. Yang Chulin shot him a glare, quickening her pace. Her cheeks puffed in mock annoyance as she got into the yard. Gu Xingyi chuckled and hurried after her. The more familiar he became with this lady, the more he realized how genuinely kind her nature was, devoid of the earlier oppressive aura he had felt at their first meeting. A classic case of a cold exterior with a warm heart. Ultimately, Gu Xingyi could not escape the meal, allowing Yang Chulin to enjoy a sumptuous feast. After dining, she drove Gu Xingyi to Inhai Entertainment, where they were to collect the contract, his original goal, the signing contract for Xia Xiao. As they entered the elevator, Gu Xingyi suddenly sensed that Yang Chulin appeared rather subdued. Her energy notably diminished despite having just enjoyed a lavish meal. He found it perplexing. Women's thoughts were truly difficult to comprehend. Just like the weather, it could change in an instant. Upon exiting the elevator, they headed straight to Yang Xian's office, where he had been waiting for some time, the contract already prepared on the desk. With his ever-present smile, he welcomed Gu Xingyi as he entered. "Little friend Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful. The contract is here. Please review it and see if there are any additions needed." Gu Xingyi nodded and took a seat at the desk. Examining the contract. It was quite formal, in triplicate, and would come into effect immediately upon Xia Xiao's signature. The terms mirrored their previous discussions. Yinhai Entertainment would provide Xia Xiao with top-tier resources and the utmost freedom. In essence, she could do as she pleased. No one could impose upon her. This was precisely what Gu Xingyi had hoped for. The contract's duration was 2 years, after which renewal would depend entirely on Xia Xiao's wishes. Having perused the entire contract, Gu Xingyi put it away, standing to shake hands with Yang Xian. "Thank you, Chairman Yang. Hereas to a pleasant collaboration." Being able to offer such a contract had greatly improved Gu Xingyi's impression of him. At least he did not resemble those unscrupulous capitalists who filled their contracts with traps. "No need for thanks. I value your talent, and you appreciate our resources. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Also, since you previously promised to write songs for our company, I want to draft a separate contract for that. I trust in your character, little friend Gu." Yang Xian stood as well, shaking hands with Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi naturally did not decline but made his own stance clear. "Rest assured, however, I must clarify up front. I only write title tracks, and for whom I write will be entirely at my discretion. No random requests from anyone. Such spirit, and with talent to back it up." Yang Xian's regard for Gu Xingyi soared. Yet, upon glancing at his daughter, he couldn't help but sigh internally. What a pity, marrying so young at such a tender age. "With your talent, I wouldn't need to solicit songs from you if our company's top artists were lacking. I know that in the future, anything you write will be of exceptional quality. Ordinary folks simply lack the qualifications." The terms of their collaboration were satisfactorily established. Yang Xian then shifted the conversation. "Now that the contract is secured, little friend Gu, when do you plan to return?" Gu Xingyi was uncertain about the intent behind this question but promptly replied, "I'm preparing to head back to the hotel to pack and book a flight. I'll be leaving soon since my business here is no longer required. Is there anything else you need to convey?" "Chairman Yang? No. I wish you a safe journey," Yang Xian said with a smile, though Gu Xingyi noticed that his sudden happiness at his departure seemed a bit peculiar. Not dwelling on it, Gu Xingyi bid farewell. Yang Chulin accompanied him to the hotel entrance but did not follow him inside. Since entering Yinhai Entertainment, her mood appeared to have remained LOW. "Gu Xingyi, I want to see you off to the airport. You can go on your own. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out first." Gu Xingyi turned, waving goodbye. "All right, be careful on the road." He then turned and walked into the hotel. Yang Chulin watched his figure retreat, feeling inexplicably irritated, and pressed the accelerator to leave. Finally heading home. "I miss my little treasure." This was the thought that surged genuinely from Gu Xingyi's heart as he swiftly packed his belongings. There wasn't much, just a couple of changes of clothes. Booking a flight, checking out, and hailing a cab were all done in one seamless motion. By 6 in the evening, in Jiangxing, Gu Xingyi, carrying a bounty of gifts, stepped into the familiar yet dilapidated neighborhood, his steps becoming lighter in his eyes. Even the worn walls surrounding him seemed to radiate warmth. Upon pushing open the long-missed door, the house remained spotless, and the air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. Gu Xingyi took a deep breath, then strode into the living room. The living room was quiet, and both Xia Xiao and little Nai Nai seemed to be absent. Not seeing anyone immediately filled Gu Xingyi with a tinge of disappointment. However, the next moment, the door to the master bedroom swung open, and Xia Xiao emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking charmingly disheveled. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi, she was suddenly jolted awake, her eyes widening in surprise. Clad in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, one strap had slipped down her arm, her hair tousled, and her mouth slightly agape. She resembled a slumbering beauty. Both were momentarily stunned, quietly gazing at one another in the golden glow of the setting sun, until Gu Xingyi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "I'm back." As color flooded Xia Xiao's cheeks, she stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, her heart racing, yet a hint of sweetness surged within her. She murmured shyly, lowering her gaze while instinctively pulling the fallen strap back onto her shoulder. "By the way, here is something for you. I happened to see someone selling these on the roadside, and they smelled delightful, so I bought a bunch." Suddenly, Gu Xingyi produced a bouquet of lavender from behind his back. The purple flowers bloomed vibrantly, kissed by the sunset's rays, casting a delicate golden hue upon them. Truly beautiful. Xia Shiyao bit her lip, stepping forward to gently accept the lavender from Gu Xingyi's hands, her face flushed with color. This was the first bouquet he had gifted her. Lavender, symbolizing redemption and hope. A flower she adored. Thank you. Gathering her courage, Xia Shiyao met Gu Xingyi's gaze, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Have you eaten yet? Gu Xingyi's face lit up with a smile. Not yet. You haven't eaten either, right? Let me cook dinner. Why don't you wake Nai Nai? Xia Shiyao had intended to cook herself, thinking Gu Xingyi must be tired after a long day away, but recalling his insistence and how much better his cooking was than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go wake Nai Nai. She'll be thrilled to know you're back. She has been asking about you for the past couple of days. As Xia Shiyao spoke, she turned back to the master bedroom. Leaving the door ajar, Gu Xingyi peered inside and noticed how different the master bedroom looked from his memories. Little Nai Nai was sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. Xia Shiyao gently lifted her, and the little one didn't even stir. Once Xia Shiyao brought the little one to Gu Xingyi, she kissed her cheek and whispered, Nai Nai, wake up, Daddy's back. Suddenly, Nai Nai stirred, slowly opening her adorable almond-shaped eyes and looking around in confusion. Then her eyes brightened, and she reached out her little arms, waving excitedly. Daddy, Daddy, hug, Nai Nai exclaimed. I missed you so much. Chapter 35. Full-time dad. The little girl clung to Gu Xingyi like a koala, refusing to let go even as he headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. It took Xia Shiyao's stern face and the allure of a newly purchased toy to finally coax Nai Nai down to the sofa. While playing with her toy, little Nai Nai frequently glanced towards the kitchen, as if afraid Gu Xingyi might disappear once more. After a while, the dishes were served. 3 bowls of steaming noodles accompanied by 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. The family gathered joyfully around the dining table. Xia Shiyao lowered her gaze to the bowl, where noodles were artfully arranged with 2 stalks of green vegetables and, as per usual, 2 golden fried eggs, glistening enticingly. She delicately picked up a noodle and popped it into her mouth, her eyes instinctively squinting in delight. One must admit, Gu Xingyi's culinary skills were truly exceptional. In his absence over the past few days, she had grown disenchanted with her own cooking. Little Nai Nai had already grabbed her small chopsticks and was slurping down her noodles with gusto, a single strand disappearing in an instant, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. This manner of eating made it seem as though Xia Shiyao had starved her for days, igniting a mix of frustration and helplessness within her. Outmatched, she could only concede defeat. What more could she say? This realization spurred Xia Shiyao to hasten her meal. She couldn't fathom why, when they were home alone, they lacked such an appetite. Yet upon Gu Xingyi's return, they both inexplicably relaxed. As she munched away, her mind wandered, a frightening thought creeping in. Not long ago, they had wished to distance themselves from this man, yet in such a short time, they had been subtly, insidiously influenced by him. The table was filled with the sounds of slurping until Xia Shiyao finished her meal, only to realize that Gu Xingyi and Nai Nai had long since completed theirs, both synchronously regarding her with rapt attention. Xia Shiyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly wiped her mouth, standing up to disguise her embarrassment as she cleared the table. I'll wash the dishes. You spend some time with Nai Nai. She stacked Gu Xingyi's bowl and made her way to the kitchen. Watching Xia Shiyao flit into the kitchen like a gust of wind, Gu Xingyi shook his head. He truly hadn't intended to compete with her. Why was she so flustered? Daddy, come and build blocks with Nai Nai. Okay. Little Nai Nai jumped down from her stool, tugging Gu Xingyi's hand towards the sofa, where the new toy blocks he had bought her awaited, ready to be assembled into various shapes. The previous princess house had already been tidied up by Nai Nai and now stood proudly in the master bedroom. Xia Shiyao would occasionally bring it out to play house with the little one. With the arrival of new toys, the princess house would surely be neglected for a while. With Gu Xingyi's assistance, Nai Nai cheerfully began to stack the blocks, shaping them into a small house while giggling in her sweet, childish voice. Gu Xingyi seized this moment to inquire about the happenings at home. The little one spoke candidly, especially when it came to her mother, gleefully divulging secrets. Mommy misses Daddy too. I saw her secretly laughing while watching Daddy sing videos. Gu Xingyi stifled a chuckle behind his hand. He hadn't meant to inquire about this. The key was that Nai Nai spoke quite loudly, oblivious to the fact that Xia Shiyao had emerged from the kitchen. At that moment, Xia Xiao's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her eyes icy as she glared down at the little traitor who was selling out her mother to curry favor with her father. Nai, noticing her father's sudden silence, looked up in confusion, only to see her mother's flushed face. With a squeak, she dove into Gu Xingyi's embrace, mumbling, "Can't see, mommy can't see." Xia Xiao couldn't help but laugh in anger. Reaching out to pat the small dairy Ri peeking out from Gu Xingyi's arm, her gaze fixed on his amused expression as she explained, "Don't listen to Nai's nonsense. I didn't. Yes, you did. Mommy's lying. Lying is not good for children." Nai buried her face deeper into Gu Xingyi's embrace, protesting in muffled tones. Xia Xiao felt her temper rising, prompting Gu Xingyi to immediately raise both hands and surrender, exposing the little one completely. No, I believe you. Wise to the times, he knew when to yield. However, Nai was in for a rough time, as Xia Xiao swiftly snatched her away, playfully tormenting her. The little one's eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at her father, completely unaware that he had just sold her out to her mother. Gu Xingyi, keeping his gaze steady, focused on the task at hand. To ensure Xia Xiao's contentment and the prosperity of their home, he had to let his little treasure endure a bit of unfairness. The family spent some time frolicking together, but ultimately, Nai bore the brunt of the playful chaos, quietly stacking her blocks alone. Gu Xingyi ruffled her hair, then stood up to retrieve a paper folder from his suitcase, placing it before Xia Xiao. "Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract from Inhai Entertainment." Xia Xiao glanced at Gu Xingyi's earnest expression, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. In just a few days, he had truly secured a contract for her. As she opened the folder to peruse its contents, her hands began to tremble. This was a contract she had scarcely dared to dream of. Top-tier benefits, an ideal degree of freedom. Even if she had never left the industry and continued to sing until now, she would never have landed such a deal. Xia Xiao was baffled by how he managed to achieve this in such a short span of time. What had he endured? What sacrifices had he made to procure such an unimaginable contract? She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Gu Xingyi, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip, locking eyes with him. His face remained adorned with a gentle smile, as if all of this were as light as a feather. After a long pause, Xia Xiao finally spoke softly, "Gu Xingyi, actually, I could be fine without singing." Her voice was soft, yet devoid of hesitation, resolutely assertive. Gu Xingyi furrowed his brows in confusion. She had always loved singing and yearned to sing. What did this mean? It was all rather perplexing. He couldn't comprehend what was going through her mind. "Why? Did you not always want to sing? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, why retreat?" Gu Xingyi's tone grew slightly firmer. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a manner since arriving. Having lived a life of solitary singleness, he naturally couldn't grasp Xia Xiao's current state of confusion. She suddenly felt that continuing on this path might not be so bad after all. The thought of actually singing filled her with trepidation about potential changes to her life, fearing that everything would no longer be as it was. Xia Xiao pressed her lips together once more, gazing intently at Gu Xingyi as tears streamed down her cheeks. After a moment, she whispered, "I'm scared that there will be negative changes in the future." This was the first time Xia Xiao had candidly expressed her fears to Gu Xingyi. He paused for a moment, his previously furrowed brow relaxing into a warm smile. He reached for a tissue, gently wiping away the tears that had fallen on her face. "Xia Xiao, what do you take me for? I assure you, go ahead without worry. No matter what happens, nothing will change. I will take care of the children at home. After all, I am fully prepared to be a full-time dad." Chapter 36. Moving into the master bedroom, Xia Xiao had not anticipated Gu Xingyi's response, nor his willingness to wipe away her tears. Having not experienced such intimacy in ages, she shyly lowered her head, her previously flushed cheeks now burning with embarrassment, leaving no room to entertain her chaotic thoughts. Gu Xingyi assumed she was still apprehensive about various matters. He now understood that Xia Xiao was likely afraid of making changes. After all, someone who had been home for so long would naturally harbor such feelings. He continued, "I mean it. Just leave Nai to me. I will take good care of her. Besides, you've seen that your contract offers a high degree of freedom. You can return whenever you wish. Don't worry about home. Just take care of yourself out there." As Gu Xingyi spoke, Xia Xiao barely absorbed any of his words, her mind still replaying the tender moment when he had gently brushed her face. Little Nai Nai had been watching their interaction from the sofa, clearly noticing the slight upward curve of her mother's lips. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi continued his gentle reassurances about her well-being. Suddenly, Nai Nai piped up, "Daddy. Nai Nai wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingyi froze in place, while Xia Xiyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing wildly. "Is that okay, Daddy?" Seeing that Gu Xingyi hadn't responded, Nai Nai unleashed her charm offensive, rolling around on his lap. Gu Xingyi swallowed hard, glancing at Xia Xiyao, whose neck was flushed crimson. "Well, you should ask your mother if she agrees." How was he to answer this? Xia Xiyao felt utterly flustered, hastily standing up and retreating toward the bathroom. I'm tired. I'll go wash up and get ready for bed." With that, Xia Xiyao fled in a panic, leaving Gu Xingyi and Nai Nai exchanging bewildered glances. Ji Yuxingyi felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Nai Nai jumped off his lap and hugged his neck, declaring, "Mommy said it's fine as long as Daddy is ready." Did Xia Xiao actually say that? Gu Xingyi turned to the closed bathroom door, faintly hearing the sounds of her washing up. So, it must be okay. He inhaled the familiar scent of baby lotion from Nai Nai, bolstering his courage. He was doing this solely for Nai Nai, nothing more. After a considerable amount of time, Xia Xiao finally emerged from the bathroom, nonchalantly returning to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa. Yu Xingyi then carried Nai Nai into the bathroom, helping her wash up before quickly freshening up himself. Only then did he emerge, his heart racing as he crossed the short distance from the living room to the master bedroom, feeling as though he had traversed a great expanse. The room was infused with a delicate fragrance, both inviting and alluring. Ji Yuxingyi had never experienced anything quite like this. He felt a desperate need for guidance. What should he do? What was he supposed to do? Xia Xiao had already nestled beneath the covers, appearing as if she were asleep, turned toward the wall, her features obscured. Yet, the rosy hue of her earlobes betrayed her current state. Ji Yuxingyi gently closed the door, the sound causing Xia Xiao to shudder slightly, yet she remained stilled. At this point, Gu Xingyi decided to abandon all pretense. There was no use in being anxious now, so he relaxed his mindset. He placed Nai Nai in the middle of the bed, settling on the other side, wrapping his arms around her as he began to narrate a bedtime story. Today, Daddy will tell Nai Nai the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little princess, just like Nai Nai, with skin as white as snow and cheeks as rosy as an apple. Her hair was as dark as the night sky, which is why her mother named her Snow White. Ji Yuxingyi's soothing voice filled the room, gradually calming Xia Xiao's racing heart as she realized she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Just like her, Nai Nai also succumbed to slumber amidst Gu Xingyi's tale. As night deepened, Gu Xingyi observed their breaths slowing in unison before finally turning off the lights and slipping beneath the covers himself. The familiar, gentle fragrance enveloped him as he nestled beside Nai Nai, and before long, he too fell into a deep sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Gu Xingyi's internal clock woke him promptly at 6, just as dawn began to break. Habitually, he wrapped his arms around the soft figure in his embrace, only to abruptly freeze in shock. When did Nai Nai grow so big? Gulping, Gu Xingyi peered beneath the covers, only to find that Nai Nai was nowhere in sight. Instead, it was Xia Xiao. Gu Xingyi was utterly dumbfounded. When had she climbed into his arms? The faint, pleasant fragrance lingered at his nose, and the warmth of her body sent his heart racing. Unconsciously, he leaned closer, nearing Xia Xiao's delicate face, and could feel her warm breath brushing against him. A tantalizing sensation. The distance between them had dwindled to mere inches, allowing him to see the flush beneath her delicate skin. Gu Xingyi paused, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Then, he noticed her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Startled, he quickly straightened up, stealthily withdrawing his arm from beneath her head, bending low as he cautiously exited the bedroom. Once in the bathroom, Gu Xingyi was flooded with a sense of defeat. It was early in the morning. This was too torturous. What he didn't realize was that as he stepped out of the bedroom, Xia Xiao opened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. She buried her heated face in the covers, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just as Gu Xingyi sat up, Xia Xiao became aware that she had unknowingly snuggled into his embrace. Using his arm as a pillow? How mortifying. It wasn't until she felt Gu Xingyi's breath against her face that a wave of panic washed over her. What was he planning? Did he intend to kiss her sneakily? What should she do? Xia Shiyao was utterly flustered, unsure whether to wake up, so she continued feigning sleep. Thankfully, Gu Xingyi had stopped just in time. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know how to face him. Yet, when Gu Xingyi finally withdrew, she felt a hint of disappointment. Xia Shiyao was uncertain if she was ready, yet her heart was a whirlwind of confusion. After what felt like an eternity, she finally exhaled deeply, resolving to let things unfold naturally. She lingered in bed until 8, only rousing from her slumber when she heard the unmistakable sound of the door opening once more. Clambering out of bed, she tidied herself before stepping out of her room. Ji Yuxingyi was already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Xia Xiao's arrival, he awkwardly greeted her, "Good morning." Xia Xiao's expression mirrored his unease. She didn't even meet his gaze, merely responding softly, "Morning." She then retreated into the bathroom to wash up. Ji Yuxingyi didn't dwell on it, turning back to his cooking, but was surprised when Xia Xiao soon emerged and headed straight for the kitchen. "I'll help you," she offered. Her demeanor relaxed as she skillfully took the bowl from Gu Xingyi's hands to rinse the rice. Ji Yuxingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted her gesture. Stepping aside to wash vegetables, the two worked in harmony, as if they were a married couple who had cohabited for years. In the cozy kitchen, an unexpected warmth enveloped them. 20 minutes later, golden millet porridge and 2 small dishes were ready. Gu Xingyi removed his apron, washed his hands, and naturally walked into the master bedroom to rouse little Nai from her corner of the bed. The family enjoyed a cheerful breakfast together. After the meal, Xia Xiao spotted a lovely hairstyle that would be perfect for Nai, especially as her hair had grown quite a bit lately. Thus, she coaxed and persuaded Nai to accompany her for a haircut. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi settled comfortably on the sofa, pulling out his phone to browse videos on Douyin. Summer, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and his wife and child absent from home. At that moment, Gu Xingyi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just a couple of videos in, he was thrilled to discover that the trailer for As Long as It's Ordinary had already been released. The efficiency of Huayin was astounding. The video was set to go live at the end of the month, and it was only the 26th. The trailer was simple, featuring a few video clips paired with lyrics that piqued the audience's curiosity. As Gu Xingyi clicked on the trailer, his own voice resonated through the phone. Falling into darkness, descending into the abyss, a face covered in dirt. Without the halo of divinity, I gripped the ordinary tightly. The scene then shifted to 3 firefighters, wielding extinguishers as they faced a roaring blaze, their faces smeared with soot, yet their expressions resolute. The video abruptly cut off, leaving only a deep voice echoing, "They, nameless. They, ordinary. They." However, it is worth remembering. Chapter 37 Preview. Gu Xingyi was utterly perplexed. Lin Guodong had clearly stated that the children would be the main singers. So why was his own voice featured in the trailer? Nevertheless, this did not diminish the fervor with which the trailer was received online. Just a brief clip, a single lyric, a heartfelt expression. Though fleeting, it was enough to resonate deeply with the audience. Merely 2 hours after its release, the trailer had already surged to the 10th spot on trending searches. This was largely due to mainstream media outlets eagerly covering it, each employing various headlines to fervently promote the trailer, which in turn caught the attention of numerous internet influencers. Everyone with discernment could foresee the monumental heat that would accompany the release of the full film, prompting many to begin sharing it extensively. As the shares from popular internet personalities multiplied, the trailer's popularity escalated, with comments from all corners flooding in at a meteoric pace. Saluting the heroes. A single lyric sent shivers down my spine. The ordinary yet profoundly moving essence reflects the undying fervor etched in the blood of the people of Huagua. Eagerly anticipating the full film, I shall watch it at the earliest opportunity. Supporting the unsung heroes. Already shared. Let more people witness the unique romance that belongs solely to our Huagua. I can't help but wonder, why does this singing voice sound so familiar? It seems I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. Never mind. I'll just like and save it for now. Upon seeing the 3 young firefighters, tears welled in my eyes. My son is a firefighter, and every time he embarks on a mission, our family is filled with trepidation. They deserve the utmost respect from everyone, yet they can only apologize to their loved ones. Andy, I can empathize with you. It's not just firefighters. I am a nurse as well. Each time I collapse outside the operating room, my mother secretly wipes her tears at home. Tio, the nurse upstairs, my heart aches for you. I just want to give you a hug. Are you serious about that hug? Nurse, don't be fooled by him. Let me do it. I'm being sincere. Oh no. I was about to cry. Yet you two have made me laugh again. Now I'm both crying and laughing. The comments section was filled with various remarks, but all expressed a yearning for the full film. The blood coursing through everyone's veins guided them to begin paying attention to these humble, unsung heroes. Ji Yuxingyi felt a sense of relief as he scrolled through the comments. This song, this video, the old man's dedication was not in vain. Everyone saw it and felt it. The emotions and thoughts they wished to convey had not been overlooked, and the touching stories that had gone unacknowledged were now unfolding in the comments. That was all that mattered. The sound of the door opening broke his reverie. Ji Yuxingyi set down his phone and turned to look toward the entrance. It was Xia Xiao returning from a haircut, holding little Nai's hand. Upon seeing Nai's new hairstyle, Gu Xingyi felt a rush of delight. The little one's twin braids had transformed into two adorable little buns, tied with two beautiful bright red ribbons. Her delicate bangs reached down to her eyebrows, and the previously unruly strands of hair by her ears were now neatly tucked behind her ears. She resembled a little fairy who had just stepped out of a fairy tale, melting Gu Xingyi's heart. He quickly extended his arms. Whose little fairy is this? Come here and let me give you a hug. The little one immediately beamed with glee, revealing her teeth as she bashfully ran behind Xia Xiao, clinging to her thigh, her little face buried in her mother's lap. Xia Xiao couldn't help but laugh at Nai's antics, finding amusement in the interaction between father and daughter. Hey, the little one is still shy. Gu Xingyi was not about to let her off the hook. All he wanted was to embrace his adorable daughter. He stood up, approached Xia Xiao, and squatted down, feigning surprise. Oh my! This little fairy is actually my precious daughter. Without heeding Nai's struggles, he scooped her up from the floor, drawing close to admire her slightly flushed face. Her sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks had gained a bit of chubbiness, and Gu Xingyi couldn't help but adore her more with every glance. Unconsciously, he reached out to gently stroke her delicate, smooth little nose. Does Nai not want Daddy to hold her? If that's the case, Daddy will be sad. I do want to, Daddy. Don't be sad. The little one immediately wrapped her arms around Gu Xingyi's neck, burrowing into his embrace, fearful that her refusal would hurt him. Ji Yuxingyi delightedly planted a kiss on Nai's tender cheek. The little one's adorable antics completely captivated Gu Xingyi, filling his heart with a sweetness akin to having savored candy. Indeed, it is true what they say, daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. All right, no more lingering at the door. Let us head inside. Xia Xiao chuckled as she closed the door, gently pushing the two unabashedly affectionate father and daughter into the house. Ji Yuxingyi happily carried the little one back to the sofa, offered her a piece of watermelon to munch on, and then turned to Xia Xiao, asking, by the way, are you reporting to Inhai Entertainment at the beginning of August? Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao also settled onto the sofa, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yes, but before that, I need to pick up Lei and then find Sister Yun. They'll surely be thrilled to know I'm making a comeback. As she spoke, Xia Xiao's face radiated genuine joy. The hasty decision to step back from the industry had left her feeling most regretful toward those two. And now, even if not for her own dreams, she felt compelled to strive for their sake. Gu Xingyi nodded, ruffling Nai's hair, yet his mind was occupied with what kind of song to write for Xia Xiao. This was her debut after her return, and it had to be executed splendidly. Xia Xiao's vocal quality was exceptional. She could master both sweet and melancholic songs, providing a plethora of choices. Thus, Gu Xingyi found himself momentarily at a loss. After pondering without resolution, another thought crossed his mind. Right, in a few days, let us buy a car. No. Let us buy two. In a month, Nai will be starting kindergarten, and it will be convenient for pickups and drop-offs. Although Inhai Entertainment will provide you with a chauffeur-driven car, you'll still need a vehicle for outings during your leisure time. Xia Xiao contemplated for a moment and agreed that buying a car was a good idea. Previously, she had rarely left the house, so having a car was inconsequential, but now that she needed to go out frequently, not having one was indeed inconvenient. However, she worried about whether Gu Xingyi had enough funds, considering he had spent a considerable amount on furniture from the earnings of the first two videos. Gu Xingyi had also gone out recently, so she was unsure how much remained. Although he had linked his bank card to Xia Xiao's WeChat before he left, she was unaware of the exact balance. With Nai soon to start kindergarten, that would also incur additional expenses. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiao looked up, a hint of concern etched on her brow. Let's just buy one for now. It'll be convenient for you to pick up and drop off the child at home. I'll have a company car for now, so it shouldn't be too necessary. Once I start earning money, we can consider buying a car then. Xia Xiao thought that once she released songs and albums and started earning income, she would revisit these matters. Yet thinking about it made her feel a bit anxious. She wasn't even sure when she would be able to sing again. Although the contract with Inhai Entertainment was a top-tier opportunity, it came with the stipulation that she had to provide her own songs. She was puzzled as to how Gu Xingyi had negotiated with the company for such excellent resources, yet they hadn't helped her secure a songwriter. She didn't know many lyricists or composers. Suddenly, the thought of songwriters made Xia Xiao freeze, and she glanced at the composed Gu Xingyi. He seemed to be quite capable of writing songs. Although she had no idea when he had learned, one of the 2 songs on Douyin was one he had taught Nai live. Gu Xingyi was naturally aware of Xia Xiao's concerns about not buying a card. He calmly waved his hand. Don't worry, there's no need to fret about the household finances. Let things unfold for a while. We'll have money soon. Chapter 38. The full film premieres on July 30th, coincidentally a Sunday. The MV for Only Ordinary premiered at 8 a.m., co-produced by Huayin and Xingyao Accounts, with Huayong collaborating with various other departments to simultaneously share it. The lineup was truly unprecedented, of course, no matter how splendid the lineup. What the audience truly desired to see was the quality. Only when the quality met expectations would people be willing to pay attention to the story behind the MV. However, a saying had been circulating online. When Xingyao produces something, it is bound to be a masterpiece. Although Gu Xingyi had only uploaded 2 songs, he had garnered countless fans' admiration, and everyone was satisfied with the quality of the songs he created. Now, upon discovering that the lyrics and music for this MV were entirely by Xingyao, everyone's interest was instantly piqued. This mysterious figure, when he chooses to act, certainly astonishes. Thus, viewers eagerly clicked on the MV. Eager to witness the spectacle. In an old neighborhood of Jiangxing, the Gu family of 3 had settled on the sofa early. Gu Xingyi cast his phone screen onto the television and opened Douyin. Xia Xiao and little Nai were still in the dark. They only knew that Gu Xingyi had insisted on getting them up early to show them something wonderful, without any idea of what it was. As Gu Xingyi clicked to play the song's MV, the family turned their eyes toward the television. The moment the MV's visuals appeared, both Xia Xiao and Nai fell silent in surprise. They were taken aback to see the title Only Ordinary displayed prominently on the screen, with the lyricist and composer all credited to Xingyao. Furthermore, the MV was an astonishing 7 minutes long, leaving even Gu Xingyi bewildered, unsure how it had ended up so lengthy. Lin Guodong had initially contacted him with the intention of showing him the final cut, but he had declined. He wanted to share this moment with his family and had immense faith in Lin Guodong's professional skills. Xia Xiao turned to Gu Xingyi, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with astonishment. He wrote another song, and it was a collaboration with Huayin. How incredible! It seemed he had been up to so much more than she realized. Xia Xiao shifted her gaze back to the television, eager to discover what he had accomplished while keeping it a secret from the 2 of them. As the title faded, the screen revealed a group of exuberant children around 10 years old, all dressed in black t-shirts. Among them was a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. As the piano notes began to fill the air, the camera focused intently on the first little girl, who gazed with deep emotion, extending her hand as if to gently summon something, and began to sing. Perhaps it was far away or just yesterday, here or on the other side. The scene shifted to a group of firefighters clad in orange uniforms, their faces resolute as they carried various rescue supplies, embodying a bridge as they waded through the waters. The camera transitioned again to another little girl, her eyes slightly red, lowering her gaze as she softly murmured. The long road twists with joy and sorrow, people gather and disperse. The little girl's figure gradually blurred, morphing into a family gathered around a table, eating dumplings and watching television. What should have been a joyous reunion was instead shrouded in silence, with only the grandmother seated at the head of the table, stifling her tears as she gazed at the television. The screen displayed a report of her grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more little girls appeared in succession, singing softly, "Letting go of right and wrong is the answer. Living with courage. Without divine halos, you and I are born ordinary." After these 2 lines, the figures vanished, and the camera focused on an unremarkable-looking man whose eyes sparkled with determination as he watched a thief stealing on a bus. The moment the thief succeeded, he seized the thief, yet the onlookers nearby were fearful, retreating to a safe distance. Merely observing with cold indifference, in that instant, two more thieves surrounded the man, putting him at a disadvantage. Countless viewers watching this video could not help but feel their hearts race, fists clenched tightly, tears brimming in their eyes, wishing to leap into the video to assist him in subduing the thieves. Yet just then, the video frame faded, and the teacher continued to play the piano in silence as another little girl sang, "I Am the Heartbreak." Recognizing the regrets, life is both lengthy and fleeting. The scene abruptly shifted to a hospital, where a weary doctor handed a newborn to an elderly couple, who burst into tears of joy, repeatedly thanking the doctor. The beating heart sprouts tendrils, willing to fight against danger. This baby gradually grew up, and he was none other than the man who had caught the thief, now standing face to face with three thieves, unyielding. The camera switched again, revealing two more little girls, arms outstretched, calling out, falling into darkness, plunging into the abyss, faces covered in dirt, with no divine halo, grasping the ordinary in hand. Suddenly, one gray-faced, dirt-covered migrant worker among the onlookers took a resolute step forward, positioning himself in front of the man, facing the thieves. His weathered face bore an expression of unwavering determination, and as he moved, one ordinary person after another stepped forward to confront the three thieves. The thieves' faces were tinged with fear, seemingly unable to comprehend how these seemingly insignificant individuals dared to take such a step. Just then, the camera revealed a little boy, his face illuminated with hope, softly humming. "This heart, this life, without regrets, the flame of life has been ignited." Upon reaching this moment, all viewers watching the video couldn't help but weep tears of joy, witnessing the three thieves being subdued through collective effort. No regrets in this heart. No regrets in this life. The fire of life has been ignited. The piano melody continued, the visuals unfolded, yet the flames within everyone's hearts had been kindled, the sorrow, the emotion, the droplets of kindness from those around them. They had taken notice. Another little boy appeared, a smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps one day, we may drift apart, yet there might be a chance to meet again." The scene transitioned to the firefighters who had crossed the river, now muddy yet beaming with joy, as countless people lined the streets, waving their hands in farewell. Whether in the crowd or at the horizon, "Let me see your face once more." The camera zoomed in on these firefighters, all around 20 years old, their youthful innocence still evident. Yet each innocent face was now etched in the memories of countless people. Those sending them off, those silent, filled their hands with various items to offer them. Their faces adorned with tear-streaked smiles. In that moment, silence spoke louder than words, and unspoken emotions filled the air. A little girl appeared at that moment, her pure voice softly singing, "Let the tears fill my eyes, though speechless, my face is wet with tears." The next scene revealed a series of unknown moments, showcasing ordinary people who, in the eyes of the audience, were now anything but ordinary, and no need for divine halos. Just your ordinariness. The piano continued to resonate, and everyone was moved by the deeply touching music and visuals, regretting not having discovered sooner how many wonderful people surrounded them up until this point in the MV. The heroes featured had not uttered a single word, yet their actions were indelibly etched in the memories of all viewers. The visuals continued, and the children began their grand chorus, striking a chord deep within, their innocent voices singing stories that brought tears to many. They usually chased after stars online and frolicked in digital realms, yet this was the first time a spark within their hearts had been ignited. In the final moments of the song, the collective voices of all the children rang out. "This journey, this life, without regrets." The screen faded to black, and a male voice suddenly resonated. "We are not heroes. We are simply doing what we ought to do." Gu Xingyi was nestled on the sofa, rubbing his weary eyes. He had anticipated that this video would deeply resonate, but he had not expected the actual filming to be so impactful. Xia Shiyao was already in tears, nestled in Gu Xingyi's embrace, her eyes shimmering with tears that fell like a string of pearls, soaking Gu Xingyi's clothes. Little Nai Nai, too, pouted, with tears streaming down her cheeks, having developed her initial sense of right and wrong. Seeing these kind-hearted older siblings working so hard made her heart ache. People are inherently emotional, and this video had brought countless viewers to tears, collectively breaking down barriers. At this moment, no one was concerned about the length of the video. They simply watched in silence, silently feeling the pain, silently shedding tears. Chapter 39. A nationwide sensation following the conclusion of the man's voice. A dialogue echoed through the darkened screen once more. Xiaogu, shall we go with an a cappella or the piano? The piano. Of course. This song is best accompanied solely by the piano. All right. This simple exchange, though brief, resonated with many netizens who found the male voice strikingly familiar. As they listened intently, a moment of realization dawned upon them. Was that not the uniquely gentle voice of Xingyao? Could it be that a surprise awaited them? Would the true Xingyao make an appearance? Indeed, the screen was swiftly filled with a series of eliminated footage, and the unmistakable soft timbre of Gu Xing enveloped the viewers, causing an emotional wave to wash over countless netizens once more. This is just too much. They're trying to make me cry again. I'm utterly overwhelmed. Until the very last frame faded away. The figure of Xingyao remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, everyone felt fulfilled. These images, this video, had etched themselves deeply into the hearts of all viewers. They would not soon forget the sights and sounds of today. Even well after the official release, not a single person had liked or commented on the video. It was as if everyone had collectively vanished. In the conference room of Huayin, Lin Guodong monitored the real-time data online, perplexed as to why over 100 million viewers were watching yet no one had liked the video. Was it a sign of disapproval? Disheartened, he wiped his slightly reddened eyes, struggling to come to terms with such a situation. However, in the next moment, the video's metrics suddenly soared, with likes and comments flooding in like a deluge. It was unstoppable. This marked the first time in Douyin's history that such a rapid surge in data occurred. Within mere breaths, the likes skyrocketed from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. Douyin experienced its first ever freeze due to overwhelming traffic. Nevertheless, this technical hiccup did nothing to deter the enthusiastic engagement from netizens. Initially curious about the MV released by Huayin, they felt a wave of anticipation upon discovering it was penned and composed by Xingyao. After viewing it in its entirety, they were profoundly moved. Empathy. This was the most immediate sentiment resonating within every heart. The video rocketed to the trending searches, firmly securing the top spot on Douyin's hot list, with the subsequent 5 trending topics all revolving around the MV as long as it's ordinary. A jubilant cheer erupted in Huayin's conference room. Lin Guodong clenched his fists in excitement, silently watching the data ascend rapidly. It turned out that the audience had not been unmoved. They simply needed time to digest their emotions. Half an hour passed. The fervor extended beyond Douyin, sweeping into Weibo, where all trending topics were dominated by discussions of this MV, with netizens engaging in fervent conversations. It was unclear who first noticed, but a user alerted everyone that Huayin had uploaded the pure enjoyment version of As Long As It's Ordinary, and it was set to be free. A simple post on Weibo was enough to notify everyone. In no time, everyone who had watched the MV flocked to Huayin's platform to rate, download, and collect it. 3 simple clicks. The storm of As Long As It's Ordinary swept across the entire internet. Its rapid momentum even surprising the seasoned Lin Guodong, who now felt immense gratitude for choosing Gu Xingyi's song. Had they opted for another ordinary piece, it certainly wouldn't have sparked such fervor. Within just 1 hour, Huayin's single had amassed over 100 million plays, while Douyin surpassed 200 million. What staggering numbers! Consequently, the hottest topic across the internet became today's MV, dominating every social media platform without challenge. Audiences across the web were fervently discussing, their minds filled with the indelible images etched into their memories, longing for an outlet for their emotions. They could not allow such sentiments to be buried or hidden away. They should remember the scenes witnessed today and carry forth this spirit. Each figure paired with such a song, performed by these children, it truly moved me to tears. They are also someone's children. Some appeared even younger than I. Yet watching them bridge rivers with their bodies, I simply couldn't hold back my tears. No divine halo, just your ordinariness. This journey, this life, without regrets, the flame of life has been ignited. From now on, let anyone dare to belittle or bully them. I would charge in with a slide tackle. Without their sacrifices, how could we enjoy our peaceful lives? Today has been an eye-opener. When I grow up, I too want to be like them, to be a person like that. A tribute to the enduring emotions and respect for the countless unsung heroes whose contributions have led to our current prosperity. Thank you, Huayin. Thank you, Xingyao, for allowing us to hear and see such deeply resonant works. Xingyao, from now on, I shall be your staunch supporter. I adore every song you create. Since your emergence, I've found it impossible to listen to anything else. I am a loyal fan of Xing Yao. From the moment of his first video, I knew this was no ordinary affair. Oh, I'm still so moved. It's a pity he hasn't shown his face yet. Though he hasn't revealed himself, I now know his surname. Jiu Xing Yao? And why does that sound like a girl's name? The comments section was flooded with praise and reflections, with only a small number of mindless detractors, who were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming majority. No one would coddle them. Additionally, there were fans of Gu Xingyao who, after watching the video, became die-hard supporters, feeling fortunate to be fans of such a person. On this day, the entire Huagua entertainment industry was shaken. Regardless of which entertainment company or individual, they silently shared the video after watching it, envious of the heat it generated, yet unable to replicate it, resorting to riding the coattails of this phenomenon by forcefully promoting their own personas. By noon, Gu Xingyi was nestled with two lovely ladies, gently ruffling one head and patting another's back. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, having been deeply touched himself. Although the song was handed over to Linguodong, the entire video was a product of Huayin's creative team, and he hadn't seen it beforehand. All he could say was that Huayin had given the song a perfect home. In Gu Xingyi's embrace, Xia Shiyao sobbed softly, clutching his sleeve, wiping her tears and snot on it, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. It was just a video. Why was she crying and feeling wronged? Xia Shiyao finally understood what he had been busy with these past few days, creating such a song in collaboration with Huayin to secure that unrealistic contract. She had no idea what he had gone through, and felt wronged that he had done so much without telling her. Had he suffered because of it? Had he faced anyone's disdain? How much effort had he expended to create such a song? She knew nothing, only feeling entitled to enjoy the fruits of his labor at home, even receiving a bouquet symbolizing redemption and hope upon his return. All right, no more crying. Are you going to eat lunch? I'll go make you something delicious. Can you hold Nana? Gu Xingyi gently patted her back. The little one, exhausted from crying, had already dozed off in Gu Xingyi's comforting embrace. I know. You go ahead. Xia Shiyao wiped her face on his shirt again, wriggling out of his arms, pouting as she cradled Nana in her own. Her voice was soft and melodious. Chapter 40. Car purchase. Meanwhile, in the heart of Jiang City, at Tianmei Entertainment's branch, Lu Qian's expression was so gloomy it seemed she could drip water. Her manager, Sister Yuan, looked equally displeased, and the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Only Tao Lei, not far away, was secretly laughing, reveling in their misfortune. Lu Qian shot a glance at her manager, increasingly feeling that this aging and fading woman was utterly useless. Sister Yuan, wasn't my song originally scheduled to go live on Huayin at the end of July? What is going on now? They pulled it down and pushed my release to early August. The company's promotions have already been rolled out. I just bought the trending spot. They not only silently postponed my song but have also monopolized all the trending topics. Sister Yuan, this has always been your responsibility. You must give me an explanation. Sister Yuan's face darkened further. With such a situation unfolding, she was already in a foul mood, and now Lu Qian was shouting at her, inciting even more anger within her. Explanation? You want me to explain? Why don't you go ask Huayin directly? Why are you taking it out on me? Originally, the event on that side was supposed to wrap up in mid-August. But who would have known that a certain Xing Yao would emerge, causing Huayin's MV to be released ahead of schedule? If it weren't for the need to rely on Lu Qian for income, Sister Yuan wouldn't even bother to engage with her. What do we do now? Lu Qian's tone remained aggressive. Sister Yuan furrowed her brow. They were currently in the same boat and couldn't afford to turn against each other. So she took a deep breath and replied patiently, what else can we do? We can only wait for this storm to pass and then release your album. However, the company will certainly not allocate many resources this time. We'll have to rely on our own efforts. Lu Qian understood that this was the only course of action, but she was still seething with frustration. She could only silently curse Xing Yao in her heart for snatching away the heat that rightfully belonged to her. When Lu Qian turned her face and saw Tao Lei, who was stifling laughter nearby, her anger flared even more. Tao Lei, don't you see how chaotic it is over here? Hurry up and help me clean this mess. Her voice was sharp and grating, making Tao Lei instinctively cover her ears. Sorry. My contract is up today, and I've already submitted my resignation. Haha, I'm done here. Tao Lei laughed heartily, leisurely sipping her tea with her legs crossed. Since she was leaving anyway, she felt no need to maintain any semblance of courtesy. At this moment, she She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Lu Qian stood up abruptly, pointing at Tao Lei, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Unable to utter a word for a long time, some found joy, while others found even more joy. After lunch, Gu Xingyi, along with the two lovely ladies, happily took a taxi to the 4S shop. Although the proceeds from the MV created in collaboration with Huayin hadn't yet arrived, Gu Xingyi had sufficient savings to buy a suitable vehicle. The nearest 4S shop was an hour's drive away. And at 2:20 p.m., the trio arrived punctually at the dealership. "Welcome, sir, madam. Do you have a particular model in mind?" The salesperson's eyes lit up. With several years of sales experience, he knew that a family of 3 coming to look at cars had an 80% chance of making a purchase. Gu Xingyi nodded. He and Xia Xiyao had previously discussed and selected a model before coming. "Do you have the H9? The top configuration?" "Yes, we do." Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's preference, the salesperson's eyes sparkled even more. The H9, top configuration, would cost over 300,000 at the very least. "Sir, we have 2 H9s in the top configuration available right now, one in flowing sand gold and another in Dragon Gall purple. Which one would you like to see first?" As the salesperson spoke, he led Gu Xingyi and the others into the showroom, showcasing his seasoned salesmanship. He didn't ask which car Gu Xingyi wanted to see. Instead, he asked which one they'd like to look at first, creating a comfortable atmosphere as if to say, for someone of your caliber, any choice would be splendid. This was the art of language. "I prefer the Dragon Gall purple. It appears more profound." This was also a decision they had made at home. Dragon Gall purple exuded elegance, ensuring Xia Xiao wouldn't lose face while out. "Sir, you have a discerning eye. Dragon Gall purple indeed complements your wife's temperament beautifully." The salesperson led them to the car, elaborating, "This is the H9 in Dragon Gall purple, top configuration, featuring HUD head-up display, panoramic sunroof, electric memory seats, rear seat adjustment, heated seats, and a variety of other functions, not to mention the exquisite ambient lighting within the vehicle. Sir, would you like to sit inside and try it out?" Gu Xingyi shook his head, chuckling. "I want to sit in it." "Xia Xiao, hold on off for me. You give it a go." He noticed Xia Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing the car, clearly satisfied with it. Xia Xiao felt a bit shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she mustered the courage to hand little Na to Gu Xingyi and climbed in. She had always fantasized about owning her own car, never expecting that dream to come true today. The vehicle was stunning, with graceful lines that didn't sacrifice power. The driving experience was delightful, and the engine's roar was impressive. Xia Xiao particularly adored the interior. Seeing her so enamored with the car only made Gu Xingyi happier. He boldly took out his bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesperson. "I'll take this one. Full payment. Let us swipe the card." The salesperson's smile nearly split his face, yet he maintained his professionalism and asked, "Sir, aren't you concerned about the price?" "No need. I've already inquired about the pricing. Just ensure you give me a discount, as long as it doesn't exceed the price I inquired about. I'm ready to finalize the purchase today." Hearing this, the salesperson felt a jolt of realization. This handsome man was quite astute, not revealing his inquiry price, thereby limiting his own negotiating space. "All right, sir. I will ensure you receive the best discount possible. Please wait while I prepare the paperwork." With that, the salesperson took the bank card and driver's license to prepare the necessary documents. Gu Xingyi didn't have to wait long before the salesperson returned with the purchase contract and various materials. They moved to the lounge area to sit down. "Sir, for a full payment, we can offer you a price of 385,000, which includes insurance and registration, along with a complete set of car seat covers and a car cover. And you can pick it up tomorrow." Gu Xingyi nodded. This price was similar to what he had researched, and he found the salesperson quite agreeable. Without hesitation, he entered his password and completed the payment. With all the formalities concluded, Gu Xingyi arranged to pick up the car the next morning, leaving the 4S shop feeling elated. Upon returning home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Just as Gu Xingyi arrived, he received a call from Yang Chenlin. "Hello. Great talent. Congratulations. The internet is buzzing with news about that MV and you. You've truly skyrocketed to fame. Thank you. I didn't seek fame. It's your company that must be reaping substantial benefits from this." Gu Xingyi replied with a smile, aware that his song represented in-high entertainment when sent to Huayin, undoubtedly yielding significant profits for them. While these benefits might not be immediately apparent, they would gradually manifest. And Huayin would surely think of them first when any opportunities arose. "That's all thanks to you, our great talent. Speaking of which, When will Xia Xiao come to report for duty? Yang Chenlin teased Gu Xingyi before inquiring with a smile. Gu Xingyi glanced at Xia Xiao, who was quietly eavesdropping on his phone call from the sofa, and chuckled. In a couple of days, at the latest by the 3rd. I have some matters to attend to at home before I send her over. All right, I'll be eagerly awaiting her arrival. Yang Chenlin was curious about the character of the woman who could make Gu Xingyi go to such lengths for her. Chapter 41. Lei Lei and Sister Yun. The 4S shop operated efficiently. The next morning at 10, the salesperson called to inform that the car had been registered and insured, ready for pickup. The task of collecting the car was entrusted to Xia Xiao, while Gu Xingyi stayed home to look after little Nana. As Xia Xiao had driven before, and he had no concerns. Upon arriving at the 4S shop, Xia Xiao successfully retrieved the car and took it for a test drive before heading into the city. She intended to find Lei Lei and Sister Yun, planning to bring them along to Inhai Entertainment the following day. Xia Xiao has made up her mind. She will report to Inhai Entertainment tomorrow. Although Gu Xingyi suggested that she could delay her arrival, she is not inclined to do so. She harbors her own thoughts. Beyond singing being her dream, she does not wish to be merely a decorative vase relying solely on Gu Xingyi. At this moment, Xia Xiao is unaware that Tao Lei Lei has already resigned. She drives to a location not far from Tianmei Entertainment Building and calls Tao Lei Lei, wanting to give her a surprise. The call is quickly answered, and a smile brightens Xia Xiao's face, her voice becoming noticeably more cheerful. Lei Lei, guess where I am? Tao Lei Lei is in her rented apartment packing her belongings, preparing to return to her hometown after resigning. She has already decided. If this place does not keep her, another will. Can Tao Lei Lei not find a job? Just then, she receives Xia Xiao's call. Sister Xiao, if you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly. I'm downstairs at your company. Hurry down. I have something to discuss with you. Ah? Wait a moment, Sister Xiao. I'll be right there. Tao Lei Lei becomes flustered. Why is Sister Xiao at her company? She is unsure how to tell Xia Xiao about her resignation and return home. Fortunately, her rented apartment is close to the Tianmei Entertainment Building. Moments later, she rushes downstairs, panting and looking around, until she hears, Lei Lei, I'm over here. She turns to see Xia Xiao stepping out of a brand new car, waving at her. Sister Xiao. Tao Lei Lei's eyes narrow into a pleasing arc as she quickly approaches her. Sister Xiao, did you buy a car? Staring at the pristine vehicle beside Xia Xiao, she is incredulous. How could that man buy a car for Sister Xiao? Isn't he's supposed to be unkind to her? Xia Xiao nods with a smile, taking hold of Tao Lei Lei's hand. Yes, just bought it. I came today to discuss something with you. Do you have time? Her almond-shaped eyes curve with delight, and the joy radiates from her face. It is then that Tao Lei Lei notices a change in Xia Xiao since their last meeting. Her complexion appears more vibrant, her face slightly fuller, her overall demeanor much improved. Most importantly, her confidence seems to have returned. Seeing Xia Xiao like this, Tao Lei Lei's eyes sparkle. Her sister Xiao has come back. Sister Xiao, I have plenty of time. Just tell me what you need. Lei Lei, come back and be my assistant. Let's bring Yunjia along. I want to make my comeback. Xia Xiao exclaims, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Tao Lei Lei is taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. After a moment, she regains her senses and grips Xia Xiao's hand tighter. Really? Sister Xiao, you're not joking, right? You're making a comeback? Absolutely. Xia Xiao affirms. Yay, I knew it. The sky won't block Lei Lei's road. Ha 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 ha. Sister Xiao, what a coincidence. I just resigned. Tao Lei Lei jumps up, dancing with joy, dreaming of continuing to fight alongside her sister Xiao. Xia Xiao pauses, realizing that Lei Lei has resigned. Lei Lei, I'm sorry I was too willful before, and I won't be anymore. It dawns on her that Lei Lei and Yunjia have ended up like this because of her. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao feels both guilty and sad, causing the earlier excitement to fade slightly. Hey, Sister Xiao, everyone has the right to make their own choices. I don't blame you, and I believe Yunjia wouldn't blame you either. Besides, you're making a comeback now. We should look towards the future. Seeing Xia Xiao fall back into self-recrimination, Tao Lei Lei quickly steadies her and offers comfort. Lei Lei, do you know where Yunjia is? Let us go find her now. I do. She is definitely at the Qingpu District People's Hospital taking care of her mother. Other than the 4 hours she works, she spends all her time there. All right, let us go. Without wasting any time. Xia Xiao urges Tao Lei Lei to get in the car, and they head to the hospital. In the car, Tao Lei Lei curiously examines the brand new interior, glancing at Xia Xiao, who is focused on driving. Sister Xiao, does he know you're making a comeback? Xia Xiao nods, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips. He knows. He was the one who helped me negotiate the contract for this comeback. And this car was also a gift from him. Tao Lele gasps, her mouth agape in disbelief. He helped you negotiate the contract. How is that possible? Sister Xiao, you're not pulling my leg, are you? He.s. really helping you? Xia Xiao shakes her head, speaking earnestly. It's true. He negotiated the contract with Yinhai Entertainment, and it's the top-tier one. Tao Lele is at a loss for words, unable to fathom how someone like Gu Xingyi could negotiate such a premier contract. Seeing that Tao Lele remains silent, Xia Xiao continues, Gu Xingyi he has been really good to me lately. You shouldn't treat him with that attitude anymore. Oh, Sister Xiao, you're fiercely defending your man. I'm feeling a bit jealous. How can I compete with that? Tao Lele pouts, teasing Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao's cheeks flush crimson, but she does not refute the comment. Their conversation quickly brings them to the hospital, where Xia Xiao and Tao Lele carry the fruits they bought along the way. Making their way to the inpatient department, on the third floor of the inpatient department, room 302, Xia Xiao nervously knocks on the door, and upon seeing Yun Jie, she nearly breaks down in tears. Yun Jie, who once had a full head of black hair, now has strands of white. Her resilient face shows the wear of time, looking utterly haggard, dressed in plain, faded clothing. This sight mirrors Xia Xiao's past struggles, revealing that Yun Jie has been suffering as well. When Yun Jie sees Xia Xiao, she is taken aback, staring at her in shock. Xia Xiao is at a loss for words. They exchange glances. Momentarily speechless, it is Tao Lele who rushes in first, taking Yun Jie's hand. Yun Jie, Sister Xiao and I came to see you. How is your mother doing? Yun Jie finally snaps back to reality, her hands fidgeting nervously. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? Look at me like this, Xiao. Come in and sit down. I just managed to get my mother to sleep. She is doing all right, can eat and drink, but she needs another surgery to fully recover. Speaking of her mother, a hint of a smile graces Yun Jie's face, although it is tinged with bitterness. She is at her wit's end, with debts of over 100,000 owed, having borrowed from all her relatives and friends. How will she pay for the next surgery? Xia Xiao enters the room and sits down, her head bowed, biting her lip like a child who has done something wrong, unable to meet Yun Jie's gaze. Tao Lele pats Yun Jie's hand, glancing at Xia Xiao. Yun Jie also looks at Xia Xiao, examining her closely, and after a moment, a look of relief spreads across her face. She approaches and sits beside her, taking her hand. Xiao, I'm so happy you came to see me. Seeing you like this makes me even happier. It means you've been doing well. I only stopped you before for your own good, so don't take it to heart. Yun Jie, I'm sorry. Xia Xiao can no longer hold back, throwing herself into Yun Jie's embrace as tears stream down her face. Yun Jie gently pats Xia Xiao's back, speaking softly and no need to apologize. What mother would blame her child? I truly treated you like my own daughter. All right, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll turn into an ugly duckling. Chapter 42. Yun Jie's refusal. Xia Xiao is an orphan, but since graduating from university, Yun Jie has taken care of her. From her humble beginnings to her rise to fame through a singing competition, and then to her withdrawal from the industry, Yun Jie has always been by her side. Thus, when Yun Jie says that no mother would blame her child, Xia Xiao's tears flow even more. Yun Jie has watched her grow every step of the way, just like a mother nurturing her child. Therefore, when she impulsively left the industry, it was Yun Jie who suffered the most. Yun Jie continues to gently pat Xia Xiao until she tires from crying. When Xia Xiao lifts her swollen eyes to look at her, Yun Jie smiles tenderly. Xia Xiao bites her lip. Yun Jie, I want to make a comeback. Will you be my manager again? Hearing this, Yun Jie is taken aback, then furrows her beautiful brows. Let us not talk about the comeback for now. What about your child? Are you sure you can trust that Gu Xingyi to take care of her? Compared to Tao Lele, Yun Jie is more rational. She clearly remembers that Gu Xingyi does not seem like a trustworthy person to look after a child. However, Xia Xiao nods. Gu Xingyi is Na-Na's father. He will take good care of her. I believe in him. Yun Jie rubs her temples, unsure of what has transpired, but seeing Xia Xiao's determined expression. All right, even if he can take care of the child, you should know that making a comeback is not easy. Do you have a company that can sign you? Even if you sign, what kind of resources will they provide you? Yun Jie, look, this is the contract from Yinhai Entertainment. Xia Xiao quickly pulls out the contract from her bag and hands it to Yun Jie, fearing that if she waits too long, She might not believe her. Upon seeing the contract, Yunjie is taken aback. It's from Inhai Entertainment, one of the three giants in the entertainment industry. Let me take a look. She begins to examine the contract closely. And the more she reads, the more astonished she becomes. As she reaches the end, her hands begin to tremble slightly. What kind of divine contract is this? Did Xia Shiyao kidnap the boss of Inhai Entertainment? This is completely unequal. For an entertainment company, many terms look like Xia Shiyao is imposing her will on Inhai Entertainment. For example, the very best resources, unrestricted freedom, a 2-year contract. Yunjie suddenly looks up. This is real, indeed. Yunjie, look, there's even the seal of Inhai Entertainment, Xia Shiyao quickly explains. Yunjie is completely stunned, staring blankly at Xia Shiyao. This contract contains terms she has never encountered in her career as a manager. Absurd. Inhai Entertainment has lost their mind. Yunjie, it's true. I'm reporting to Inhai Entertainment tomorrow. Seeing that Yunjie still seems skeptical, Xia Shiyao continues to explain, and only then does Yunjie begin to believe. Though her face is still filled with shock. This Xia Shiyao, be honest with me. How did you sign this contract? Finally convinced, Xia Shiyao breathes a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiu Xingyi went to Modu to help me get it. He wrote a song for Inhai Entertainment. Jiu Xingyi. Yunjie can hardly believe her ears. Gu Xingyi negotiated a contract for Xia Shiyao? He even wrote a song. This sounds like a fairy tale. Ridiculous. Shiyao, regardless of whether Yunjie believes it or not, he can write songs. Fine. Even if he can write songs, what kind of song is worthy of such a contract? Shiyao, don't let him fool you. Yunjie, he really wrote a song. Seeing Yunjie's disbelief, Xia Shiyao quickly takes out her phone, opens Douyin, and shows Yunjie her account. Yunjie takes the phone with skepticism, and even Tao Lei leans in, not believing that man can write songs. However, the next moment, oh my heavens, over 100 million likes. Tao Lei exclaims dramatically, then suddenly shrinks back, smiling apologetically. This is a hospital, and her loud outburst might disturb the patients. Yunjie is also dumbfounded. What video has over 100 million likes? Then she sees the account name, Xingyao, followed by Huayin Co-Creation. So that it. Yunjie doesn't even need to click on the video. They have all seen it. She looks up, bewildered. Xingyao is Gu Xingyi? Tao Lei exclaims from the side, but this time she keeps her voice down. Xingyao, the most popular and mysterious figure on the internet right now. Oh right, he really does have the surname Gu. Their astonished expressions cause Xia Shiyao to blush again. Feeling pleased that Gu Xingyi is being recognized, she states seriously, yes, Gu Xingyao, the full name of my daughter. Oh my gosh, the big shot is right beside us. What about his previous demeanor? Was he pretending to be a fool to catch the tiger? How infuriating. Yunjie regains her composure, raising her head and returning the phone to Xia Shiyao, her expression mixed. While she is genuinely happy that Xia Shiyao can live well and has a bright future, she also feels conflicted. Shiyao, with your talent, you could definitely find a better manager. I think I should decline. No Yunjie, Yunjie. Why? Don't you want me anymore? Both Tao Lei and Xia Shiyao speak up simultaneously, with Xia Shiyao looking particularly aggrieved. Yunjie sighs, glancing around the hospital room. You see my situation? My mother needs care, and I truly can't leave. You can hire a caregiver. Technology is so advanced now. You can monitor the situation remotely at any time. Tao Lei interjects, while Xia Shiyao gazes at Yunjie with hopeful eyes. Yunjie's expression falters. She knows she can hire a caregiver, but given her current financial situation, she cannot afford it. Moreover, she believes that accompanying Xia Shiyao would only be a burden to her. Shiyao, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I want to stay with my mother. You both should leave. Yunjie, leave. Shiyao, such a wonderful opportunity must be cherished. Don't be so willful in the future. Yunjie gently ruffles Xia Xiao's hair, turning away resolutely, refusing to look at her. Xia Xiao bites her lip, confused about why Yunjie is unwilling to leave with her. Arriving with hope but departing with disappointment, Xia Xiao and Tao Lei remain silent on the way back. Xia Xiao drops Tao Lei off, then drives home alone. Upon opening the door, she finds Gu Xingyi playing games with little Na, who looks up at her in surprise. Did you cry? What happened? Did everything go smoothly? Not understanding, Gu Xingyi directly asks. Xia Xiao pouts, sitting on the sofa. Seeing him feels like a source of support, and she feels on the verge of tears again. Yunjie doesn't want to come with me. Why not? Gu Xingyi scratches his head. recalling how stern Yunjie seemed, thinking she should dote on Xia Xiao instead. Xia Xiao recounts everything she saw and heard at the hospital that day, her voice tinged with grievance as Gu Xingyi listens quietly. After she finishes, Gu Xingyi nods thoughtfully. I understand. You, my dear, are simply a fool. You stay at home with Nana while I go out for a bit. Huh? Where are you going? Xia Xiao pouts, looking displeased. She is unsure whether her annoyance stems from Gu Xingyi calling her a fool or from his absence at this moment. I'm going to find someone important to you. Fool. Chapter 43. Aba Gu Xingyi first finds a housekeeping company, then drives to the hospital Xia Xiao mentioned. He doesn't go directly to find Yunjie, but first seeks out the doctor. After learning about Yunjie's mother's condition, he heads to the inpatient department and arrives at room 302. Before the door, Gu Xingyi takes a moment to compose himself, forcing a neutral expression, and gently knocks on the door. He hears footsteps, and the next moment, the door swings open to reveal Yunjie, her eyes slightly red. Seeing Gu Xingyi, she is momentarily taken aback, unsure of his purpose for visiting. Yunjie? Aren't you going to let me in first? Gu Xingyi's voice is calm, his towering presence exuding authority. Yunjie furrows her brow but steps aside to allow him entry. Xiao Yun, is this your friend? As Gu Xingyi enters the room, he sees an elderly woman with graying hair and sunken cheeks sitting on the bed, gazing at him. Before Yunjie had the chance to respond, Gu Xingyi swiftly approached her mother's bedside and grasped her hand. Auntie, my wife is a friend of Yunjie. She visited earlier, but you were sleeping, so we didn't want to disturb you. So you are a friend of Xiao Yun's. Young man, how considerate of you. It is truly a blessing for my Xiao Yun to have friends like you. Yunjie's mother gently patted Gu Xingyi's hand, her expression filled with kindness, though her frail body evoked a deep sense of sympathy. Auntie, you flatter us. It is indeed a fortune to have Yunjie as a friend. My wife speaks of her virtues daily, to the point that I feel my ears might develop calluses. Unfortunately, my wife wished to accompany Yunjie for this work trip, but she was reluctant to leave you in your condition. You have no idea how saddened my wife was upon returning home. Gu Xingyi chattered on, while behind him, Yunjie's face abruptly changed. Was this guy sent here by Xia Xiao as a negotiator? What work are you talking about? Xiao Yun, what is going on? Yunjie's mother, unaware of her daughter's specific job details, immediately furrowed her brows upon hearing Gu Xingyi's comments. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no work at all. I am doing just fine. Yunjie shot Gu Xingyi a glare and quickly turned to explain to her mother. Although nearing 70, Yunjie's mother was no fool. She understood that it was her own health concerns that had caused her daughter to worry, which in turn affected her work. With that, she clasped Gu Xingyi's hands in hers and inquired, Young man, Xiao Yun has troubled you, hasn't she? This child is just stubborn. Please, tell me, what work are you referring to? Gu Xingyi hesitated, glancing at Yunjie before responding, Auntie, my words may be rather blunt, but this work involves travel. Initially, I intended to hire a nurse to look after you, but Xiao Yun was concerned and insisted on taking care of you herself. Xiao Yun, why didn't you tell me about this? If work requires you to travel, then go. Yunjie's mother turned to face her daughter after hearing Gu Xingyi's words. Mom, Yunjie grew anxious, her frustration towards Gu Xingyi intensifying. She truly wanted to stay and care for her mother, but the reality was that she could not afford a nurse, let alone the costs for her next surgery, which were already draining her spirit. Yunjie, shall we step outside to discuss this? Gu Xingyi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Yunjie's furious glare. He squeezed Yunjie's mother's hand reassuringly, adding, Auntie, please don't worry, I merely wish to have a word with Xiao Yun. With that, Gu Xingyi stood up and exited the hospital room. Yunjie gritted her teeth, glanced at her mother, and followed him out in the corridor. Yunjie glared at Gu Xingyi. What exactly do you intend to do? Consider me the villain, then I simply do not wish for Xia Xiao to be upset. I understand her well. If you don't accompany her, she will constantly worry about you. When the time comes, her enthusiasm will dwindle to mere 5%. By the way, I have already covered the costs for your mother's upcoming surgery and contacted a nurse. I will provide you with the contact so you can choose someone yourself. Gu Xingyi replied nonchalantly, his height giving him an air of superiority over Yunjie. Ha, Gu Xingyi, are you offering me charity? Yunjie retorted with a bitter laugh. You are mistaken. It is a loan. It will be deducted from Xia Xiao's salary. You and Lele are going because of Xia Xiao, not because of Yinhai Entertainment. I do not care how much she pays you. That money is mine, and you must repay me, Gu Xingyi shrugged, adopting a rogue demeanor. Regardless, I have already settled the surgery fee and the nurse's payment, and they want to refund me. How you proceed from here is no concern of mine." Before Yunjie could respond, he turned and strode towards the exit. "Jiu Xingyi, don't mention this to Xia Shiyao." As he neared the door, Yunjie's voice rang out, but Gu Xingyi did not look back, simply waving his hand dismissively. Yunjie watched his figure vanish beyond the door, her gaze complex, before returning to the hospital room. "Xiao Yun, has that young man left?" Yunjie's mother asked as she patted the edge of the bed, inviting her daughter to sight. "Oh, not blame that young man. He is quite decent. I have met many people, and I can tell a lot from his eyes," her mother continued. "I know you are filial, but my daughter, there are many paths a person can take. Choosing the wrong one may lead to regret later. My health is not too bad right now. Another surgery could lead to a complete recovery, and the doctor has assured me the risks are minimal, so do not worry about my health. Go ahead. If you regret it later because of me, that would truly sadden me." Yunjie lowered her head, silently listening to her mother's advice. After a long pause, she finally nodded gently. Meanwhile, as Gu Xingyi returned home, Xia Shiyao approached him, her face brimming with curiosity. Jiu Xingyi deliberately ignored her and joyfully lifted little Nai Nai. "Nai Nai, what do you want for dinner?" Xia Shiyao's expression froze in disbelief as she watched Gu Xingyi walk past her. "Everything Dad makes is delicious," the little one eagerly chimed in, oblivious to her mother's currently sullen demeanor. "All right, I'll go make it now," Gu Xingyi exclaimed, planting a kiss on the little one's cheek as he headed towards the kitchen. "Jiu Xingyi, I'm upset." Xia Shiyao pouted, her face full of grievance, feeling utterly ignored. "Don't you know I've been waiting anxiously at home?" "Ah? What is it?" Gu Xingyi turned around, his innocent expression inciting even more irritation in Xia Shiyao. He had been so tender before leaving, and now he was acting oblivious? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xia Shiyao plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms and turning her face away from him. "Your little temper is growing." "Not bad," Gu Xingyi chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. "Remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards when you head out tomorrow. With your temperament, if you don't have them, you might get bullied." Xia Shiyao suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Did Yunjie agree? What do you think?" "All right, I need to cook, so please don't disturb me." "Gu Xingyi, how did you manage it?" Abba. Chapter 44, Arrival at Inhai Entertainment. In the end, Xia Shiyao never got to ask how he accomplished it. Every time she did, he would feign ignorance. Yet this did not diminish the admiration in her eyes. Ever since his transformation, it seemed there was nothing he could not achieve. Gu Xingyi basked in Xia Shiyao's adoring gaze. He felt like a wealthy man. Any problem that could be resolved with money was no longer an issue. And the profits from the collaboration with Huayin had made his wallet swell beyond measure. Speaking of Yunjie's situation, after Xia Shiyao had explained it to him, he could roughly deduce the reason behind it. She can't even afford a meal. How can she pursue any dreams? This realization made Gu Xingyi reflect on the stark differences in how men and women viewed and handled situations. Women tended to be more emotional, while men were often more rational. Early the next morning, Xia Shiyao rose early. Uncharacteristically, Gu Xingyi did not go for his morning run, and the two of them worked in harmony in the kitchen, preparing breakfast together. Xia Shiyao's luggage was already packed and placed in the living room, and little Nai Nai was still fast asleep. She did not intend to wait for Nai Nai to wake up before leaving, fearing she would become too attached. Breakfast was prepared swiftly, and Xia Shiyao ate quietly. Jiu Xingyi sat beside her, engaging in casual conversation, resembling an ordinary family where the wife was about to leave for work and the husband fussed over her. "Remember to call often once you're there, or Nai Nai will miss you. I've already informed them that you will be arriving today. Magic City isn't too far. Feel free to come back when you can. If anything happens while you're out there, let me know. Don't keep everything bottled up inside like a fool." Xia Shiyao listened to Gu Xingyi speak while eating her porridge. A sudden sense of melancholy washed over her, making her reluctant to leave home. She ate her meal slowly, and just as her bowl was nearly empty, her phone rang, pulling her from her reverie. It was Gu Xingyi who reminded her, prompting her to answer the call. "Hello, Sister Shiyao. I'm all set. Yunjie is with me. When are you coming?" "I'll be there shortly. Please wait for me." "All right, I'll be downstairs at my place. Let us meet there." After hanging up, Xia Shiyao looked up at Gu Xingyi, her eyes sparkling with a mix of emotions that made his heart flutter. Xia Shiyao was truly stunning. Among all the people Gu Xingyi had encountered in both his lives, few could rival her beauty. Yet, he felt her overly gentle nature was a concern. This likely stemmed from her past experiences. Having grown up in an orphanage, Gu Xingyi understood that people who had undergone similar experiences either developed a stubborn disposition or a people-pleasing personality. The former Gu Xingyi had been like that. Always gauging others' reactions, he recognized the pain behind such behavior and did not wish for Xia Xiao to remain that way. At the very least, he wanted her to be more confident. Turning his gaze to her luggage, he dared not meet her eyes directly. It's time to set off. Don't keep them waiting? Yes, I'll just check on Nai Nai before I leave, Xia Xiao softly replied. Feeling that merely looking at him was the boldest thing she had ever done, Gu Xingyi responded with a hum and followed her to the bedroom. Little Nai Nai was sprawled out, blissfully unaware that her mother was about to leave. Xia Xiao affectionately kissed her little face and buried her face in the child's neck, nuzzling her before reluctantly getting up and glancing back multiple times as she exited the room. Ji Yuxingyi followed, assisting her in loading her luggage into the car, and watched as she settled into the driver's seat before closing the door and stepping aside. I'm off. Xia Xiao turned to look at him. Remember to come home often? Otherwise, the little one will definitely cry. As the car started, Xia Xiao suddenly turned back, her expression serious. Ji Yuxingyi, thank you. Before Gu Xingyi could respond, the car drove off. He smiled and thought, hey, we are family. There's no need for thanks. The car made its way to the city center, where Tao Lei had been anxiously waiting downstairs. Beside her, Yunjie shook her head, remarking on the girl's impatient nature after working for so long. Sister Xiao is here. As Xia Xiao's car slowly approached, Tao Lei waved enthusiastically, and once Xia Xiao stepped out, she rushed over, beaming. Sister Xiao, Lei, Yunjie, have you been waiting long? Xia Xiao grasped Tao Lei's hand and turned to Yunjie, apologizing slightly. Not too long. Mainly, this little girl is too impatient. Yunjie smiled, surprised that the three of them had finally reunited for work. Reflecting on this, she recalled the young man who seemed like a pretty boy, who had made this day possible. Yunjie, thank you for coming, Xia Xiao said, stepping closer to Yunjie and grasping her hands, shaking them playfully. Without you, Lei and I wouldn't know what to do. All right. You're both mothers now. Stop acting like children. You should be thanking your man instead. Enough chatter. Let us grab the luggage. In work mode, Yunjie appeared composed, but her words made Xia Xiao blush deeply. Till this day, she still had no idea how Gu Xingyi had managed to persuade Yunjie. The three women had minimal luggage, only bringing along essentials. The car easily accommodated all their belongings, and as they piled in, Tao Lei waved enthusiastically. Let us go. The bright road ahead awaits us. What a lively girl, Yunjie teased, and a smile adorned Xia Xiao's face as well. The car headed towards Magic City. 18 High Entertainment Building. Yang Chenlin had arrived at the office early, yet she felt restless throughout the day. Finally, she calculated the time and went downstairs, eager to see the young woman who had been so pampered by that guy. After a short wait, she spotted a car with Jiangcheng license plates entering the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Chenlin squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the scene. 3 individuals stepped out of the car, a spirited young girl chattering away. Another slightly older woman with graying hair who looked at the two with a smile of indulgence. Seeing these two friends of Xia Xiao, Yang Chenlin deduced that Xia Xiao must possess a wonderful personality. Her gaze then fell on the young woman in the middle, whose heart-shaped face was fair and rosy, with almond-shaped eyes sparkling like water, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her expression imbued with a gentle smile. Such a tender woman evoked sympathy. No wonder Gu Xingyi was so infatuated. Regaining her composure, Yang Chenlin hastened her steps. Hello, you must be Xia Xiao. I am Yang Chenlin, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department at Inhai Entertainment. On behalf of the company, I welcome you to join us. With a smile, Yang Chenlin extended her hand, locking eyes with Xia Xiao. Hello, I am Xia Xiao, she replied softly, her voice sweet and melodic. She admired the aura of this elegant woman, feeling a twinge of envy. Chapter 45. Jealousy arises. What a surprisingly pleasant voice, and such a pure and innocent demeanor. How on earth did someone like her end up with Gu Xingyi? Yang Chenlin mused inwardly, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity. Indeed, it must be someone with discerning taste to have chosen Gu Xingyi when he was at his lowest. Yang Chenlin shifted her focus to the two accompanying Xia Xiao. Who are these two? She asked, her tone unexpectedly gentle. This is Tao Lei, my assistant, and this is Yunjie, my manager, Xia Xiao replied earnestly. Yang Chenlin noted the peculiar reaction from Xia Shiyao towards her, raising her brow in curiosity. The thought crossed her mind that they seemed to have their own established team, which would certainly simplify matters. Let me first show you around the building. After all, you will be working here for the next 2 years, so the sooner you familiarize yourselves, the better. Once the tour is over, I will take you to the artist dormitory. Great, thank you. Xia Shiyao expressed her gratitude with a nod. The group followed Yang Chenlin into the building, and along the way, Tao Lei was utterly astonished. This place was far more luxurious than the Tianmei entertainment branch in Jiangsheng. They could see stars who frequently appeared in trending news at every turn. This was not something the Tianmei branch could compare to. It was known that even a second-tier singer like Lu Qian could throw her weight around in Jiangxing. Yang Chenlin led them to the 11th floor. Enthusiastically describing, this entire floor consists of recording studios, equipped with various professional equipment. As she spoke, she opened the door to an idle recording studio for Xia Shiyao and her friends to see. The 3rd floor is primarily for singers, while the 11th floor is solely for recording studios. Now let us head down to the 12th floor, where the artist lounge is located. They generally spend their time there, whether composing songs or receiving notifications. Each room is a private personal space. Once they exited the recording studio, Yang Chenlin continued to guide Xia Shiyao and her friends to the 12th floor. Along the way, many people greeted Yang Chenlin, their expressions displaying a strange mix of flattery. Xia Shiyao was puzzled. Why did these people look at her with jealousy? She couldn't comprehend why. Despite Yang Chenlin being the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, everyone seemed to regard her with such envy. What further intrigued Xia Shiyao was spotting a balding middle-aged man who held the title of Human Resources Director, stopping to greet Yang Chenlin and even acknowledging her. Xia Shiyao was taken aback, responding shyly. This Director Zhang was quite amiable, treating her with such politeness. Back at Tianmei, no matter the leader, they always carried an air of superiority to that moment. Yang Chenlin halted at the end of the corridor and gestured towards the lounge before them. Addressing Xia Shiyao, this will henceforth be your exclusive lounge. When you have no engagements and are not occupied, you may spend your time here at leisure. Xia Shiyao lifted her gaze and noticed that the door to the lounge was firmly shut, secured with a password lock, and indeed, her name was inscribed on the plaque. As Yang Chenlin entered the password, she continued to introduce the space to Xia Shiyao. The initial code for these locks is 6 sixes. You can change it afterward as you wish. Now, let us explore your lounge. The door swung open, and they all stepped inside. Tao Lei was the first to exclaim in awe. The lounge was impressively spacious and luxuriously decorated. A grand floor-to-ceiling window offered a panoramic view of the bustling city center of Shanghai, with soft gray curtains drawn to the sides, easily lowered at any moment. The enormous, plush sofas could comfortably accommodate 3 of Tao Lei. The room was equipped with a television, a refrigerator, and air conditioning, and most notably, a recreational area complete with a tea bar and tables, where one could unwind and entertain at leisure. Aside from Yunjia, who maintained her composure, even Xia Shiyao was taken aback. She had never encountered such opulence in a lounge before. Tao Lei felt elated to the point of fainting. Recalling her time at Tianmei, she thought to herself, well there, even dogs wouldn't stay. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. If not for the presence of others, Tao Lei would have been tempted to throw herself onto the sofa and roll around in delight. Yang Chenlin observed the astonished expressions of her companions and smiled. Not everyone enjoys such privileges. Top-tier resources demand top-tier accommodations. Upon hearing this, Tao Lei suddenly found herself feeling less disdain towards Gu Xingyi. Even after they exited the lounge, Tao Lei remained immersed in her happiness. Just then, a door nearby swung open, and a regal woman clad in high heels stepped out, followed by a bespectacled assistant. The woman, upon seeing them emerge from the adjacent room, displayed a fleeting look of surprise on her face before greeting Yang Chenlin. Sister Yang, you're personally showing someone around. Yes, Lena, are you heading out? Yang Chenlin replied, her expression unperturbed. Yes, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be on my way. Sister Yang, you carry on. I'll take my leave. Lena glanced at Xia Shiyao and the others but did not acknowledge them, elegantly departing in her high heels. Shall we also take our leave? It's already noon, and the upper floors are filled with meeting rooms. Aside from company meetings, they're hardly used. I want to take you to visit those. Let us head directly to the artist's apartment. You can drop off your luggage, and then we can go out for a meal. It's on me. Yang Chenlin turned back with a smile. Addressing Xia Shiyao felt as though Yang Chenlin's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. Her impression of the company was quite favorable today, albeit a bit strange. Some individuals seemed particularly eager to welcome her. As they entered the elevator, Xia Shiyao suddenly whispered, "Director Yang, are you very familiar with Gu Xingyi?" Upon asking this question, she clearly noticed Yang Chenlin's smile falter for a brief moment. Was it truly the case? Xia Xiao's gaze dimmed slightly, and an inexplicable feeling began to swell within her. "Well, I was the one who received him when he came over, and I've been following up on the collaboration. So I am somewhat acquainted with him," Yang Chenlin quickly responded. "I see." Xia Xiao replied softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. As they descended, Yang Chenlin continued to drive her gray Mercedes ahead, while Xia Xiao followed slowly behind. The moment Tao Lele got into the car, she began to exuberantly discuss all the wonderful aspects of the place until Yun Jie shot her a knowing glance, and she suddenly realized that Xia Xiao seemed to be in a rather sour mood. She had appeared so cheerful just moments ago. "Sister Xiao, what's wrong?" Tao Lele inquired, leaning over the front seat with curiosity. "Ah, I'm fine, Lele. Please continue. That really fine." Tao Lele was puzzled and turned to seek help from Yun Jie. Yun Jie simply smiled and said nothing, having immediately discerned that someone had fallen into the vinegar jar. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Star Song Conference. Nai, darling, let Daddy dress you up as a little tiger. Let us not cry. All right. At home, Gu Xingyi felt overwhelmed. Ever since little Nai woke up, she had been clamoring to find her mother. Gu Xingyi tried every possible way to comfort her, but Nai only cried harder. Just yesterday, he had assured Xia Shiyao that he would take good care of Nai. Now, Gu Xingyi could only utter, "I can't do this." Previously, when Xia Shiyao was at home, little Nai had clung to him without any fuss. So what was happening now? Faced with this situation, Gu Xingyi felt like crying himself. He had thought he was a king, but the reality proved he was merely a bronze. Gu Xingyi grinned and grimaced, trying to imitate a little tiger while Nai's tears continued to fall like pearls. "Daddy is bad. You hid Mommy away. I want Mommy." "Wah?" Little Nai sat on the sofa, her feet kicking, determined not to relent until she saw her mother today. Gu Xingyi squatted in front of the sofa, scratching his head in confusion. What could he do? Xia Xiao had only been gone for a short while. He certainly couldn't call her back now. That would only make her laugh at him. No, no. Gu Xingyi was in distress, and his little tiger persona crumbled in an instant. At that moment, his phone on the table buzzed. Gu Xingyi glanced at it absent-mindedly, and the next second, his eyes lit up with excitement. A savior has arrived. He hastily picked up the phone. It was a message from Xia Shiyao, containing only two simple words. "Are you there?" Gu Xingyi replied eagerly, "Yes, I am definitely here. Aren't you busy?" Summer Shiyao, who had already finished lunch and was resting in her apartment, looked at the message on her phone, her expression neutral, tinged with a hint of irritation. "I had lunch with Director Yang this afternoon." "What on earth is that nonsensical response?" Gu Xingyi scratched his head, not bothering to think further, and quickly initiated a video call. Xia Xiao's cool, exquisite face appeared on the screen. Gu Xingyi grinned and pointed the phone towards little Nai. "Ahem. Nai misses you, Gu Xingyi. Is this how you're taking care of Nai?" Gu Xingyi pretended not to hear her, wearing an innocent look. Little Nai was now crying with tears streaming down her face. But upon seeing her mother on the phone, she wiped her tears with both tiny hands, looking pitiful. "Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Do you not want Nai anymore?" "Nai, sweetie, Mommy just went out to work. She will be home soon. Be a good girl and don't cry." Xia Xiao gently coaxed, and the little one gradually ceased her tears, holding the phone close, wanting to get even closer to Xia Xiao. At that moment, Gu Xingyi felt as though he had been struck by a ton of bricks. He had spent so long trying to console her, making faces, pretending to be a tiger. And yet Xia Xiao's words proved far more effective. Life truly felt as lonely as snow. After a few more soothing words from Xia Xiao, little Nai finally stopped crying entirely, allowing Gu Xingyi to breathe a sigh of relief. After calming the little one, Gu Xingyi turned the phone back towards himself, his eyes darting around as he avoided looking at Xia Xiao. "Gu Xingyi, are you really capable of taking care of a child?" Xia Xiao's questioning voice came through the phone. Gu Xingyi immediately grew anxious. "Who do you look down upon? This was just an accident. If I were to leave, you wouldn't be able to soothe Nai either," Gu Xingyi protested, his face filled with defiance. Xia Xiao scrutinized him deeply, wondering if he had any self-awareness. Wait, she hadn't called to discuss this. This man was trying to divert the topic. Xia Xiao's expression shifted slightly as she casually inquired. Are you quite familiar with Director Yang? Fairly well, Gu Xingyi replied nonchalantly, completely unaware that he was dangerously testing the waters. Fairly well? Xia Xiao repeated, her gaze piercing into him. Gu Xingyi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He wrapped his arms around himself, wondering why it felt so cold when the weather was so warm. I suppose so. Are you getting accustomed to things over there? Not accustomed at all. I have some matters to attend to. So I'll hang up first. Xia Xiao shot him a glare, deciding to cut off the conversation. The video call abruptly ended, and it dawned on Gu Xingyi that she was indeed upset. How absurd. Feeling unjustly attacked, Gu Xingyi set down his phone and looked at his daughter, who had curled up on the sofa, now no longer crying and appearing adorably cute, and he couldn't help but chuckle. In the following 2 days, Xia Xiao called home every day, which relieved Gu Xingyi considerably. However, he found it odd that whenever she called, she would only speak to their daughter as soon as it was his turn. It was as though he owed her 8 million, receiving little warmth in return. Gu Xingyi could only console himself, thinking that women often had their mood swings. Xia Xiao had plenty of free time these days. Either she was in the apartment or in the lounge, with no engagements from the company. Yun Jia had been reaching out to various lyricists and composers, but unfortunately, there were no fruitful results. This left Tao Lei lamenting her boredom throughout the day. For instance, at this very moment, she was sprawled on the sofa, clutching a cushion, complaining, Sister Xiao, what is the deal with Yinhai Entertainment? They're not offering any activities, not even a whisper about a comeback. What is the difference between this and not coming back at all? Yun Jia wore a distressed expression as well. She had contacted many industry lyricists over the past couple of days, but as soon as they heard that Xia Xiao intended to make a comeback, they politely declined. After all, who would be foolish enough to write songs for someone who had been out of the game for over 2 years? Lacking both popularity and resources? Let us remain patient for a while longer. There will surely be a solution. Xia Xiao comforted Tao Lei, though she herself had been attempting to compose music, only to find herself lacking the necessary inspiration. This made her think of Gu Xingyi. If he were here, he could certainly create songs even better than this. With that thought, Xia Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of discouragement, as if she fell short in every regard compared to him. Why not ask Gu Xingyi for help? At that moment, Tao Lei suddenly sat up, her eyes widening. Xia Xiao hesitated. Her intention in coming out was to avoid being overly reliant on him. After a moment of careful consideration, she finally said, let us wait a couple more days. If nothing changes, I'll give him a call. All right. Tao Lei hugged her cushion, her expression slightly downcast. She couldn't comprehend why Sister Xiao, who was married to Gu Xingyi, couldn't just directly ask him for a song. Unbeknownst to Xia Xiao and her companions, in the conference room of Yinhai Entertainment, Yang Xian and several executives were convening a meeting, with a proposal document laid out before them. Yang Xian raised his hand to quiet the room, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering. As you all know, the Star Song Conference is the most renowned talent showcase in Huaguo. Singers who have shown on this platform in the past are now mostly at the forefront of the industry. The conference is about to begin, and we have 2 slots available. Let us discuss who should be selected. As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, the conference room buzzed with conversation. Before long, a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite refined, spoke first. I believe Cheng Di would be a good choice. She has a sweet appearance, decent popularity, and sings well. Currently a second-tier singer, if she can achieve a ranking at the Star Song Conference, she has a great chance of advancing to the first tier. Upon hearing this, most attendees nodded in agreement. Yang Xian saw this and decided, then it's Cheng Di for 1 slot. Who do you think should fill the other? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Chao stood up and remarked, Chairman, I think Xia Xiao would also be a suitable choice. Chapter 47. The notification. Xia Xiao? Yang Xian suddenly recalled. Wasn't she the one Gu Xingyi had recommended? She had already joined the company? He had been so busy these past few days that he had momentarily forgotten about her. As soon as Zhang Chao finished, the refined man spoke again. Minister Zhang, I don't believe Xia Xiao is suitable. Even compared to a newcomer, she falls short. Not to mention, she has no popularity and no works to her name. Her prior withdrawal from the industry due to marriage has left a less than favorable impression on the audience. Zhang Chao, however, waved his hand dismissively and countered, precisely for that reason, we should select her. Since she is making a comeback with our company, we need to provide her with a platform. I have listened to Xia Xiao's previous songs, and her singing is excellent. Moreover, she is not lacking in appearance. With that in mind, why shouldn't we choose her? The refined man frowned at this. Minister Zhang, you oversee personnel. I handle operations. I know better than you that a singer's most essential asset is popularity. We are not a charity organization. Just because she is with our company does not guarantee her a stage. Minister Yin, you speak of popularity? Are you unaware of who recommended Xia Shiyao? May I ask? Minister Yin, how is Xing Yao's popularity? What if he were to write songs for her? In response to Yin Ping's remarks, Zhang Chao remained assertive, a smug expression plastered on his face. You think you can contend with me? You'll need to eat a few more meals before you can match me. Zhang Chao had always disdained Yin Ping, who, as the operations minister, had been rather domineering in the company and had even made advances towards female singers. Many of the new artists he had recruited had complained about him. Zhang Chao found him utterly detestable. Xingyao, even Yin Ping, upon hearing Xingyao's name, fell momentarily speechless. He wouldn't dare claim that Xingyao lacked popularity. That collaboration for the MV had received over 1 billion likes, and it was said that his fanbase had reached 50 million. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Yin Ping glared at the overly confident Zhang Chao. Are you so certain that Xingyao would write songs for Xia Shiyao? All right, enough bickering. Yang Xian raised his hand, signaling for silence. If that is the case, let us select Cheng Di and Xia Shiyao. Notify them. Upon hearing the chairman's decision, Yin Ping could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. He had another candidate in mind, but hadn't had the chance to voice it before the decision was made. As the meeting adjourned, Zhang Chao, grinning from ear to ear, left with a sense of accomplishment. This was the first time he had outmaneuvered Yin Ping in such matters, and it felt delightful. Meanwhile, at Shengshe Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, and various smaller agencies, similar discussions were taking place. At the Jiangqing branch of Tianmei Entertainment, Sister Yuan rushed into the lounge, breathless, where Lu Qian was at the makeup table, fiddling with her red nails. Lu Qian, good news. Consider this a blessing in disguise. Lu Qian frowned, annoyed by Sister Yuan's sudden exclamation that had caused her to smudge her nail polish. What good news? In a tone laced with complaint, Lu Qian wiped off the polish, reapplying it carefully. Sister Yuan's excitement dwindled in the face of Lu Qian's indifference, and she found herself growing increasingly irritated. The Star Song Conference. The company has decided to send you. The Star Song Conference. Lu Qian froze, her nail work immediately ruined again. But this time she didn't care. She turned to Sister Yuan for confirmation. Is it the one where securing a ranking can elevate you to a first-tier singer? Yes. Are there 2 Star Song conferences that I don't know about? Lu Qian, this is your chance. You must seize it. Seeing Lu Qian take the news seriously, Sister Yuan felt somewhat relieved, even changing her tone of address. Ah, the Star Song Conference. I'm going to be famous. Lu Qian finally reacted, springing up from her chair, her joy overflowing. She hadn't even registered that Sister Yuan was taking credit for the opportunity. All she heard was that she was about to become famous. Lu Qian, we only have 3 days until it starts. Let us stay composed. This time, a renowned lyricist will write a song for you. You must sing well. Sister Yuan gently persuaded Lu Qian, hoping she would not become overly agitated. After all, it was Lu Qian's fervor that would allow her to earn more money, and this time Sister Yuan sincerely wished for her to achieve a commendable ranking. However, Lu Qian remained unconvinced. Upon hearing the name Wu Fan, her excitement only intensified. Was it really the Wu Fan, renowned as the godfather of music? Surely that meant victory was assured. What was there to worry about? With him by her side, they formed a formidable alliance. Ha. Sister Yuan sighed, but then reconsidered. Indeed, although Lu Qian's character left much to be desired, her vocal prowess was undeniably impressive. With the godfather of music, Wu Fan, behind her, this time she would undoubtedly surge into the top 3. In the bustling metropolis. Within the artist department, Xia Shiyao received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare for the Star Song gathering in 3 days. After hanging up, Xia Shiyao was left in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had been discussing strategies for her comeback, and now the company had abruptly delivered her an opportunity. Observing Xia Shiyao's dazed expression after the call, Tao Lele couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Sister Shiyao, who was that? The operations department. They informed me that I'm participating in the Star Song gathering in 3 days. The Star Song gathering. Really? Is it true? Sister Shiyao? Tao Lele paused for a moment, then sprang up, gripping Xia Shiyao's shoulders and shaking her with uncontainable excitement. Lele, you're going to make me dizzy. Xia Shiyao pushed Tao Lele's chubby hands away. her face displaying clear disdain. Sister Xiao, is it true that the company has let you participate in the Star Song Gathering? Yunjie, seated nearby, inquired with keen interest. Yes, the operations department just confirmed it. Xia Xiao nodded, and a gleam of joy illuminated Yunjie's face. Announcing a powerful return on the stage of the Star Song Gathering was indeed splendid. However, the immediate task was to find a suitable lyricist and composer. I'll reach out to some lyricists I used to know. Xiao, you should also try writing a song in the next 3 days. We must find a great song to launch your comeback, understood? Xia Xiao nodded earnestly. Tao Lele raised her hand. I'll prepare a nutritious meal, just like before. We need to get Sister Xiao back to her prime. With clear division of labor, Tao Lele began selecting ingredients for lunch. Yunjie picked up her phone to contact lyricists, and Xia Xiao spread out her manuscript paper on the table, deep in thought. Meanwhile, our Gu Xingyi was teaching Xiao Nainai her second nursery rhyme. Xiao Nainai had been particularly well-behaved these past few days, possibly due to Xia Xiao's daily phone calls, but Gu Xingyi felt a sense of pride in his own contributions, at least now. He was completely familiar with the process of entertaining a child. Xiao Nainai clapped her little hands, providing accompaniment as Gu Xingyi donned a large wolf hat, pretending to be ferocious while singing adorable lyrics. Little bunny, open the door. Hurry up and let me in. Chapter 48. Sweet nothings as evening descended. After dinner, the playful Nainai could no longer resist the pull of sleep, her little head bobbing with fatigue. Nevertheless, she fought to stay awake, determined to listen to Gu Xingyi as he recounted a bedtime story before sinking into a deep slumber. Gu Xingyi smiled, tucking the blanket around the little one, kissing her forehead before quietly making his way to the living room. It was only 7 in the evening, yet Gu Xingyi had been contemplating what kind of song to prepare for Xia Xiao. However, he remained at a loss for ideas. The myriad of songs in the original world overwhelmed him, and since Xia Xiao's arrival at Yinhai Entertainment, it seemed there had been no news from her. After pondering for a while without clarity, he opened Douyin, ready to scroll through some videos before heading to bed. The song Just Ordinary still held considerable popularity online, and Gu Xingyi found that he could easily come across related videos by scrolling through just 3 or 4 posts. Many netizens lamented that after listening to Xingyao's song, their ears could hardly bear to hear anything else. They even formed a fan club for Xingyao, with profile pictures featuring Xiao Nainai's expression during her performance of Bursting with Courage. It dawned on Gu Xingyi that, unbeknownst to him, they had meticulously crafted a series of emoticons from Xiao Nainai's expressions, using them with great delight. Fortunately, most netizens were focused on Xingyao, with only a handful of devoted fans for Nainai. Otherwise, the little one might have to wear a mask when going out, which would be quite troublesome. Besides the enduring popularity of Just Ordinary, the current hottest topic online was the upcoming Star Song Gathering. This annual event consistently featured 1 or 2 breakout artists, which kept many people intrigued. Fans of the artists participating in this year's Star Song Gathering were fervently campaigning for votes. The event was live-streamed in its entirety, with 4 renowned veteran mentors casting their votes, ensuring no ties occurred, as the final vote would come from the vast audience. This heightened audience engagement, as sometimes a single vote could decisively determine a contestant's fate. The format of the Star Song Gathering was straightforward. 16 contestants would compete in pairs, with opponents determined by a draw. There were no revival rounds. Winners advanced while losers were eliminated. The process was brutally competitive and starkly realistic. Even in the semifinals, contestants would continue to compete in pairs, with winners progressing to the finals and losers contending for 3rd and 4th place. Only in the finals would there be 3 rounds, with the organizers providing song keywords, and contestants would have to deliver original compositions based on those keywords. Notably, in the second round of the finals, they could invite guest performers. This not only tested the contestants' abilities but also evaluated the skills and connections of their accompanying lyricists and composers. Thus, after each Star Song Gathering, numerous popular original songs would emerge, greatly gratifying the ears of countless netizens. Gu Xingyi merely glanced at the screen and scrolled past. His extensive knowledge of the event stemmed from the original owner's memories. For few in the entertainment industry were unaware of the Star Song Gathering. However, Gu Xingyi found himself disinterested at present. He continued to scroll, bemused by the sheer volume of data presented to him. After a brief pause, he found that his feed was flooded with videos related to Just Ordinary and the Star Song Gathering. Growing weary of the repetitive content, Gu Xingyi switched off his phone and quietly returned to his bedroom. Time for bed. Tomorrow, he would need to take the little one for a stroll. The next morning, Gu Xingyi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Little Nai Nai was already awake, her big, dark eyes counting her eyelashes. However, she could only count to 50, and after reaching that number, she would start counting from 1 again. It was unclear how long she had been engaged in this activity, but Gu Xingyi could see she was thoroughly entertained. He patted Nai Nai's little head and casually picked up his phone, noticing that the caller was none other than the spirited Tao Lele. Hello? What is going on so early in the morning? Gu Xingyi yawned and inquired. Hey, Gu Xingyi, you need to check on Sister Xiao. She has gone a bit mad. She hasn't slept since last night. Tao Lele whispered conspiratorially, having called Gu Xingyi without Xia Xiao's knowledge. What happened? Gu Xingyi frowned. He couldn't understand why she was neglecting her health. He had just managed to help her gain a little weight, and he didn't want her to lose it again. Sister Xiao is participating in the Star Song gathering, but we don't have a song. She has been obsessively trying to write one. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He hadn't anticipated that Xia Xiao would be competing so soon after joining. The agreement with Yinhai Entertainment was for him to write her songs, and it was indeed his oversight. While he had been contemplating potential songs, the urgency had escalated. Understood. I'll call her. Thanks for keeping an eye on her. Lele. Who is helping you? It's only natural for me to look after Sister Xiao. All right, gotta go. Sister Xiao is coming. Tao Lele hastily ended the call, casting a guilty glance at Xia Xiao. Fortunately, Xia Xiao, having stayed up all night, appeared quite disheveled and did not notice her little secret. Xia Xiao was feeling particularly frustrated. She sensed she was on the verge of grasping the melody, yet it always slipped through her fingers. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was missing, which naturally put her in a foul mood. Just then, Gu Xingyi's call came through. Xia Xiao quickly composed herself and answered the phone. Hello? Is Nai Nai missing me? Just because Nai Nai isn't thinking about you doesn't mean I can't call. I am your husband. Gu Xingyi's voice resonated through the phone, causing Xia Xiao's cheeks to flush. It was the first time he had referred to himself as her husband. Xia Xiao fell silent, and for a moment, both were enveloped in an awkward silence. After a while, Gu Xingyi sighed on the other end. Why didn't you tell me you were participating in the Star Song gathering? If it's something that can be easily resolved, why make yourself suffer so much? If you wear yourself out, Nai Nai will be heartbroken. Gu Xingyi expressed his helplessness. To him, this was clearly a task that could be accomplished without so much stress. Xia Xiao, having pulled an all-nighter, was already on the brink of collapse. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words felt like a questioning of her choices. She suddenly felt a wave of overwhelming grievance wash over her. Biting her lip instinctively, a flicker of stubbornness crossed her face, and tears began to well in her eyes. Xia Xiao remained silent, fearing that her voice would betray her current state. She didn't want him to see her vulnerable side. Gu Xingyi, unable to see her expression, instinctively furrowed his brow. Moments later, he was taken aback by the sound of her sobs on the other end. Had she cried? What had happened? Gu Xingyi found it bewildering. He hadn't said anything particularly harsh. What on earth? Why are you crying? Unable to hold back, Xia Xiao felt utterly useless. Gu Xingyi, she exclaimed, her voice laced with emotion, sounding somewhat indignant. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Xia Xiao speak to him like this, her voice trembling with suppressed grievances. He could vividly imagine her expression at that moment, her lips pressed together, tears glistening in her eyes. Realizing she was upset, Gu Xingyi felt a pang of regret for his earlier words. Xia Xiao, do you think I see you as someone useless, merely reliant on me? I don't want that. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I was merely concerned about your health. Forgetting to write a song is indeed my oversight. So that's what she was worried about? Gu Xingyi suddenly realized the implications of his earlier comments and hurriedly tried to comfort her. Before Xia Xiao could finish her thought, Gu Xingyi interrupted, laughing lightheartedly, But Xia Xiao, I genuinely want to knock on your little head and see what is going on in there. To me, you and Nai Nai are the greatest gifts from heaven. Don't overthink things. I want to make it clear to you, you, Xia Xiao, are my wife, one of a kind, and no one can replace you. Gu Xingyi declared, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. Since he had come into this home, accepted by Xia Xiao and Nai Nai, they had become a family, and a family. There was no notion of dependency, only mutual support. Xia Xiao was taken aback by Gu Xingyi's words. She hadn't anticipated him to express such sentiments. The terms wife and one of a kind made her cheeks flush crimson, her eyes sparkling with tears. Hearing such possessive declarations from him was a first. Chapter 49. Love in the Breeze. Xia Xiao responded softly, her mood evidently lifting, her adorable demeanor making Tao Lei, who was secretly observing, wish she could rush over and squeeze her. This version of Sister Xiao was simply unbeatable. She couldn't help but wonder how Gu Xingyi managed to sway Sister Xiao's mood with just one phone call. All right, none of those chaotic thoughts from now on, understood? I'll send you the song tonight. Make sure to practice diligently. If you collapse before even getting started, it would be a disgrace to me. Gu Xingyi's voice continued to resonate through the receiver. Xia Xiao chuckled at his boastful words. Gu Xingyi, you sound as if you're some historical figure. The phrase collapse before getting started was particularly amusing, leaving Xia Xiao curious about how Gu Xingyi suddenly became so cultured. All right, I'm eager to see what kind of song you can come up with. With Gu Xingyi's encouragement, Xia Xiao shed her previous worries and no longer obsessed over who relied on whom. Once the tension in her mind eased, Xia Xiao felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her. She resembled a lazy kitten, her voice sweet yet playfully mischievous. Such a tone was irresistibly charming, leaving Gu Xingyi feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ahem, go get some rest. You need to be refreshed to practice singing properly. Gu Xingyi was at a loss, wanting her to end the call quickly. Xia Xiao let out a soft hum, yawning as she walked into her bedroom. She bid Gu Xingyi goodbye before hanging up. Hearing the dial tone, Gu Xingyi finally let out a sigh of relief. Comforting his wife was even more challenging than soothing a child. But thankfully, nothing could deter Gu Xingyi. Glancing towards the living room, he noticed Nai was engrossed in her favorite animated series, momentarily free from his company. Therefore, he could focus on preparing the song. Gu Xingyi retrieved a pen and manuscript paper from the drawer, contemplating which song would be suitable. If others knew of his current predicament, they would likely be infuriated. Crafting a song typically consumed a great deal of effort, yet he was indecisively sifting through a multitude of songs. After much deliberation, Gu Xingyi still couldn't reach a decision. His mind was flooded with countless melodies, all vying for his attention, resulting in a chaotic thought process. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to waft in, alleviating some of his agitation. Outside in the community, a young couple was parting ways. The boy, dragging a large suitcase, wore a sorrowful expression, while the girl, with teary eyes, lingered reluctantly. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xingyi was suddenly reminded of a poignant saying. Love rises with the wind, but when the wind ceases, the feelings remain unbalanced. As they parted ways, would the boy and girl still be together upon his return? It was uncertain, yet the boy had to venture out into a broader world to explore. Lost in thought, Gu Xingyi abruptly made his way to the desk, picking up his pen and writing down the title The Wind Has Risen. Youth serves as the string, and love as the wind. This song captures the essence of youth, both bringing it forth and sweeping it away. Gu Xingyi's mind was filled with the familiar melody, a song that had resonated deeply with many during their own youthful years. As he spread the manuscript paper before him, memories flooded his mind, and he meticulously began to inscribe notes, gradually immersing himself in the enchanting music, unconsciously humming along. Time slipped away until a call of "Daddy, hungry, food" from Xiao Nai jolted him back to reality. Uncertain what had influenced her, Xiao Nai had taken to repeating phrases, and her innocent voice made it utterly endearing. Gu Xingyi immediately beamed with a motherly smile. Why, little treasure, you're hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. The words of his daughter were akin to royal decrees. As a devoted father, Gu Xingyi couldn't afford to delay for even a moment. Tossing his pen aside and heading to the kitchen, the song was already complete. As for those memories, they could drift away with the wind. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter lay sprawled on the sofa, both adopting the iconic Guyu reclining posture. Burp. Gu Xingyi let out a burp, while Nai giggled, even taking the time to rub her father's little belly. Then, she herself burped, and the two of them instantly erupted into a playful commotion. At that moment, a video call from Xia Xiao came through, her eyes adorned with prominent dark circles, clearly indicating that she had not yet had enough sleep. Upon witnessing the languid posture of the father and daughter, Xia Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Alas, here she was, toiling away outside, while they were at home enjoying familial bliss, both utterly ungrateful. Xia Xiao rarely adopted a pitiful demeanor, her round apricot eyes glistening with unshed tears as she silently cast accusations. That single phone call seemed to completely dismantle her defenses, allowing her to revert to a more feminine stance, significantly bridging the gap between them. Ji Yuxingyi could hardly withstand such an onslaught, immediately raising his hands in surrender. I wasn't idle either. I've already finished writing the song. I'll send it to you shortly. Little Nai joined in, mimicking Gu Xingyi by raising her hands, her own pair of apricot eyes equally watery, as if competing with Xia Xiao to see who appeared more pitiful. Nai had also not been idle today. She had watched 2 fewer episodes of her cartoons and learned 5 more numbers. Xia Xiao could no longer maintain her composure, instantly breaking down. She admitted defeat, conceding that she could not compete with this little sprite. All right, our Nai has worked the hardest. Quickly, let mommy give you a kiss. Mu Ma, the little one, promptly beamed, presenting her tiny lips, and reciprocated with a kiss for Xia Xiao. Ahem. Don't I get one too? Gu Xingyi coughed, shamelessly leaning his face closer to the phone, causing Xia Xiao's delicate face to flush a noticeable shade of red. To make matters even more amusing, the little one chimed in, urging mommy to reward daddy as well. Ultimately, Xia Xiao could not resist the enthusiasm of the little one, nor could she withstand Gu Xingyi's audacity, and she pouted, bestowing a symbolic kiss, albeit without the accompanying sound of muum. Gu Xingyi, having received his reward, was all smiles, quickly darting to the bedroom to present the completed sheet music to the camera. See, I wasn't lying. The song is truly finished. Your kiss was not wasted. Xia Xiao shot him a playful glare, yet inwardly she was astounded. How could it be that in just a few hours, he had composed a song? It was utterly demoralizing. She had spent days pondering and still could not grasp a melody, yet Gu Xingyi had produced a complete song in mere hours. This man was simply extraordinary. The trio chatted for a while longer before ending the call. Ji Yuxingyi meticulously filmed the sheet music and lyrics, sending them to Xia Xiao, before tossing his phone onto the table and resuming his Gu Yu recline with little Nai. Upon receiving a WeChat message, Xia Xiao eagerly opened the images. A grand title caught her eye. The Wind Has Risen. Chapter 50. Practicing the Song. What kind of divine song was this? After reading through the lyrics and sheet music, Xia Xiao felt her heart race ever so slightly. Now she understood the weight of the online comments declaring, "What Staryu produces must be a masterpiece." This was it. Moreover, the most astonishing part was that he had crafted such a song in just a few hours. Xia Xiao could hardly contain her curiosity and was eager to ask Gu Xingyi just how much he had hidden from her. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the phone. At that moment, Gu Xingyi was busy changing little Nai's clothes, preparing to take her out for a stroll, when he noticed Xia Xiao's video call coming through once more. There's something else? Gu Xingyi wondered, perplexed that she was calling again so soon after hanging up in the video. Xia Xiao's gaze was intense, fixed upon him, leaving Gu Xingyi somewhat flustered. What's up? He stammered, his eyes darting away. What did this woman mean? Was she flaunting her beautiful eyes? Was it not permissible to call her on video for no particular reason? Well, learning fast, are we? Gu Xingyi thought to himself, recalling how he had just used that very excuse against her, only for her to deftly return the favor. This woman was not only beautiful but also had a long memory. Ah, of course, I can, he replied eagerly to Ji Yuxingyi. What exactly have you been hiding from me? Ah, what brings about such an accusation? How could she so casually tarnish his reputation? Gu Xingyi scratched his head, bewildered. Upon seeing his confused expression, Xia Xiao's face flushed, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance causing her voice to rise involuntarily. Those songs of yours, those? I could say I suddenly had an epiphany one day. Would you believe me? Gu Xingyi chuckled, attempting to deflect the conversation. Xia Xiao scrutinized him intently but chose not to press further. Instead, she lowered her gaze to the lyrics, and after a moment, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Yu Xingyi was taken aback by her unexpected gratitude, only managing to nod in response. Practice your song well. Nai and I will cheer for you. All right. Xia Xiao's voice was barely above a whisper, but when she looked up again, a smile adorned her face. I won't let your song go to waste. Gu Xingyi nodded, lifting little Nai's hand to wave at the camera. Nai and I are heading out. As the video call ended, Xia Xiao picked up her phone and knocked on Tao Leilei's door. Leilei, get ready. We're heading to the company. Xiaojia, are we going to the company? Tao Leilei emerged from her room, puzzled as to why Xia Xiao suddenly wanted to go. Xia Xiao raised her phone, a smile illuminating her face. We're going to practice the song. We have a song now. Really? Did Gu Xingyi give it to you? I knew he wouldn't just sit idly by. Tao Lele exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Xia Xiao's hand and shaking it, completely unaware that she had inadvertently let slip a secret. Xia Xiao's face flushed slightly as she shot a glance at Tao Lele, realizing that this girl had unintentionally revealed her secret. Next, Yunjia was also summoned back by Xia Xiao's call. She was still out contacting lyricists and composers, and upon hearing that Xia Xiao had a song, her tone brimmed with excitement. After days of hitting dead ends, she was now free from having to please others, which naturally made her very happy. The three of them drove to Inhai Entertainment, ascending to the 11th floor, where a recording studio awaited. Xia Xiao planned to spend the next few days here until she could sing the song to her satisfaction. It was only when she truly sang The Wind Has Risen that she realized just how excellent the song was. Particularly, when Tao Lele and Yunjia heard Xia Xiao's pure rendition, their eyes widened in astonishment, completely unprepared for how stunning the song would turn out to be in no time. Their anticipation for the upcoming Star Song gathering began to swell. After practicing several times, Xia Xiao gradually found her rhythm, growing increasingly composed in her singing. If Gu Xingyi were present, he would surely be astonished, for her performance was now nearly indistinguishable from the original. Time flew by during practice, and before she knew it, afternoon had arrived. Xia Xiao had rewritten the sheet music Gu Xingyi had provided and contacted the company's recording team through Tao Lele to record the song's background music and register its copyright. The company's team was highly professional. They took care of everything regarding these original songs, allowing Xia Xiao to focus solely on her performance. Moreover, Gu Xingyi's sheet music was incredibly comprehensive, detailing even the types of instruments to be used. Xia Xiao was quite amazed upon first seeing it, prompting her to reach out to Gu Xingyi, as such thoroughness could only be accomplished by a seasoned lyricist and composer. After Tao Lele returned, Xia Xiao finally emerged from the recording studio, planning to have dinner before continuing her practice. With only one day remaining until the Star Song gathering, she felt the pressure mounting, as she could not afford any mishaps with Gu Xingyi's song. As the three of them exited the recording studio, the door to the room across the hall opened just in time, revealing a cute girl with a baby face stepping out. She paused momentarily upon seeing Xia Xiao, but quickly offered a friendly nod. Xia Xiao smiled back, always responding to kindness with greater warmth. However, the man standing behind her, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, looked down his nose at Xia Xiao, offering her not a shred of good grace. Xia Xiao did not recognize him and thus did not greet him, turning to leave with Tao Lele and Yunjia. Once Xia Xiao had departed, the man scoffed, truly lacking in awareness. She doesn't even know to greet the leader. I don't know how the company could have chosen her. Uncle, she just joined the company. It would be strange if she recognized you. Xiaodi, you must sing well this time. Do you understand? You're the one I selected. Don't embarrass me. Got it? The girl was Cheng Di, who was set to participate in the Star Song gathering alongside Xia Xiao, and her uncle was none other than Yin Ping. After Cheng Di spoke, she glanced at the now-closed elevator, deep in thought. She had naturally learned from Yin Ping how Xia Xiao had been selected, so she was quite curious about the kind of song Xia Xiao would present. After all, it was written by Xing Yao. It should be impressive, right? She was a fan of Xing Yao, after all. As for her uncle's true nature, Cheng Di was well aware. If not for Yin Ping being her blood relative, she would have preferred to ignore him altogether. In the days that followed, Xia Xiao rose early and returned late, practicing diligently. Her efforts even moved Tao Lele, who began preparing more sumptuous, nutritious meals. Yunjia also kept busy, reviving Xia Xiao's Weibo account and issuing a comeback announcement. Hello everyone, I am Xia Xiao. On August 17th, at the Star Song gathering, I will set sail once more. The singer of Inhai Entertainment, Xia Xiao, is on her way, and I hope everyone can support me in the future. Please feel free to interact in the comments below. Thank you. The announcement was brief, and with only a few thousand fans left, most of whom were inactive, the statement fell flat, making little impact. Only a handful of old fans and some small marketing accounts noticed the post. Although Xia Xiao had been out of the spotlight for over 2 years, the buzz surrounding the Star Song gathering was sufficient for these smaller marketing accounts to start promoting her. Thanks to their efforts, some people vaguely recalled the once popular star. However, they did not take it seriously, considering her a relic of the past, and who still cared about her. Chapter 51. Breaking into your smile on August 7th, at the Modu Sports Arena, the Star Song gathering officially commenced. However, the director, Ren Chao, was quite troubled, as a song by Xing Yao had been dominating the trending searches, making the event's traffic incomparable to previous years. Yet, the annual Star Song gathering could not be delayed due to one person, so he had no choice but to proceed with the event. Unfortunately, he could not reach Xingyao. If only she could be there as a mentor, the viewership would surely skyrocket. Renchao had sent numerous private messages to Xingyao's account, but alas, they had all gone unanswered. Fortunately, during this time, Xingyao had not released any new works, and the influence of her last piece had diminished considerably. Aside from her videos, the highest traffic online was now the Star Song gathering. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi was completely unaware of any of this. He was currently in line with Little Nine Eye, making his way into the arena. Indeed, after finishing lunch, he had secretly traveled to Modu. If he was going to support her, he had to do it in person. Little Nine Eye was also thrilled to be in Gu Xingyi's arms. Having flown on a big airplane today, plus, she had heard her father say that she would soon see her mother. She missed her mother terribly. The atmosphere in the venue was electric, and Gu Xingyi noticed that nearly everyone was waving support banners and cheering for their favorite contestants. Gu Xingyi, however, felt like an oddity, quietly navigating the venue while holding Little Nine Eye, eventually finding a seat relatively close to the stage. The official start time for the Star Song gathering was 8 p.m., making it convenient for those finishing work to watch and vote from home. At this moment, the live streaming room for the Star Song gathering was already open, showcasing various sponsor advertisements and profiles of the contestants. The comments from the audience filled the screen, and as Gu Xingyi glanced over, he noticed not a single person supporting Xia Xiyao. The leading contenders for the championship were 4, Cheng Di, Lu Qian, Xiao Feibai, and Miao Enjuan. Gu Xingyi recognized only Lu Qian, the woman who had dared to reach out to Nai Nai, while he had never heard of the other 3, so he paid them little mind. As the competition was about to begin, the backstage atmosphere was anything but serene. Xia Xiyao, what are you doing here? Lu Qian's face was ashen, unable to believe her eyes upon seeing Xia Xiyao backstage. If you can be here, why can't our Xiao Jie be? Tao Lele retorted with an eye roll, her disdain only fueling Lu Qian's rage. Lu Qian's expression fluctuated as she realized Xia Xiyao's presence, along with Tao Lele and Yun Jie by her side. This feeling reminded her of the days when Xia Xiyao had overshadowed her. It felt as if the old Xia Xiyao had returned, especially with Xia Xiyao's attire today, which only deepened Lu Qian's irritation. Standing before her, Lu Qian felt like a clown, utterly outclassed. It was a classic case of pre-battle jitters, aptly describing Lu Qian's current state of mind. Today, Xia Xiyao wore a sky-blue dress adorned with delicate green 5-leaf clovers. Her hair was styled into a cute bun, and her lightly made-up face exuded youthful charm. Just a glance in Lu Qian's direction made Lu Qian feel the pressure. Yuan Jie, Lu Qian's mentor quickly pulled her aside, glancing at the other contestants' reactions, and whispered words of caution. Xiao Qian, this is backstage. Don't make a fool of yourself. It's just Xia Xiyao. She has nothing now, so she's not worth you lowering yourself. Hearing Yuan Jie's words, Lu Qian's face brightened considerably. Right? Xia Xiyao is no longer the hot star she once was. What can she use to compete with me? Besides, I have the music of the great Wu Fan. Reassured, Lu Qian regained her composure, casting a dismissive glance at Xia Xiyao. What good is singing? What good is looking beautiful? What can a married woman possibly produce? While the backstage drama unfolded, the production team was oblivious. Meanwhile, on stage, the host entered with a microphone, delivering a brief introduction before inviting the 4 judges to take their seats. As thunderous applause erupted, for spotlight beams descended from the ceiling, illuminating several long-established mentors from the music industry who waved to the audience before taking their places at the judges' table. With the judges seated, the competition officially commenced. The rules for the Star Song gathering were bold. The photographs of 16 contestants would rotate on the big screen, and the audience would call out to stop the rotation, determining the contestants' numbers. The first matchup would be 1 versus 2, and so forth, for a total of 8 matches. This format effectively eliminated any chance of cheating, as no one could predict when the audience would shout stop. The audience relished this segment, relishing the thrill of selecting the contestants for the matchup, adding to their excitement. Before long, the 8 matchups were selected seamlessly. As Gu Xingyi observed the names on the screen, he smiled. At that moment, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Let us welcome the 2 contestants for the first match, one from Inhai Entertainment, Xia Xiyao, and the other from Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Qian. The spotlight beams illuminated the stage once more. As Xia Xiyao and Lu Qian stepped into the spotlight together, it was evident that Xia Xiyao was somewhat nervous. After all, It had been quite a while since she had graced a stage. Yet, Lu Qian wore a stoic expression, utterly unprepared for the drama of facing Xia Shiyao in the first round. The audience gasped, many unfamiliar with Xia Shiyao, questioning how they had never heard of such a beautiful woman before. They began to inquire among themselves. Jiu Xingyi discerned Xia Xiao's anxiety as her eyelashes fluttered nervously. In response, he lifted the little Nana high and waved her about. In that moment, Nana transformed into a vibrant support banner, her chubby face aglow, her large eyes crescent-shaped as she cheered, "Go, Mommy!" Upon spotting this familiar figure on stage, Xia Xiao instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief, her gaze locked onto the audience below. The lively duo instantly dispelled the tension that had gripped her heart. In the next instant, an unprecedented sparkle ignited in her eyes, and her own gaze mirrored Nana's crescent shape. The tenderness displayed in that moment melted the hearts of all in attendance. "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy has seen us," Nana exclaimed, her little hands waving even more vigorously. Jiu Xingyi also turned his gaze towards Xia Xiao, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Indeed, Mommy has spotted Nana," the host's voice rang out once more. Announcing the first round, Xia Xiao versus Lu Qian. Xia Xiao will be the first to sing. Let's give the stage to her. With that, the host and Lu Qian exited to the backstage. The lights dimmed gradually, leaving a solitary spotlight on Sao Dada's. The background music began to play. Gu Xingyi cradled Nana in his arms, slowly closing his eyes to listen. For reasons unknown, Xia Xiao's recent pure smile lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Suddenly, Gu Xingyi recalled a particular lyric. Having traversed this world, lingering endlessly, turning over the years to reveal different profiles. Unanticipated, your smile broke into my view. Chapter 52. The Wind Rises. The melody of the song began, akin to a warm breeze brushing gently against the audience's ears, prompting an involuntary silence. They parted their lips in quiet anticipation, ready to listen intently. At that moment, the big screen displayed the title of the song, The Wind Rises. Its simplicity belied the weight of the names of the lyricist and composer that followed, causing the audience's gazes to sharpen. Xingyao. This unfamiliar artist had managed to enlist the enigmatic Xingyao to write a song for her. All ears perked up in unison as they eagerly awaited to hear what Xingyao's new song would be like. Lu Qian backstage was already dumbfounded. A keen observer might notice her trembling hands. The introduction was simple yet captivating, and soon Xia Xiao's voice soared. Along this winding path, following the traces of youth. Just before stepping off the train, a moment of hesitation. I can't help but laugh at the timidity of returning home. Still unavoidable. Yet the sky in Jiangxing remains so warm, the winds stir up memories of the past. The wind rises, recall. The atmosphere was so quiet one could hear a pin drop as they followed the music, seemingly witnessing the footsteps of their own youth, which had never ceased. However, having traversed half a lifetime, the sight of their familiar hometown ignited a deep-seated nostalgia. At this moment, Xia Xiao was utterly immersed in her song, having practiced it countless times. This time, she poured her heart into it, a release of emotions, her eyes shimmering as she gazed out at the audience. There stood the two most important people in her life, both present, when first encountering this world, lingering endlessly, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before my eyes. Willingly braving fire and water to traverse it once more, now, having journeyed through this world, lingering endlessly, turning over the years to reveal different profiles. Unanticipated, your smile broke into my view. Yet another enchanting song. Whether in the audience or watching the live stream, everyone was thoroughly captivated by the music, their minds flashing through memories like a slideshow, collectively recalling countless familiar yet distant faces, ultimately fixing on one smile. The unforgettable face from their youth. So this is what the wind rises signifies. It stirs up the buried winds of their youth. Xingyao. This artist has once again struck a chord in their hearts. The song continued, holding the crowd spellbound. I was once ensnared by the vastness of the world, lost in the dreams of childhood, and no longer discerning truth from falsehood. I make no struggle, fear no ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her, plucking the essence of summer from my fingertips. Where my heart is moved, I shall let it drift with the wind walking against the light, letting the wind and rain batter me. In the vast stadium, silence reigned as everyone succumbed to their memories. Lu Qian, backstage, sank to the ground, her complexion ashen, her lips trembling uncontrollably. devoid of the courage to perform. Xia Xiao's dazzling entrance and flawless singing had utterly shattered her confidence. Sister Yuan stood not far from Lu Qian, her eyes filled with confusion. Who, then, is the true musical maestro? She had listened to the song Wu Fan wrote for Lu Qian and now, after hearing Xing Yao's work, felt that the former paled in comparison. Sister Yuan smiled bitterly, recognizing her inferiority. Previously, she had been suppressed, and now, even with a strong return, she found herself once again overshadowed. Not only backstage but even among the judges seated at the panel, the song had left an indelible impact. As mentors and seasoned performers, they couldn't help but envy Xia Xiao. If only they had a song like this to pave their paths, who knows how far they might have gone. Alas, there is no second Xingyao in this world. The melody of youth continued, as Xia Xiao, donned in a flowing gown, gracefully took a few steps forward, akin to a butterfly unfurling its wings, tracing the trajectory of everyone's youth. Each brief pause along the way accumulated a measure of distance. Uncertain whether she was caressing a story or a sentiment, perhaps what she yearned for was merely to defy the passage of time. Once more, seeing you in the cool morning light, smiling so sweetly. It seemed as if she was recounting trivial matters, yet upon returning, it was always her. However, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within the audience. They too wished to wander through life and return unchanged at heart. Yet regret remains regret. They seemed to glimpse the smiling face in the cool morning light, slowly fading from view. At that moment, a comment popped up in the live stream. I wondered how we became estranged. It turned out the wind had risen. The once quiet barrage of comments exploded into life, countless viewers teary-eyed, echoing the sentiment. They all broke down, recounting their youthful stories. Ultimately, the chorus became unified. I wondered how we became estranged. It turned out the wind had risen. Love swells with the wind. Yet the storm within is hard to quell. Just then, Xia Xiao's performance gradually reached its conclusion, her deep, rich voice soothing the audience's emotions, providing closure to their youth. The evening breeze tousled the white strands at your temples, soothing the scars left by memories. Eye in your eyes, light and shadow intertwined, a smile blooming like flowers. The dusk veiled your faltering steps, guiding you to the hidden picture at the bedside. Eye in the painting. You lowered your head to speak as the song reached its end. It felt like an explanation to oneself. Everyone awakened from their youthful dreams, realizing life must go on, and those memories were merely emotions evoked by familiar sights. Although tinged with regret, how could a youth devoid of sorrow be considered true youth? Youth should be vibrant and unrestrained. While reflecting on it may bring regret, it also evokes profound nostalgia, an explosion. At an unknown moment, the viewership numbers backstage surged dramatically, surpassing previous year's ratings. Director Ren Chao wiped away a tear, touched by the song. After all, who hasn't experienced youth? Yet he felt a mix of joy and the urge to shout. This roller coaster of emotions quickened his heartbeat, prompting a wry smile. This is Xingyao, the one who can make you cry and laugh. What kind of celestial being is she to possess such charm? When Xia Xiao first arrived, Ren Chao had looked down upon her, seeing her as someone without prospects. Had it not been for High Entertainment's insistence, he might have kicked her off the show. Who would have anticipated such a swift turn of events? Now, he wished to elevate her to the highest pedestal. The music continued to resonate on stage, and Ren Chao set aside his wandering thoughts, listening intently. I still marvel at the vastness of the world. Lost in childhood musings, and no longer discerning truth from falsehood, I make no struggle, fear no ridicule. I ultimately returned my youth to her, along with the summer plucked from my fingertips. Where my heart is moved, I let it drift with the wind in the name of love. Would you still be willing? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. As the wind calmed, memories were swept away. The melody of youth descended, and summer lingered on. The tumultuous era of youth would inevitably come to an end. Chapter 53. A Chance Encounter. As the music faded, the lights illuminated once more. Xia Xiao gradually emerged from the song's lingering echoes, nervously gazing at the audience below. The silence from the crowd left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Gu Xingyi slowly opened his eyes, chuckling at Xia Xiao's anxious expression. She had sung beautifully, rivaling the original artist he had heard. Little Na Na curiously surveyed the surrounding adults, puzzled as to why they all had tears in their eyes. Surely, Mommy's singing was delightful. At such a tender age, she had no inkling that they were reminiscing about the past. Yet none of this deterred Nana. She extended her tiny hand, earnestly clapping for her mother. In an instant, a chain reaction ensued. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, tears brimming in the audience's eyes as they rallied their support for Xia Shiyao on stage. In the live stream of Xing Gu Hui, comments flooded in like a tide. Indeed, when it's Xing Yao's production, it must be top-notch. No disappointment. So amazing. I'm crying. This isn't just the wind. It's a whirlwind, unearthing memories buried deep within my heart. I cannot deny that Xia Shiyao beautifully conveyed the emotions contained in this song. From today onward, I am her fan. Woohoo! The song is beautiful. The person is beautiful. I am completely smitten, brothers. I just stepped into society. I want to act impulsively. For her, I'll return. I don't want my youth to bear regrets. To those upstairs, I support you. Keep going. I'm quite fortunate. My wife is my childhood sweetheart. Although my youth is devoid of regrets, I was still touched by this song. Xia Shiyao? Xing Yao? Surely, there's no story between them? To those upstairs, don't ruin my heart. Woo, Xing Yao is mine. I've been a loyal fan since her first song. With The Wind Rises, she captured everyone's hearts. At this moment, no one recalled the doubts surrounding Xia Shiyao. Initially thought to be just filling a spot, she had opened with a bombshell. Just as the lyrics suggested, it was an unexpected intrusion into their hearts. This raised the stakes for those who followed. How could they compete when she had already set the bar so high? On stage, Xia Shiyao bowed to the audience and reluctantly cast a glance back at Gu Xingyi and Na before retreating backstage. The competition continued, and next up was Lu Qian's performance. Lu Qian, having risen from the ground unnoticed, watched Xia Shiyao pass by, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. She was unaware of how she had stepped onto the stage. Even when the music began, she momentarily lost focus before finally reacting. Unfortunately, she was still a beat too slow, and the opening was anything but favorable. The audience collectively booed, further unsettling her, and her pitch faltered. Having muddled through her song, she was met with sparse applause, wishing she could hide her face in shame. Backstage, director Ren Chao frowned at the real-time viewership ratings. What was Lu Qian doing? He knew her singing abilities. She had always been good. Why had she faltered today? However, Ren Chao quickly dismissed his concerns. After all, she was destined to lose. Why dwell on it? Today's ratings had already surged. Undoubtedly, the final voting results were a crushing 5-0 victory. Just then, a message from Xia Shiyao arrived, requesting to meet Gu Xingyi at the backstage exit. Upon reading this, Gu Xingyi lost interest in the ongoing competition, cradling Na as he exited the venue early. As soon as Xia Shiyao arrived backstage, she was met with a big embrace from Tao Lele. With red-rimmed eyes, tears glistening, Tao Lele's expression mirrored that of Yun Jie, who also looked on with slightly reddened eyes, both smiling warmly at Xia Shiyao. After such a long time, witnessing Xia Shiyao shine on stage again filled them with indescribable excitement. All right, no more tears. Things will only get better from here. Xia Shiyao earnestly grasped Tao Lele's hand. With a heavy nod, Tao Lele finally broke into a smile, realizing that today, Xia Shiyao had decisively bested Lu Qian. She should be celebrating. Let us go. Gu Xingyi is waiting for me at the entrance. Xia Shiyao was eager to reunite with them, longing to hold Na close and shower her with affection. It was her first time being away from the little one for so long. She missed Na just as much. Gu Xingyi is here, Tao Lele exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, unsure how to face him now. Once filled with animosity, she now found him rather likable, leaving her conflicted. Xia Shiyao didn't give her a moment to ponder, pulling her swiftly towards the exit. Outside, twilight had descended, and the streetlights flanking the road were aglow. As Xia Shiyao emerged, she spotted Gu Xingyi standing beneath a street lamp, holding Na. They were gazing in her direction, the warm orange light casting elongated shadows of their figures. A wave of happiness surged through Xia Xiao's heart, a sense of a husband waiting with their child beneath the lamplight for his wife to return home from work. It was a simple, unadorned moment yet filled with warmth. The instant Gu Xingyi noticed Xia Shiyao, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Tonight, she radiated a different kind of charm than on stage. On stage, she resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of awe. Yet here, she felt like a refreshing summer breeze, warm and approachable, drawing him closer. Mommy! Little Na eagerly wriggled free from Gu Xingyi's embrace. scampering towards Xia Xiyao with tiny steps. Xia Xiyao immediately crouched down, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she enveloped Na Na in her arms. Ji Yuxingyi approached, greeting Tao Lele and Yun Jie with a warm smile. Yun Jie nodded in response, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Tao Lele, though a bit evasive, also nodded in acknowledgement. Since discovering Gu Xingyi was Xingyao, her perception of him had shifted, realizing he couldn't be all bad, especially for someone capable of writing songs like A Life With You and just an ordinary person. How malicious could his thoughts truly be? At that moment, Xia Xiyao stood up, still cradling Na Na, who nestled against her, her little face refusing to lift. Yu Xingyi chuckled and looked at Xia Xiyao. So, what do you think of this surprise? A blush crept onto Xia Xiao's cheeks, yet she met Gu Xingyi's gaze directly, her almond-shaped eyes curving into a smile. It's wonderful, she replied softly, then glanced down at Na Na in her arms, adding, very surprising. Shall we find a place to eat? Na Na and I haven't had dinner yet. Gu Xingyi remarked, I'm fine, but Na Na's little tummy has been rumbling for quite some time. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Yun Jie stepped forward, suggesting, let us head back to the apartment. We have some ingredients there, and it's safe to eat what's at home. Both Xia Xiyao and Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement, and the group walked side by side towards the parking lot. Little did they know their every move was being observed by Lu Qian and Sister Yuan, who had just exited from backstage. Lu Qian, clutching her phone, glared at Xia Xiyao's departing figure, resentment flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck her, a scheme to ruin Xia Xiyao's reputation. Since she had already suffered a crushing defeat, she would drag Xia Xiyao down with her. Why should Xia Xiyao receive what she could not attain? Chapter 54. Care to sit for a while? Although the competition of Xinggu Hui was yet to conclude, the online buzz had already exploded, and the reason was clear. The first round had introduced a song so enchanting it left listeners in awe. A gust of wind has arisen, and within just an hour, it has swept across the entire internet. Not only the audience who watched the Star Song Festival have taken notice, but various media outlets and marketing accounts have also reacted swiftly. Consequently, an array of sensational headlines has emerged on Weibo. Shockingly, the biggest dark horse of this year's Star Song Festival is actually her. Unbeatable. A single song has moved everyone to tears, taking you on a journey through unique youthful memories. Absurd. Xingyao has released a new song, and it is sung by her. Let's review the mysterious lyricist Xingyao's creative journey. Besides various media marketing accounts, those watching the Star Song Festival have directly recorded the performances and sent them to their friends and family. Xingyao's new song, absolutely delightful. Take a listen. As more and more people clicked on the video, Xia Xiyao began to step fully into the public eye. Curiosity swelled among the masses. Who exactly is Xingyao? And where did she find such a stunningly beautiful and remarkably talented singer? The combination of Xingyao's songs and Xia Xiyao's voice is simply perfect. Yet, when they followed the trail to Xia Xiyao's Weibo, they found only a statement regarding her comeback. It was at this moment that everyone realized this singer had existed before. The internet may lack memory, but when you re-enter their site, its memory becomes overwhelmingly potent. Xia Xiyao's past began to be unearthed and shared on Weibo. 2 years ago, Rising Star, a relationship exposed leading to her retreat from the industry. As soon as this hot topic emerged, some unscrupulous media outlets caught the scent and began to exploit it for sensationalism. In no time, discussions surrounding Xia Xiyao intensified, even overshadowing the Star Song Festival itself. The online discourse polarized sharply. Some believed that since Xia Xiyao had retreated due to a relationship being exposed, she should not make a comeback. They could not support a married singer. Others argued that as long as the singing is beautiful, her romantic life is her own affair. Who says singers cannot fall in love? Talented singers do not need gimmicks. The debate raged fervently online. Ultimately, those who insisted that a talented singer should not rely on publicity declared, I simply ask, is the song good or not? Upon hearing this, the beauty-focused crowd fell silent. Is the song not good? Was there really a need for them to argue about it? Yet, they remained reluctant, throwing out a retort, if Xingyao were to give this song to someone else, it would surely sound just as good. At this moment, Inhai Entertainment finally stepped in to address the matter. Congratulations to our Xia Xiyao for successfully advancing. We hope everyone will continue to support her in the future. We hereby declare that in the next competition, Xia Xiyao will once again perform a song by Xingyao. Furthermore, the songs performed by Xia Xiyao during this edition of the Star Song Festival will be compiled into an album, which will be released on Huayin after the festival. featuring lossless audio quality. Stay tuned. Upon the release of this announcement, the online community erupted in uproar. Not only did Xing Yao write songs for Xia Shiyao, but there was more than one song. This is outrageous. In an instant, Inhai Entertainment statement and the topic of Xia Shiyao surged to the top of the trending list. Even a gust of wind had to settle for second place, while the Star Song Festival pitifully shivered in third. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xingyi and the others were entirely unaware of the online frenzy. At that moment, Sister Yun was driving, with Tao Lele in the passenger seat, allowing Gu Xingyi's family some space to bond. The family sat in the back of the car, with Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao sitting closely together, little Nai Nai nestled between them. Rarely, Xia Shiyao took the initiative to whisper to Gu Xingyi, and sitting so close, he could catch a whiff of the familiar fragrance emanating from her, which was quite pleasant. Gu Xingyi unconsciously inhaled, and this small action caused Xia Shiyao's cheeks to flush slightly. Gu Xingyi relished this moment, once again inhaling the delightful scent of Xia Shiyao and feeling an inexplicable sense of security with her by his side. The car soon arrived at the artist's apartment, and the group stepped out. It was now 9:30 in the evening, and little Nai Nai was already hungry. As soon as they entered the apartment, Gu Xingyi began to bicker with Tao Lele over who would use the kitchen. Gu Xingyi shot her a sidelong glance. Nai Nai loves the meals I prepare, and steamed eggs. Sister Xiao and Sister Yun enjoy the nutritious dinners I make. Tao Lele was fuming. This guy had come to usurp her authority. Oh? I don't believe it. Why don't you ask Xia Shiyao who she prefers to cook for her? Tao Lele turned away, looking at Xia Shiyao in the living room, who was entertaining little Nai Nai. Xia Shiyao felt helpless. These two were acting like children, particularly Gu Xingyi, who was clearly trying to irritate Lele. However, she hadn't had Gu Xingyi's cooking in quite some time. She dared not look at Tao Lele's pitiful expression, lowering her head with flushed cheeks. Lele, come out. Love is gone. Tao Lele felt like crying. Sister Xiao truly prioritized romance over friendship. The kitchen was quickly commandeered by Gu Xingyi, who soon brought an array of delicious dishes to the table. Seeing Xia Shiyao enjoying her meal so heartily made Tao Lele resentfully take a bite of her own food, curious about how Gu Xingyi's cooking fared. However, after just one bite, her eyes instantly sparkled like stars. This is so delicious. She had previously felt sympathy for Xia Shiyao, but now she found herself enviously wishing she could be in Xia Xiao's place. After dinner, Xia Xiao escorted Gu Xingyi back to his hotel, while little Nai Nai stayed at the apartment for the night. Since Gu Xingyi's arrival, he had hardly spent any time alone with Xia Shiyao, and now that it was just the two of them in the car, the atmosphere turned a bit tense. Gu Xingyi was at a loss for words, glancing at Xia Shiyao, who was driving, then turning to silently gaze out the window at the night scenery. Xia Shiyao sensed his gaze and couldn't help but sneak a glance at him, but quickly turned away, her heart racing a bit faster, her earlobes reddening. She forcibly suppressed her unusual feelings, fixing her eyes ahead and pretending to be nonchalant. They remained silent until they reached the hotel, where Gu Xingyi finally turned to Xia Shiyao. Go back safely. Call me when you arrive. Xia Shiyao kept her head down, not responding, but instead unbuckling her seatbelt and pushing the door open to step out first. Gu Xingyi felt a rush of emotion, staring blankly at her standing by the car. What does she mean? Gu Xingyi swallowed hard, feigning calm as he exited the car. Shall we go up for a bit? Gu Xingyi asked, his voice trembling slightly, an inexplicable nervousness washing over him. Chapter 55. The storm rises. Xia Shiyao was dressed in loose loungewear, her hair, which she had previously tied up, now cascading down. She walked alongside Gu Xingyi into the hotel, her fluffy hair obscuring her face, making it impossible for him to discern her expression at that moment. Gu Xingyi felt unprecedentedly anxious, even more so than when he first realized he had crossed over. He could feel his heart racing almost to the point of bursting. In the cramped elevator, he could distinctly hear the pounding of his heart. Xia Shiyao was no better off. She was unsure why she had suddenly felt reluctant to leave after Gu Xingyi suggested she go back. Now, the heat radiating from him made her feel as though she might suffocate. She didn't even need to touch her face to know it was likely hotter than boiling water. What on earth? Why didn't I just leave? What should I do next? They had married due to an unexpected pregnancy, and since marrying Gu Xingyi, she had not shared any intimate moments with him. She stared intently at her toes, afraid to look up, utterly at a loss. Ding! Before they could think any further, the elevator doors opened, revealing the third floor, the level where Gu Xingyi had booked a room for the night. Gu Xingyi instinctively stepped out of the elevator, With Xia Shiyao trailing behind hesitantly, he swiped the card, opened the door, and glanced around at the standard single room, which contained only a bed. Xia Shiyao was in a daze, unsure how she had entered the room or how Gu Xingyi had closed the door behind them. The room was filled only with their breathing sounds. What was about to transpire seemed all too predictable, yet Xia Shiyao suddenly felt a surge of panic. She wasn't prepared for this. She had only just begun to accept him and wasn't ready for anything more. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xingyi was completely oblivious to her thoughts. He may have been a perennial singleton, but that did not imply he lacked emotional intelligence. He had never experienced such a situation before, but he understood what it meant for a woman to visit a man's hotel room. Gu Xingyi had contemplated his feelings for Xia Xiao many times, evolving from a desire to compensate her to genuine concern, then to a budding affection, and finally to admiration. He was acutely aware of his emotions. Gu Xingyi leaned against the edge of the bed and sat down, watching as Xia Xiao stood there with her head bowed. Taking a deep breath, he reached for her hand. Her skin was soft as jade. The first impression Xia Xiao left on him. Gu Xingyi lifted his gaze to meet Xia Xiao's eyes, but in the next moment, the warmth in his heart was extinguished. Her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes were filled with panic, anxiety, and fear. Exhaling deeply, Gu Xingyi slowly released her hand. "I'm going to wash my face." His voice was hoarse. Xia Xiao still kept her head down, but she responded softly with a trembling him. Gu Xingyi splashed cold water on his face for quite some time before he finally calmed down. When he emerged from the bathroom and saw Xia Xiao again, he couldn't help but smile. She remained there, head down, looking dazed like a quail. This silly girl, didn't she realize how enticing she appeared? To ignite a fire without knowing how to extinguish it was the most disgraceful act. "Let us go. I'll walk you down." "Huh?" Xia Xiao abruptly raised her head to look at Gu Xingyi. "What do you mean?" "Hurry up and let us go," Gu Xingyi said, annoyed, as he reached out to gently tap her forehead. The sudden pain caused Xia Xiao to cover her head, her watery apricot eyes wide as she gazed at Gu Xingyi, her lips pouting. She resembled little Nai Nai, but in a more charming way. Wow, what a captivating creature! Gu Xingyi found it hard to resist. Did she not realize her allure? "Hurry up. If you don't leave now, you won't get to go tonight, and you're feeling wronged." Gu Xingyi swung the door open, ushering her out. Xia Xiao hurriedly exited, and as she saw Gu Xingyi close the door, she patted her chest in relief. Gu Xingyi escorted Xia Xiao down to the ground floor, watching her get into the car before quietly waiting for her to drive away. Just as the car started, Xia Xiao suddenly rolled down the window, looking intently at Gu Xingyi, her cheeks flushed. "Gu Xingyi, why? Don't you want to?" Gu Xingyi groaned in exasperation. "Sigh. What do you think? But for such matters, both parties must be willing. Whenever you're ready, my dear wife, I would be more than happy." Xia Xiao's face turned crimson down to her neck, yet her eyes sparkled even more brilliantly. "I'm leaving. Drive carefully. Call me when you get home." As the car pulled away, Gu Xingyi smiled wryly and turned to head back into the hotel. It had been another long day. He needed to shower and get some sleep to avoid collapsing from exhaustion. Upon returning to his room and finishing his shower, he received a call from Xia Xiao, who had already arrived at the apartment. They exchanged goodnights, unaware that a post concerning Xia Xiao had suddenly surfaced on Weibo, gradually climbing the trending charts. By the next day, the post had reached the 10th spot on the trending list. Xia Xiao's extramarital affair with the enigmatic singer Xing Yao. The post made bold claims, stating that Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi were married with a daughter. Yet their relationship was strained. It alleged that Xia Xiao was using her allure to revive her career by seducing Xing Yao, which was why he wrote songs for her. The post was filled with convincing rhetoric, and many marketing accounts shared it, prompting an avalanche of comments. Thus, it successfully trended early in the morning. Initially, the netizens were skeptical, but they were swayed by the overwhelmingly negative comments below, along with various marketing accounts promoting the story. They shifted from doubt to belief, ultimately launching a barrage of criticism against Xia Xiao. As more people woke up and encountered the post, it stirred up a tremendous uproar. Countless individuals commented, and Xia Xiao's Weibo was bombarded with responses. "Oh, so that's how she got Xing Yao's song? By selling her body. Xing Yao is no saint either, just a pair of conspirators. I can't believe Xing Yao would do such a thing. Just wait for the truth to come out. Though I don't know Xia Xiao well, I trust Xing Yao. How could someone capable of writing such songs cheat with a married woman? Use your brains." But how do you explain that Xing Yao only writes songs for Xia Shi Yao? And have you noticed, Xing Yao created As Long as Ordinary for Inhai Entertainment, while Xia Shi Yao joined Inhai Entertainment later. It must be Xia Shi Yao's fault. Anyway, I'm certain Xing Yao is deceived. Various eye-catching comments appeared beneath Xia Shi Yao's latest Weibo post, and within an hour, by 9 a.m., this post and Xia Shi Yao's Weibo had surged to the top 2 spots on the trending list. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi was just finishing his morning run, completely oblivious to the situation unfolding online. Chapter 56. The innocent will clear their name. Xia Shi Yao had a sleepless night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the scene of Gu Xingyi holding her hand in the hotel. When she woke up in the morning, Yuan Jie and Tao Lele were already up. Nai was happily eating breakfast that Tao Lele had prepared. Xia Shi Yao yawned, sporting dark circles under her eyes and looking listless. Yuan Jie and Tao Lele exchanged worried glances. They thought Xia Shi Yao must have seen the trending news, leading to her restless night. Tao Lele, filled with urgency, approached Xia Shi Yao, who had just sat down at the dining table. Sister Shi Yao, what did Gu Xingyi say? Isn't he going to come out and clarify? It was best for Gu Xingyi to personally address such matters. If Xia Shi Yao issued a statement, it would only backfire. Xia Shi Yao was still dazed, not fully grasping the implications of Tao Lele's words. Clarify? What happened with Gu Xingyi? Tao Lele was speechless, realizing that Xia Shi Yao was completely unaware of the situation. She felt even more frustrated with Gu Xingyi for not standing up for Xia Shi Yao amidst the storm of gossip that threatened to engulf her Weibo. Sister Shi Yao, are you still thinking about him? Yes, fine, but you have a problem now. You should check your Weibo. It was only then that Xia Shi Yao began to sense something was amiss. She took out her phone and opened Weibo, only to be bombarded with a flurry of private messages and comments. As she scrolled through the malicious messages, her hand trembled involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, she continued to swipe down, finding that nearly every 10th message was a derogatory comment directed at her. Exiting the private messages, she finally stumbled upon the post and the numerous replies from marketing accounts. After a moment, Xia Shi Yao set her phone down and resumed her breakfast, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing her like this only heightened Tao Lele's concern. With such a massive public outcry, would Xia Shi Yao be able to cope? Sister Shi Yao, what should we do? Are we just going to ignore this? Xia Shi Yao gently patted Tao Lele's hand, reassuring her, Lele, the innocent will clear their name. We know the truth, and that's enough. Observing Xia Shi Yao's demeanor, Tao Lele sighed internally. While she spoke of the innocent clearing their name, public opinion had never been concerned with individual well-being. Xia Shi Yao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Deep down, she too felt unsettled. However, since Gu Xingyi had always released songs anonymously, it indicated he wished to keep his identity concealed. If that was the case, she could not expose him. At that moment, countless netizens were waiting for the principal party to respond, and after a long wait, they finally received an update from Xia Shi Yao on Weibo. They eagerly clicked to read, only to be left in stunned silence. They initially believed this would be an extensive public relations discourse, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a mere 4 words. The innocent shall remain innocent. What does this even signify? Do they think this will suffice to dismiss them? Consequently, the online discourse became increasingly radicalized. At the Jiangqing Tianmei Entertainment Building, Lu Qian was laughing joyfully. Despite being reprimanded harshly by the company upon her return from the Magic City, she could not suppress her current elation. She had successfully dragged Xia Shi Yao into the fray. How delightful! Observing the uniformity of comments online, she felt an overwhelming joy, even though she was aware that most of these were from the hired trolls she had employed. Alongside several marketing accounts, she had also compensated for posts. However, as long as she could bring Xia Shi Yao down, she felt her expenditures were justified. Sister Yuan, watching Lu Qian laugh maniacally, could only perceive that this woman had lost her senses. She had only learned of this news that very morning and was astonished that Lu Qian had concealed such actions even from her, the manager. Lu Qian, are you aware of what you are doing? This is slander. If Xing Yao were to pursue this matter, you would be utterly finished. Upon hearing Sister Yuan's words, Lu Qian merely cast a discontented glance her way, inwardly scoffing at her remarks. How have I slandered anyone? Who knows if there was anything between them? If there wasn't, how could Xia Shi Yao, a woman devoid of any standing, have someone like Xing Yao write songs for her? I suspect they have ulterior motives. Look, they haven't even attempted an explanation. Ha! The innocent shall remain innocent. Such pretentiousness. Sister Yuan remained tight-lipped, her expression dark. Watching the frenzied Lu Qian, she could only hope that Lu Qian's claims were indeed true. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to abandon her. A dead ally is preferable to an untrustworthy friend. Perhaps the next one will be better. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Gu Xingyi was leisurely taking a shower, oblivious to the incessant ringing of his phone outside. Akin to a death knell, Ji Xingyi could only hastily finish up, wrapping himself in a towel and drying his hair as he rushed out. Upon seeing the caller's name, he was somewhat taken aback. Why was she calling herself? Hello, Minister Yang. What brings you to call a layabout like me today? A layabout? How dare you still call yourself that? Do you realize that since your appearance, you've practically monopolized the trending topics? On the other end, Yang Qinlin spoke with irritation. Yu Xingyi scratched his head, realizing that since he released A Life with You, the trending topics had indeed revolved around him without pause. Alas, who could blame me for being so charming? Cough, cough, let us get down to business. What is the reason for your call? Gu Xingyi shamelessly boasted before adopting a serious demeanor. Yang Qinlin gritted her teeth, genuinely wishing to throttle this man. What do you mean? What is the reason? Can't I call you without a reason? Aren't we friends? She was fuming. Humph. Do you think I want to call you? It's about your wife's affairs. How could you remain so composed while Xia Shiyao is being dragged through the mud? Xia Shiyao? Being attacked? Gu Xingyi immediately grew serious. What happened to Xia Shiyao? His tone was unprecedentedly earnest, stirring a pang of envy in Yang Qinlin. It seemed that whenever Xia Shiyao was involved, this man became exceedingly serious. Trending topics, just check for yourself, goodbye. The call abruptly ended, leaving Gu Xingyi furrowing his brows, perplexed by this woman's sudden outburst. However, he had no time to ponder. He quickly opened Weibo, and the first few trending posts caught his eye. The moment he glimpsed the titles, his expression darkened. After reading through all the posts and the comments on Xia Xiao's Weibo, Gu Xingyi's countenance turned completely black, and he was left laughing in anger. Ha! Do they truly think my woman is easy to bully? And that foolish woman, how could she not inform me of such a major incident? What was she thinking? To bear it all alone? Gu Xingyi felt compelled to confront that fool about whether she regarded him as her husband. However, before questioning her, there were matters he needed to attend to. Since someone wished to play, let us make it a game worth playing. Chapter 57. The pampered wife man Gu Xingyi never anticipated that the slap in the face would come so swiftly and forcefully. Before he had time to revel in his triumph, he found himself engulfed in panic, never expecting that Xingyao would turn out to be the once revered pretty boy. By 10 o'clock in the morning, while people were still engrossed in discussions about Xia Xiao's downfall, a short video of Xingyao surfaced on Douyin.as, another principal character in this event, and a mysterious magnate with millions of followers. He had just released a video that countless individuals were eager to see. It didn't even require Douyin's special promotion. Fans spontaneously elevated this video to prominence. Xingyao had emerged to validate himself. This was a monumental event. No one had anticipated that the enigmatic Xingyao would unhesitatingly step forward to release a video at this moment. He could have chosen silence, considering that the primary targets of the attacks were not him. Yet, when everyone clicked on the video, they realized it was not a self-validation video at all. It was evidently a blend of dog food and a counterattack. In the video, Gu Xingyi donned a well-fitted casual outfit. Despite his stern demeanor, he remained strikingly handsome. Who would have thought the mysterious Xingyao could be so dashing? Love it, however. The subsequent words left the netizens feeling as if they had been struck by 1,000 blows. Hello everyone, I am Xingyao. I just woke up and saw some rather unpleasant comments online. Many are questioning why I write songs for Xia Shiyao. Some even slander that Xia Shiyao is involved in an extramarital affair. I wish to loudly ask, what is wrong with me writing songs for my wife? Huh, what is the issue? My wife chooses not to engage with you, and I certainly want to indulge you. What innocent shall remain innocent? Nonsense. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the result was alienation. Apologies, but I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. My name is Gu Xingyi, and you can certainly find me online. Initially, Xia Shiyao and I both withdrew from public life due to our relationship, and later we got married, and here we are. As for why I chose the name Xingyao, it's because our daughter is named Gu Xingyao. Now you know the outcome. Are you happy now? Furthermore, I would like to address the person who posted this and those marketing accounts. I've already gathered the relevant evidence, and not one of you will escape. Oh, and those trolls, every single one of your teams, better brace yourselves for a lawyer's letter. That's all for today. I advise those individuals to act wisely. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone who witnessed this video was left utterly astonished. They had been bickering for so long, only to discover that they were indeed a married couple. Everyone knew that Xingyao was likely married, especially since Xiaonai had appeared in his Douyin videos and bore a striking resemblance to him. But no one had anticipated that Xingyao was Gu Xingyi. What a revelation! In that moment, Gu Xingyi's video went viral, and his loyal fans fervently shared it on Weibo. I'm right here. Let us see who dares to slander further. I told you, Xingyao could never be that kind of person. Look, they were a couple all along. A match made in heaven. Where are those trolls from this morning? Open your eyes and see. Oh my, I know him. He even bought a phone for his wife. No wonder Xia Xiao looked so familiar. I can't believe he is Xingyao, so pampered. I'm in love. Fans spontaneously shared Gu Xingyi's video, but they felt it wasn't enough. Since Gu Xingyi did not have a Weibo account, Xia Xiao's Weibo became their battleground. You all owe Xia Xiao an apology, Xiyao, Xingyao. I should have guessed it. Xia Xiao, I'm sorry. What more could one ask for with such a husband? I'm in awe. Brothers, a perfect match. One writes songs like a genius, the other sings beautifully. From now on, I'll be your devoted CP fan. Gu Xingyi is so young. Why did he enter the marital realm so early? Good men are always someone else's. The innocent shall remain innocent. Well said. The public opinion had just shifted within an hour, creating a drastic reversal. Xia Xiao's Weibo comment section was once again bombarded, but this time, all comments were positive. While everyone was still discussing Gu Xingyi's video, Inhai Entertainment promptly followed suit, releasing an announcement. Hello, everyone. This is the legal department of Inhai Entertainment.atmr.gus request. We will be closely monitoring the false statements and slanders online. We have already submitted lawyers' letters to the original poster of the previous posts and the companies behind several marketing accounts. As for the trolls, we will verify with Weibo's official team, and all related accounts will be banned. Should any profit-seeking entities be discovered, we will also send out lawyers' letters in accordance with the law. Upon the release of this announcement, Weibo erupted. Sharp-eyed netizens suddenly realized that the posts which had previously been trending had all been deleted, and the accounts of the posters had been cancelled. Shortly thereafter, Weibo's official account stepped in. Good morning, Weibo users. After our verification, we have banned 1,500 accounts that posted false statements. We hereby warn certain individuals that the internet is not a lawless realm. Spreading rumors will lead to lifelong regret. With the announcement from Weibo, Gu Xingyi's video post soared to the top of the trending list. Xia Xiao's latest Weibo post instantly claimed the second spot. In a brief span of time, the phrases "the pampered wife man" and "the innocent shall remain innocent" surfaced in succession. The audience was now most fond of repeating, "My wife chooses not to engage with you. I, the pampered wife man Gu Xingyi, will not indulge you. What innocent shall remain innocent? Nonsense." In the Magic City artist's apartment, Xia Xiao was still snuggled up with Xiaonai, watching cartoons, when Taola rushed in like the wind, her face radiant with excitement. "Sister Xiao, quick, look, Gu Xingyi posted a video." Xia Xiao looked up, puzzled, at Taola. Seeing Xia Xiao's expression, Taola's face was filled with disbelief. She directly shoved her phone in front of Xia Xiao. "Sister Xiao, what will you do now that you're so gentle? You should really learn from Gu Xingyi. Look at him. He is so direct. So exhilarating, direct." Xia Xiao took the phone and opened the video. Gu Xingyi's voice echoed from the speaker, and Xiaonai leaned in curiously, her big eyes wide with wonder. It's Daddy's voice. Daddy is in the phone again. After Xia Xiao finished watching the entire video, her mouth hung open in surprise. Taola continued, "Sister Xiao, do you know how people are currently describing Gu Xingyi? The pampered wife man. Haha. It's so amusing." Hearing Taola's words, Xia Xiao felt her cheeks subtly flush, a sweet sensation blooming in her heart. Who wouldn't he want to be pampered? With that thought, Xia Xiao abandoned Xiaonai and hurried back to her room. In the living room, only Taola and Xiaonai remained, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Chapter 58, Gentle words and soft speech. Back in her room, Xia Xiao stared at the dialing interface, suddenly feeling hesitant. What should she say if she called? Should she scold him for saying such embarrassing things? Wouldn't he that indirectly acknowledge her own shyness? Or would it be better to confront him? Was it too deep in her heart? No. What if he thought she was a petty person harboring grudges? Xia Xiao flopped onto her soft bed, burying her face in the blanket like a little girl, kicking her legs in frustration. Ultimately, she mustered her courage, picked up her phone, and directly called via WeChat voice. The phone connected with a beep, and Gu Xingye's pleasant voice came through. Hello. Xia Xiao's little face was still buried in the blanket, turning crimson as she mumbled, Hello? What are you doing right now? Xia Xiao didn't receive a response from Gu Xingyi but was met with his laughter instead. Haha, what are you doing? Performing a suffocation act with the blanket. Ah? Xia Xiao gasped, panic overtaking her as she lifted her flushed face. She was startled and puzzled as to how Gu Xingyi knew what she was doing, until she glanced at her phone interface and realized she had inadvertently initiated a video call. The words social death were written all over her face. Xia Xiao slightly parted her lips, staring blankly at Gu Xingyi on the other end of the call. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose, finding Xia Xiao's current state unexpectedly adorable. The next moment, Xia Xiao let out a soft whimper and buried her face back into the blanket, unwilling to show herself any longer. How mortifying. You mustn't laugh. A muffled voice emerged from the blanket, prompting Gu Xingyi to finally take the hint and cease his laughter. All right, I won't laugh. I was just about to head out to the apartment. Will you come to pick me up? Then I'll wait for you there. Xia Xiao finally lifted her head, her almond eyes shimmering like water as she gazed at Gu Xingyi's profile. Her cheeks still rosy and flawless. Her voice was no longer muffled. She still hadn't inquired why Gu Xingyi had posted that video, as some things seemed unnecessary to question. Yet, before she could ask, Gu Xingyi broached the topic first. However, there are some things I still need to say. Xia Xiao, look at how badly you've been slandered. Why didn't you tell me? What do you consider me? Xia Xiao pressed her lips together, falling into silence. What did she consider him? In truth, she felt somewhat lost. Did she like Gu Xingyi? Xia Xiao questioned herself inwardly. But soon, she arrived at the answer. Yes, she did. She adored the changed version of him, who carefully looked after both her and their daughter. Those delicate gestures in everyday life filled her with joy, and the tenderness and purity in his gaze when he looked at her were unmistakably genuine. It was hard not to like someone like Gu Xingyi. However, past experiences made Xia Xiao hesitant to fully open her heart. After a long pause, Gu Xingyi, having not received a response from Xia Xiao, fell silent as well. Eventually, his voice broke the silence again, though it carried a hint of disappointment. It's fine if you don't want to say anything. I'm downstairs. Come pick me up. The video call ended, and Xia Xiao snapped back to reality, reflecting on the tone Gu Xingyi had just used, feeling a pang in her heart as if pricked by a needle. Had she disappointed him? Xia Xiao hurriedly leaped off her bed, suddenly eager to see him. With that thought, her pace quickened as she dashed toward the door. Taola, still puzzled about why Xia Xiao was alone in her room during the day, watched in surprise as Xia Xiao stumbled out of her room and rushed out the door. Taola furrowed her brows. Sister Xiao, did she just cry? Xia Xiao indeed had tears in her eyes, and she didn't want to, but the tears couldn't help but well up. She suddenly feared that her lack of response would hurt Gu Xingyi, that he might leave them. Memories of the moments they shared flooded her mind, amplifying her fear. Clearly, he had been making great efforts to approach her. Why was she hesitating? It wasn't until the car reached the hotel entrance that Xia Xiao finally spotted Gu Xingyi's tall figure standing in the sunlight. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Then, as if to encourage herself, she raised her fist and gave herself a little pep talk. The car stopped beside Gu Xingyi, who climbed in. He seemed to be in a stable mood, merely gazing quietly out the window once seated. Xia Xiao didn't start the car. Instead, she turned to face Gu Xingyi, intently studying his profile. Taking several deep breaths, she finally spoke, Gu Xingyi. I'm sorry. Only then did Gu Xingyi turn to look at Xia Xiao, noticing her slightly reddened eyes. In truth, he felt quite hurt when Xia Xiao hadn't given a clear answer. However, upon seeing her in such a state, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that he felt as though he had never truly possessed her, and no need to apologize. Xia Xiao, actually, I'm not the Gu Xingyi you think I am, so you needn't feel guilty about anything. Then who are you, Gu Xingyi? Xia Xiao continued to gaze into his eyes, her gaze still as fluid as water. Gu Xingyi suddenly recalled their conversation at the amusement park when Xia Xiao had asked him, Who are you? He responded, I am Gu Xingyi. At that moment, Xia Xiao questioned herself, while Gu Xingyi scratched his head that I am Gu Xingyi. Then you are the Gu Xingyi I have been thinking about. Upon hearing Xia Xiao's resolute reply, Gu Xingyi suddenly froze, desperately clenching his trembling fists. but I am a bit afraid. I fear that one day, you may no longer need me, Yu Xingyi. Xia Xiao abruptly interrupted his words, her heart aching at the sight of him. She reached out, firmly grasping his trembling hand, and gently leaned against him. Yu Xingyi, you are Nina's father and my husband, and no matter when or what happens, we will never leave you. And we do not ask for much. Your talents are merely appreciated by Nina and me, but they are not the most important. The most important thing is that you are by our side and treat us well. That is all we desire. With her delicate frame nestled in his embrace and her gentle words, nothing could provide Gu Xingyi with more solace. He held Xia Xiao close, suddenly breaking into a smile. He had received the answer he yearned for, and that was sufficient. From then on, apart from Xia Xiao and little Nina, nothing could shake his resolve. The two shared a tender moment, but Xia Xiao, feeling embarrassed, swiftly extricated herself from Gu Xingyi's embrace, her cheeks flushed with heat. This was the extent of her current capabilities. Gu Xingyi did not press further, simply wearing a silly grin, which only deepened Xia Xiao's shyness. She cast a flirtatious glance at the grinning Gu Xingyi and let out a soft giggle. What a fool! Is he so easily satisfied? The car slowly departed from the hotel, heading towards the apartment. However, in this back and forth, their hearts had completely transformed. Chapter 59. A fish dies, a net breaks. How is this possible? It cannot be. How could Xingyao be Gu Xingyi's little white face? Crash. Inside the Tianmei Entertainment Artist Department in Jiangxing, Lu Qian was in a frenzy, sweeping the cosmetics off the table. The makeup items crashed heavily onto the floor, emitting a piercing sound of shattering. Yet, Lu Qian seemed unsatisfied, stepping forward and viciously stomping on them. Alongside a lawyer's letter sent from Inhai Entertainment's legal department, she had been exposed. The person who posted the information immediately revealed her as the mastermind upon realizing the situation was amiss. Tianmei Entertainment had already ordered her to take a break, and she knew she was finished. In a few days, she would undoubtedly find herself in the defendant's seat. Not far away, Sister Yuan watched the scene with glee, knowing as an old fox that things were unlikely to be so simple. Indeed, the turn of events was even more outrageous than she had anticipated. Gu Xingyi? Xingyao? Ha! How deeply hidden! Sister Yuan sighed inwardly. Of course, she knew Gu Xingyi. 2 years ago, the incident involving Xia Xiao had stirred up quite a storm in the company, and no one had held high hopes for that little white face. However, she never expected that the little white face would suddenly reveal its fangs, transforming into an awakened tiger. The first to suffer the backlash was Lu Qian. One must admit, Xia Xiao's discernment was truly remarkable. I refuse to accept this, Sister Yuan. Can I borrow your phone? Lu Qian gasped, her eyes bloodshot. Her phone had been smashed to bits at the first opportunity. Sister Yuan merely cast a slight glance at her, retorting, what do you have to be dissatisfied about? You can't sing as well as her. You don't look as good as her. Even when it comes to finding a man, you can't compete with her. Are you seriously complaining to me? Lu Qian suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Sister Yuan, who remained unperturbed and continued to ignore her. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Once you're locked up, our contract will naturally come to an end. You should understand the company's stance, right? What rest? They've already abandoned you. Why? Lu Qian gritted her teeth, still unable to believe that the company had actually forsaken her. Why? You still ask why? The company needs a cash cow, and you hold no value. So of course, you've been cast aside. As someone who's been through it, let me give you some heartfelt advice. You have some beauty, so when you get out, find a decent man to marry. Stop making a fuss. Ha! Ha! Should I thank you then? My dear Sister Yuan. Lu Qian laughed in anger. At that moment, they had finally torn off their masks. Since that's the case, may I borrow your phone just once? Just this once, let it be a proper conclusion to our relationship. Sister Yuan eyed Lu Qian, who suddenly wore a sinister smile, her brows furrowing again. What do you intend to do? Lu Qian continued to smile, albeit with a hint of menace that sent shivers down Sister Yuan's spine. What do I want to do? A fish dies and a net breaks. How dare she Xia Xiao oppress me at every turn? Just when I thought I'd finally gotten rid of her, she unexpectedly reappeared. She's an orphan. Why should she be better than me in every aspect? Even in finding a man, she has to crush me. Hee. But now that I know Xingyao is Gu Xingyi, I still have a trump card. If I can't touch Xia Xiao, then I'll ruin Gu Xingyi's reputation. If I go down, then no one will have it easy. Sister Yuan squinted, observing the seemingly deranged Lu Qian carefully. She has gone mad. Sister Yuan wanted to tell her that so what if Xia Shiyao is an orphan? She has never competed with you. Her character and personality far surpass yours. But Sister Yuan couldn't say that. She knew that Lu Qian was at a desperate stage, and any further blow would cause her to lose her sanity. Fine. Here is your phone. But remember, everything you do from now on has nothing to do with me. I know. Sister Yuan, are you afraid? Haha. Lu Qian burst into laughter and continued, Don't worry. This time, what I plan to do will truly happen. There's not a shred of falsehood. Sister Yuan, just wait and see the show. Sister Yuan gazed deeply at Lu Qian before handing over the phone. Lu Qian took the phone and, under Sister Yuan's watchful eye, dialed a number. A man's voice came through the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Hello. Gao Cheng, it's Lu Qian. In the magical city, Gu Xingyi was currently having lunch in the apartment, yet the atmosphere at the dining table felt somewhat unusual today. Little Nina was unaffected, happily enjoying her meal. Sister Yun wore a motherly smile throughout, slowly peeling shrimp and washing them in clean water before feeding them to little Nina. Taolu looked shocked, lowering her head to eat while occasionally stealing glances at Xia Xiao across from her. Xia Xiao's pretty face, along with her neck, was completely flushed. She wished she could bury her head in her bowl, unable to meet the gazes of those at the table. The cause of this awkwardness was none other than Gu Xingyi, who was grinning foolishly, helping Xia Xiao peel shrimp and personally feeding them to her with chopsticks. Xia Xiao thought this man had lost his mind. Ever since they got out of the car, he had suddenly acted strangely. However, Gu Xingyi did not think there was anything wrong with his behavior. After all, just moments ago, Xia Xiao had admitted she was his wife. Having never been in a romantic relationship, Gu Xingyi could only think of the most intimate way to get close to her, feeding her. Was that wrong? It didn't seem wrong. Finally unable to bear the peculiar gazes of everyone, Xia Xiao felt as though her face was as red as the boiled shrimp. Can we not do this? I can manage on my own with that. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with shyness as she glanced at Gu Xingyi, her playful expression leaving him momentarily stunned. So this is what it feels like to be gazed upon by a girl with such bashfulness. Gu Xingyi felt as though he had comprehended a profound truth. He had always thought that dating was overrated. Now he just wanted to exclaim, so delightful. All right, then you can do it yourself. Gu Xingyi ceased his feeding of his wife and turned to start feeding little Nina instead. Xia Xiao rolled her eyes at Gu Xingyi in exasperation. It seemed this man was not going to eat properly today. He had never been like this before. But fortunately, after the meal, Gu Xingyi finally returned to normal. He plopped down on the sofa, contemplating what song to write for the next competition. The interval between each competition was only 3 days. The rules of the Xingui were notoriously cruel. Xia Xiao had breezed through the 16 to 8 rounds, but the upcoming 8 to 4 rounds would not be so simple. As the eliminations progressed, the remaining contestants would only grow stronger. Their singing skills were on par with Xia Xiao's, and the competition would hinge on the song and the performance. Coming up with a good original song in 3 days was no easy feat for anyone. Even Gu Xingyi began to feel anxious, grappling with the question of what type of song to choose to ensure victory. Meanwhile, Xia Xiao was not idle either. She sat beside Gu Xingyi, with several sheets of manuscript paper spread out on the table, refining the song she had been contemplating for days. It was always just a bit short of melody, but now, she felt as though she was finally grasping the tail of that elusive melody. Xia Xiao furrowed her brows tightly, repeatedly humming the tune in her mind. Chapter 60. Past events erupt. This segment of melody was like a cat's paw, incessantly scratching at her heart. Every time Xia Xiao attempted to seize it, it would playfully retreat. By evening, even after Gu Xingyi had left, she still hadn't managed to complete the song. So close, just a bit more. Xia Xiao, frustrated, had ruffled her once smooth hair into a disheveled mess. Eventually, as the night deepened and little Nina had long since fallen asleep, Xia Xiao finally set aside her half-finished score and lyrics, lying down on her bed in resignation. Sometimes, inspiration cannot be forced. A slight deviation can lead to a significant error, and one can only wait for that moment of enlightenment, which brings a sense of relief akin to enlightenment. After all, not everyone is like Gu Xingyi, who can simply bring an advantage onto the stage. The next morning, as Xia Xiao had just awakened, before she had time to wash up, she discovered that another major event involving Gu Xingyi had once again surged to the top of the trending topics online. In recent days, the trending topics surrounding Gu Xingyi and herself had never ceased. Initially, Xia Shiyao had not taken it to heart, but as she saw the title of the post, her eyes instantly narrowed. In that moment, her heart was filled with panic. It appeared that netizens had become accustomed to this. Since the account Xingyao had entered the public's view, they had been able to see discussions about him every day. Today was no exception. When the crowd of onlookers saw another post containing Gu Xingyi's name in the title, they felt no surprise and naturally clicked on it. Such occurrences had become second nature. Now, if they went a day without seeing Xingyao's name, they would feel uncomfortable all over. But this time was different. As the crowd opened the post, they collectively froze in place. They rubbed their eyes, seemingly in disbelief of what they were seeing. Xingyao? Domestic violence man? Laughable. Yesterday, they were still scrolling through posts about the devoted husband Gu Xingyi. Today, you tell us he is a domestic violence man. If you're going to fabricate stories, at least come up with a better excuse. Who would believe this? After the initial shock, the audience burst into laughter, eagerly clicking on the video within the post to see what it was all about. The video featured two men, their expression serious. Some recognized them as former members of the boy band alongside Gu Xingyi. One was named Gao Cheng, and the other Su Bin. Upon realization, the audience exchanged knowing smiles. Were these two just trying to gain attention? Couldn't they let someone else shine? At this moment, Gao Cheng spoke up. Hello everyone. I am Gao Cheng from the Huayang boy band. Some of you may know me. Yes, I am the current popular lyricist Xingyao, and also Gu Xingyi's former friend. Why do I say former? Because later on, I was too ashamed to associate with such a person. I guess many of you might not believe what I am saying, considering how popular he is now, but let me explain why I detest him. Ever since he got married, he has been calling the members of our boy band, wanting to stage a comeback. Initially, we were considering his request since we were friends, but when he called, we learned something, so we decisively rejected him. That is, Gu Xingyi. He is a domestic violence man. I have recorded evidence of this. Coincidentally, when he called about his desire to return, I happened to record the call, and now it has become crucial evidence to expose this hypocrite. I don't know how he managed to let Xia Shiyao go, and how he has the ability to prevent her from accusing him. But I assure you, everything I have said is the truth. I, Gao Cheng, am not afraid to confront him face to face. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent momentarily. Though they believed Gu Xingyi and trusted Xia Xiyao's character, Gao Cheng's assertions were so convincing, backed by real names and evidence, that they began to waver. At this point, Su Bin also spoke up, holding his phone up to the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Su Bin. I can testify. What Gao Cheng said is true. Currently, I am holding Gao Cheng's phone, and let us listen to the recording from back then together. With that, Su Bin unlocked the phone, revealing a recording of a phone call on the screen. He wore a smile as he casually pressed play. The viewers leaned in, eager to catch every word. Hello, Gao Ge. This is Gu Xingyi. Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to a drink. It was Gu Xingyi's voice. The audience immediately became restless, continuing to listen intently. Gao Cheng's indifferent tone followed. Hello, Xiao Gu? Let us skip the drinks. Just tell me directly what you need. All right. I thought you might have time. It's like this. Can I return to the company? Xiao Gu. Not to put it harshly, but you've married a popular flower. Why bother thinking so much? Hey, Gao Gu, women are like clothes. I've come to realize that career is more important. Then if you want to make a comeback, can Xia Xiao allow that? Didn't you just have a child? Gao Gu. To be honest, in this family, I'm the one who makes the rules. She wouldn't dare refuse. Just give her a beating. After all, women should not be spoiled. Upon hearing this, the audience could no longer bear it. Is this even a man? He has all charm on the outside, but bullies his own woman? Disgusting. Not only did the female audience find it unbearable, but even the men were filled with righteous indignation. This is not what a man should be. The recording ended, and Gao Cheng, visibly angered, continued, Did everyone hear that? This is your so-called devoted husband, Gu Xingyi. I refuse to believe that a person can change so drastically in such a short time. So please keep your eyes open and don't be deceived by this two-faced man. Lastly, I want to say, I, Gao Cheng, stand firmly against this domestic violence man. The video abruptly concluded. However, the audience's outrage could not be quelled. A flood of comments appeared beneath the post. I must have been blind to like such a person. Ugh. Hearing that recording made me want to vomit. It's hard to imagine what a filthy existence he leads behind the scenes. Girls, Charge at Xingyao's Douyin. Demand an explanation from him. Previously, I liked him so much. Now, I detest him just as much. A coward would resort to violence against their own family. I'm also furious, but I'll timidly ask, is it possible that this is Xia Shiyao? It's definitely him. I could recognize his voice with my eyes closed. Damn. I need to wash my ears. This has truly dirted my ears. As for Xia Shiyao, why hasn't she come out to accuse him? Such a scum should be left to rot. The internet erupted with a cacophony of curses. Such actions had crossed everyone's bottom line. IT echoed the sentiment. The more people had once liked him, the more they now loathed him after learning of this matter. No one could have anticipated that their beloved idol was such a person. Gu Xingyi's Douyin was directly bombarded with angry comments, demanding he come out to speak. The online outrage was palpable, while Gu Xingyi, at that moment, was also watching this post on Weibo. He listened quietly to the recording in the video. After a moment, that familiar feeling of disgust surged again, and he rushed to the bathroom to vomit. In this moment, he seemed to be transported back to the oppressive atmosphere of the past. Chapter 61. Redemption. Regarding the bygone days, Gu Xingyi could only feel a profound sense of discomfort. He was powerless to alter anything. Yet, he could not argue, for those events had undeniably occurred. The pain that Xia Shiyao had once endured would only multiply. For Xia Shiyao, this moment could be considered a form of vindication. Lost in thought, Gu Xingyi found himself for the first time since his arrival unable to take any action. The phone beside him rang incessantly. He did not answer, nor did he even glance at it. He did not know who was calling or how to respond. For the first time, Gu Xingyi chose to evade reality, wrapping himself in the blanket as if ignoring it would alleviate his suffering. His discomfort stemmed not from being scolded, but from the flood of memories that surged forth. Xia Shiyao and Nainai's suffering resurfacing vividly in his mind. The ache in his heart was unbearable. No matter how many times he faced it, he could not accept the mistakes committed by this body in the past. It was at this moment that Gu Xingyi realized he had never truly forgiven himself. Since his arrival, he had been striving to make amends for the wrongs inflicted upon them. Yet the harsh truths of the past remained unchanged. When this gaping wound was laid bare, he understood that the greatest obstacle was his own conscience. Like an ostrich, Gu Xingyi curled himself into a ball, hiding in that small space. This moment in the artist's apartment, Xia Shiyao, with an anxious expression, repeatedly dialed Gu Xingyi's number. After seeing that post, she was consumed with worry, knowing that no one understood the current Gu Xingyi better than she did. She had witnessed his transformation, observed his gradual atonement, and she comprehended it all. The sudden turn of events did not faze her much. The past would never resurface, of that she was utterly convinced. Yet she knew Gu Xingyi. He would certainly be unable to forgive himself now. Beside her, Yunjie and Taleli wore expressions of concern. Upon seeing the post, they had both been filled with anger. Taleli even contemplated storming to the hotel to confront Gu Xingyi, demanding to know the truth. Had he truly harmed Xia Shiyao? But as they saw Xia Shiyao's worried and anxious demeanor, they were at a loss for what to do. Even if the accusations were true, Xia Shiyao was still anxious for him, her heartache evident, leading them to share in her distress. The phone remained unanswered. Gu Xingyi seemed to have vanished. Xia Shiyao's heart tightened. In her arms, little Nainai looked up at her mother with concern, extending her small hands to embrace Xia Shiyao's. "Mama, are you calling Daddy?" Seeing her perceptive daughter, Xia Shiyao tightened her grip on the phone and nodded. "Then why aren't you going to find Daddy?" little Nainai asked, puzzled. Xia Shiyao wished she could, but she feared that seeing her at this moment would only deepen Gu Xingyi's sorrow. Yet, upon witnessing the look in Nainai's eyes, she could no longer remain seated. She stood up hastily and stumbled out. "Let her go," Taleli urged, wanting to stop her. It was the first time she had seen Xia Shiyao so flustered. But Yunjie shook her head, preventing Taleli from intervening. Both women gazed worriedly at the door, where Xia Shiyao had already disappeared. Soon, Xia Shiyao arrived at the hotel. After exiting the car, she ran swiftly, and by the time she reached the door of Gu Xingyi's room, she was panting heavily. After catching her breath, she bit her lip and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from within. Without hesitation, she continued to knock, determined to draw him out today. Inside the room, Gu Xingyi lay cocooned in his blanket, hearing the persistent knocking. He felt no desire to move. He felt like a mere shell of a person. However, the knocking did not cease, repeating over and over. relentless as if it would never stop. Eventually, Gu Xingyi rose, dragging his heavy body to open the door. The sight that greeted him was Xia Xiao's tear-streaked face. Just yesterday, he had relished the joy of being with her, but now, after only a day, he found himself unable to meet her gaze. Gu Xingyi averted his eyes, standing at the door unsure of how to proceed. She must have seen that post. Did it not remind her of the past? Step aside. I'm coming in. Xia Xiao bit her lip and pushed Gu Xingyi's arm aside, stepping into the room. Gu Xingyi remained silent, closing the door behind him like a condemned prisoner following her lead. What do you think? Gu Xingyi's voice was hoarse, filled with trepidation. Now that the world knew, what would she do? Divorce him? If she chose to divorce now, everyone would side with her, and she would no longer have to endure any grievances. Gu Xingyi. Upon seeing the look in his eyes, Xia Xiao understood what he was thinking. She was furious, pulling him down onto the bed and biting his arm with all her might. Xia Xiao truly exerted herself? It hurt. Gu Xingyi winced, feeling his senses sharpen, instinctively wanting to retract his arm but quickly stopping himself. Let her vent, perhaps it would provide her some relief. When Xia Xiao finally realized what she had done, she released him and looked up at the still gentle Gu Xingyi, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Are you foolish or what? She shouted, then tugged at the sleeve of his shirt. On his arm, a row of deep bite marks, tinged with blood, was visible. All right, now we're even, Xia Xiao said with a choked voice. Throwing herself into Gu Xingyi's embrace, I've been abusive too. We're even now. You're not allowed to be sad anymore. Feeling her fiery body in his arms, Gu Xingyi was completely taken aback. After a long moment, he tentatively reached up to stroke Xia Xiao's head, disbelief washing over him. It was real. Gu Xingyi's mood soared from despair to elation. He grinned. It was true. Xia Xiao had said they were even. Since his arrival in this world, he had been cautious, feeling indebted to her. Although he could argue that the past was not his doing, who could truly understand that it was not him? It was him, yet it was not him, and thus Gu Xingyi had never been able to forgive himself no matter how much he had done for Xia Xiao and Nai Nai. It never felt sufficient. This had always been his mindset, and he had acted accordingly. He had lost himself, consumed by self-loathing. Yet now, someone was telling him they were even. How wonderful! Tears streamed down Gu Xingyi's face uncontrollably. He was not only redeeming them, but he had also been attempting to redeem himself. The two of them embraced like fools, weeping together. From now on, no more like this. Nai Nai and I will worry about you. Gradually, Xia Xiao's sobs subsided, her muffled voice emerging from Gu Xingyi's embrace. Gu Xingyi nodded, his voice still hoarse. It happen again. Honestly, aside from you two, no one else can shake my resolve. Always saying that. Xia Xiao lifted her head, her flushed face and teary eyes making her look enchanting. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. Oh, I think I've remembered that melody. Chapter 62. Courage. What melody? Looking at the delicate Xia Xiao nestled against him, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Xia Xiao struggled slightly, shooting him an indignant look. Did he think she was a pet? It's the song I've been composing all along. I've always been lacking a bit of inspiration, but now it suddenly came to me. With that, Xia Xiao extricated herself from Gu Xingyi's embrace, eager to seize the moment of inspiration to perfect her creation. Gu Xingyi felt a pang of regret as her warm form departed. He hadn't had enough of holding her yet. Rubbing his head sheepishly, he stood up and retrieved some sheet music from his bag, handing it to her. I was planning to write a song tonight, but since you have one, why don't you take the lead? Gu Xingyi prepared the paper and pen, standing by the bed, eager to see what song had preoccupied Xia Xiao for so long. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, Xia Xiao nodded vigorously, contemplating as she settled onto the bed, accepting the paper and pen. Since arriving in Shanghai, the melody had been echoing in her mind, and although she had been working on it, she could never quite grasp it until now. As she began to write the notes and hum a tune, a complete song soon blossomed onto the page. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight as they met Gu Xingyi's under the warm light. I finally composed it. I'm not just a pretty face. Do you want to see it? Gu Xingyi beamed, shaking his head gently. Rather you sing it for me. Xia Xiao lowered her head, her face reddening. She felt shy. The song was a reflection of her inner thoughts, a kind of unconventional confession. Go ahead. It seems you've never sung for me alone, Gu Xingyi encouraged her. Xia Shiyao shyly replied. But I don't have the lyrics yet. Humph, humming works too, Gu Xingyi laughed. Unable to resist his urging, Xia Shiyao nodded bashfully. Without any accompaniment, everything felt so natural as her soft humming began, mirroring her current emotions. Both she and Gu Xingyi needed a bit of courage. The moment the melody filled the air, Gu Xingyi stood frozen, his gaze fixed on Xia Shiyao, astonished. The reason was simple. He recognized this melody. He had heard it in his previous life. Yet, he continued listening intently until Xia Shiyao finished a segment of her humming, when he suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. With that, Gu Xingyi hastily grabbed a pen and paper, quickly jotting down notes. Xia Shiyao was bewildered, wondering why he interrupted her singing, but when she leaned in to see what he was writing, her eyes lit up. The title on the paper read Courage. Were these lyrics? Gu Xingyi had only heard her hum and had already written the lyrics. Xia Shiyao leaned in closer, their heads almost touching, illuminated by the warm light, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Seeing the lyrics, Xia Shiyao felt even more elated. They were precisely what she had longed for, even better than she had imagined. She had written some lyrics herself, but they paled in comparison. Xia Xiao's gaze shifted to Gu Xingyi's concentrated profile, and she found him incredibly handsome as he immersed himself in his work. Moreover, he understood her sentiments. In that moment, Xia Shiyao felt a wave of affection and impulsively leaned in to kiss Gu Xingyi's cheek. Gu Xingyi's hand, which had been writing lyrics, trembled slightly, causing the ink to smudge. He froze, his eyes losing focus, feeling as if the world had turned upside down. The warmth on his right cheek was unmistakable. Along with that soft touch, Gu Xingyi glanced down at the lyrics, feeling as if his heart had exploded with joy. This was the courage Xia Shiyao wanted to convey. After kissing Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao panicked, lowering her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She had no idea what had compelled her to act so impulsively. Thankfully, Gu Xingyi didn't react too strongly. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. At that moment, Gu Xingyi was struggling to contain his feelings, aware of Xia Xiao's bashfulness. He suppressed his fluttering heart and continued writing until he finished. Finally, he exhaled, turning to hand the lyrics to Xia Xiao, feigning nonchalance. Here, now you can sing it for me in full. Xia Xiao still kept her head down, her voice barely audible, but she reached out her hand to accept the lyrics, placing them on her lap. Upon seeing the complete lyrics, Xia Xiao realized just how wonderful the song was. Can you sing it again, following the lyrics? Gu Xingyi asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Having been awed by her previous humming, he couldn't help but imagine how perfect it would be with the lyrics. This song had been immensely popular in his past life, often referenced by countless people. Who gave you the courage? Just thinking about it made Gu Xingyi feel a rush of excitement. Then I will sing it. Xia Shiyao said softly, eager to hear how her tune would sound with these lyrics. The room fell silent as Xia Shiyao began to sing gently once more. Finally making this decision, she brushed aside the opinions of others, knowing that as long as he felt the same, it would suffice. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it won't be easy, and my heart has been trying to convince itself, fearing that you might suddenly decide to give up. As soon as she started, Gu Xingyi was captivated, his fists clenched, a smile forming on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Xia Shiyao. The song seemed tailor-made for her, a perfect reflection of her essence. At the same time, Gu Xingyi was astonished. It was remarkable how two different worlds could collide and spark the same brilliance. Love truly requires courage to face gossip and slander. As long as you affirm me with a single glance, my love will hold meaning. We all need courage to believe we can be together. In the midst of the bustling crowd, he could feel her genuine heart resting in his hands. As she sang these lines, Xia Shiyao became completely immersed in the song, recalling the moments she had shared with Gu Xingyi. Love truly requires courage. He had changed. She had made a decision. From now on, they would weather the storms together, undeterred by others' opinions, capable of bearing the weight of gossip. This was the courage she had longed to express during this time. As Xia Shiyao sang softly, Gu Xingyi listened intently. He was no longer hearing just a song but rather the voice of her heart. How could he not be enamored by such a treasure of a girl? The melody continued, and at that moment, both Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao felt a newfound courage to face the future. If my stubbornness and tenacity might inadvertently hurt you, could you gently remind me? I might be too eager, fearing to miss out on you. These lyrics made Xia Xiao appreciate the song even more. It was as if Gu Xingyi was whispering sweet nothings in her ear, telling her that he too feared missing her. Xia Xiao raised her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Xingyi in that moment. They shared an unspoken understanding, their feelings clearly reflected in each other's eyes. Having you is enough. Meanwhile, in the apartment, little Nai Nai sipped her yogurt, letting out a burp, pouting as she glanced at Taleli beside her. Auntie Taula, why are Daddy and Mommy taking so long to come back? Did they forget about Nai Nai? Chapter 63. Jealousy.as The song concluded. The two regained their composure. Ji Yuxingyi, still smiling, nodded at Xia Xiao. That was beautiful. In the next competition, we're sure to win. A blush crept onto Xia Xiao's face as she lowered her head, fiddling with the sheet music in her hands. It's your lyrics that are wonderful. No. If it weren't for my dear wife's melody, I wouldn't have come up with such lyrics. They began to exchange compliments, but Xia Xiao clearly lacked the boldness of some. Upon hearing the words dear wife, she was utterly defeated, burying her face in her arms like an ostrich. This was the first time Gu Xingyi had addressed her as his wife face to face, leaving Xia Xiao feeling bashful yet delighted. However, before Gu Xingyi could fully appreciate the charming scene before him, his phone rang, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the room. He picked up the phone, seeing a message from Director Yang. Ji Yuxingyi raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Yang Chuanlin must have seen the post as well, little did he know, Yang Chuanlin was not merely aware of the post. She was nearly frantic upon seeing the post. She had been incredulous, but after Gu Xingyi's Douyin account was flooded with negative comments to the point that technical support had to intervene, his silence left her feeling anxious. Was everything being said online true? Yang Chuanlin couldn't believe it. Whenever she thought of Gu Xingyi, she envisioned a gentleman of refined elegance and exceptional talent. Could someone like him be abusive? After waiting for a long time without receiving a clarification video from Gu Xingyi, she could no longer hold back and dialed his number. When the call connected, Gu Xingyi's warm voice greeted her. Hello? What can I do for you? Yang Chulin was taken aback. Could it be that he was unaware of this matter? No, it's nothing, just some unfavorable remarks about you circulating online. Aren't you going to clarify anything? Gu Xingyi scratched his head, instinctively glancing at Xia Xiao. At that moment, Xia Xiao was fiddling with the sheet music, feigning a serious demeanor, yet her occasional furtive glances betrayed her distracted state, indicating her mind was far from the song. Yu Xingyi winked at her, causing Xia Xiao's cheeks to flush suddenly, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. Feeling guilty. No need to clarify, all of it is true. Gu Xingyi responded to Yang Chulin, before the call fell into silence. After a while, Yang Chulin's voice finally broke the stillness. Why? I don't believe it. My impression of you is, sorry to interrupt, Director Yang, but how well do you truly know me? Those things online are indeed true, and there's nothing to clarify. If one has done wrong, one must face the consequences. As for those online comments, let them say what they wished as long as those I care about understand me. That is sufficient. Gu Xingyi interjected calmly, his gaze still fixed on Xia Xiao. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. He never sought to be liked by many, as long as this person before him held affection for him. The call lapsed into silence once more. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Yang Chulin felt a pang in his heart. He only wished that those he cared for understood him, but what about himself? All right, I was merely inquiring. No other intentions. Forget it. I'll hang up now. Yang Chulin's voice was clearly off, yet Gu Xingyi paid it little mind, responding with a simple before ending the call. You are too indifferent. This isn't good. As soon as Gu Xingyi hung up, Xia Xiao's voice chimed in beside him. What? Gu Xingyi was left in a state of confusion. Was he indifferent? It seemed quite normal to him, as he was merely stating the facts, and he believed he was being quite polite. That mature lady should have feelings for you, Xia Xiao remarked again, though this time her eyes dimmed slightly. Yang Chulin? Did she like him? Impossible. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling a surge of confusion, as he only regarded her as an ordinary friend. Cough. How do you know? It's a feeling. I trust my instincts. Xia Xiao lifted her gaze, fixing it on Gu Xingyi with resolute conviction. You are mistaken. Also, everyone knows I am a married man with a child. I would never develop feelings for anyone else. That would be quite rude. Gu Xingyi continued to scratch his head, attempting to explain. His conception of love was one of seriousness and fidelity. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to anyone. Observing Gu Xingyi's sincere gaze, Xia Xiao softly acknowledged, yet an undercurrent of urgency lingered in her heart. Just because Gu Xingyi did not harbor feelings for others did not guarantee that others would not be drawn to him. That mature lady was exceptional, far surpassing her in many ways, and she knew it. Xia Shiyao resumed her fiddling with the sheet music, as if it contained hidden treasures. Gu Xingyi regarded her perplexed demeanor, contemplating their conversation, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him, a smile blossoming in his eyes as he nudged Xia Shiyao's arm. You are jealous, aren't you? Xia Shiyao became flustered, her face flushing a deep crimson. No, not at all. Her voice was loud, but her reaction was even louder. Case closed. You are indeed jealous. Gu Xingyi grinned, continuing to gaze at her, finding Xia Shiyao's jealous demeanor quite charming. The more Xia Shiyao tried to conceal it, the more flustered she became, sensing Gu Xingyi's amusement directed at her. Eventually, she could no longer withstand Gu Xingyi's gaze and, in a fit of exasperation, tossed the sheet music onto the bed. Yes, I am jealous. Who told that stunning beauty to like you? Gu Xingyi's smile broadened. He suddenly leaned closer, his voice laced with temptation. Then, how about I stamp your approval? Wouldn't that ease your jealousy? Gu Xingyi's face drew near, and Xia Shiyao could feel his breath brushing against her face, sending her heart racing like a drum, beating faster and faster, as if it might leap from her throat. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Her lips slightly puckered. In truth, Gu Xingyi was equally anxious. Upon seeing Xia Shiyao close her eyes, he felt a surge of delight, secretly pinching his palm, and slowly leaned in on the verge of victory. On the verge of victory. Just at that pivotal moment, Gu Xingyi's phone rang insistently, startling both of them. Xia Shiyao immediately dove onto the bed, covering her face with the blanket, too afraid to reveal herself. Gu Xingyi's eyelids twitched as he answered the call with a hint of irritation. Hello? Who is this? If you don't have anything pressing today, don't blame me for making it a big deal. Gu Xingyi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the caller. There was silence on the other end, and Gu Xingyi frowned, checking the caller ID. It was Chen Feng? That lunatic? What is he up to? Why is he silent? Gu Xingyi grimaced. He hoped this brat had a legitimate reason for calling, or else he would not hesitate to sever ties. After a moment, Chen Feng's voice finally emerged, filled with a weary tone. Old Gu, what is going on online? Did you bully my sister-in-law? What the hell? You called just for this? No. I haven't had the chance to bully her yet, and you already called. Gu Xingyi's voice was tinged with resentment as he glanced at Xia Shiyao, who was still hidden under the blanket, and sighed, his face filled with regret. Let's not discuss that for now. What's wrong with your voice? Did you have a rough experience out there? Chen Feng's tone was evidently off. Once Gu Xingyi's irritation subsided, he began to sense the underlying issues. After a brief pause, Chen Feng continued, Sort of. I've learned a harsh lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and share a drink? You don't have to drink. Just keep me company. You're my only friend here. Gu Xingyi's expression shifted, sensing that something was amiss. He had previously sensed that something was off, and now it seemed Chen Feng was truly in trouble. Without hesitation, he replied, All right, send me your location. I'm in Modu and will arrive in 3 hours. Okay. Chen Feng acknowledged before the call ended. Chapter 64, Kindred Spirits. After hanging up, Gu Xingyi helplessly patted the blanket where Xia Shiyao had concealed herself. My dear wife, could you please rise? I need you to drive me to the train station. Xia Shiyao, who had been listening to Gu Xingyi's phone call, was aware he had matters to attend to. Although she did not know the specifics, the gravity of Gu Xingyi's tone had been apparent. Without delay, she emerged from the blanket, her flushed face reappearing. All right, do you need to pack? I only have a backpack. However, I cannot determine how long I will be away, so I must leave Nai with you for now. Gu Xingyi placed his belongings into his backpack while conversing with Xia Shiyao. She nodded in understanding. With Yunjie and Lei around, they could help care for Nai while she was on the program, making things convenient. Once he had finished packing, Gu Xingyi checked out of the hotel, and the two of them got into the car. Since this was a last-minute trip, they could only take the high-speed train. Nonetheless, for this distance, it was not much slower than flying. As they drove to the train station, Xia Shiyao focused intently on the road ahead while Gu Xingyi sat in the passenger seat. Observing her earnest demeanor, I'm going to see Chen Feng, whom you've met. He's a college friend of mine. And it seems he has encountered some issues, so he called me over to keep him company. Gu Xingyi stated plainly, hoping to alleviate any concerns Xia Shiyao might have. Xia Shiyao softly acknowledged. Feeling more at ease, she had a favorable impression of Chen Feng. He was quite a genuine person with a good character. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the high-speed train station from the hotel. It was just past noon, and the station was bustling with people. Jiu Xingyi donned a mask to prevent Xia Shiyao from accompanying him to avoid being recognized, as their discussions had attracted considerable attention, especially regarding him. I'm leaving now. You don't need to see me off. Just drive safely on your way back if time allows. I will try to catch your competition, Gu Xingyi said with a smile, ruffling Xia Shiyao's hair, a gesture he had recently grown fond of. Oh. Xia Shiyao's almond-shaped eyes flickered, still somewhat unaccustomed to the emotions of parting. All right, you should head back. Gu Xingyi exited the car, shutting the door behind him as he watched Xia Shiyao slowly drive away from the train station. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi arrived in Jiangcheng half an hour later than he had anticipated, primarily due to waiting for the train. While on the train, Xia Shiyao had called to check in, reminding him to return early as Nai Nai missed him. Gu Xingyi chuckled at the message, wondering if it was Nai Nai who missed him, or if it was Xia Shiyao herself who felt that way. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to Chen Feng's location. After another 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at a multi-story commercial building where Chen Feng had rented a studio on the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the studio, Gu Xingyi found the door unlocked and entered without hesitation. The windows were tightly shut, and the room was filled with the stench of alcohol, with beer cans strewn about, resembling the scene from when he first arrived. Chen Feng was slumped on the floor, chugging a can of beer. Jiu Xingyi opened a window to let in some fresh air before taking a seat beside him and removing his mask. Chen Feng let out a burp, his face pale and devoid of color. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi, he raised the beer can in greeting, his gaze vacant and disoriented. You're here? Good brother. Only you wouldn't abandon me. Gu Xingyi wrinkled his nose at the smell of alcohol, feeling nauseated, and it brought back unpleasant memories. So, what monumental blow has left you, such an optimistic person, in this state? Chen Feng fell silent for a moment before downing the beer in one go, crushing the can and tossing it to the floor. I simply can't understand. Why? What did I do wrong? Why do they have to treat me like this? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, reaching for another can of beer. Gu Xingyi did not intervene, understanding that Chen Feng needed to vent. Double-crossed? Chen Feng nodded, taking another swig of beer. Those two scoundrels, old Gu, I never expected this, nor can I comprehend it. Wait, old Gu, did you suspect this all along? Chen Feng suddenly recalled what Gu Xingyi had said during their last meeting, urging him to be more discerning. Jiu Xingyi shrugged and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. At first, I only had my suspicions. Who calls their partner in the middle of the night instead of their boyfriend? But that was your personal matter, so I thought it better not to interfere. Chen Feng's expression froze, and after a while, he managed a bitter smile. Indeed, if you had been straightforward with me then, I might have been angry. So, what is the situation now? Gu Xingyi pressed on. You can see for yourself, this studio is nothing but an empty shell. They've long since colluded to undermine it, leaving me with nothing. My designs, my shares, and of course, my girlfriend. Chen Feng slumped again, his body completely relaxed as he tilted his head back to drink. Jiu Xingyi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I can understand losing your girlfriend, but how did you lose your shares? I transferred my shares to Wanqing. Chen Feng chuckled sheepishly, realizing how foolish it was. He had been utterly captivated by Wanqing's performance. Gu Xingyi sighed inwardly, silently accompanying him, knowing that in his current state, any words of comfort would be futile. He would have to wait until Chen Feng regained his clarity. After Chen Feng downed a couple more cans, he suddenly turned to Gu Xingyi. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is going on with you? The online posts. Oh, that? It's a long story, so I want to get into it. Just know that I was a jerk in the past, and it was precisely because of those things that I decided to quit drinking altogether. Gu Xingyi preferred to gloss over his past troubles. Chen Feng nodded, not probing further, instead patting Gu Xingyi on the shoulder. So we are both wayward souls, then? Nonsense, Gu Xingyi retorted, suddenly indignant. I am not like you. My relationship with your sister-in-law is solid, and I have a precious daughter. My life is quite comfortable. Damn. Are you here to comfort me, or to bring me down? Chen Feng felt slightly disheartened, but with Gu Xingyi present, his state of mind noticeably improved. Old Gu, if I had your talent and looks, would she have left me? Would she have acted for so long? Looking back, sometimes I find it amusing. I'm lucky she could endure for so long. Observing Chen Feng's despondent demeanor, Gu Xingyi felt puzzled. Lunatic, is it necessary to be this heartbroken? Chen Feng shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly asked, What do you think? We've known each other for 2 years, and we've been together for nearly a year and a half. I truly liked her. Old Gu, let me ask you, if Xia Shiyao were to leave you one day, wouldn't you be heartbroken? Gu Xingyi furrowed his brow, having never contemplated such a scenario. After some thought, he replied uncertainly, I suppose I would. After all, since arriving in this world, he had been living for them. Seeing Gu Xingyi's furrowed brows and hesitance, Chun Feng suddenly punched his shoulder. Damn. Is there even a need to hesitate? Think of the first person who comes to mind when you think of love. That's your answer. Chin Feng slapped Gu Xingyi's shoulder again, utterly speechless. How did it come to this? Where he was the one comforting himself? Gu Xingyi turned abruptly, realizing he had been overthinking. He had never been in a relationship, so encountering such a dilemma left him puzzled. Did he love Xia Shiyao? Indeed, from the beginning, he had only wanted to make amends for her and her daughter, but as time passed, he found joy in their life together. Eventually, various little interactions made him gradually develop feelings for her. Gu Xingyi was a serious person. It was never the grand gestures that moved him, but rather the simple, everyday moments. Just as Chin Feng had said, when you think of love, the first person who comes to mind is the one you love. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but smile foolishly, while Chin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a sudden wave of heartbreak. Had he just unwittingly swallowed a mouthful of dog food? And at his most vulnerable moment, no less. Truly, the best friends were those who knew how to provoke you. Chin Feng felt his melancholy dissipate significantly, wanting nothing more than to leap up and punch Gu Xingyi. However, I suspect Ruanqing is unaware of your family background, right? Gu Xingyi quickly shifted the topic, but this only seemed to deepen Chin Feng's despondency as he shook his head. No. I always thought she was a good girl who wouldn't mind such things. Heh, but I never expected this. Gu Xingyi's lips twitched involuntarily. What kind of good girl behaves like that? Oh, I isn't that the domestic abuser from online, Chin Feng muttered. Ruanqing was right to leave you. What kind of friend do you have? Just as Gu Xingyi was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out from the studio door. Chin Feng's expression darkened immediately, and Gu Xingyi turned to see a fair-skinned and handsome man enter. But his face was so pale that Gu Xingyi felt the previous jibes about being called a pretty boy were mere slander compared to this guy. This was the true embodiment of a pretty boy. Alongside him was Ruanqing, who Gu Xingyi recognized from their previous encounter. She was still dressed in her anime-inspired attire, but this time her makeup was heavier, and she appeared more alluring than before. Ha! What business is it of yours who I choose to befriend? Wang Jun and Ruanqing, how dare you come to me? Are you really hoping to exploit this hollow studio? Chin Feng exclaimed furiously. It was at this moment that Gu Xingyi realized that this pretty boy was indeed Wang Jun. Chin Feng, please don't act this way. We're only looking out for your best interests. Hearing Chen Feng's words, before Wang Jun could speak, Ruanqing interjected, adopting a patronizing tone as if she were doing him a favor. What a joke. You think this is for my benefit? You're just trying to put a green hat on me? Chen Feng retorted angrily. Chin Feng, Wang Jun and I have always had mutual feelings for each other. Before you came along, we had already developed an attraction, we just hadn't realized it before. We're not here to argue with you. Seeing you self-destruct like this is painful for me. Why not join our studio? With your talents, you'll surely thrive. At this, Wang Jun chimed in, exactly. At least we understand each other. You've held on to your anime dream for so long. It shouldn't go to waste. Even if you can't be with Qingqing, you can still be friends. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but laugh at their words. If that were the case, who was really putting a green hat on whom? Today, he learned what it meant to be in collusion, to be like snakes and rats in the same hole, and what it meant to be a shameless hypocrite. These two embodied those terms perfectly. Chin Feng, infuriated by their words, pointed an accusing finger at Wang Jun. What do you have besides that pretty face? Design is mine. The money is mine. Even that woman beside you used to be mine. What the hell are you thinking? You want me to join you? Be friends with you? I, Chin Feng, have no habit of degrading myself. Wang Jun frowned, clearly taken aback by Chin Feng's words, but after a moment, he forced a smile. Don't get worked up. Everything you see now is mine. That smile was infuriatingly smug. Chin Feng sprang up from the ground, ready to lash out, but was stopped by Gu Xingyi. All right, let's avoid physical confrontation if possible. Wang Jun and Ruanqing, right? Do you know me? Gu Xingyi asked cheerfully, his demeanor unexpectedly gentle. Wang Jun sneered. Although he was not from the entertainment industry, he was well aware of Gu Xingyi's reputation, a frequent topic on trending searches, though now that fame was more infamous than anything. So what? A domestic violence perpetrator? Chen Feng was about to explode again. But Gu Xingyi stopped him once more, nodding with an enduring smile. This only served to frustrate Chen Feng further. Ji Xingyi stood in front of Chen Feng and continued. So you must know that I am a lyricist and composer? Both Wang Jun and Ruan Qing scoffed in unison, dismissing the relevance of a lyricist in their anime world. Chen Feng felt the same way, thinking Gu Xingyi was talking nonsense. Who cared that he was a lyricist? Wang Jun looked at Gu Xingyi with a smirk. Oh, what if you know? Oh, you probably don't know that I have a bit of understanding about anime as well, just like I do with lyrics. It's all a bit of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun felt an uneasy sensation wash over him. He narrowed his eyes, studying the confident man in front of him, but then he laughed it off, shaking his head to dismiss the unsettling thoughts. These were two entirely different realms, unless Gu Xingyi was a prodigy. Otherwise, how could he possibly pose a threat? Are you threatening me? A mere bit of understanding won't cut it. Gu Xingyi abruptly stopped smiling and looked at him with pity. A bit of understanding is enough. My knowledge, combined with the expertise of a madman, will easily overpower you two novices. Wang Jun suddenly lost interest in conversing with Gu Xingyi. His words were always soft but laced with sharpness, unlike Chen Feng, who acted recklessly. And he, more than anyone, feared recklessness. Thus, he decided to ignore Gu Xingyi and refocused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, have you thought it over? Will you join us, or do you still trust him? Ruan Qing pleaded, her eyes feigning concern. Yes, Chen Feng, this is truly an opportunity to realize your anime dream. Join us, and tomorrow will be brighter. Chen Feng, regaining his composure, stepped forward to stand beside Gu Xingyi, letting out a cold laugh, ignoring Wang Jun and instead addressing Ruan Qing. Ruan Qing, we were together for 1.5 years, and I never did anything to betray you. I never crossed any boundaries, yet today you dare to say such things? Fine. Let me make it clear. I refuse to associate with dogs. Chen Feng then shifted his gaze to Wang Jun. And you? Listen well, Gu Xingyi is my brother. I trust him. Do you think you are worthy to compare yourselves with him? As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Wang Jun and Ruan Qing's expressions darkened, and they shot a furious glance at Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng before turning to leave. Yet their voices echoed back to them. I asked that it? I still have something to say. There's an old saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth, get lost. I'm not poor. I'm a rich second generation. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing, who had not gone far, flushed crimson, especially after Gu Xingyi added insult to injury, further darkening Ruan Qing's expression. Did you hear that? A rich second generation? Chapter 66. A man above one. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing departed in utter disgrace, as soon as they vanished from sight. Chen Feng could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed onto the ground, his expression revealing his anguish as tears streamed down his cheeks. Ji Xingyi understood that Chen Feng had been holding on for too long. After all, she had been his girlfriend for 1.5 years, and what had just transpired was his breaking point. Old Gu, I truly loved her, Chen Feng cried out, his voice thick with emotion. Gu Xingyi, unsure of how to comfort him, found it challenging to console someone. He only knew how to support him through actions. Witnessing Chen Feng's state, Gu Xingyi could only pat his shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Cried out, get drunk tonight, and tomorrow we start anew. Let them see that without you, they are nothing. Chen Feng accepted the beer and took a swig. He didn't flush when drinking, but his pallor deepened. Old Gu, it's not that easy to start over. The nearly 2 years of work I put into designing that domestic anime is gone, swindled away. In the short term, how can I come up with another good theme? The domestic animation market is already struggling, and with them taking that anime, it's as good as 2 pigs getting a taste of fame. Ji Xingyi nodded, knowing that Chen Feng indeed possessed immense talent in animation. Just by observing the shameless way those two had tried to cling onto him, it was evident. However, Gu Xingyi's claim of having a bit of understanding of anime was no idle boast. Yet, seeing that Chen Feng was clearly intoxicated and not in the mood to think, he decided to leave it for tomorrow. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he fell silent, drowning in his sorrow, downing beer after beer while Gu Xingyi silently kept him company. Watching as Chen Feng's hands trembled while holding the drink, by the time Chen Feng was thoroughly drunk, the outside world was illuminated by a myriad of lights. Ji Xingyi, unsure of where Chen Feng resided, dragged him toward the nearest hotel. Chen Feng was relatively compliant, albeit mumbling incoherently about loving a swindler, drawing peculiar looks from the hotel receptionist, which greatly irritated Gu Xingyi. After securing a double room, he tossed Chen Feng onto the bed, covered him with a blanket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This guy has gotten heavier. All that extra weight is solid, Gu Xingyi grumbled to himself. He then took a shower and emerged feeling refreshed. Chen Feng was still mumbling, and Gu Xingyi shot him an exasperated glance, ignoring him as he returned to his own bed and pulled out his phone. A WeChat message from Xia Shiyao from earlier that afternoon caught his eye, one he had missed. How did it go? Gu Xingyi smiled knowingly. Nothing major. Almost done. At this hour, Xia Shiyao must have already gone to bed. Gu Xingyi thought. The next moment, a reply pinged. A quick response. Was she watching her phone the whole time, or waiting for his message? In their apartment in Magic City, Xia Shiyao, cradling the already sleeping Nai, glanced at her phone, slightly pouting. She wondered what Gu Xingyi was busy with today, taking so long to respond. No, I just woke up and saw your message. Gu Xingyi quickly typed back, his smile broadening. Women, always feigning toughness while being soft elsewhere. Gu Xingyi chuckled silently. Then, dear wife, get some rest. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be back tomorrow. A smile unconsciously graced Xia Xiao's face as she typed a single word. By the way, good night. Gu Xingyi's message came again, prompting Xia Xiao to blink her lovely almond eyes. Good night. Xia Xiao set her phone down, feeling satisfied as she snuggled into bed, wrapping her arms around the sweet-smelling Nai and drifting off to sleep. On the other side, Gu Xingyi also laid his phone down, glancing at the now comatose Chen Feng before sighing and pulling out pen and paper to work late into the night. The following morning, after finishing his morning run and buying some steamed buns and fried dough sticks, Gu Xingyi returned to find Chen Feng just waking up, his eyes puffy. Yu Xingyi urged him to wash up, and the two of them sat down for breakfast. As Chen Feng stuffed his mouth with buns, he noticed the dark circles under Gu Xingyi's eyes and found it puzzling. How could his puffiness be even worse than his own after drinking? Did you sneak off for some fun last night? Chen Feng asked quietly. Yu Xingyi gritted his teeth and glared at him. But it's all because of you. Chen Feng was taken aback, quickly checking himself for any abnormalities. Once satisfied he was fine, he regarded Gu Xingyi with suspicion, instinctively leaning back a bit. Cough, old Gu. I like women. To hell with that. It's all for you. Do you believe I want to rip this anime concept in half right now? Chen Feng was even more shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the notebook Gu Xingyi was holding aloft. What did you say? Anime? You mean you wrote an anime concept overnight? Gu Xingyi's expression remained stern. He had racked his brain for this anime the previous night. On one hand, it was for Chen Feng, and on the other, he wanted to return home sooner to accompany Xia Xiao and Nai. Guess what? What else could I possibly do? Cough. Don't be angry. Were you serious about everything you said yesterday? Chen Feng continued to gaze at Gu Xingyi in astonishment, recalling how he had mentioned having some understanding of anime. He had thought Gu Xingyi was just venting frustration at Wang Jun and Ruanqing, but it turned out he had genuinely produced an anime concept overnight. Course, I never tell lies. This is just a rough outline and character sketches. Once I get back, I will flesh it out in detail. In truth, Gu Xingyi had intended to write it all out directly, but he wasn't sure how to execute the anime properly. So he had only drafted the outline and main character traits, planning to research online about anime scripts once he returned home, to provide Chen Feng with a complete anime script. As he spoke, Gu Xingyi tossed the notebook into Chen Feng's lap. Chen Feng stared at Gu Xingyi's dark circles, feeling increasingly touched. This was his brother. Though he said nothing, his actions spoke volumes about his sentiments. Chen Feng opened his mouth but couldn't find the words, instead lowering his gaze to the notebook, studying it intently. The cover bore a large title. A Man Above One. Chen Feng froze, realizing that his own domestic anime was titled Above All Beings. Was this mere coincidence? He quickly flipped to the second page, which detailed a world of extraordinary beings, introducing Zhang Chulan, who had been carefully concealing himself. Until one day, the appearance of Sister Bao turned everything upside down, thrusting him into unprecedented troubles. Not Wang by Lian Zhang Chulan, digging pits and burying people. Sister Bao. Just as Gu Xingyi had said, this was merely a rough outline and character traits. However, the more Chen Feng read, the more astonished he became. This was far superior to his own design. Just the outline alone had him captivated, with its thrilling plot twists and deeply developed characters. He wanted nothing more than to knock on Gu Xingyi's head to see how such brilliance had come to be. Chen Feng's hands trembled as he held the notebook. This was a treasure. Chapter 67. A fortunate encounter in this life. Chen Feng abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Gu Xingyi, his voice trembling. Old Gu, did you really write this? For me? What else could it be? Gu Xingyi replied calmly, affirming that in this world, it was indeed his creation, a man above one. The anime, which had once exploded in popularity in the original world, crafted by Mi-Air, had once dominated the animation realm. He believed that even in this world, it could still shine brightly. Old Gu, do you even realize the value of this? You just gave it to me? Gu Xingyi smiled, understanding that some things between brothers didn't need to be elaborated upon. Just as Chen Feng knew that he was the star of the internet, he never mentioned it. He didn't care about his fame, only about the negative comments online. What's wrong, madman? Do you think it's beneath you? You want it back? I'll tear it apart, Gu Xingyi teased, pretending to reach for the notebook. No, what is given to me is mine. Chen Feng hurriedly hugged the notebook to his chest, like a hen protecting her chicks. Gu Xingyi chuckled heartily and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. All right, in life, one must look forward. There's an old saying, a loss may lead to a gain. So, madman, what are your plans now? Chen Feng looked at Gu Xingyi's smiling face and couldn't help but smile back. Although he was puzzled by Gu Xingyi's sudden transformation, the eloquence and newfound skills in songwriting and anime creation didn't concern him much. What mattered to him was the bond they shared, knowing that Gu Xingyi would always come running, no matter the distance. All right, old Gu, I won't let your anime go to waste. I plan to gather some people and reopen the studio, letting the name A Man Above One resound throughout the anime world. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Gu Xingyi's eyes shone with appreciation. He didn't care about how Chen Feng would shape the anime. All that mattered was that Chen Feng was regaining his confidence. Make sure to choose wisely this time, Gu Xingyi teased, and Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I won't. There's no way I can trip over the same stone twice. Trust me, the people I find this time will be professionals. I want to say more. Once I get back, I'll finalize the anime design and send it to you. Go for it, young man. The two exchanged smiles, their camaraderie palpable. After that, Gu Xingyi didn't linger in Jiangxing any longer. While Chen Feng got busy again, preparing to seek investment from home and gather a team. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi returned to Magic City on schedule. The next day, Xia Xiao was set to compete in the quarterfinals, and she had been busy rehearsing new songs for the past few days. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the apartment, only Yunjie and Little Nai Nai were home. Little Nai Nai, having not seen her father for 2 days, rushed into Gu Xingyi's arms as soon as she spotted him. Gu Xingyi scooped her up and nodded at Yunjie in greeting. Yunjie, how is your mother's condition? Yunjie looked at Gu Xingyi with a complex expression, nodding in response. The last surgery has been completed successfully, and she is currently recovering well. The caretaker is doing a great job. Regarding this matter, Yunjie felt grateful toward Gu Xingyi, and Xia Xiao had also treated her well, allocating 10% of all future activities and song revenue to her, while Tao Lele did the same. Thus, Yunjie's feelings toward Gu Xingyi were somewhat complicated. He had helped her, and he was treating Xia Xiao well, but he had also bullied Xia Xiao in the past. Gu Xingyi had not pondered deeply on the matter. Upon hearing Sister Yun's words, he nodded in agreement. That's good. I appreciate Sister Yun's future care for Xia Xiao. It is my duty. Sister Yun waved her hand dismissively, asserting that even without this arrangement, she would still look after Xia Xiao. However, she could understand Gu Xingyi's perspective, considering that it was entirely reasonable for him, as Xia Xiao's husband, to express such sentiments. After a moment's thought, Sister Yun continued, Xiao is currently practicing her singing at the company. Aren't you going to see her? She would surely be thrilled to know you have returned. Sister Yun had noticed that since Gu Xingyi left the previous day, Xia Xiao had been frequently glancing at her phone. At her suggestion, Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up. A surprise visit? He was quite fond of the idea. It would also allow him to relish his wife's heavenly voice once more. He agreed without hesitation, and the three of them headed to Inhai Entertainment. Meanwhile, online, netizens were still left in the dark, waiting for any updates from Gu Xingyi, with even the victim, Xia Xiao, remaining silent. Speculations ran rampant, with many wondering if Xia Xiao was in discussions with Gu Xingyi regarding a divorce. Given the current scandal, public opinion seemed to favor Xia Xiao, and whether she was under duress or not, she could leverage the situation to extricate herself from Gu Xingyi. Some overly zealous netizens even formed a group to denounce Gu Xingyi and rally behind Xia Xiao, with daily updates on the unfolding events. The latest news from the group indicated that Xia Xiao had been spotted at Inhai Entertainment, accompanied only by a small assistant. Ji Yuxingyi's Douyin was still inundated with criticism, when suddenly, Xia Xiyao's Weibo account updated with a pin post. The first netizen to discover this was quick to inform the group, exclaiming, "Brothers, major news! Xia Xiyao's Weibo has been updated. It must mean there are developments." This revelation sent a wave of excitement through the group, prompting everyone to call friends to join in, with some even spamming Gu Xingyi's Douyin. Entertainment media lurking in the group also sensed a potential hot topic brewing. They swiftly released various news articles, and after waiting for over a day, the public finally had a voice from one of the involved parties. In an instant, countless viewers flocked to Xia Xiyao's Weibo account. However, upon opening the pinned post, they were left dumbfounded by the two elegantly pinned sentences. "To have encountered a kindred spirit in this life is a blessing beyond measure. A gentleman corrects his mistakes, and all hold him in esteem, as does my heart." What was this? The netizens recognized each word, yet when combined, the meaning eluded them. After denouncing Gu Xingyi for so long, the victim responded with such sentiments? In an instant, the hearts of the netizens ached, feeling as though they had been stabbed in the back, unable to believe this was truly Xia Xiyao's voice. They understood the meaning behind those words, which is precisely why their emotions erupted. The comments on this Weibo post flooded in, with nearly everyone questioning whether this was an indication that Gu Xingyi had somehow manipulated Xia Xiyao's account. Yet, there was no way to obtain answers at that moment, and they could only continue to express their disbelief beneath the post. With no other option, the netizens resigned themselves to waiting for the starlight gathering the next day, when all truths would be revealed. They were eager to ask Xia Xiao directly if this was indeed true. Chapter 68. A small surprise when Gu Xingyi and Sister Yun arrived at Inhai Entertainment with Nai Nai. Xia Xiao had just finished posting on Weibo and was practicing her singing in the recording studio. That post had taken her considerable time to craft. She had initially intended to ignore the online frenzy, but upon seeing the incessant vitriol directed at Gu Xingyi, she felt compelled to defend him. After posting, she blushed for quite some time, as that bold statement had required immense courage. Yet, after sharing it, her mood noticeably improved, and even her singing became more natural. Ji Yuxingyi, cradling little Nai Nai, followed Sister Yun as she guided him to the 11th floor, where all the recording studios were located, and where Xia Xiao was most likely to be found. They had refrained from calling her in advance, intending to surprise her. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they had not yet spotted Xia Xiao when they coincidentally encountered Cheng Di, who was exiting the studio. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai. This was Cheng Di's first time meeting Gu Xingyi in person, and her first impression was that he appeared very amiable. Unlike the vicious portrayal online, she was one of Xia Xiao's earliest fans, having been captivated by the mysterious allure of her performance of A Lifetime with You before the account gained widespread popularity. Cheng Di had always yearned for the kind of love depicted in that song. How many have admired your youthful beauty? Who knows who would bear the relentless passage of time? Cheng Di had always believed that a person capable of writing and singing such a song must be a romantic soul, and from that moment on, she had closely followed Xia Xiao. Although she had not believed the recent online rumors, she had still kept a watchful eye on the developments, and when Xia Xiao's Weibo post appeared, she was among the first to see it. She felt envious, wishing for the sweet love that they seemed to share. One that saw a husband bravely showcasing his talents in the bustling metropolis for his wife, and a wife daring to speak out for love. Gu Xingyi also noticed the suddenly halted, sweet-faced girl. He recognized her as Cheng Di, one of the favorites to win at the Star Song gathering. He smiled kindly at her and nodded before continuing to walk with little Nai Nai. "You must be looking for Xia Xiao, right? She's in the second recording studio on the left ahead." Cheng Di suddenly spoke up. Ji Yuxingyi turned back, intrigued, and regarded Cheng Di, who was clad in a lovely yellow dress and radiated a lively aura. "Thank you," he replied, just as he was about to turn away, when Cheng Di called out again, "Xiaoyao, could you give me an autograph? I'm your fan." Cheng Di stammered, her shyness mirroring that of a typical young girl meeting her idol. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. Given his current online reputation, he could only describe it as dismal, yet here was this prominent young lady openly professing her admiration for him. He felt a tad more favorably towards Cheng Di, smiling as he set little Nai Nai down and took her small hand to approach Cheng Di. "Sure. I didn't expect to still have fans, especially one as talented as you." Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Cheng Di's face flushed slightly as she cutely stuck out her tongue, then produced a notebook from her belongings and handed it to him. "Hello, Xiaoyao. I'm Cheng Di. Please sign on this. Gu Xingyi received the notebook and noticed it was filled with titles of his own songs. He awkwardly rubbed his nose before signing his name, returning the notebook to Cheng Di, surprised that she was such a fervent fan. Just call me Xiao Di. Cheng Di beamed as she took back the notebook, glancing at the signature with delight. Xiao Di, what are you doing? Just then, a male voice called from the direction of the elevator. Gu Xingyi peered past Cheng Di and saw a refined man wearing gold-framed glasses approaching with a frown. Nothing much. Cheng Di quickly tucked away her notebook, obediently addressing the man. Uncle, what are you doing here? The newcomer was Yin Ping, who, upon reaching them, recognized Gu Xingyi and his expression turned cold. He grasped Cheng Di's arm, leading her toward the elevator while admonishing her. Your mother asked me to bring you something and also, don't crowd around just anyone. Did you hear me? I know. Cheng Di nodded repeatedly in agreement, casting a cheeky glance back at Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi was utterly perplexed, unsure of how he had offended this man. Yet, it was merely a minor incident, and he shook his head, dismissing it as he turned to head toward the recording studio where Xia Xiao was. Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, which was opened by Tao Lei. She appeared surprised upon seeing Gu Xingyi, just as she was about to call out to Xia Xiao, who was practicing inside. Gu Xingyi subtly gestured for silence. Tao Lei understood immediately and fell silent. Gu Xingyi led little Nai Nai quietly inside, and Sister Yun closed the door, standing with Tao Lei at the entrance, peering inside. This was not Gu Xingyi's first time hearing Xia Xiao sing, but no matter how many times he witnessed her performances, he was always struck by her earnest dedication to her craft. Her focused demeanor was simply enchanting. Xia Xiao was engrossed in her song, completely unaware of Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai's presence outside. A smile crept across Gu Xingyi's face as he listened. The accompaniment made her voice sound even more beautiful. Little Nai Nai nestled against Gu Xingyi's leg, her big eyes fixed on her mother, who exuded confidence in a way that delighted the innocent child. When Xia Xiao finished her song and instinctively turned to look outside, she spotted Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai, her eyes widening in surprise and delight. Gu Xingyi wore a gentle smile, while little Nai Nai's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with joy, illuminating the entire room. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Xia Xiao's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she approached, softly saying, "You're back." The fine beads of perspiration on Xia Xiao's nose added to her playful vivacity. This was the essence of youth in her 20s, Gu Xingyi nodded, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Yes, my dear wife, a surprise, indeed. Xia Xiao's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing him, and she noticed Tao Lei and Sister Yun stifling their laughter at the door. How could he be like this? There were others present. Why call her my dear wife? Xia Xiao lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, instead picking up little Nai Nai, though the blush on her cheeks and the smile that lingered on her face betrayed her true feelings. The unexpected appearance of Gu Xingyi filled her with delight. Chapter 69. Destined the following day, the highly anticipated second installment of the Star Song Gathering commenced as scheduled. The buzz surrounding the first installment had soared to unprecedented heights, largely due to Xia Xiao's performance of The Wind Has Risen, and now, the unfolding events surrounding Gu Xingyi had prompted numerous platforms to collaborate in live-streaming the competition. Indeed, from early morning, countless netizens occupied various platforms' live-stream rooms, eagerly awaiting the match, while the Magic City Sports Arena buzzed with throngs of spectators, many of whom were part of Xia Xiao's support group. Additionally, mainstream entertainment media had also arrived early, aiming to secure first-hand information. This clearly demonstrated that the Star Song Gathering spectacle was entirely fueled by a single individual's influence. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as the official livestream commenced, broadcasts across major platforms synchronized, and an avalanche of comments flooded the screens. Ren Chao, the director of the Star Song Gathering, beamed at the sheer volume of comments, recognizing that regardless of Gu Xingyi's public image, be it negative or positive, the attention he garnered was genuine and invaluable. For Ren Chao, this was a tremendous boon. However, he sincerely hoped that no complications arose between Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao, as harmony between them would be ideal, as long as they remained united. Xia Xiao's presence would guarantee Gu Xingyi's presence, and with Gu Xingyi, there would always be an audience. After all, Ren Chao could distinguish between a satisfying meal and a feast, so he genuinely wished for Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi to thrive together. Inside the Magic City Sports Arena, the scene was far more grandiose than the previous event, as the production team was willing to invest in the venue's decorations now that they were profiting. Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai, both wearing masks, stealthily entered the venue amidst the crowd. The arena's ceiling sparkled like a starry sky, with a galaxy cascading down, stretching all the way to the stage, creating an alluring atmosphere reminiscent of a deep summer night, shrouded in mystery and longing. This time, the host was the renowned Chen Shuer, resplendent in formal attire as she gracefully ascended the stage. Welcome to the Star Song Gathering. I am your host, Chen Shuer. It is a pleasure to meet everyone in this grand event. Our competition has now reached its second phase, where only 8 out of the original 16 contestants remain on stage. Today, 4 singers will be eliminated. Such is the brutal yet captivating nature of competition. At this moment, I believe everyone present, along with those watching online, is filled with anticipation, hoping for their favored contestants to advance. Without further ado, let us first view the profiles of our 8 contestants on the big screen. As Chen Shuer concluded her introduction, she gracefully turned to the screen, where the profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one after another. Only when the last contestant's information was displayed did she turn back to the audience, continuing, "Now that we have viewed the profiles, let us welcome our 4 esteemed mentors to the stage." As the stage transformed, the galaxy parted into 4 streams, and the 4 mentors emerged, bathed in starlight, each singing their signature songs. When the final mentor finished, they collectively waved to the audience, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the audience's adulation, the 4 mentors took their places at the judging panel. Chen Shuer smiled at the mentors before raising her microphone once more. In the backstage area, Xia Shiyao had already taken her position. Having quietly entered through the staff corridor while wearing a mask, the crowd ahead was overwhelming, many holding signs in her support, which made her feel anxious. Especially disheartening were the signs opposing Gu Xingyi and denouncing domestic violence. Seeing them caused her heart to ache. She worried whether Gu Xingyi had noticed them, fearing it would sadden him as well. Gu Xingyi certainly saw them. He was not blind. After all, those large signs were hard to miss. Yet, surprisingly, he felt indifferent as long as neither Xia Shiyao nor Nai were targeted. Nothing could breach his defenses. Besides, this was a situation he had created in the past, so it bore no relevance to him now. After reconciling with Xia Shiyao, he had long since moved on. Gu Xingyi's gaze shifted toward the stage, where today's contestants had been randomly assigned by the audience. Xia Shiyao was set to perform in the second round, facing off against Xiao Feibai from Shangshi Entertainment, another strong contender for the title. It seemed as though fate had conspired for Xia Shiyao to face formidable challenges in her pursuit of victory. Her opponents were consistently powerful. The previous contestant, Lu Qian, had been unable to perform at her full potential due to a broken heart, resulting in a dismal performance. Meanwhile, backstage, Xiao Feibai had received the news and looked pale. Feeling rather surprised, among the contestants, he at least wished to face Xia Shiyao. That woman had a secret weapon. Her man brought with him a guaranteed surge in popularity. Fortunately, the man's image had recently taken a hit, and he had no idea what the current status of Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi's relationship was, nor whether the songs she performed were still pinned by him. This thought brought Xiao Feibai some comfort. He acknowledged Xia Shiyao's vocal prowess, yet he felt confident in his own abilities as well. Unless Gu Xingyi produced another hidden gem of a song, Xiao Feibai believed he could still hold his own. The first match featured Chengdi, whose opponent was the last remaining singer from Tianmei Entertainment. Chengdi's voice was remarkably distinct from that of Xia Shiyao. Her naturally sweet tone, combined with her petite stature and charming doll-like face, enchanted the audience as she sang delightful tunes that melted their hearts. This was the first time Gu Xingyi had the pleasure of hearing her sing. During the previous competition, Xia Shiyao had been the first to perform, and Gu Xingyi had left the venue immediately after her turn. However, this time, he had the opportunity to listen to Chengdi's song and nodded in approval. Indeed, it was splendid and perfectly suited for her. As a devoted fan, he acknowledged her exceptional vocal skills. She truly deserved her status as a frontrunner for the championship. In contrast, her opponent's abilities paled in comparison to Lu Qian's, leading to Chengdi's inevitable victory in this round. In the second round, once again, Xia Shiyao took the stage first. Today, she donned a pristine white shirt paired with a floral skirt, simple yet elegant. Her hair remained in an adorable bun, and this outfit accentuated her youthful radiance even more than her previous appearance. As she stood vivaciously on stage, it was as though the audience beheld a spirited young girl brimming with vitality. Xia Shiyao immediately scanned the crowd for the familiar figures of Gu Xingyi and Xiao Nai, and upon spotting their waving hands, a smile graced her lips. The spotlight illuminated her face, and her captivating smile was enough to leave Gu Xingyi momentarily entranced. Before the song even began, shouts erupted from the audience. Xia Yao, is that Weibo post really from you? Xia Yao, do you truly like Gu Xingyi, or is he coercing you? The atmosphere quickly became chaotic. Gripping the microphone tightly, Xia Yao gazed down at Gu Xingyi, suddenly reminded of the purity and tenderness reflected in his eyes the first time she encountered him. This thought made her almond-shaped eyes sparkle even brighter. With a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone and proclaimed loudly to both the audience and the viewers at home, I like him. I truly like Gu Xingyi. He is wonderful. Some loves are destined. In the resplendent galaxy of lights, her gaze traversed the sea of people, intertwining with Gu Xingyi's. He felt somewhat dazed, as if he were gazing at a celestial being from the heavens. How could this not be destiny? Gu Xingyi felt this deeply. It was predestined that he had traversed realms to meet her and fall in love with her. The audience fell silent, captivated by Xia Yao's declaration. She spoke of destiny. The joy and happiness in her eyes were unmistakable. She genuinely adored him, and she felt truly blessed, which compelled her to voice such sentiments. Silence enveloped the audience, both in the venue and online, as they absorbed the overflowing joy that could not possibly be feigned by someone who had long suffered from abuse. At that moment, the music began to play softly, and on the large screen behind the stage, the title Courage slowly appeared. Lyrics penned by Gu Xingyi, composed by Xia Yao, and performed by her, a collaborative creation. Courage. As the prelude resonated, the audience involuntarily succumbed to the music, allowing its melody to wash over them. Xia Yao, microphone in hand, maintained eye contact with Gu Xingyi, as if the song were her proclamation to him. I now have the courage to love you. As the prelude concluded, her voice emerged gently, akin to confiding a seemingly trivial matter. I have finally made this decision. I shall not heed the opinions of others, as long as you affirm my choice. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, for I understand that nothing comes easily. My heart has been rehearsing this affirmation, fearing most that you might suddenly wish to give up. At this moment, both the live audience and online viewers were utterly captivated. Was this not an unabashed confession? Were they not indulging in a display of affection? How could one claim unhappiness while basking in such love? If this was misfortune, then even the most forlorn single soul would yearn to experience such misery. Meanwhile, Gao Cheng and Su Bin were watching the live broadcast, their faces ashen, akin to having consumed 100 dead rats. Why? They simply wanted to know why Gu Xingyi treated her so well, and yet she was not incensed. Instead, she stood there professing her love. Thankfully, Lu Qian had already exited. Had she witnessed this scene, her heart would have shattered, sending her soaring to the heavens. In the next moment, the audience was further stunned. Love truly requires courage to confront rumors and gossip. As long as you affirm my love with a mere glance, my feelings become meaningful. Listen, was this not the language of the heart? Viewers collectively gasped in disbelief. So, we are the purveyors of rumors? Yes, you possess great courage, we concede. No longer shall we criticize. All it takes is a glance to affirm love. The original protagonist has emerged, steadfastly supporting Gu Xingyi. While the spectators pondered their own concerns in vain. In the background, Ren Chao's grin stretched from ear to ear. Another classic song. Moreover, the most important aspect was that Xia Yao and Gu Xingyi's relationship remained intimate. Ren Chao felt reassured and elated. At this moment, in his eyes, Xia Yao was a treasure, an extraordinary treasure endowed with remarkable gifts. On stage, Xia Yao's voice continued to resonate, her unwavering courage resonating with the audience, imparting the message that we all require the bravery to believe in love. Amidst the bustling crowd, I can feel you, your sincerity cradled in my hands. Understood. Understood. No more displays of affection. We were mistaken. How could we have thought today would be a trial? It turned out to be a night overflowing with love. Yet, this song was truly enchanting. Oh, I have fallen completely in love. What should I do? I also wish to forgive Xing Yao. If there are no more of his songs, how shall I survive? Forgiveness. It is imperative. Xia Yao has spoken out. What more is there to deliberate? You would forgive such a person just like that? Surely not. Up there. What brings you out at this hour? Are you the original protagonist? Who granted you this courage? Xia Yao. Ha ha ha. I am amused. The courage given by Xia Yao. Yet, This song is indeed delightful. It evokes fond memories of the past. If only I had possessed the courage of Xia Xiao back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. To love openly is a rare and precious thing. May those who bravely pursue love find everlasting happiness. As Xia Xiao performed this song, the barrage of comments gradually calmed. Although viewers still felt a twinge of discomfort, the original protagonist was so deeply in love, even showering the audience with affection. What could they, the onlookers, possibly say? Surely, they would not take on the role of the anxious bystanders. Xia Xiao's declaration of love, along with her song Courage, completely captivated the audience. They were not only enchanted by the beautiful melody but also moved by her fearless expression of love. In the backstage area, Xiao Fei Bai appeared pale, devoid of any courage at this moment. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Initially, he had hoped that Gu Xingyi had not written a song for her, but now they had collaborated on a piece. If it were merely a good song, he could accept it. That would still leave him with a chance of winning. But now, the situation was not only that the song was excellent, but it was also perfectly suited to the occasion. It resonated deeply with Xia Xiao's current emotions. One song, one declaration, transformed the Night-S competition into a celebration of love. How could he possibly win? Xiao Fei Bai shook his head in resignation, knowing that his own song could not compete with Courage, and the atmosphere was far less vibrant. The competition had not yet concluded when Xiao Fei Bai sensed the outcome. At this moment, Xia Xiao had finished her performance, graciously bowing to the audience and her mentors before gradually exiting the stage. It was only when the music ceased that the audience realized the song had concluded. They had been so immersed in the experience that they had not noticed the passage of time. As Xia Xiao's figure vanished from the stage, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. They admired Xia Xiao, a brave soul who dared to pursue love, deserving of their support. As it was Xiao Fei Bai's turn to perform, he quickly composed himself. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give it his all. This was a matter of a singer's professional integrity. Xiao Fei Bai truly lived up to his status as a contender for the championship. The moment the music began, he swiftly entered into the zone. His voice was clear and bright, performing an upbeat song that invigorated the atmosphere. The audience waved their glow sticks in rhythm, swaying to the lively tune. The mentors on stage were expressions of approval. While this song could not rival Courage, he had delivered a commendable performance after Xia Xiao.it was certainly far superior to Lu Qian's performance in the last round. Xiao Fei Bai's fans felt a hint of regret, fully aware that their idol had given his all. After all, there was only one Xing Yao in the world, and not everyone could produce such high-quality work in such a short span of time. In the audience, Gu Xingyi attentively listened to Xiao Fei Bai's performance. Although they were rivals, music transcended boundaries, and good music deserved serious appreciation. As expected, the results were unsurprising. While this time did not see the overwhelming victory experienced in the first round, Xia Xiao still triumphed with a score of 4-1. Xiao Fei Bai received 1 vote from a mentor who favored his voice and earnest approach, merely a gesture of goodwill. He accepted this with grace, having anticipated the outcome. It was simply a matter of skill. Henceforth, he would strive even harder. The second episode of Xing Gu Hui concluded at 11 o'clock that night. Xia Xiao, Cheng Di, Miao and Jun, and a contestant from a small entertainment company, Wang Chun, successfully advanced to the top 4. With the inclusion of 2 dark horses, Xia Xiao and Wang Chun. Alongside the 2 previous frontrunners, audience enthusiasm for Xing Gu Hui surged. After all, competitions featuring dark horses are always more thrilling, and the battle for the championship can lead to unexpected outcomes. Online, calls for Xia Xiao to win the championship amplified, as her consecutive performances showcased her extraordinary talent, along with her remarkable songwriting abilities. Viewers began to realize that the two were not simply an ill-matched pair. They now understood that Gu Xingyi might not be worthy of Xia Xiao at all. A treasure like her should be cherished by anyone. Following the conclusion of Xing Gu Hui, a post on this topic rapidly climbed the trending charts. Gu Xingyi's self-redemption comes from the courage given by Xia Xiao. The essence of the original sentiment was straightforward. Gu Xingyi, you can be forgiven entirely because you have a wonderful wife. Be grateful. Just then, in High Entertainment, unwilling to be left out, joined the trending topic, posting a Weibo message that tagged Xia Xiao. Congratulations to our Xia Xiao and Cheng Di for advancing to the top 4. Additionally, we would like to clarify that Gu Xingyi is not as deplorable as the rumors suggest. Their love is mutual. Upon reading this, Netizens realized that the two had indeed complemented each other, each striving for the other. They were smitten. Such a relationship was enviable, and they expressed their admiration. A love that flourishes in mutual pursuit brings joy, further enhancing the appeal of this celestial couple. The group leaders of Xia Shi Yao's support group and Gu Xing's criticism group silently changed their group name to Xia Shi Yao Gu Xing ECP group after the competition. The members began to engage in lively discussions. They should be together forever. I ship them, rest assured. I don't see Xia Shi Yao as someone who fails to recognize good fortune. If they dare to separate, I'll be the first to flood Xia Shi Yao's Douyin. Ahem. Actually, I'm a fan of Gu Xingyao. Haha, I wish I had a daughter like her, by the way. I forgot to mention. What's Gu Xing's name again? Xia Shi Yao is our beloved little princess. Uft. You fake fan. Just now, you said you forgot. The group leader, secretly observing the enthusiastic chatter among the group members, suddenly had an epiphany and changed the group name again. Xia Shi Yao Gu Xingyi family group. Do not ask why Gu Xingyi is listed last. It's merely that, in comparison, he is the least attractive. Oh, and he has a shady past. When Xia Shi Yao emerged from backstage, only Gu Xingyi remained waiting for her. She blinked, wondering where Lei Lei and the others had gone. Even Nai Nai had been taken away. Gu Xingyi's unwavering gaze made her cheeks flush. The boldness she had displayed on stage was now replaced by shyness. She lowered her head, her previously pursed lips curving upward, her rosy complexion deepening. Xia Shi Yao stared at her toes, unable to meet his eyes. How could a man gaze so intently at a girl in the middle of the road? Unaware of any impropriety, Gu Xingyi merely regarded his wife, as if divine beings had no sway over him. He felt that Xia Shi Yao's words about destiny resonated with his very soul. It was fated that he traversed realms to love her. Unable to bear Gu Xingyi's intense gaze any longer, Xia Shi Yao lifted her head and shot him a glance. At that moment, Gu Xingyi instinctively took a step back, awkwardly scratching his nose. This side of Xia Shi Yao was truly unbeatable. The allure of that single glance held immense power. Seeing Gu Xingyi react this way, Xia Shi Yao couldn't help but laugh. Rolling her eyes at him as she inquired, "Where's Nai Nai?" Lei Lei and Yun Jie took her back, Gu Xingyi replied, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. He himself did not understand why he suddenly wished to spend time alone with Xia Shi Yao. When they were together, his heart felt at peace. Xia Shi Yao softly acknowledged him, her cheeks still flushed, clearly aware of Gu Xingyi's intentions. Her innocent demeanor was irresistibly charming, and Gu Xingyi was completely captivated. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his excitement and took the initiative to grasp Xia Shi Yao's soft hand, leading her forward. Together, they strolled quietly beneath the streetlights, their shadows stretching out before them, their hearts drawing closer in that moment. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by a rumbling sound. Xia Shi Yao's mouth, which had been slightly turned up, fell agape in disbelief as she looked at her stomach, which had betrayed her with an ungracious growl, making her wish she could vanish into the ground. How embarrassing! Her face turned crimson. Gu Xingyi burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the night. Vibrant and clear, it was not until Xia Shi Yao tightened her grip on his hand that he managed to stifle his laughter, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. This side of Xia Shi Yao was her most authentic self. Ahem, I'm hungry. Shall we grab some late-night snacks? Xia Shi Yao did not verbally respond but simply nodded, allowing Gu Xingyi to lead her toward the nearby snack street. The night market in late summer was bustling, particularly the snack street, which was packed with people. The fragrant aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air, tantalizing both of their appetites. Xia Shi Yao had barely eaten anything for lunch, and now, at nearly 11:40 at night, she was ravenous. The myriad of tempting smells made her swallow hard. This scene did not escape Gu Xingyi's notice. He chuckled softly, surprised to discover that Xia Shi Yao was a foodie too. How had she managed without tasting these delights for so long? Following the crowd, they entered the snack street. In that moment, they resembled an ordinary couple, with Gu Xingyi purchasing a variety of snacks to indulge his little foodie companion. Chapter 72. Still a little foodie whether in the original world or here, Gu Xingyi seldom indulged in shopping, and for Xia Shi Yao, her outings were even rarer. Having been an orphan, she had worked diligently through school, and after graduating, she pursued a career as a singer, leaving her with little time for leisurely strolls. She had completely forgotten the last time she visited such a street market. However, at this moment, she found herself utterly enchanted by the vibrant food stalls, primarily because the aromas were simply irresistible. For instance, even before she could utter a word, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at a stall selling roasted chicken legs, Gu Xingyi would stride toward it without hesitation. When he returned, he would invariably bear 2 skewers of deliciously grilled chicken legs. Such a simple act made Xia Xiao realize that happiness had indeed arrived at her doorstep. This sensation kept the corners of her mouth perpetually uplifted, warming her heart. Gu Xingyi too reveled in this delightful time together. This must be what they call love. Though outsiders, they appeared to be a married couple of many years, perhaps even parents. Yet, in truth, they were akin to a pair of young lovers, experiencing many things for the very first time. They strolled confidently through the food street, with Xia Xiao sampling an array of snacks, more than she had ever consumed in one outing. Whatever she could not finish found its way into Gu Xingyi's stomach. Xia Xiao, Gu Xingyi, where are you? Suddenly, amidst the previously bustling food street, someone let out a shriek, prompting inquiries from those nearby. Instantly, a significant portion of the crowd began to look around. Upon spotting the 2 familiar faces, they were immediately struck dumb. Wow, it's truly Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi. Xia Xiao looks just as stunning as on television. That face, absolutely breathtaking. Gu Xingyi must have accumulated an immense amount of fortune in his past life. In an instant, the majority of the crowd recognized them, with even those unfamiliar with the pair beginning to inquire about the situation. The entire food street buzzed with excitement. As many converged towards them, it was their first encounter with living celebrities in such a chaotic setting, without masks or any pretense. Did they not realize how famous they had become? Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao were momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this aspect entirely. After all, they had been relatively unknown until now. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Only now did they recall that their names had been trending on social media for days. It was a miracle they had not been recognized sooner. After being identified, the food street erupted into a frenzy. Whether acquainted with them or merely curious onlookers, everyone surged towards them in an instant. Damn! Gu Xingyi exclaimed, pulling the still bemused Xia Xiao, who was holding snacks aloft, and made a hasty retreat. Luckily, the food street was a labyrinth of paths, crowded with people. Gu Xingyi navigated the twists and turns, and before long, they had evaded the throng pursuing them. By this time, they had moved from the center of the food street to the outskirts, stealthily donning masks. Gu Xingyi even bought a cap to place atop Xia Xiao's head. Once settled, Gu Xingyi wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the still dazed Xia Xiao. Being a celebrity is such a hassle, it's terrifying. Xia Xiao blinked beneath the cap, touching the mask on her face. Raising the snack in her hand, I can't eat like this, she protested, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Gu Xingyi sighed, thinking how this woman seemed to become increasingly oblivious, fixated solely on food. Let me wrap it up for you. Shall we find a quieter spot to eat? Xia Xiao glanced at the snack in her hand, pondering for a moment before reluctantly handing it to Gu Xingyi, her eyes fixed on it as if fearing he might sneak a bite. Gu Xingyi chuckled softly, wrapping the remaining food, and from his pocket, he produced a napkin, naturally taking her small hand to gently wipe the grease from her fingers. Don't worry, it's all yours, he reassured her. Xia Xiao gazed at the tender Gu Xingyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet deep within, an undeniable spark of joy ignited. Let us go. Gu Xingyi assessed her now clean hand before retracting his own, a smile gracing his face. Xia Xiao lowered her head, blindly following Gu Xingyi as they walked on. When they arrived at a plaza in front of a shopping mall, Gu Xingyi guided her to a bench, presenting her with the still warm snacks. Now we can eat in peace. Xia Xiao nodded, taking the food from Gu Xingyi's hands, removing her mask to savor each bite. Gu Xingyi leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the starry sky. The night sky was stunning. Even at this late hour, the moon illuminated the earth with a gentle glow. Before long, Xia Xiao finished her food, and Gu Xingyi handed her a napkin. Wipe your mouth, Xia Xiao pouted, accepting the napkin, feeling as though Gu Xingyi was caring for her as he would for a child. After wiping her mouth, she looked up and caught sight of the large cinema sign above the mall, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Let us go watch a movie. How about it? Gu Xingyi scratched his head, pondering whether it was too late to return. But upon seeing the look of anticipation in Xia Xiao's eyes, his heart softened. He stood up and pointed toward the cinema. Let us go. Xia Xiao's face instantly lit up with joy. She had longed to visit the cinema for a film, yet had never found the opportunity. Now, she could finally go, and with him, no less. As they arrived at the cinema, they found just in time for the last screening. Xia Xiao felt a wave of relief. Had they arrived any later, they would have missed it. The pair quickly purchased tickets and entered the theater. Perhaps due to the late hour, the cinema was sparsely populated, with only a few couples seated in relatively secluded spots. Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao naturally chose seats directly facing the screen in the middle section. With few patrons present, they removed their masks as the lights dimmed and the film began. It was a youthful romance flick. Jiu Xingyi found it rather dull, as he had rarely watched such films, while Xia Xiao was engrossed, though Gu Xingyi preferred to admire her focused profile. As the plot progressed and the lead characters shared flirtatious moments, Gu Xingyi noticed Xia Xiao's cheeks gradually reddening, her lashes fluttering nervously. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at him, catching him in the act of watching her. Xia Xiao's face flushed deeper, flustered that this man was not paying attention to the movie but to her. Gu Xingyi chuckled, realizing that these kinds of films were indeed more suited for girls, who were easily moved by the storyline, and Xia Xiao was no exception. In domestic youth romance films, the endings were often bittersweet, and as expected, the leads parted ways. Once the film concluded and the lights illuminated the theater, Gu Xingyi could clearly see that Xia Xiao's eyes were somewhat red. Women were indeed emotional. Such a film could not evoke as profound an impact on Gu Xingyi as a single glance from Xia Xiao could. Chapter 73. A Lifetime of You. As Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao rose to leave, they noticed a couple in the corner still wrapped in each other's arms. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xiao's cheeks flushed, while Gu Xingyi shamelessly stole another glance, envious of the fiery passion of youth. Exiting the cinema, Gu Xingyi sensed that Xia Xiao's hand was slightly sweaty. She was nervous. He discreetly observed her profile, noting that even her ears had turned red. They walked under the moonlight, neither of them daring to speak first. Jiu Xingyi was captivated by Xia Xiao's shy demeanor, while she was simply bashful. Eventually, Gu Xingyi squeezed her delicate hand and broke the silence. "Don't be so nervous, I won't bite." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao became even more flustered. What did he mean by that? She looked up at him, her lashes fluttering, her eyes filled with a hint of panic. It was a clear case of over-nervousness. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyi suddenly felt mischievous. Acting on impulse, he pulled her towards him, causing Xia Xiao to stumble slightly, her hands instinctively resting on his chest as she looked up at him in confusion. In the next moment, Gu Xingyi leaned in closer, and Xia Xiao could feel his warm breath cascading over her face. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart momentarily halting. Jiu Xingyi was captivated by her fair, flushed complexion, her eyes filled with astonished cuteness, and the way her lips slightly parted as she swallowed hard. So adorable, so utterly irresistible. Initially, Gu Xingyi had only intended to tease her, but at that moment, his resolve crumbled. He surrendered to his feelings and gently pressed his lips against her cheek. Xia Xiao had already closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his kiss, but after a long pause, there was no further movement. Curiosity getting the better of her, she cautiously opened her eyes. Jiu Xingyi was grinning mischievously at her. Fuming, Xia Xiao pushed him away and turned on her heel, walking briskly ahead. Jiu Xingyi stumbled back, scratching his head as he hurried to catch up with her. Xia Xiao hastened her steps, and Gu Xingyi had to stride quickly to keep pace. "Are you mad?" he teased. "Teasing my wife is a moment of joy, but chasing after her is a trial by fire." Xia Xiao ignored him. "I really couldn't help it. It wasn't intentional," Gu Xingyi quickly explained, genuinely stating that he had acted impulsively. Still, Xia Xiao remained silent, quickening her pace. Jiu Xingyi could only follow, a pained expression on his face. They walked for quite some time, and when Xia Xiao realized he hadn't caught up to hold her back, her irritation grew. How had she not noticed how dense he was? Finally reaching the parking lot outside the sports arena, Xia Xiao opened the car door and climbed in. Jiu Xingyi hastily followed, taking the passenger seat beside her. Xia Xiao's expression remained frosty as she engaged the handbrake, started the car, and drove away. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the apartment. Jiu Xingyi watched as Xia Xiao entered, closing the door on him. Tao Lele emerged from the apartment, noticing Xia Xiao's flushed face as she stormed into her bedroom. Seeing Gu Xingyi's pained expression, Tao Lele furrowed her brow. "Did you bully Xia Xiao again?" Gu Xingyi's gaze darted away to no. With his guilty demeanor, Tao Lele was even more convinced. How could you? Xia Shiyao just professed her feelings for you in front of everyone, and you go and bully her. Are you even human? Tao Lele was clearly exasperated. Xia Shiyao had defended him so fiercely. Why would Gu Xingyi treat her this way? It's not what you think. Gu Xingyi hastily waved his hands, scratching his head as he recounted the situation. Tao Lele's eyes widened in disbelief, but Gu Xingyi's expression did not seem feigned. Remembering Xia Shiyao's flushed cheeks, she eventually believed him. She looked at him with a complex expression. You had your chance, and you blew it. You don't even know what made Xia Shiyao angry. You're hopeless. Having learned the truth, Tao Lele decided to ignore the foolish man and turned to close the door behind her. Gu Xingyi sighed, staring at the closed door. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have teased her so. Now, he felt miserable. Turning away, he hung his head in disappointment, ready to leave when suddenly, the door swung open again, and a car key was thrust into his hand, still warm to the touch. He turned to see Xia Shiyao with her lips pouted. You idiot! Are you planning to walk back? Gu Xingyi chuckled, relieved that she was still willing to speak to him. Tentatively, he asked, Are you not angry anymore? Seeing his earnest demeanor, Xia Shiyao could no longer hold back her laughter. You silly, you're quite endearing, just a bit clueless. I was never really angry, Xia Shiyao pouted, shooting him a playful glare. Are women really this capricious? Had the one who had just been sulking been a ghost? Even Gu Xingyi, though somewhat dim-witted, refrained from voicing such thoughts and nodded appreciatively. Right. Not angry at all. I must have misread the situation. I don't want to talk to you. Xia Shiyao shot him another glance before retreating back into the apartment. Gu Xingyi chuckled, swinging the car keys as he sauntered away. The moment he lay down on the bed after a shower at the hotel, he received a WeChat message from Xia Shiyao. Good night. A smile crept across Gu Xingyi's lips as he replied. Good night, my dear wife. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Gu Xingyi drove to the apartment, eager to take little Nai Nai back to Jiangcheng. Their return flight was booked for today, and he was excited to resume his life as a doting father. After breakfast, the group made their way to the airport. Xia Shiyao spent some affectionate moments with little Nai Nai, and when the time was right, she reluctantly handed the little one over to Gu Xingyi. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Gu Xingyi felt the same pang of sadness, but gently took Xia Shiyao's small hand, speaking softly. Let us head back. Remember to call often, and if anything comes up, don't hesitate to tell me. Promise you won't bottle things up, okay? Xia Shiyao nodded, and Gu Xingyi squeezed her hand before reluctantly letting go. Let us go, Gu Xingyi said, cradling Nai Nai and turning toward the terminal. Wait! A sudden waft of perfume enveloped them as Xia Shiyao rushed over, planting a kiss on both Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai's cheeks before stepping back, her lips pursed. Head back, Gu Xingyi chuckled softly, admiring Xia Shiyao's adorable features as he waved goodbye from now on. Amidst the earthly joys and vast landscapes, none shall be without you. None shall be apart from you. I am the rivers and seas of the future. My life shall be all about you. Chapter 74. The kindergarten enrollment incident. The plane landed in Jiangcheng at 11:10 a.m. Upon returning to his long-missed home, Gu Xingyi first tidied up the entire house and then prepared lunch before finally taking a well-deserved rest. Once they were full, the father and daughter naturally lounged on the sofa, reminiscent of their usual routine. It could only be said that like father, like daughter. Gu Xingyi was astonished to find that little Nai Nai had learned to replicate his lounging posture perfectly. Observing his little girl imitating him, Gu Xingyi suddenly recalled something important. Little Nai Nai was now 3 years old and ready for kindergarten. With the school year starting in September, he had only a month left to enroll her. With this thought in mind, he turned to little Nai Nai, who had also straightened up on the sofa. Nai Nai, do you know what kindergarten is? Nai Nai blinked her big eyes, pondering for a moment before nodding at Gu Xingyi. I know. Kindergarten is a place with lots and lots of little friends. I saw it on TV. A smile spread across Gu Xingyi's face as he ruffled her hair. Nai Nai is so smart. Do you want to go to kindergarten? This time, Nai Nai did not answer immediately. She furrowed her little brow, contemplating deeply while keeping her big eyes fixed on Gu Xingyi. Just as Gu Xingyi thought she might be resistant to the idea, she finally spoke up. I want to go, but I'll miss Daddy. Gu Xingyi gazed earnestly at little Nai Nai and pulled her into his embrace. After attending kindergarten, I can see Daddy every day. Daddy takes Nai Nai to school in the morning and picks her up in the afternoon. There are many little friends in kindergarten with whom Nai Nai plays, and the teachers teach her to sing nursery rhymes. If she behaves well, she can even receive little red flowers, Gu Xingyi patiently explained. Nai Nai's current personality and habits are largely shaped by the teachings and example set by herself and Xia Shiyao. However, Gu Xingyi knows that he has not undergone systematic educational training and cannot be compared to the teachers at school. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Nai Nai nodded her little head. Then Nai Nai wants to go to kindergarten. Great. Then Daddy will help Nai Nai find a wonderful kindergarten. Gu Xingyi smiled as he patted little Nai Nai's head, then placed her on the sofa before taking out his phone to search for nearby kindergartens. It was then that Gu Xingyi discovered that the enrollment for kindergartens had already ended. Enrollment had stopped in July, and Gu Xingyi scratched his head, wondering how to solve this dilemma. He hadn't crossed over at that time, and the original owner had never considered these issues. With no other option, Gu Xingyi continued to search online for the best kindergartens nearby. Ultimately, he chose a nearby kindergarten named Jianghua, which had excellent online reviews and a good reputation, especially among parents. With a mix of apprehension and hope, Gu Xingyi gathered various materials and took Nai Nai by car to Jianghua Kindergarten. It was quite close to where they lived, taking just over 10 minutes by car. Upon arrival, Gu Xingyi hurriedly inquired with the security guard at the entrance and successfully made his way to the enrollment office of Jianghua Kindergarten. Inside, there were only 2 female staff members, both around 40 years old. Chatting, Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, and they both turned to look at him. One immediately stood up and politely asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" The other furrowed her brow slightly as she stared at Gu Xingyi's face. Feeling he looked somewhat familiar but unable to place him at that moment, little Nai Nai, feeling shy, clung to Gu Xingyi's leg and hid behind him. Gu Xingyi responded politely, though his expression reflected a hint of embarrassment. "Hello, the thing is, I inadvertently forgot to enroll my child in kindergarten back in June. She is already 3 years old this year. Do you have any spots available at your school?" The standing staff member shook her head, having seen many parents like him who were careless. Not to mention a highly reputable kindergarten like Jianghua, even ordinary kindergartens would likely be fully booked. Although each kindergarten reserves a few spots for emergencies, she could tell that Gu Xingyi clearly was not among them. "I'm sorry, sir. Our spots are already filled." She expressed her regret to Gu Xingyi. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingyi felt a bit disappointed, and at that moment, little Nai Nai peeked out her little head, her big eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. She had only seen this place on television and was filled with curiosity about everything. "Xingyao, you must be the little Princess Xingyao, right?" One of the seated staff exclaimed excitedly upon seeing little Nai Nai. She had felt that Gu Xingyi looked familiar earlier but couldn't recall why. However, upon seeing Nai Nai, she immediately recognized her. She had a son, and both she and her son were fans of Nai Nai. She was a fan of Nai Nai's mother. The standing staff member was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Mumbling, Xingyao? Then she turned her gaze to little Nai Nai, her eyes suddenly brightening. As a mother, she was unfamiliar with Gu Xingyi but was very familiar with Xingyao. It truly was the little Princess Xingyao. "My dear. Wow, just like on the internet. So adorable." Gu Xingyi was taken aback by their sudden reaction. He scratched his head, realizing that both women were fans of Nai Nai. He was somewhat aware of the online fans of Nai Nai's mother, who referred to Nai Nai as the little Princess Xingyao. Seeing the 2 women gazing at her with starry eyes, Nai Nai called out her name. Initially timid, she glanced at Gu Xingyi, who encouraged her with a reassuring look, prompting her to step out from behind him. "Hello, aunties." This was what Gu Xingyi had taught her, to greet people when meeting them. "Hello, let me touch you. Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting the real little Princess Xingyao. How lucky." Both women squatted down, one gently stroking Nai Nai's hair and the other pinching her little face, causing Nai Nai to scrunch up her pretty little brows. At that moment, one of them suddenly looked up. "Hello, Mr. Gu, could you wait here for a moment? I'll call our principal to inquire." "I believe our principal would be very willing to accept Gu Xingyiao into our school. Such good fortune." Gu Xingyi quickly nodded, feeling somewhat emotional. It turned out Nai Nai was quite impressive, with her fans even more enthusiastic than regular celebrities. Subsequently, one staff member hurried aside to make a call to the principal while the other continued to dote on Nai Nai. Unable to take her eyes off her, Gu Xingyi felt completely like an outsider. Chapter 75. Yin Ping's scheme. Before long, the staff member returned after the call, her face beaming with joy. "Mr. Gu, do you have all the necessary documents? I will now help you secure a spot." "Thank you. I appreciate your help." Gu Xingyi nodded vigorously and expressed his gratitude, handing over all the documents he had prepared after researching the necessary materials online. The spot was quickly secured, and the staff member returned the documents to Gu Xingyi, then gently ruffled little Nai Nai's hair, saying, "All right, the enrollment is successful, Mr. Gu. Please keep your phone available." Our teachers will arrange a home visit to get to know the child and understand her situation. Please patiently await their visit. Additionally, the school starts on September 1 st, so please don't forget. Gu Xingyi accepted the documents and hurriedly shook her hand. All right, thank you so much. I will be sure to remember. Once everything was settled, Gu Xingyi left with Nai Nai under the reluctant gazes of the two staff members. As they exited the kindergarten, Gu Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief. His initial intention was just to give it a try, but it had actually worked. Moreover, he had not known that there would be a home visit before kindergarten admission. The thought of it made Gu Xingyi a bit nervous. As a new father, the first teacher for his child would be visiting their home, and he felt somewhat flustered. However, this was a path every parent must take, and Gu Xingyi could only suppress his anxiety, taking Nai Nai back home. Currently, Gu Xingyi had many tasks on his plate: preparing items for Nai Nai's kindergarten, the song for Xia Xiyao's next competition, and the complete anime theme needed by Chen Feng. All of these responsibilities fell upon him, and even with his experience of crossing over, Gu Xingyi felt overwhelmed. He was busy with a flurry of activity, but fortunately, everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, in Magic City, the sky drizzled lightly with rain. Inside the Hai Shangyu Grand Hotel, Yin Ping was dining with a stylishly dressed woman. The woman had long, wavy hair and elegantly swirled her glass of red wine, taking a small sip before gently placing it back on the table. Minister Yin, I owe my rise to fame to your support, but the matter you mention now is quite troublesome. Though she was around 30 years of age, her voice carried a sweetness that could almost be overwhelming. Nevertheless, Yin Ping clearly enjoyed her alluring tone, his gaze filled with admiration. Xiao Xiao, don't worry. I've already spoken with Wang Bing. If Xia Xiyao's next competition opponent is indeed Cheng Di, he will vote for Cheng Di. With your vote, we'll be secure. Yin Ping exuded confidence, feeling a sense of pride in his plans. The workers would always remain workers. How could they contend with someone like him who possessed capital? The Xinggu Hui competition had 4 judges, and he had already won over 2. Now, if Ran Xiaoxiao agreed, Xia Xiyao would surely lose the next match. Seeing Yin Ping's demeanor, Ran Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes. Oh, even if you persuade Wang Bing and add my vote, that's just 2 votes. How can you say it's secure? Yin Ping maintained his smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. What if we add Xue Xiaoqian's vote? Xue Xiaoqian? That upright person? How could that be possible? Ran Xiaoxiao frowned. If it were someone else, she might believe it, but she could never trust Xue Xiaoqian. Yin Ping chuckled mysteriously, pouring another glass of wine for Ran Xiaoxiao, trying to lighten the mood. Nothing is impossible. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just tell me whether you will help me. Ran Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, observing Yin Ping's determined expression. She raised her glass again, took a small sip, and said to Yin Ping, "Cheers." Yin Ping's face instantly lit up with a smile. Cheers. After a meal, Yin Ping reluctantly saw Ran Xiaoxiao off to her car, watching her depart. Now she was a rising star, no longer someone he could easily manipulate, leaving Yin Ping slightly disheartened. However, he quickly masked his disappointment and allowed a smile to re-emerge. With 3 out of the 4 judges on his side, if Xia Xiao faced Cheng Di, how could she possibly win? Did they really think the entertainment industry was so clean? How naive, moreover. He had invited Wu Fan, the music guru, to write songs for Cheng Di. He wasn't worried about the audience's reception at all. As everything fell into place, Yin Ping triumphantly got into his car, heading towards Yinhai Entertainment. Gu Xingyi, of course, had no knowledge of these developments. He was busy searching for writing techniques for manga online, while jotting down the plot for Irenjixia in a thick notebook. Despite his vivid memories of the anime, he still found the writing process quite challenging. The depiction and transition of certain scenes, as well as the characterization and dialogue, required him to brainstorm intensely to articulate them clearly. This was particularly difficult for someone like him who wasn't a writing major. Even for a side character, he needed a considerable amount of time to find the right words to describe them. However, he was still faster than the average person. Generally, it would take years of accumulation for someone to come up with a theme. Creating something from scratch and standing on the shoulders of giants were entirely different matters. Moreover, this wasn't urgent. Once he wrote it, he still needed to hire a manga artist to illustrate it, which would then be turned into an anime. Given his current pace, he believed he could narrate the first season of Irenjixia in its entirety within a month at the latest. As for the song for Xia Xiao, he already had an idea. It was a song he had suddenly thought of during a video call with Xia Xiao today, specifically written for long-distance relationships. Gu Xingyi understood that as the competition progressed, it would only become more challenging. Without a powerful piece, they would likely face a devastating defeat. The main issue was that Xia Shiyao lacked a solid foundation. Unlike other established singers whose fanbases were already formed and would continue to grow. Compared to other singers, Xia Shiyao's path to fame was short, filled with controversies, and her fixed fanbase was small, which was a disadvantage. The only way to compensate for this was to continuously produce excellent works. He worked diligently until nightfall, and after lulling little Nai Nai to sleep, he returned to the living room and sat at the table. He laid out the sheet music, not immediately writing but silently keeping the beat, softly humming a melody. This song was not only powerful in its lyrics, but also crucial in its melody and introduction. After humming through it, Gu Xingyi finally picked up his pen and wrote down the complete melody, annotating all the instruments used. Once the notes were down, Gu Xingyi reviewed the sheet music, a smile spreading across his face. That introduction, truly magnificent. Chapter 76. The arrival of the third round. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from composing the song for Xia Shiyao, Gu Xingyi was fully immersed in creating Yirenji Xia. He felt as though he must have owed Qin Feng from a past life. Otherwise, why would writing anime be even more exhausting than writing songs for Xia Shiyao? Fortunately, Gu Xingyi was becoming more skilled with each passing day. He no longer needed to focus intensely on formatting, as he could smoothly write everything correctly. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. No problem can't be solved through hard work. At 8 in the evening, Gu Xingyi, along with little Nai Nai, settled onto the sofa, casting their phones to the screen to watch the live broadcast. Today marked the third episode of Xing Gu Hui. Progressing from 4 to 2 contestants, he was eager to hear how the song would sound when sung by Xia Aod. At the Magic City Sports Arena, Xia Shiyao had taken the stage, and it was time for the drawing phase. However, this time, before the drawing, the production team had added an interactive segment for the contestants. The host, still clad in a glamorous outfit, was Chen Shuer, who seemed to have mastered the secret to gaining viewership. She initiated the interaction with Xia Shiyao. Contestant Xia Shiyao, may I ask if this song was still composed by Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiyao beamed with a smile, nodding gently in affirmation. Yes. Chen Shuer smiled slightly, appearing unsurprised, and continued with another question. Could you share the title of this song? Also, who would you most like to draw? Gu Xingyi, watching this unfold, exclaimed, this host is certainly up to no good. Regardless of how Xia Shiyao answered, it would surely offend someone. Even the live chat began to voice their opinions. Whoa, is the host trying to stir up trouble? What is there to fear? With strength, there's no need to fear any trouble. I believe every song by Gu Xingyi is a classic. Absolutely. I've listened to several of his songs, and their melodies and lyrics are simply amazing. Xia Shiyao seems unflustered no matter who she faces. The songs are great, but I'm not sure when they'll be released. I've been enduring terrible sound quality just to listen to them repeatedly. It's so tough. Didn't they say the songs would be released after the competition? The first album. I'm definitely buying it. Enough. Enough. Let us see how Xia Shiyao answers. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyao maintained her smile, taking a moment to think before responding directly. I want to reveal the song title. You'll see for yourselves later. As for who I'd like to draw, I haven't really thought about it. I believe everyone is quite strong, and no matter who I face, I will give it my all. Watching from the television, Gu Xingyi smiled at Xia Shiyao's response. She answered cleverly and tactfully, avoiding offending anyone while expressing her determination. Chen Shuer appeared slightly disappointed as she didn't manage to elicit anything significant, but quickly regained her composure and continued with some minor questions, all of which Xia Shiyao answered. Afterward, Chen Shuer interacted with a few other contestants before officially proceeding with the drawing. In the background, Ren Chao observed the real-time traffic data online, feeling ecstatic. In competitions like this, the viewership typically declines over the episodes, primarily because each episode tends to be quite similar, lacking innovation, and thus relies heavily on the singer's songs to maintain interest. Over time, audiences naturally drift away. However, with Xing Gu Hui now in its third episode, the viewership numbers were actually increasing with each episode, thanks to the buzz generated by Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. With each episode featuring a hit song, even a celestial being would struggle to keep up. At this moment, the drawing had concluded, and it was confirmed that Xia Shiyao's opponent for today's competition was Cheng Di. Cheng Di, gazing at the stunning profile of Xia Shiyao, felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. She had no idea what song Gu Xingyi had written for Xia Shiyao this time, but she could guess that the song her idol had written would undoubtedly surpass the one she held. Nevertheless, she would still give it her all. Competing alongside Xia Shiyao was a privilege, and even if she lost, she would be very happy. Losing to a song by Gu Xingyi was not a loss at all. Moreover, the opportunity to listen to yet another delightful song was simply wonderful. Following this, the four esteemed mentors, Gao Yu, Ran Xiaoxiao, Xue Xiaoqian, and Wang Bing, took turns to perform each other's signature songs. Stepping onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the audience, the atmosphere in the venue ignited with fervor, for these seasoned artists boasted legions of devoted fans. In this episode of the competition, Xia Xiyao and Cheng Di were slated to perform in the second round, while the first round featured Miao and Jun facing off against Wang Chun. Miao and Jun delivered a passionate love ballad, performing with vibrant dance moves, captivating the audience from the very start, a true testament to her status as a rising star. Even Gu Xingyi could not help but be impressed. Each of the four contestants who made it this far was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Although Miao and Jun's performance was exceptional, Gu Xingyi still believed that his own Xia Xiyao would forever reign supreme. Next, Wang Chun took the stage with a rock anthem, his raspy yet distinctive voice resonating alongside the heart-wrenching melody. Stirring the audience into rhythmic movement. As the first round concluded, Gao Yu and Wang Bing cast their votes for Wang Chun, while Ran Xiaoxiao and Xue Xiaoqian favored Miao and Jun. Both songs were remarkable, and the performances were delivered with great finesse. However, the mentors' preferences varied, leading to a tie in votes. The final vote was to be determined by the audience, ultimately favoring Miao and Jun by a slight margin. This was partly due to her larger fanbase, as well as the reality that rock music has a more limited appeal. Romantic ballads often resonate more deeply with the average listener. Miao and Jun and Wang Chun gracefully exited the stage. Host Chen Shui then took to the stage with microphone in hand. Now, let us welcome our final group of contestants for today. Featuring the most popular participant of this year's Xing Gu Hui, let us first welcome contestant Xia Shi. Chen Shui exclaimed enthusiastically. Xia Xiyao made her way from backstage, dressed quite ordinarily, resembling a white-collar worker just off duty, in a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, her makeup subtly applied. This simplicity made her appear even more genuine than in previous appearances, giving the audience the impression of a relatable presence, embodying the essence of everyday life. This round commenced with Xia Xiyao taking the stage first. The host withdrew, the lights dimmed, and a single spotlight illuminated Xia Xiyao. As the music began, the title of the song gradually appeared on the large screen. Sea of Flowers, penned and composed by Gu Xingyi, performed by Xia Xiyao. The audience, captivated by the enchanting prelude, was drawn into the performance even before they fully registered the song's title. In front of the television, Gu Xingyi wore an expression of rapture. This prelude was indeed unparalleled. It was well known that the melodies of Old Zhou were legendary, and this prelude transported listeners into a realm of musical bliss. On the stage, the production team employed special effects to create a stunning sea of flowers, with Xia Xiyao gracefully walking through this floral spectacle. At this moment, the audience closed their eyes, surrendering to the music, as if they were enveloped in a sunlit flower field. Their spirits lifted. They all marveled at Gu Xingyi's brilliance. This prelude alone had ensnared their hearts. They needn't even ponder the forthcoming lyrics. The prelude had already eclipsed the previous two performances. With her eyelashes fluttering and her grip on the microphone tightening, Xia Xiyao felt a surge of nerves. This song was more challenging than her previous selections. Having required extensive practice in her heart, she cherished this piece even more, pondering how Gu Xingyi could craft such a masterful song. She resolved to give her utmost performance, determined not to let the song down. Steeling herself, she began to sing softly. Time stood still, as all flowers bloomed. Love, once clear, now feels distant. The sky is gloomy, yet love remains fond. Back then, I did not understand what love truly meant. Her gentle voice enveloped the audience, who, upon hearing the lyrics, delved deeper into the realm of music, their hearts swelling with a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and joy. The melody evoked a sense of melancholy while the memories brought forth happiness, contradictory yet harmonious. You love, standing at that windowsill, it's been ages since you last visited. Time, painted in hues, fades as your tears blur the canvas. At this point, the audience's hearts trembled, as if the sea of flowers within them had suddenly turned blank, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. Everyone was bathed in this gentle rain, awaiting the conclusion. On stage, Xia Xiyao's gaze sharpened, and she grasped the microphone, her eyes seemingly gazing through time and space. Catching a glimpse of Gu Xingyi's figure, her voice rang out, "Do not leave me, for distance cannot divide us. Yearning transforms into the ocean, unable to breach the window. Forgive my hasty words. Love has become an obstacle. As the kite in my hand is released too swiftly to return. With each lyric, Xia Xiao stepped forward, her voice piercing through time and space, touching the hearts of the audience and resonating deeply within Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi watched her advance to the front of the stage, his eyes filled with tenderness. The mentors, too, were captivated, scarcely daring to breathe. Particularly, Ran Xiao felt a pang of regret, questioning whether she had erred. If she did not cast her vote for this song, she would surely face backlash. This ethereal composition, in her opinion, was the best song she had encountered thus far. As Xia Xiao continued to sing, her hand extended gracefully, swaying to the rhythm. The audience, now wide-eyed, joined in the movement, utterly mesmerized by the sight of Xia Xiao on stage. Behind the scenes, Ren Chao pressed a hand to his heart, preventing it from leaping out of his chest. Is this a competition or a personal concert? It's a pure showcase. Do not leave me, for memories cannot be severed. The affection I owe you awaits a revival. The sky remains radiant, as it loves the sea. The love ballad has been vanquished, and love no longer exists. With a flawless conclusion, Xia Xiao imbued this song with a soul that resonated throughout the world. Gu Xingyi could not help but raise his hand in applause. Xia Xiao's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Surely, old Zhou could find solace knowing that his song would not be buried in obscurity. As the accompaniment and singing gradually faded, Xia Xiao exhaled softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Unbeknownst to her, she had also been swept away by the song, even waving her hands in delight. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a fervor unmatched by any previous performance, a testament to their appreciation for Sea of Flowers. Particularly in the live stream, Gu Xingyi contemplated turning off the comments, yet hesitated, for the viewers were lavishly praising both him and his beloved wife. I have never heard such a beautiful song, especially the prelude. It's divine. The moment this prelude began, I was hooked. This feeling is unparalleled. The lyrics are also wonderful, but alas, will the recording quality suffer once more? When will the copyright be registered and the song released? Every song from Xing Yao is more enchanting than the last. I am utterly captivated. I can hardly wait for the album to be released after Xing Gu Hui concludes. Wait, just think of the songs Xing Yao will unveil next. Let us endure a little longer. Indeed, this reasoning does hold. On stage, the mentors, particularly Xue Xiaoqian, clutched their chests, feeling distressed that they could not cast their votes for this song. The weight of their responsibilities was heavy. Meanwhile, backstage, Cheng Di was already starry-eyed. Indeed, Gu Xingyi, this song is simply magnificent, and Xia Xiao, your singing is exquisite. From now on, you both shall be my idols. One song had successfully captivated Cheng Di's ears. She had always admired Gu Xingyi's work, and now even the singer Xia Xiao had won her over. She felt her own performance paled in comparison to Sea of Flowers. And yet, who dares to call themselves the godfather of music? Cheng Di had never been particularly fond of Wu Fan's songs. Had it not been for Yin Ping's insistence, she would not have selected this particular piece. At this moment, Xia Xiao stepped off the stage, encountering Cheng Di as they exchanged friendly nods. Xia Xiao even raised her fist in a gesture of encouragement, which only endeared her to Cheng Di further. They shared a smile, and the host's voice echoed once more, signaling Cheng Di's turn to take the stage. Cheng Di performed yet another sweet song, her sugary voice dissipating the faint melancholy left by Xia Xiao's previous ballad. This sweet-hearted girl endeared herself to a multitude of male viewers. As her performance concluded, the audience responded with applause, though it was evident that the enthusiasm did not compare to the fervor elicited by Xia Xiao's Sea of Flowers. To the audience, this song felt somewhat lackluster, primarily due to how Gu Xingyi had elevated their expectations, raising the standard of the entire Chinese music scene. In earlier times, this song could have easily swept the nation. But alas, it was now merely a shadow of its potential. When it came time for the voting segment, the first mentor to cast a vote was Gao Yu. After commenting on both performances, he unsurprisingly voted for Xia Xiao. Next was Xue Xiaoqian, who appeared quite conflicted. He praised Xia Xiao's song highly. However, when it came time to vote, he chose Cheng Di. The audience chuckled knowingly, recognizing this as a clear friendship vote, reminiscent of the previous episode when Xiao Fei Bai also received a friendship vote. Yet, what unfolded next was entirely unexpected for everyone, including Xue Xiaoqian and Cheng Di. No one could have anticipated that Wang Bing would cast his vote for Cheng Di as well. Xue Xiaoqian's expression darkened, while Cheng Di's eyes widened in disbelief. The venue fell eerily silent as all eyes turned to the final mentor. Ran Xiaoqian. Her vote would prove to be crucial. In that moment, Ran Xiaoqian became the center of attention, her mind racing with curses for Yin Ping. If the songs had been relatively equal, she could have maneuvered her way through, but now she felt as if she were being pushed into a furnace. For a moment, she hesitated, wrestling with her conscience. If she made the wrong choice, she risked her reputation and facing various controversies. The audience held their breath, the atmosphere so tense that a pin drop could be heard. No one expected the situation to escalate to this point. As for the viewers in the live stream, they were mercilessly vocal, their comments flooding the screen. What is happening? I can understand Xue Xiaoqian's friendship vote, but what is Wang Bing thinking? Is he blind? Or deaf? How could he not hear the difference? Is this truly a top-tier artist? This is a blatant rigging. Is there something wrong with the judges' heads? Or do they think our intelligence is lacking? This voting is clearly problematic. Just watch, don't worry. There's still one more vote left. If it ends in a tie, the audience's vote will surely go to Xia Xiao, and she can still win. I feel like I could perform better than these judges. If Xia Xiao is truly eliminated, I'll transform into a land keyboard warrior. I still want to see Xing Yao's upcoming songs. Not only were the viewers in an uproar, but Gu Xingyi, watching from his seat, narrowed his eyes. He no longer cared about the vote tally. Even a fool could see something was amiss. His sole concern was for Xia Xiao. The camera then focused on the two on stage, with Cheng Di's eyes wide in disbelief, while Xia Xiao appeared unaffected by the judges' votes. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Gu Xingyi. Deep down, Xia Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment, not because of the judges' votes, but because she felt she might let down Gu Xingyi, who had crafted such a beautiful song. Meanwhile, in the backstage control room, director Ren Chao slammed his fist against the table in frustration. What are they thinking? How dare they? He questioned his assistant, who could only offer a pained smile in response. Ren Chao's eyes burned with fury. Someone was threatening his livelihood. How could there be such irregularities in the program, and he was completely oblivious? The audience, however, would not share the same sentiment. They would believe that the production team was orchestrating a cover-up. If that were the case, he would be ridiculed endlessly. The more Ren Chao thought about it, the angrier he became. He was determined to expose the hidden culprits behind this debacle. As the spotlight turned to Ran Xiaoqian, she felt as though she had returned to her glory days, with the audience's eyes upon her. This moment stirred her emotions, and she had made up her mind. If this controversy could reignite her fame, even if it was negative publicity, it would still attract attention. After all, it wasn't just her. Xue Xiaoqian and Wang Bing had also cast their votes. With newfound determination, Ran Xiaoqian opened her mouth slightly. Her voice soft yet resonant. I apologize, Xia Xiao, but I prefer Cheng Di's song, so my vote goes to Cheng Di. The director in the control room, Ren Chao, felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He dropped his water cup, the contents splattering across the floor. His assistant trembled in fear, and the entire control room fell into silence. Host Chen Shui was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. With the votes now determined, what significance did the audience's vote hold? Moreover, the audience was growing restless, and the uproar online intensified. The comments drowning the live stream screen. I'm laughing. This is utterly ridiculous. It's clear as day that there's foul play here. Garbage production team. Garbage show. Garbage judges. It's all utter rubbish. This is a blatant cover-up. If this is foul play, I'll eat 10 pounds. Don't be deceived. Even a fool can see this as foul play. How could I have followed this show for so long? The online uproar was relentless, filled with accusations and doubts. The atmosphere in the venue was equally tumultuous, with many shouting for a refund and demanding accountability for the perceived injustice. With a heavy sigh, Chen Shui realized that the situation had escalated beyond her control. She took a deep breath, then picked up the microphone, forcing a professional smile that barely concealed her discomfort. Now that all four mentors have cast their votes, it is time for Cheng Di. Wait. Chen Shui's words were abruptly interrupted, and everyone turned to the source of the interruption, Xue Xiaoqian and Cheng Di. Xue Xiaoqian's expression darkened, while Cheng Di appeared anxious. The director adeptly shifted the camera towards them, capturing the tension. Cheng Di noticed Xue Xiaoqian was about to speak, and she nodded, indicating for him to go first. Xue Xiaoqian took the microphone, His demeanor serious. I apologize, host, but I must interrupt. There is an issue with the voting.io, an apology to Xia Shiyao and the audience. I received information from Yin Ping, the operations director at Yinhai Entertainment, who instructed me to cast a friendship vote for Chengdi if the performances were not drastically different, so she wouldn't lose too badly. However, now it appears that Chengdi has advanced instead. I feel responsible for this outcome. Today, because of my actions, Xia Shiyao has been eliminated. I resign from my role as a mentor on Xinggu Hui. Xue Xiaoqian's declaration resonated powerfully throughout the venue, igniting a wave of fervor among the audience. They could never have anticipated that it was not the production team, but rather Yinhai Entertainment. They were also taken aback. Xue Xiaoqian, surprisingly bold, would reveal such an incident. Gu Xingyi, watching this familiar scene on television, raised an eyebrow. This Xue Xiaoqian is quite intriguing. His character rivals that of the old Xue from the previous world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Ping, witnessing this scene, forcefully pushed away the heavily made-up woman in his arms, his hands trembling slightly, his face a mask of terror. He could hardly believe that Xue Xiaoqian had the audacity. Did he not fear the backlash? But at this moment, he could no longer afford to think about Xue Xiaoqian. He knew that this time, he was finished. The woman beside him also sensed that something was amiss. Her voice trembling. Yin, brother Yin, get lost. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you constantly saying that Xia Shiyao took your spot and that you wanted to teach her a lesson, would any of this have happened? It's over. Everything is ruined. Yin Ping roared, placing all the blame on the woman beside him. He still couldn't believe that the voting results were out, and Xue Xiaoqian would actually jump out and admit it. No, I cannot just sit idly by. Yin Ping wanted to struggle once more, but just then, the phone rang violently, displaying the name of Chairman Yang Xian. Yin Ping's eyes went blank as he trembled and answered the call. On the other end, Yang Xian's furious voice erupted. Yin Ping, you better come here immediately and explain yourself. Chapter 79. The outcome. Chengdi stood dumbfounded on stage. Although she was unaware of the specific details, she could sense that the voting was awry. She had initially intended to announce her withdrawal, but Xue Xiaoqian's words left her utterly speechless. She never imagined that the mastermind behind this incident would be her own uncle. Her lips quivered, yet she could not utter a sound. The current state of affairs no longer mattered. The actions of her uncle were no different from her own, and even if she attempted to explain, she doubted anyone would believe her. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. Following Xue Xiaoqian's statement, Weibo and Douyin were flooded with trending topics about the incident. Ren Xiao could never have anticipated that the explosive traffic he had anticipated would manifest in such a manner, with countless individuals rushing into various live broadcast rooms, most drawn by the trending topic. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live room multiplied exponentially. Came here for the trending topic. Heard their essay scandal? Xue Xiaoqian's character is still reliable. Who knows what those two are made of? Xia Shiyao. Let's not compete. Let Gu Xingyi write a few more songs for you. We'll just play by ourselves. Release the album on Huayin. We'll buy it out. In front of so many people. How dare they pull this stunt? Do they think we, the audience, are fools? Just saying. Chengdi sings quite well. No one said she sang poorly. The key is the comparison. No comparison, no harm. Understand? I just want to know if Chengdi knows about this. I used to like her a lot. Sweet girl. How could she not know? This is precisely to ensure her victory that the scandal exists. If the party involved doesn't know, I'll eat 10 pounds live on stream. Another one trying to get free meals. Didn't Chengdi just say to wait a moment? I don't understand. Truly perplexing. They're all from the same company. Why do this? Netizens engaged in heated discussions, and even the grew noisy as they softly debated Xia Shiyao's singing and how wonderful the song was. All aware of the situation that had unfolded, deeming it too excessive. The only one unfazed was Gao Yu, who looked on with interest at the ashen faces of Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao, scoffing. These two really had their heads in the clouds, committing such foolish acts for a mere Yin Ping. What were they thinking? Little did he know. At this moment, Wang Bing was cursing Yin Ping and Ran Xiaoxiao to the high heavens. He had received benefits from Yin Ping to cast a vote for Chengdi, and during the voting, he had hesitated. He simply could not bear to part with those benefits, and with Ran Xiaoxiao in the mix, he thought that even if he voted for Chengdi, Ran Xiaoxiao would surely vote for Xia Shiyao, resulting in Xia Shiyao's victory, and everything would be just fine. After all, in such a scenario, he didn't believe Ran Xiaoxiao would vote for Chengdi again. But no one expected that Ran Xiaoxiao, suddenly blinded by greed, would indeed cast her vote for Cheng Di. Ran Xiaoxiao was now thoroughly panicked. She had initially intended to use this opportunity to garner some attention and create a topic, then later play the victim, shifting the blame onto Yin Ping. However, after Xue Xiaoqian's revelation, being the last voter left her without a way out. Not only had she lost the traffic, but her reputation was also utterly destroyed. Xue Xiaoqian could still claim it was a friendship vote. Her last vote had no way to be justified. Ran Xiaoxiao's mindset completely collapsed. Host Chen Shuer stood awkwardly in place. After so many years of hosting, it was her first time encountering such a situation. Even with her ample experience, she now found herself at a loss for how to resolve it. Ren Xiao was also experiencing a severe headache. The votes had been cast, so what now? Was it possible to disregard the previous votes and start anew? But it seemed that was the only viable option. Such a broadcasting incident was truly overwhelming. If Yin Ping were here now, Ren Xiao would wish to strangle him. With no other choice, Ren Xiao could only sigh and prepare to personally address the issue. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Cheng Di suddenly spoke up, holding the microphone, her eyes vacant yet her voice resonating. "I withdraw." She understood that the production team must be in a state of distress, and only by stepping forward herself would it be the best solution. Regardless of Xia Xiao's performance or the song Flower Sea, they were all far superior to her own. Regarding the voting results, she too could not accept. Thus, she chose to withdraw. The one deserving to advance is Xia Xiao. She is wholly worthy, Cheng Di stated, not explaining Yin Ping's actions but merely expressing her thoughts. The audience within the venue began to whisper amongst themselves once more, and the netizens online joined in the discussion. They were uncertain whether Cheng Di's statement was sincere or born of pressure. The online discourse devolved into chaos. Various trending topics continued to circulate, and within these brief minutes, the earlier events had surged into the top 10 of trending searches. With Cheng Di's statement quickly following suit, the top 50 trending topics were now predominantly about this year's Star Song Conference. At this moment, Xia Xiao made her move. Having remained composed since the start of the voting, she now pursed her lips, walked to Cheng Di's side, and took her hand. "You did very well." Her voice was soft, only audible to Cheng Di. Yet her actions made it clear to everyone that Xia Xiao and Cheng Di shared a strong bond. Therefore, Cheng Di must have been unaware of the situation. Otherwise, why would Xia Xiao display such an attitude? Netizens, pondering this, began to agree. After the voting ended, Cheng Di had stood alongside Xue Xiaoqian. However, she had not had the chance to speak before Xue Xiaoqian took the lead. At that moment, she must have intended to announce her withdrawal, right? The online uproar quieted momentarily due to Xia Xiao's gesture. Holding Xia Xiao's warm hand, Cheng Di turned her head and met Xia Xiao's sincere gaze. And in that instant, she felt a surge of emotion, not out of self-reproach, but joy for being able to admire someone like her. She truly deserved it. Cheng Di thought to herself, deciding to return home and have her mother properly reprimand her uncle before grounding him. Having such a troublesome uncle was truly difficult for her. At this point, Ren Xiao stepped onto the stage, feeling grateful to Cheng Di, as her voluntary withdrawal saved him much trouble. He took the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone. I am Ren Xiao, the chief director of the Star Song Conference. I am deeply pained and regretful for what has transpired on our stage. Xia Xiao's talent is evident to all, and I will not allow her to be pushed off the stage because of this incident." Fortunately, Mentor Xue Xiaoqian and contestant Cheng Di stood up at the last moment to present us with the truth. "I hereby announce the disqualification of Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao's votes, as well as the termination of their contracts. They will no longer be employed. Moreover, this round of competition will now restart the voting process. Our Star Song Conference will not tolerate any form of injustice." After Ren Xiao finished speaking, he deeply bowed to the audience before stepping off the stage. The host picked up the conversation, and the voting began anew, but this time, Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao sat in the mentor seats, feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 80. Home visit. The results of the revote were clear. Xia Xiao successfully advanced. Ren Xiao let out a sigh of relief, as he still needed to invite 2 more mentors. Fortunately, Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao were the ones who breached the contract, so he wouldn't have to exert much effort on that front. After the twists and turns of the competition concluded, the online backlash was just beginning. Angry netizens directly targeted the Weibo account of the entertainment company that employed Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing, questioning how such unethical artists would be dealt with. As for the instigator Yin Ping, Yinhai Entertainment's Weibo had long since been bombarded. Shortly after the competition ended, Yinhai Entertainment's official Weibo formally responded to the incident and issued an apology statement. A letter of apology to the vast majority of netizens and Xia Shiyao. Due to issues within our management system, our former operations department head Yin Ping exploited his position to subject our artist Xia Shiyao to severe unfair treatment during the Star Song conference. This also resulted in a poor viewing experience for the vast majority of netizens. Following a board meeting, Yin Ping has been dismissed from his position and will never be rehired. Lastly, we would like to clarify that Inhai Entertainment has always adhered to principles of fairness and justice, and we will not go easy on any form of deceit. We hope the vast majority of netizens will supervise us and support us in creating a harmonious and stable entertainment environment. Not long after Inhai Entertainment's statement was released, the company employing Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing also responded consecutively. The outcome for both was to apologize to the public and Xia Shiyao, assuring that similar incidents would not occur again in the future. Once these two statements were issued, everyone knew that their careers had come to an end. Because of these statements, the heat surrounding the incident gradually subsided. Netizens merely sought a resolution, and now that all was well, they naturally dispersed. However, following this incident, Flower Sea had become an absolute hit, with even those who previously paid little attention to the Star Song conference now aware of the song. In just one night, Flower Sea surpassed all previous songs in terms of play count, even relegating the Wind Rises to second place. Currently online, Gu Xingyi's several songs stood head and shoulders above the rest, their play counts far outpacing others, considering that these songs had yet to be released on streaming platforms and were still of inferior audio quality. One could only imagine the level of popularity that would ensue once Xia Shiyao released her album post-Star Song conference. At present, Gu Xingyi had only one song, As Long as It's Ordinary, released on Huayin, and it topped the new song chart, leaving other artists in the dust. They were all marveling at how a non-entertainment industry individual had single-handedly elevated Huagua's entertainment scene to unprecedented heights. As for the online uproar, Gu Xingyi was currently unconcerned, as he faced a matter of greater importance. Little Nai-Nai's kindergarten teacher was coming for a home visit. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi rose early, tidying up the house meticulously and arranging fresh fruit on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, Little Nai-Nai would be under the tutelage of these two teachers, so Gu Xingyi placed great importance on this home visit. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gu Xingyi and Little Nai-Nai arrived downstairs on time, awaiting the arrival of the teachers. Before long, 2 female teachers dressed in matching attire approached, immediately recognizing Little Nai-Nai waiting downstairs. Gu Xingyi smiled and hurried over to shake their hands. Hello, thank you for your hard work. One teacher was young, around 20, while the other was slightly older, about 40. Both displayed graceful manners and wore warm smiles that naturally evoked a sense of familiarity. Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Su Ling, and I am a teacher in Class 3 at Zhonghua Kindergarten. By the way, I'm a fan of yours. Su Ling, the younger teacher, smiled brightly, revealing 2 dimples as she introduced herself to Gu Xingyi. The older teacher followed suit after Su Ling finished, saying, Hello, I'm Lu Dan, also a teacher in Class 3 at Zhonghua Kindergarten. Unlike Su Ling, I'm a fan of Little Nai-Nai. After Lu Dan spoke, she crouched down to gently ruffle Little Nai-Nai's hair with affection. Uncharacteristically, Little Nai-Nai did not shy away but looked up at the kindly teacher with curiosity. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, grinning foolishly. This feels more like a fan meet and greet. Teachers, it's warm here. Please come inside. With that, Gu Xingyi led Little Nai-Nai in front, guiding the 2 teachers into the house. After inviting them to sit on the sofa, Su Ling and Lu Dan took out their notebooks and pens, beginning to inquire about Little Nai-Nai's basic information. Gu Xingyi sat opposite them, answering every question like a diligent student. Mr. Gu, may I ask who usually takes care of the child? And who is responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at school? Su Ling looked at the somewhat reserved Gu Xingyi and chuckled softly. She hadn't expected the renowned Gu Xingyi to be so approachable. Previously, Nai-Nai was taken care of by her mother, but recently her mother has been busy with work, so I've been taking care of her. When school starts, I will also be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off. Gu Xingyi replied, a bit shy, unsure of how the 2 teachers perceived him. The full-time deity Su Ling nodded, jotting down notes while continuing to ask questions. A series of inquiries followed, such as what the child liked to eat, any allergies, favorite cartoons, favorite toys, daily routines, personality, and so forth. Gu Xingyi answered each question in detail, now immensely admiring these teachers. They had thought of everything conceivable and recorded it clearly. It was remarkable considering they had to care for so many children. After questioning Gu Xingyi, The two teachers magically pulled out small gifts they had prepared from their pockets to present to little Nai Nai. Little Nai Nai glanced at Gu Xingyi, who nodded, prompting her to accept the gifts with a thank you. Su Ling and Lu Dan clearly adored little Nai Nai, crouching down to converse with her. That moment. In their eyes, little Nai Nai was not only adorable and polite, but also exceptionally beautiful, utterly melting their hearts. After interacting with little Nai Nai for a while, Su Ling and Lu Dan returned to the sofa, faces beaming with joy. Mr. Gu, may I ask what interests and hobbies Nai Nai has? After spending some time interacting with little Nai Nai, they had also learned her nickname. She loves to sing. Just like her mother, she has a talent for music, Gu Xingyi said without hesitation. He had noticed how well little Nai Nai sang and her keen sense of rhythm long ago. Chapter 81. Two nursery rhymes. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, a flicker of delight crossed Su Ling and Lu Dan's eyes. They knew that little Nai Nai sang beautifully and were thrilled to learn that her interest was in singing. Children whose hobbies align with their talents are the easiest to nurture. Could Nai Nai sing a song for her teachers? Su Ling asked, crouching down and looking at little Nai Nai with a smile. Having interacted with the two teachers for a while, little Nai Nai felt comfortable. Now, hearing that the teachers wanted to hear her sing, she eagerly nodded her little head. She loved singing. Whether it was her father or mother, they both looked wonderful while singing, and she wanted to be just as lovely as them. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three adults, little Nai Nai began to sing Little Rabbit Song, a nursery rhyme taught to her by Gu Xingyi. In her tender voice, the three adults swayed in unison, providing a rhythmic accompaniment. Little Nai Nai sang beautifully, and this new nursery rhyme truly impressed Su Ling and Lu Dan and A.S. kindergarten teachers. Their judgment regarding children's songs was exceptionally keen. If it was previously deemed that Nana's rendition of Courage Explodes was not suitable for a 3-year-old, then the song Little White Rabbit undoubtedly serves as an excellent choice for children to memorize. The song is brief, and Nana quickly finished her performance. The three of them applauded enthusiastically for Nana, her joyful eyes squinting into crescent shapes. She has started to enjoy kindergarten even more now. Teacher Su and Teacher Lu are both exceedingly warm-hearted individuals. Following this, Su Ling and Lu Dan chatted a bit more with Gu Xingyi, introducing him to the educational philosophy and curriculum of Jianghua Kindergarten, to which Gu Xingyi listened attentively, nodding occasionally. After their discussion, Lu Dan produced a home visit record form, asking Gu Xingyi to fill it out before putting it away. This home visit was nearing its conclusion, yet Su Ling and Lu Dan showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they exchanged awkward glances with Gu Xingyi. Confused, Gu Xingyi scratched his head, uncertain about their sudden demeanor. Lu Dan was the first to speak. Mr. Gu, as you know, the school year begins on September 1 SD, and we are preparing for a welcome ceremony. All parents and newly enrolled children must attend. The principal has requested that each class S teachers prepare 2 children S songs for the event, during which they will teach the children the songs and accompanying dances. In previous years, we have always resorted to the same 2 songs, which are not only unappealing but also somewhat challenging for the children, leading to many of them struggling to learn them, which is quite embarrassing for us. This year, upon hearing that your child has joined our class, Teacher Su and I wish to prepare 2 more innovative songs and dances. We were wondering if you might consider composing 2 children's songs for us. Of course, this is merely a personal request. If it poses any difficulty, please disregard it. Lu Dan finished her lengthy explanation, her expression revealing her embarrassment, indicating that she had approached this request with a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Su Ling blinked expectantly at Gu Xingyi. Is that so? Certainly, Teacher Lu, please don't be so formal with me. After all, this is for the children, Gu Xingyi readily agreed, thinking it was no big deal. This task would be quite effortless for him. Seeing Gu Xingyi's enthusiastic acceptance, Su Ling and Lu Dan simultaneously sighed in relief, their faces once again lighting up with cheerful smiles. It is worth noting that their actions were quite presumptuous. Home visits do not typically include such requests, and the kindergarten would not permit them to make demands of parents. They had genuinely struggled to find better children's songs, which is why they thought to inquire with Gu Xingyi, given his previous creation of Courage Explodes. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu, they both expressed in unison. Please send us the songs once you've composed them so we can see how to choreograph the dances. They had previously exchanged WeChat contacts with Gu Xingyi, allowing him to keep up with little Nana's situation at kindergarten. However, what they did not anticipate was Gu Xingyi waving his hand dismissively, and no need for such formalities. Just wait a moment, and I'll compose 2 children's songs for you right now. With that, Gu Xingyi swiftly returned to his bedroom, retrieved some sheet music, and began creating right before their eyes. The melodies of the children's songs were predominantly simple. Composing 2 songs was so easy that Gu Xingyi could do it with his eyes closed. Su Ling and Lu Dan, however, were utterly astonished. What did he mean by merely 2 children's songs? Did he look down on them? They were aware of Gu Xingyi's songwriting prowess, but they had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. Composing songs on the spot. Was he truly a carbon-based life form from Blue Star? Could he possibly be a mysterious visitor from another planet? Little did Su Ling and Lu Dan realize that their musings were astonishingly close to the truth. Were it not for the fear of being too sensational, Gu Xingyi could easily outshine everyone in the entire music industry, especially that so-called music godfather, Wu Fan. If Gu Xingyi genuinely wished to compete with him, he could easily subdue him. In just 10 short minutes, amid the astonished gazes of Su Ling and Lu Dan, Gu Xingyi paused, holding up the sheet music and lyrics to present to them. Well, is it done? Su Ling stammered in shock. Gu Xingyi nodded naturally. Of course it's done. Please take a look at the lyrics, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Su Ling and Lu Dan exchanged glances before focusing on the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. They couldn't quite comprehend the sheet music, but got the gist of it. However, the lyrics were straightforward. Su Ling raised her head, shyly stating, I can't quite understand it. Could you sing it for me to listen to? Lu Dan also looked up at Gu Xingyi, eager to hear how these seemingly simple songs sounded when sung. Now it was Gu Xingyi's turn to feel bashful. While he could teach little Nana to sing the songs, he felt somewhat self-conscious singing in front of the 2 lovely teachers. Nevertheless, he knew he had to sing. Rubbing his nose, Gu Xingyi took the paper from Su Ling's hands. All right, I'll sing it. Please forgive me if it's not very good. I might not capture the essence of a child's song. Su Ling hurriedly waved her hand, for she was a fan of Gu Xingyi and knew he sang beautifully. It's all right, Mr. Gu. We also often sing children's songs. Gu Xingyi nodded and set the paper down, cleared his throat, and cheerfully began to sing the song in Su Ling's hands, titled 2 Tigers. Chapter 82. 2 Children's Songs. 2. The cheerful melody flowed from Gu Xingyi's lips, brightening Su Ling and Lu Dan's expressions. They both perked up their ears, listening intently. 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. The simple lyrics and catchy melody allowed little Nana to join in after just one listen. Swaying her head in rhythm, Su Ling and Lu Dan felt as if they had discovered a treasure. This straightforward melody and repetitive lyrics were perfect for children to learn, and they were confident that the kids would effortlessly sing this song. Moreover, as soon as they heard it, they could already envision the choreography for the song. After Gu Xingyi and little Nana finished their duet, the father and daughter shared a celebratory high-five, prompting Su Ling and Lu Dan to join in with applause. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of place singing such childlike songs in front of 2 teachers, but thankfully, little Nana was there to sing alongside him. Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward. Once the song concluded, Gu Xingyi handed the sheet music back to Su Ling. Upon receiving the sheet music from Gu Xingyi, Su Ling's face lit up with an uncontainable smile. This is wonderful. Mr. Gu, this song is truly fantastic. It's perfectly suited for children of this age to learn. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. Such simple songs are ideal for the kids. We can just choreograph it into easy-to-learn dance moves at home. And with some hand gestures, the children will surely grasp it with ease. I'm glad to be of assistance, Gu Xingyi beamed, already envisioning a scene at the welcome ceremony filled with adorable children singing 2 tigers. Su Ling carefully put away the sheet music, and then Lu Dan handed her paper back to Gu Xingyi, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gu Xingyi was taken aback. Again, Lu Dan's intent was clear. Having already sung 2 tigers, they wanted to hear the second song again. All right then. Faced with teachers who would be spending the next 3 years with little Nana, Gu Xingyi conceded. Having already sung 1 song, he felt much more at ease for the second, even beginning to incorporate some gestures. This song was also a simple children's tune that had once gone viral on Douyin back in the original world, titled Planting Flowers in the Garden. Clearing his throat, Gu Xingyi raised his hands, completely unaware that the door behind him had just been opened from the outside. 3 familiar figures stood at the entrance. Startled to see Gu Xingyi performing in the little garden, digging, planting tiny seeds, blooming tiny flowers, as Gu Xingyi sang. He animatedly gestured, first outlining the shape of a garden, mimicking planting seeds, and finally bringing his hands together in front of his face to imitate a blooming flower. The 6 individuals behind him remained silent, allowing him to immerse himself in the performance of this children's song. Among them, Someone even took out their phone and began recording I in the big garden. Digging, 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 planting big seeds, blooming big flowers. This time, Gu Xingyi depicted a larger garden, continuing to charmingly play the part. After finishing this verse, he gestured for an even larger garden I in the especially large garden, digging, 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 planting especially big seeds, blooming especially big flowers. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from behind him, causing Gu Xingyi to freeze momentarily. He turned around mechanically. The silhouettes of Xia Shiyao, Sister Yun, and Tao Lei became clear before him. The culprit who couldn't contain her laughter was Tao Lei, who was still covering her mouth, stifling giggles while trying to hide her phone. Gu Xingyi was dumbfounded. When did they return? Had he just embarrassed himself? After a moment of silence, he looked at Xia Shiyao's stunning face and blinked. What brings you back? Xia Shiyao's previously cheerful smile vanished at his words. What did this guy mean? Did he not want her to return? She had intended to surprise him now. She felt quite irritated. She pursed her lips. This is my home too. After saying that, Xia Shiyao felt a bit bad, so she added, I missed Nana. With that, she stepped into the room, followed by Sister Yun and Tao Lei, who were chuckling quietly. This Gu Xingyi, he deserves it. They knew how eagerly Xia Shiyao had anticipated returning, having even dragged them out of bed early that morning. Upon seeing her mother return, little Nana joyfully leaped into her embrace. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose and quickly stood up to introduce. By the way, these two are Nana's kindergarten teachers, Teacher Su and Teacher Lu. Here for a home visit as Yu Ling and Lu Dan had already risen with smiles, having recognized the stunning young woman before them, Xia Shiyao, the internet sensation and singer. Additionally, they were somewhat aware of the previous domestic violence rumors regarding Gu Xingyi, but seeing this scene, it was evident that he bore no resemblance to someone who would engage in such behavior. Clearly, Xia Shiyao could control him with just a glance. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's introduction, Xia Xiao's smile returned as she shook hands with Su Ling and Lu Dan. Hello. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands. Not at all. This is what we ought to do. In fact, Mr. Gu has been a tremendous help to us. Without the two children's songs he provided, we would have been quite troubled. Xia Xiao cast a glance at Gu Xingyi, realizing that the songs he had just sung were intended for the kindergarten. However, she was taken aback that he hadn't mentioned anything about Nana attending kindergarten or the teacher's home visit. Was he trying to monopolize household affairs? Receiving Xia Shiyao's disapproving gaze yet again, Gu Xingyi blinked, feeling quite wronged. Weren't they supposed to be a full-time dad? Wasn't he supposed to enjoy the perks of being a stay-at-home dad? Hadn't they agreed that she would handle the outside world while he took care of the home? Truly, women were unpredictable. The subtle exchanges between them were not lost on Tao Lei and Sister Yun, who found it quite awkward to witness. Tao Lei even rolled her eyes cutely. Hey, there are still so many people around. Public displays of affection. Really? At this moment, Su Ling and Lu Dan began to gather the sheet music on the table. Smiling at Gu Xingyi, Mr. Gu, today's home visit has concluded successfully, so we'll take our leave now. Gu Xingyi quickly insisted. Why don't the two of you stay for lunch before you go? Su Ling and Lu Dan hurriedly shook their heads, moving towards the door. No. We've already taken up too much time here. Other parents are waiting for us to visit their homes as well. Mr. Gu, please don't see us off. You should return to your activities. After Su Ling and Lu Dan finished speaking, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao saw them off as they exited the community. This home visit had been quite enjoyable for all, and Gu Xingyi finally exhaled in relief. Being a full-time dad is not an easy task. Chapter 83. Warm moments upon returning home, Gu Xingyi watched as Xia Shiyao sat on the sofa with Nana in her arms. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt that she seemed a bit fuller than she had a few days prior. Moreover, her delicate face appeared even more radiant and youthful than before. Gu Xingyi vaguely remembered when he first arrived in this world. Upon opening his eyes, the sight of the mother and daughter's small faces greeted him, their expressions so pale and helpless. This disorienting sensation of time and space caused Gu Xingyi to momentarily lose his bearings. Xia Shiyao cast a glance at Gu Xingyi, who stood there like a fool, staring at her and little Nana without moving. What a silly man! Xia Shiyao playfully shot him a glance, reminding him that Yunjie and Tao Lei were also present. Struck by her charm, Gu Xingyi snapped out of his reverie and rubbed his nose, asking, Isn't the Star Song Contest finals coming up in a couple of days? Why did you all come back now? Before Xia Xiao could answer, Tao Lele chirped in excitedly. Ji Yuxingyi, it's obvious you don't care about our sister Xia. The finals are a week away. Sister Xia just finished her break and rushed back. Lele, that's not true. I was just thinking about Nana. Xia Shiyao blushed at Tao Lele's words and immediately clarified. Tao Lele blinked, looking at Xia Shiyao as if to say she hadn't accused her of wanting to see him. It was Xia Shiyao who had just confessed. This made Xia Xiao's face turn even redder. A week? Huh? Gu Xingyi scratched his head, realizing he hadn't kept up with the show after the voting ended. He had been preoccupied with the kindergarten call. Xia Xiao replied softly, acknowledging Gu Xingyi's question. Gu Xingyi nodded, wisely refraining from asking how long she would be home. That would be impolite, and he feared Xia Xiao might scold him. Gu Xingyi, we're taking Xia back home now. We'll be leaving. At this moment, Yunjia approached Gu Xingyi and said, "We come back with great difficulty, and Lele and I are going to the hospital to see Mama." "All right, let me drive you," Gu Xingyi offered. "No need. Since Xia has finally returned, she should spend more time at home. We can go ourselves," Yunjia said, pulling Lele toward the door. Xia Shiyao still held Nana in her arms, standing up to see Yunjia and the others off downstairs, while Gu Xingyi remained behind, tasked with preparing lunch on the way. Tao Lele happily pulled out her phone, opening the video she had just recorded, while Yunjia and Xia Xiao leaned in curiously to watch. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi in that playful state again, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Xia Xiao, who rarely saw Gu Xingyi acting so childishly, found it amusing. Suddenly, Yunjia suggested, "Xia, can this video be uploaded? Since your comeback, your Weibo updates have only included those 2 posts. Now that you have such good material, you should share a glimpse of your daily life at home with your fans. It would be wonderful, plus, it could completely change their perception of Gu Xingyi." Ever since the last incident, while Gu Xingyi's online image had improved significantly, people still viewed him through the lens of mystery, musical talent, and a controversial past. The online community remains largely oblivious to the true nature of Gu Xingyi in real life. Most comments from fans of Xia Xiao on her Weibo are inquiries about new songs, questions regarding the release of her album, and curious musings about her daily life with Gu Xingyi. Xia Xiao's Weibo account has always been managed by Yunjia, who is quite sensitive to such matters. Upon hearing Yunjia's words, Xia Xiao contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. It was essential to consult his opinion first. If he was unwilling, then there would be no posting. Upon hearing this, Tao Lele put away her phone, perplexed by the current state of affairs between Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi. Logically, as a long-established couple, should Xia Xiao really need to seek Gu Xingyi's approval for such decisions? In Tao Lele's view, spouses should operate as a unified entity, rather than Xia Xiao's careful approach to every little thing. Unbeknownst to Tao Lele, Xia Xiao had indeed changed significantly compared to the past. At least now, she possessed her own little temper and often had her own opinions and decisions. When Xia Xiao returned home, she found Gu Xingyi bustling about in the kitchen. The savory aroma of the meal wafted into the living room as Xia Xiao placed Nai Nai on the sofa, leaning against the kitchen door frame, quietly observing his silhouette. His shoulders had grown considerably broader, and he no longer looked as emaciated as before. He radiated youthful vitality. However, the most significant transformation lay in his demeanor. He had become exceedingly patient, composed, and exceptionally kind to both her and their daughter, particularly in the minutiae of daily life, where his attentiveness made her feel effortlessly enveloped in his warmth. This man was her treasure. When Gu Xingyi turned around, he caught sight of Xia Xiao gazing at him with an infatuated expression. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a tenderness that seemed capable of melting him. He scratched his head, suddenly feeling shy, yet he held her gaze. "What's up?" Upon witnessing Gu Xingyi's adorably dazed expression, Xia Xiao smiled, her grin radiant as a blossoming peach flower, leaving Gu Xingyi even more entranced. "It's nothing. Just Yunjia asking if you could post that song you just sang on Weibo." Gu Xingyi's eyes widened in shock, his hand holding the spoon trembling slightly. "What? She recorded it?" Xia Xiao suppressed a smile and nodded. "Lele recorded it. Yunjia said posting it on Weibo could help solidify your image." Gu Xingyi's face was a canvas of confusion. Was this tarnishing his image or reinforcing it? Seeing his reaction, Xia Xiao realized he was not particularly keen on the idea, so she added, "It hasn't been uploaded yet. I thought I should ask for your opinion first. If you disagree, then it won't go up." Gu Xingyi, observing Xia Xiao's earnestness, suddenly inquired, "Do you want to upload it?" Xia Xiao paused, her gaze fixed on the serious Gu Xingyi. her smile widening as she nodded. Yes, I do. Wanting ISNT enough. We need to consult Teacher Sue and the others first. Haha, Gu Xingyi laughed heartily, as if he had successfully pulled a prank. Since they had already shared the songs with Teacher Sue, it was only right to seek her opinion. Xia Shiyao, momentarily taken aback by Gu Xingyi's playful teasing, felt a flash of embarrassment and annoyance cross her almond eyes, her voice rising slightly. Gu Xingyi. The small kitchen was soon filled with their playful banter. Little Nai Nai, who was playing with her toys on the sofa, curiously glanced toward the kitchen, wondering if it sounded like her mother was scolding her father. Then she heard her father exclaiming from the kitchen, "Ah, stop messing around. The food is burning." Chapter 84. Digging the kitchen erupted into chaos once more. After a considerable amount of time, the meal was finally ready. However, the dishes bore a hint of charred flavor. Perhaps it was due to their buoyant spirits, but both Xia Shiyao and Little Nai Nai still enjoyed their meal immensely. This made Gu Xingyi reflect on the fact that sometimes, the quality of the food is not as important as the happiness shared among family. After dinner, the family settled on the sofa, and Gu Xingyi finally took out his phone to message Su Ling on WeChat regarding the children's song "I in No Time." A response pinged back, "Mr. Gu, that song was originally composed by you. We will only use it for the kindergarten welcome event, and it won't be utilized elsewhere. You don't need to inquire about its purpose." It was evident that Su Ling was in good spirits. Gu Xingyi smiled. Dealing with such lovely individuals was truly hassle-free, devoid of any scheming or deceit. Upon receiving Su Ling's reply, Gu Xingyi shared the news with Xia Shiyao. Although it was an embarrassing moment for him, he thought he could simply ignore it and not watch it. However, the situation did not unfold as Gu Xingyi had hoped. After receiving Xia Xiao's message, Yun Jie, along with Tao Lele, edited and enhanced the video before uploading it to Xia Xiao's Weibo. At this moment, the vast online audience was fervently engaged in discussions about the upcoming Xing Gu Hui finals, blissfully unaware that they were about to uncover a major scoop. Xiao Hong was a housewife whose husband worked a 9-to-5 job, leaving her ample free time. Currently, she was reclining on the sofa, half a watermelon in hand, scrolling through her phone. She also held another title, the administrator of the Xia Shiyao Gu Xingyi family group. A longtime fan of Xia Shiyao, she had many of her songs saved on her phone, not only the recent ones written by Gu Xingyi since her return, but also some from 3 years ago. 3 years prior, when Xia Shiyao withdrew from the industry, Xiao Hong had transitioned from a Navi girl to someone else's wife. Yet, upon witnessing Xia Xiao's return, her admiration for the artist remained steadfast. As Xiao Hong scrolled through the group, she noticed many recent topics about Xia Shiyao, but these were all familiar to her. A hint of disappointment washed over her as she switched to Weibo. Her eyes suddenly lighting up. To her surprise, the typically low-key Xia Shiyao had updated her Weibo today. She eagerly clicked the notification, and the post contained a video that already had numerous comments. A smile spread across Xiao Hong's face as she thought, finally, this woman has shared a video. Her fingers swiftly tapped to play the video, only to find herself disappointed as it featured Gu Xingyi instead. Why is it him? She muttered to herself, yet she continued watching, as she now considered herself a fan of the entire Gu Xingyi family. In the video, Gu Xingyi was performing childish gestures, his hands moving animatedly as he sang a refreshing children's song. The combination of his antics and singing made Xiao Hong chuckle aloud. She had not expected the usually enigmatic Gu Xingyi to be so playful and charming in everyday life. Xia Shiyao must be quite happy in such a family, she thought. After watching once, she replayed the video, and to her astonishment, the song became increasingly catchy. Hastily, she dashed to the group, crafting a message to share. Everyone, hurry to Xia Xiao's Weibo. There's something good to see. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting into excitement. The usually reticent administrator was speaking up. Something good? Was it a new photo of Xia Shiyao? Wink, what are you dreaming about? Xia Shiyao hasn't even shared a candid shot since her debut. Curiosity piqued. Off I go to see. What's this good thing? The administrator is really teasing us. I have to see for myself. Only a fool would linger in the group at this moment. Hadn't they noticed that most had already gone silent? The fervor in the group was but a small corner of the excitement brewing online. Many astute individuals had already caught wind of the video, repeatedly sharing it with family and friends. Check out Xia Xiao's Weibo. Gu Xingyi is performing a live rendition of Digging. Oh my gosh. I can't stop watching. A single stone stirred up countless ripples. After an afternoon of fervent sharing, everyone became aware of Xia Xiao's Weibo post featuring Gu Xingyi's performance of a children's song. Once again, the internet was abuzz with delight as fans flocked to Xia Xiao's Weibo, eager to witness the spectacle. Was it the same song as before? The enthusiasm was palpable, and by 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Xiao's post had successfully climbed to the top of the trending topics. As is well known, the comment section from the exuberant netizens is often the most entertaining. The comments beneath this post were even more captivating than the video itself. First listen. What is this? Second listen. In a little garden, digging, digging, digging. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Tell me this is Gu Xingyi. His image is totally shattered. My goodness. I can't take it anymore. I want to plant flowers. Planting such enormous seeds to bloom such giant flowers. Image of Gu Xingyi dancing, in a small company, crawling, crawling, crawling. Earning a meager salary, yet afraid to spend. Help. My daughter is already singing along. Now I can't get digging. Digging out of my head. Ahem. I'm different. My baby, who is over 500 months old, is thoroughly enjoying it. The joys of having kids are something us single folks can't fathom. As long as they're not little troublemakers. Who dares say Gu Xingyi is a violent man? I'm ready to fight. Who is a violent man that dances like this? Digging, digging, digging? I can't contain my laughter. Let me enjoy this for a moment. You all keep digging. What began as a simple children's song unexpectedly transformed into a source of joy for the netizens. BY 9 o'clock. This song officially claimed the #1 spot on the trending charts. Poor Gu Xingyi remained unaware of the commotion, blissfully enjoying the happy moments with his family. Meanwhile, as Xia Xiao's post soared to the pinnacle of popularity in a luxurious residence in Magic City, Yin Ping sat dejectedly sipping wine, watching the viral post unfold. Not only had he lost his job, but he had also received a thorough scolding from Cheng Di. This reprimand came not just from Cheng Di, but also from his sister and Cheng Di's mother, who berated him mercilessly. Yin Ping felt he had done nothing wrong. Wasn't he this how the entertainment industry operated in the past? Why was it wrong this time? Furthermore, wasn't he at all for Cheng Di's sake? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. At that moment, he caught sight of Xia Xiao's Weibo trending. Damn it! It's all Wu Fan's fault. The more he looked, the angrier he grew, ultimately smashing the wine bottle to the ground, convinced that if Wu Fan had written a better song, this wouldn't have happened. The truth remained that if Wu Fan could compose songs rivaling Flower Sea, the votes from the mentors wouldn't have been questioned, and none of this would have transpired. Yin Ping attributed all the blame to Wu Fan, and without hesitation, he picked up the phone to call him. The call was quickly answered, but before Wu Fan could speak, Yin Ping unleashed a tirade of anger. Trash! It's all your fault. You call yourself a music godfather? You even guaranteed there wouldn't be any issues with this song. I see you're just a pretty face with no substance. Chapter 85. A challenge? Wu Fan was just about to go to sleep when he received Yin Ping's call. Before he could utter a word, he was met with an onslaught of insults that left him bewildered. It wasn't until Yin Ping finished that Wu Fan realized he was being berated by someone who knew nothing about music, a person who had been discarded by others. Wu Fan felt a mix of rage and amusement, and without offering any explanation, he promptly hung up and blocked Yin Ping's number. Engaging with such a person was a waste of his breath. Lying on his bed, Wu Fan stared at his phone, struggling to sleep. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Not because he was insulted, but because since Gu Xingyi's emergence, his songs had suffered consecutive defeats at his hands. Moreover, the number of people reaching out to him for songs had significantly dwindled, especially among many singers who now associated him with Gu Xingyi. This growing resentment towards Gu Xingyi intensified within Wu Fan's heart. He did not deny the quality of Gu Xingyi's songs, but he believed his own compositions were not inferior. He considered their abilities to be on par and attributed his failures to the singers. Feeling agitated, Wu Fan opened his phone to check the latest entertainment news, only to find that Xia Xiao's post was trending at #1. Squinting at the screen, it was once again about Xia Xiao. He was bewildered as to when the entertainment industry he once knew had vanished, replaced by daily headlines about Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao. Frustrated, Wu Fan clicked on the Weibo post. The video showcased Gu Xingyi, the very source of his pent-up resentment. Wu Fan listened silently as Gu Xingyi sang the children's song, his frown deepening with each note. After replaying it twice, he angrily tossed his phone onto the bed. What a load of nonsense. He is just trying to gain attention. How dare he post such a simplistic children's song? Wu Fan felt insulted. It was absurd that such a trivial song had skyrocketed to #1 on the trending charts. He could compose a song like that with his eyes closed, especially now that many online were claiming they could no longer listen to other songs after hearing Gu Xingyi's. This felt like the ultimate humiliation to Wu Fan. As his mood darkened, a thought suddenly struck him. He picked up his phone again and sent out a Weibo post, tagging Is this it? How dare you post this? Everyone says your songs are great, but I think they're just mediocre, attention-seeking fool. After posting, Wu Fan felt a wave of relief, especially as he saw his fans rallying in support. Indeed, there are still people who understand music in this world. He felt a kinship with his fans as they commented, but this sense of camaraderie was short-lived. Many netizens still watching Xia Xiao's Weibo quickly discovered his post, leading to an uproar. Why is this guy attacking Xia Xiao's daily life? Just because she shared something, he feels the need to comment. Is he really still calling himself a music godfather? Honestly, Wu Fan's songs are quite good, just different from what Gu Xingyi produces, which is more mainstream. Is labeling him as alternative really fair? I just can't appreciate it. Who's really trying to stir the pot? No one is even paying attention to him. Exactly. He is just upset after losing 2 songs in a row. My brother Wu Fan's compositions are far superior to Gu Xingyi's. How many hits does Gu Xingyi have? My brother has way more. As the debate unfolded in the comments beneath Wu Fan's post, it gradually gained traction, unwittingly climbing the trending charts as well. Wu Fan kept a close eye on the real-time updates, and upon seeing his post trending and receiving considerable support, the gloom he had been harboring began to dissipate. Restoring some of his former confidence for those who questioned him, he planned to confront them with his talent. His boldness in posting stemmed from the fact that the first keyword for the upcoming Xing Gu Hui finals was tragic and horror, a genre he excelled in. Wu Fan smirked. He was no fool. He was fully prepared for the battle he had just instigated. Subsequently, he opened his Weibo again, seizing the momentum to share another post. I know that many will doubt my words, but I, Wu Fan, do not care. A good song is a good song, and it cannot be overshadowed by those who seek attention. You question me? I will respond with my strength. The first round of the Star Song Contest Finals. I ask you, Gu Xingyi, do you dare to accept my challenge? If I lose, I willingly relinquish the title of Music Godfather and apologize to Xia Xiao. If I emerge victorious, all I require is for Gu Xingyi to publicly acknowledge that he is inferior to me, Wu Fan. This post ignited a fervor, and Wu Fan chuckled, choosing not to dwell on it further, tossing his phone onto the bedside table and reclining back in satisfaction. He understood that this was tantamount to issuing a duel, and he could easily predict that this post would undoubtedly trend on social media. Indeed, as Wu Fan anticipated, his subsequent post immediately created a stir. A veteran lyricist formally challenged an emerging songwriter, a rare occurrence in the entertainment industry. Numerous media outlets were in an uproar, swiftly crafting various headlines centered on the theme of urgency. Is a new king ascending? Or will the old king continue his legend? This explosive title quickly soared to the top of the trending charts, as fans of both Gu Xingyi and Wu Fan, along with curious onlookers, eagerly awaited the first round of the Star Song Contest Finals. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, at the Shangshi Entertainment Artist Apartment, Miao Anjuan's assistant, Yu Ranran, burst into her bedroom, phone in hand, exclaiming with excitement. Miao Anjuan rubbed her temples, pulling the blanket over her chest as she sat up, feeling a bit exasperated by her assistant's dramatic demeanor. She had just spent an entire day rehearsing and was looking forward to some rest. Ranran, what on earth is happening? Why are you in such a rush? Upon seeing her petite mistress in such a vulnerable state, Yu Ranran swallowed hard, thinking that in terms of sheer beauty, only Xia Xiao could possibly rival Miao Anjuan. Yet, their styles were utterly distinct. Xia Xiao exuded a gentle aura, while her mistress radiated fiery passion. Both captivated her immensely. Noticing Yu Ranran's starry-eyed expression, Miao Anjuan felt an even greater headache. Her assistant was simply too scheming. Ranran. Miao Anjuan's voice rose slightly, snapping Yu Ranran back to reality, reminding her she still had important news to convey. Junjun, it's a big deal. Look. As she spoke, Yu Ranran thrust her phone screen toward Miao Anjuan. Reluctantly taking the phone, Miao Anjuan began to read, and after a moment, her brows furrowed. Did I agree to use his song in the finals? I don't recall that at all. Chapter 86. A surprise attack the next morning. Gu Xingyi awoke feeling sore all over, particularly in his arms. which seemed to have lost all sensation. Blinking sleepily, he soon realized that Xia Shiyao had somehow burrowed into his embrace, her body clinging to him like an octopus. Meanwhile, little Nai Nai lay sprawled at the foot of the bed. Yu Xingyi was at a loss for words. The sleeping positions of the two were remarkably similar and not at all ideal. He had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, even dreaming sweetly, until the dreamscape had abruptly shifted in the middle of the night, akin to being haunted. Upon witnessing this scene, everything finally clicked. Gu Xingyi scratched his head with his only free hand, gently shifting his body to sit up, finding some relief from the discomfort. This movement seemed to displease Xia Shiyao, as her delicate, fair face scrunched up, her lips protruding in a pout. Letting out a soft whimper, she nestled closer to him, tightening her embrace. Yu Xingyi immediately froze. This early in the morning, was she trying to stir up trouble? He could hardly endure it. It was simply unbearable. Glancing at little Nai Nai, who was blissfully sleeping at the foot of the bed, he donned a mask of anguish. Yu Xingyi rubbed his nose, pondering. Nai Nai is already 3 years old. She's not a baby anymore. It's time for her to have her own room. With this thought in mind, he cautiously extricated the arm Xia Shiyao had been using as a pillow, which felt as though it belonged to someone else, requiring the assistance of his other hand to free it. Perhaps sensing the sudden absence of her pillow, Xia Shiyao fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes, and looked up at Gu Xingyi with a hint of confusion, her expression adorably naive, their gazes locked. And in an instant, Xia Shiyao was fully alert. Gu Xingyi remained motionless, and she too froze, her legs and arms still draped over him. This position made her cheeks flush a deep crimson, her ears turning as red as a shrimp freshly plunged into hot oil. Gu Xingyi blinked, and Xia Shiyao hurriedly scrambled away from him, turning her back to avoid his gaze, her heart racing with embarrassment. Oh no, he can't possibly think I did that on purpose, can he? Xia Shiyao bit her lip, feeling like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. She could even hear Gu Xingyi swallowing nervously behind her. Gu Xingyi was at a loss, desperately in need of cold water to splash on his face to regain composure. Who could remain calm after waking up to such a delicate beauty, unable to make any move? He quickly leapt off the bed, hunched over, and dashed out of the bedroom. The sound of the bedroom door closing brought Xia Shiyao a sense of relief. She gently patted her flushed cheeks, her expression a mixture of bewilderment. Ever since Gu Xingyi moved into the master bedroom, she found herself unconsciously seeking refuge in his arms while she slept, despite having gone to bed on the other side. And then there was Nai Nai. Suddenly recalling Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao sat up, only to discover the little one sprawled out alone at the edge of the bed. Xia Shiyao bit her lip, carefully scooping Nai Nai into her arms and placing her back in her rightful spot. Planting a kiss on Nai Nai's little face, Xia Shiyao smiled, realizing it was indeed time for Nai Nai to have her own little room. It was remarkable how in sync she and Gu Xingyi were on this matter. When Gu Xingyi emerged from the bathroom, Xia Shiyao happened to be stepping out of the bedroom, her loose sleepwear concealing her enchanting figure entirely. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, he was her husband. Shouldn't he have taken a longer glance? Yet, he quickly dismissed such lewd thoughts from his mind. He would make sure to observe her openly on a brighter day. Noticing Gu Xingyi's peculiar gaze, Xia Shiyao shot him a glance before quietly heading to the bathroom. It was still early, and under normal circumstances, Gu Xingyi would have been out for his morning jog. But today he had no intention of leaving. Xia Shiyao had just returned, and he wanted to spend more time with her. Plopping down on the sofa, Gu Xingyi pulled out his phone, eager to check the keywords for the first round of the Star Song contest finals. Xia Shiyao had never been one to volunteer such information, so he had to rely on himself. However, when he searched for the keywords of the first round, he was immediately taken aback. What on earth? Tragic? Terrifying atmosphere? Was this even a suitable theme for a legitimate program? Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched. He never expected the first round's keywords to be such. Just then, Xia Shiyao emerged from the bathroom, having finished her grooming, and upon seeing Gu Xingyi's puzzled expression, she approached the sofa. The keywords for the Star Song contest finals are tragic, terrifying atmosphere. Who came up with that? Hearing Gu Xingyi's inquiries, Xia Shiyao settled beside him and nodded. Yes, each round's keywords are determined by the director, and no one knows what they will be. Gu Xingyi frowned, thinking the director must have some serious issues. If Ren Chao knew what Gu Xingyi was thinking, he would be devastated. He never intended for things to be this way. He faced immense pressure from his mentor, who insisted on it. His mentor happened to be a seasoned horror film director. The hardest command to disobey was that of a teacher, especially since, to the older generation, a mentor was like a parent. Ren Chao didn't want to disappoint his teacher. Furthermore, while this genre of music might not be mainstream, it still served as a test of a lyricist's prowess. Naturally, Gu Xingyi was unaware of this. With the keywords set, he could only rack his brain for ideas. He had rarely listened to such songs. This was the first time Xia Shiyao had witnessed Gu Xingyi frowning while composing, and it struck her that he too could face challenges, unlike his previous songs that seemed to flow effortlessly. This version of Gu Xingyi felt incredibly authentic to her. Lifting her hand, Xia Xiao gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Don't worry. No matter what, we will work hard together as long as we have no regrets. That's what matters. The warmth of her soft fingers gliding across his brow sent a comforting wave through Gu Xingyi. When he looked up, he found Xia Xiao gazing at him with sincere tenderness. After washing her face, Xia Xiao appeared fresh-faced, but Gu Xingyi believed she had never looked more beautiful than at that moment. Under his intense gaze, Xia Xiao felt her cheeks heat up. She couldn't understand why he was looking at her that way, as if his eyes were devouring her whole. How strange Gu Xingyi was, however. In the next instant, she no longer found it odd, for suddenly, Gu Xingyi's face drew near, and before she knew it, the soft sensation of his lips pressed against hers. Xia Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she blinked, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Was she ambushed? Gu Xingyi, meanwhile, realized that in front of his delicate wife, any thoughts of cooling down with cold water were utterly futile. Chapter 87. If you wish to battle, then let us battle. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Xia Xiao leaned back against the sofa, feeling somewhat weak. She still hadn't fully processed what had just transpired. Gu Xingyi had actually ambushed her, and the kiss had lasted so long. When she caught sight of Gu Xingyi staring at her with lingering desire, she quickly covered her face with both hands, wishing she could vanish from the scene. Gu Xingyi, having experienced this delightful moment, felt elated. Especially with Xia Xiao blushing so adorably, he couldn't resist inching closer until their bodies were nearly touching. Ahem. We are husband and wife. Kissing is an important way to express our marital affection, he attempted to explain, hoping to ease her embarrassment and encourage her to lower her hands. To his surprise, Xia Xiao reacted even more dramatically, retreating 2 steps and refusing to drop her hands. After several failed attempts, Gu Xingyi could only gaze at her longingly, feeling disappointed that he hadn't had enough. If it hadn't been for his inexperience during their first kiss, he would never have let her go so easily. Undeterred, Gu Xingyi shamelessly moved closer. Look, I'm just checking my phone. I promise not to do anything else. He waved his phone in front of her, pretending to focus on it. Xia Xiao peered through her fingers, only to find his playful expression making her feel even more flustered. With a sudden shove, she sprang to her feet and dashed back to the bedroom. Gu Xingyi watched her hastily shut the door. Chuckling to himself, finally, he picked up his phone, intending to consider the song matter seriously. With some free time on his hands, he decided to check Xia Xiao's social media. He recalled her mentioning wanting to secretly record a video of Tileli and post it online. Upon opening her post, he immediately spotted his own name trending on the hot search list. What? A handsome guy size. Gu Xingyi felt certain the video had sparked a wave of discussions, and his reputation was about to take a nosedive. He clicked on a trending topic, and his brows gradually furrowed. Seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had initially thought. Xia Xiao's seemingly innocuous post had indeed gone viral, but now it was trending because of a challenge that seemed to involve him. A challenge, and he was somehow entangled in it. As he scrolled through the trending topics, he began to piece together the sequence of events. It all stemmed from that children's song in his video, which had drawn criticism, escalating into this chaos. But who was this Wu Fan? Did he really have some sort of vendetta against him? Gu Xingyi was baffled. He had never even met Wu Fan, so how had he ended up in this predicament? And to make matters worse, Wu Fan had even tagged Xia Xiao, which was something Gu Xingyi, the devoted husband, simply could not tolerate. Although Gu Xingyi had his own social media account, he had long forgotten about it, having primarily used Douyin instead. This was his first time engaging with social media, and his fans typically flocked to Xia Xiao's posts. Opening his social media profile, Gu Xingyi deleted all his previous random dance videos until the page was blank, then crafted a new post. Clicking send, he promptly tagged Wu Fan, if you wish to battle, then let us battle. Music Godfather? Ha, just a few simple words, yet each conveyed his disdain. Ji Yuxingyi felt satisfied as he concluded with a perfect ha. A fitting finale. Having completed this, he stretched and set the matter aside. It was still early, and many netizens were likely still asleep, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Even Wu Fan, who had stayed up late the previous night, remained oblivious to Gu Xingyi's response. It wasn't until 9 a.m. that Gu Xingyi's family, gathered for breakfast, noticed the trending topic on social media. It was the weekend, and they habitually lounged in bed, fiddling with their phones while checking the latest hot searches, only to discover Gu Xingyi's response. Their sleepy eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. More drama to enjoy. Eagerly clicking on the post, they were immediately drawn in by his succinct response, which only heightened their alertness. Wow, Gu Xingyi has some attitude, they exclaimed, clearly enjoying it. Soon, netizens rushed to join the conversation, especially fans of both Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiyao, who rallied behind him after seeing his dismissive tone and words. By 11 a.m., the recently awakened Wu Fan picked up his phone and noticed the post that had skyrocketed to the trending list. Reading Gu Xingyi's arrogant remarks, Wu Fan smirked. The type of songs in this upcoming competition was his specialty, and he was confident he could trample Gu Xingyi underfoot. The thought brought a sly smile to his face. It was fortunate Gu Xingyi had accepted the challenge. Had he not, Wu Fan would have been at a loss. Now, after this encounter, all of Gu Xingyi's fame would be snatched away, and he would reclaim his status as the exalted music godfather. In high spirits, Wu Fan began making calls to set things in motion, confident that the Shangshi Entertainment Company would agree to his proposal. He was certain they would accept. After all, he was a renowned songwriter offering his work for free. If they declined, it would be sheer foolishness. If only Gu Xingyi knew what Wu Fan was currently scheming, he would surely burst out laughing. The poor fellow had no idea what he was up against. At 1 p.m. Shangshi Entertainment replied, indeed agreeing to Wu Fan's self-recommendation. After all, who would turn down a free song from a former lyrical genius? Naturally, this was contingent on Gu Xingyi not writing songs for Miao Anjuan. If Gu Xingyi were willing to compose for her, they would undoubtedly kick Wu Fan to the curb. After all, no one was foolish. Gu Xingyi's popularity was at its peak, and they had to seize the opportunity. Moreover, it had been proven time and again that every song Gu Xingyi created became a hit. When Miao Anjuan received the company's notification, she was in the midst of vocal practice, preparing to face Xia Xiyao, and the pressure weighed heavily on her. Upon hearing that the company had secured a song from Wu Fan, she furrowed her brows in mild discontent, for she had already prepared her own song and had dedicated an entire day to rehearsing it just yesterday. Miao Anjuan, feeling a surge of indignation, sought out the company in hopes of obtaining an explanation. After all, it was unacceptable for them to unilaterally alter her song without her consent. However, the reasons provided by the company were irrefutable. Firstly, the song offered by Wu Fan was undeniably superior to the one she was currently practicing. Secondly, the online buzz surrounding this competition was explosive. This contest was not merely a face-off between Xia Xiyao and Miao Anjuan, but rather a battle of the songwriters behind the scenes, Wu Fan against Gu Xingyi. The inaugural round of the Xingge Hui finals could only be described as a spectacle drawing immense public attention. Shangshi Entertainment, naturally, would seize this golden opportunity, as the profits from Wu Fan's song promised to be substantial. Consequently, Miao Anjuan's personal opinions became inconsequential. While she understood this reality, a sense of disappointment lingered within her. It was not that she looked down upon Wu Fan's song. Rather, she simply did not wish to be a mere tool for others to reap benefits. This sentiment led her to feel a twinge of envy towards Xia Xiyao. It seemed that since her return, Xia Xiyao had exclusively utilized songs by Gu Xingyi and herself, never once appearing to be coerced by Yinhai Entertainment. After a moment's reflection, Miao Anjuan came to a realization. This was the advantage of having support from influential figures.